Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 2316 to Chapter 2399. Next, the Elder Demon attacked and defeated another opponent. This made some of the geniuses from the heaven world look grim. Whoosh, another figure rushed onto the fighting ring. Xianxia. Many people's eyes flickered, especially those who knew the inside story. In the primordial realm, Xianxia was the top genius, ranked third. Over the years, as the geniuses of the primordial realm continued to grow, their influence in the heaven world grew. Lu Ming had become an emperor with many different laws, which was unprecedented in history, shocking the heaven world. As for Tian Ming, Bubbles, and the others, their strength increased rapidly, and their reputation among the younger generation of the heaven world grew. Naturally, more people went to the top of the primordial realm, and the results of the Battle of 10 Earths were exposed, and many people knew about it. Xianxia was ranked third in the primordial realm back then, behind Lu Ming and Tian Ming. His talent was absolutely amazing, and even in the heaven world, he was the top. Some people even thought that he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiuju in the future. Now, who was he going to challenge? Xianxia's gaze fell on Tian Ming. Tian Ming, come out and fight. Xianxia's voice sounded. Many people's eyes flickered, surprised. Many people thought that Xianxia would also challenge the geniuses of the heaven world, but he actually challenged Tian Ming. Back then, Xianxia was defeated by Tian Ming in the Battle of 10 Earths. He must want to challenge and defeat him. Indeed. Many people nodded. Tian Ming, dressed in white, was handsome and elegant, and attracted the attention of many young women. He stood up, took a step, and landed on the platform. Xianxia, you were no match for me back then, and now, you are even less of a match for me. Tian Ming faintly said, full of confidence in himself. Don't be so full of yourself. Today, I will defeat you and prove that I am stronger than you. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. Otherwise, I would also defeat him and prove to everyone who is the top genius of the primordial realm. Xianxia said, his eyes flashing with a strong desire to fight. His ambition was higher than the sky, but he could only get third place in the Battle of 10 Earths. He was not satisfied, and wanted to regain the throne of the primordial realm. Make your move. Tian Ming said lightly, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he did not take Xianxia's words to heart. Boom, Xianxia released a powerful aura. It was much stronger than when he fought Lu Ming in the Alcade ancient city. There were 4 different types of laws on his body that rushed toward Tian Ming. The 4 different types of laws, led by the law of primal chaos, formed a terrifying mystique. Boom, Xianxia punched out, and numerous chaos mountains came crashing down on Tian Ming. Dazzling white light emanated from Tian Ming's body. He pointed a finger and a beam of light shot toward the mountains. Boom. Boom. Boom, Tian Ming's mountain crumbled and exploded one after another. Defeat. Then, Tian Ming took a step forward and pressed down with his finger. Boom, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Xianxia. At the same time, a dazzling radiance spread towards Xianxia like a stormy sea. This was also a terrifying divine ability. It was based on the laws of destiny, and when combined with other laws, it was shockingly powerful. Xianxia let out a roar as he unleashed his strength to the limit and attacked crazily. However, his attacks crumbled and disintegrated under the radiance of Tianming's finger. Finally, the radiance hit Xianxia. Xianxia's body shook violently as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying out of the arena. The scene suddenly fell silent. Many people looked at Tian Ming in shock, especially the geniuses from the Yuan realm. They were the most surprised. Tian Ming's strength was too terrifying. He had defeated Xianxia in just a few moves. Back in the Yuan realm's Battle of the 10 Lands, Tian Ming had to use many moves to defeat Xianxia. He even had to use his ultimate move to defeat him. But now, he had defeated Xianxia so easily. Clearly, Tian Ming's progress over the years had far surpassed Xianxia's. No, this is impossible. Standing in the air, Xianxia's face was blank. He could not accept all this. This time, he had wanted to defeat Tian Ming and prove to everyone that he was the number 1 in the primordial realm. However, in the end, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Furthermore, it had only been a few moves, and it had been an extremely miserable defeat. The difference in strength between him and Tianming was too great. Xianxia, you're too weak, Tianming said lightly. His words made Xianxia spit out another mouthful of blood as his body swayed. Then, Tianming no longer looked at him and swept his gaze over the other young geniuses. When Tianming's gaze swept over them, except for Jiuju, the other young geniuses' expressions changed. From the way he attacked just now, Tianming's strength was simply unfathomable. No one knew what level he had reached. Who was he going to challenge next? Finally, Tianming's gaze fell on one of the young geniuses, Yebing. He had always been known as the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Celestial Realm. Of course, ever since Lu Ming's rise, he was no longer the strongest Void Emperor. Back then, when Lu Ming became an emperor, he defeated him with one move. Was Tianming going to challenge Yebing? Yebing, come out and fight. As expected, Tianming's voice rang out. You overestimate yourself, Yebing said coldly as he stepped out and appeared on the arena. A ray of sharpness flashed in his eyes with a trace of ferocity. Back then, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lu Ming, and his reputation had been greatly reduced. Therefore, he didn't have a good impression of geniuses from the Yuan realm like Lu Ming. Now, Tianming wanted to challenge him again. He would teach him an unforgettable lesson. Bang! Tianming took a step forward, and his body erupted with an astonishing light that was incomparably dazzling. Then, he pointed a finger, and a dazzling light suppressed Yebing. Divine Weapon Seal Art. Yebing shouted as his hands quickly formed seals. A huge pagoda condensed and suppressed Tianming. Boom! The huge pagoda and the light from Tianming's finger collided, and a shocking explosion erupted. Then, the huge pagoda condensed by Yebing shook violently, and it was covered with cracks. Yebing's expression changed as his hands quickly formed seals. A vase appeared, and a large amount of sword chi spewed out of the vase. Then, a war blade appeared and slashed at Tianming. River of Destiny. At this time, Tianming used his ultimate move, the River of Destiny. He stood in the River of Destiny as if he was immortal and controlled destiny. Tianming's move was much, much stronger than it had been in the past. Back then, it was only a type of destiny law, but now, other laws were added, and its power was astonishing. Boom! 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 Tianming and Yebing were engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, Tianming and Yebing had exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, Tianming actually began to gain the upper hand. Tianming's battle strength is terrifying. He can actually suppress Yebing. Many people were shocked. One had to know that Yebing was the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Celestial World. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming, it was only because Lu Ming was too abnormal, not because Yebing was weak. But now, Tianming could actually suppress Yebing. Tianming is worthy of being the second-ranked genius of the primordial realm. His talent is terrifying. Yes, if the primordial realm didn't have an even more abnormal Lu Ming, he would be invincible. Every one of the destiny laws is abnormal. Once they grow up, their achievements will be limitless. Discussions broke out in the surroundings. Many people sighed. Tianming's talent was terrifying. In the future, he would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 absolutes, or even surpass some of them. But then, everyone thought of Lu Ming. Although Tianming was strong, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Everyone sighed. It wasn't that Tianming wasn't strong, but that Lu Ming was too abnormal and couldn't be understood with common sense. Ah! Yebing roared. He was not reconciled to being suppressed by Tianming. He wanted to erupt with all his strength and attack crazily, wanting to turn the tables. He condensed all kinds of weapons and attacked Tianming. Unfortunately, these weapons exploded and crumbled under Tianming's attacks. Tianming became stronger and stronger as the battle went on, and his advantage continued to increase. He completely suppressed Yebing. Bang! In the end, Yebing was sent flying, vomiting blood as he was blasted out of the battle stage. Yebing was defeated. The genius who was known as the strongest in the Void Emperor realm was defeated once again. What strength! The primordial realm really has a few geniuses. Apart from Lu Ming, Tianming should be the strongest in the Void Emperor realm. Yes, he's invincible among the Void Emperors. Many people discussed. Tianming's reputation had risen to the peak. Some of the 9 absolutes looked at Tianming with solemn eyes. Tianming would definitely be a great threat to them when he became a true emperor. However, Shan Yuanyi and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were calm, exuding strong confidence. Tianming didn't continue. He left the stage and returned to his seat. Now, it's time for the battle between the 9 aces. Many people thought to themselves and became more and more expectant. But at this moment, a petite figure appeared on the stage in a flash. That's a space-time spirit mouse. Many people's eyes flickered. Bubble. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Bubbles was about to make a move. Lu Ming hadn't seen Bubbles fight for many years. He wanted to see how strong Bubbles was. The talents of the top 10 war beasts were absolutely astonishing. Now that they had received guidance from the Almighty of the Heaven Realm, their improvement would definitely be astonishing. Bubbles' gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xianxia and Yuan Xian. The two of you, come up here. I'll let you work together. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pouted, her crisp voice resounding throughout the entire arena. This guy really wants to challenge Stellar River and Yuan Xian. Lu Ming smiled. Both Stellar River and Yuan Xian had a grudge against Lu Ming and had always targeted Lu Ming. Bubbles naturally remembered that. Stellar River and Yuan Xian's faces turned ugly. Humph, a loser from back then. I alone am enough to deal with you. Why do I need 2 people? Yuan Xian said coldly and rushed onto the stage. You can't do it. I'll defeat you in 1 move. Yuan Xian curled her lips and revealed a look of disdain. Ha ha ha, defeat me in 1 move? What a joke. Yuan Xian laughed crazily. Bubbles actually said that she would defeat him in 1 move. Even Tianming couldn't do it. Who did she think she was? What a joke. You go first. I'll let you go first. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Chirp chirp. Bubbles said as if she didn't care about Yuan Xian at all. Yuan Xian was furious. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Yuan Xian shouted and rushed towards Bubbles. At the same time, he unleashed his strongest combat power. Facing the space-time spirit mouse, Yuan Xian didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with his strongest combat power. He was surrounded by all kinds of laws and charged towards Bubbles. However, when he was halfway there, his body stiffened in midair. The various laws that covered his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yuan Xian's face changed drastically. He roared and manipulated the laws again. However, the laws disappeared as soon as they appeared. Time laws, it's the time laws. Using the time laws to control the power of time and travel back to the moment when the opponent didn't manipulate the laws. Therefore, when Yuan Xian's laws appeared, they disappeared. How terrifying. Many people saw the trick and were shocked. This was already manipulating the power of time. Void Emperor was only able to do this. As expected of the space-time spirit mouse. At this moment, Bubbles appeared in front of Yuan Xian and kicked Yuan Xian's face. Yuan Xian's body was like a broken sandbag. He flew out of the stage and fell heavily on the ground. He vomited blood and his face was completely swollen. Defeated, Yuan Xian was defeated. Bubbles really only used 1 move, many people were shocked. Bubbles' combat power was beyond their imagination. Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Bubbles with a grave expression. How useless. Bubbles muttered and stopped looking at Yuan Xian. This made Yuan Xian vomit another mouthful of blood. It was from anger. Yuan Xian had suffered a huge blow today. He originally wanted to defeat Tianming and avenge the humiliation back then. However, he was easily defeated by Tianming in the end. That was fine, but now, he was defeated by Bubbles in 1 move. Bubbles was his defeated opponent back then, but now, she defeated him in 1 move. He couldn't accept it. Bubble ignored him and swept his gaze over the remaining youths. Those who were swept by his gaze all had a change in expression. Will she challenge Tianming? Many people thought so. However, in the end, Bubbles didn't challenge Tianming. Her gaze fell on Yebing. You, come out and fight. Bubbles pointed at Yebing. Yebing's face was gloomy. Bubbles actually challenged him, however, today, in the face of a challenge, he had to fight. He couldn't back down. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined. He stepped out and landed on the stage. Although your space-time law is mysterious, it depends on who your opponent is. If your opponent's strength surpasses yours, your space-time law won't work. I'm not Yuan Xian. I'll use my powerful strength to break your space-time law. Yebing said. Many people's hearts moved. That was indeed the case, the space-time law was incomparably mysterious and unpredictable. It could mobilize the power of time and space. It was terrifying. However, no law was truly invincible. When one's strength reached a certain level, it could break all laws. You talk too much. If you're not going to attack, I'll attack. Bubble muttered, then suddenly rushed towards her opponent. Her speed was extremely fast, as if she was traveling through the void. Yebing didn't dare to be careless. He used the divine weapon seal technique and surrounded his body with all kinds of weapons. The weapons vibrated, shattering the void and stopping Bubbles' attack. Yebing's strength was indeed much stronger than Yuan Xian's. His combat strength was astonishing and could already affect Bubble's spacetime laws. Therefore, Bubble naturally couldn't defeat Yebing as easily as she defeated Yuan Xian. However, after the two exchanged blows, Bubble still had the upper hand. Bubble's figure flickered, and no matter how Yebing attacked, he couldn't hit Bubble. In fact, under the influence of Bubble's spacetime law, Yebing's speed was much slower, and the speed at which he condensed divine armament seals was also much slower. After dozens of moves, he was sent flying by Bubble, suffering heavy injuries. Yebing was defeated again. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Today, he had suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of the Yuan realm's geniuses. The talent of the spacetime spirit mouse is indeed amazing. It's only been a few years and it's already reached this level. That's natural. When the top 10 battle beasts grow up, they'll all be peak powerhouses. How do you think the combat strength of the spacetime spirit mouse compared to Tianming? It's hard to say. I feel that the spacetime spirit mouse is stronger. Not necessarily. Many people were discussing. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but compare Tianming and Bubble. Both of them had defeated Yebing. It could be said that they stood at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, it was really hard to compare who was stronger between the two. In terms of laws, the destiny laws were indeed stronger than the spacetime laws. However, a law also depended on who was using it. The spacetime spirit mouse was born to control the spacetime laws. No living creature could compare to the spacetime spirit mouse in terms of the application of the spacetime laws. Those so-called Elysian children controlled the spacetime laws, but in terms of the application of the spacetime laws, they were far inferior to the spacetime spirit mouse. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win. Many people were curious. Would Bubble challenge the heavenly mandate next? However, everyone was disappointed. Bubble didn't challenge Tianming. She seemed to have had enough. After the bubble went down, no one in the Void Emperor realm went up to challenge it. Many people looked expectant. Next was the main event, the battle between the 9 aces. This time, the reason why so many people had come was to watch the duel between the 9 absolutes. More than 10 years ago, the ranking of the 9 spellcasters had been determined. Over the past 10 years, the 9 spellcasters had rarely fought each other. Everyone wanted to see if there would be any changes in the rankings of the 9 absolutes in the past 10 years. Whoosh, a figure rushed onto the fighting ring. It was the Black Tortoise Forest. As expected, he was the first to make a move. The Black Tortoise Forest is ranked last among the 9 extinctions. I wonder if he can make it this time. It's hard to say. None of the 9 extinctions are weak. We'll only know after we fight. Everyone expressed their opinions. Next, Xian Wulin started his challenge. He challenged the 8th-ranked genius of the 9 extinctions. The two exchanged many moves, but in the end, Xian Wulin was defeated, not a match for the other. Shan Wolin was unwilling to give up. After taking a pill to adjust his condition to the peak, he challenged the 7th-ranked genius. However, he was still defeated. In the end, he had no choice but to give up the challenge. His ranking remained at the 9th place. Next, it was the battle between the 9 absolutes. Fierce battles continued. The 9 absolutes had long entered the true emperor realm. Their combat strength was so strong that it attracted everyone's attention. Especially the geniuses below the Void Emperor realm. They could learn a lot from the battles. Exciting battles took place one after another. However, there were very few changes in the rankings. In the past, the higher-ranked geniuses were indeed stronger. This was the case until now. There was only one change. The 5th-ranked genius defeated the 4th-ranked genius and took his place. The rest of the rankings did not change. Soon, the 3rd-ranked prodigy defeated his opponent. He turned his gaze to Shan Yuanyi and Lin Xiaofeng. In the end, he challenged the 2nd-ranked genius, Shan Yuanyi. You overestimate yourself. Shan Yuanyi stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Shan Yuanyi said indifferently, full of confidence. 10 moves? Shan Yuanyi, you're too confident. The 3rd-ranked genius. His face was a little ugly. I'm already flattering you by saying 10 moves. Do you understand? Shan Yuanyi said indifferently. His figure suddenly rushed towards the 3rd-ranked genius. The 3rd-ranked genius was a blue-robed youth. He had fought with the foreign race prince outside the two-world city and was defeated. At that time, he had the combat strength of an 8th-order true emperor. Now, his combat strength was undoubtedly stronger. Boom, the blue-robed youth erupted with all his strength and attacked with a terrifying divine art. 10th-order true emperor realm combat strength. Someone exclaimed. The blue-robed youth was much stronger than when he fought with the foreign race prince. His combat strength had increased by 2 levels, reaching the 10th-order true emperor realm. It was extremely shocking to have such combat strength at his age. Unfortunately, he had met Shan Yuanyi. Shan Yuanyi's world force surged and the laws of the world filled his body. A halberd appeared in his hand. Boom, the halberd was incomparably huge. It grew to the size of a mountain and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. The halberd was invincible and powerful to the extreme. When it slashed down, the blue-robed youth's attacks and defenses collapsed completely. Boom, the blue-robed youth frantically retreated. He was blasted tens of thousands of meters away. His face was abnormally pale. A deep wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. He was severely injured in one move. I've already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead. I said that I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Otherwise, I'll defeat you in 1 move. Shan Yuanyi said indifferently. The blue-robed youth's face turned ugly. 1 move, it was really just 1 move. Shan Yuanyi defeated him. The difference in combat strength between the two was too great. The scene was silent. Many people were tongue-tied. This result was far beyond their expectations. The blue-robed youth, ranked 3rd among the 9 absolutes, was defeated in 1 move by Shan Yuanyi. In everyone's imagination, even if the blue-robed youth was no match for Shan Yuanyi, the two should be able to exchange blows. However, the result was completely one-sided. A 10th-order true emperor realm combat strength can't even withstand a single blow. How strong is Shan Yuanyi? He's at least at the 12th-order true emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. It's even higher than that. No wonder the Lan family offered 100 chaos stones as a reward. Could it be that Shan Yuanyi can really defeat Lin Xiaofeng? This time, many people had guessed that Shan Yuanyi must have made great progress and had amazing combat strength. Otherwise, the Lan family would not have offered 100 chaos stones as a reward. But when they saw that the 3rd-ranked genius could not withstand a single blow from Shan Yuanyi, they were still very shocked. Perhaps Shan Yuanyi could really fight Lin Xiaofeng. Lan Qing and some of the older generation experts of the Lan family smiled, especially Lan Qing, who stroked his beard and smiled confidently. Shan Yuanyi stood on the fighting ring. He was tall and slender and was full of confidence. His gaze landed on Lin Xiaofeng as he spoke in a firm and confident voice. Lin Xiaofeng, come up and fight. Shan Yuanyi's voice spread throughout the area. As you wish. As soon as Lin Xiaofeng's voice fell, his figure was already on the fighting ring. Lin Xiaofeng, you were lucky to beat me more than 10 years ago. Today, I will trample you under my feet and let everyone know who the strongest genius is, whether in the heaven realm or the primordial realm. Shan Yuanyi said proudly and confidently. I'll take the 100 chaos stones. This was Lin Xiaofeng's answer. He was also full of confidence. Everyone's eyes fell on the two young figures on the fighting ring. These two were the strongest geniuses in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Their future achievements were limitless and unpredictable. These two people had fought a peak battle more than 10 years ago. That battle left a deep impression and was still unforgettable. After more than 10 years, the two were going to fight again. This time, who was stronger and who was weaker? Boom. Boom, Shan Yuanyi and Lin Xiaofeng exploded with powerful auras. Their auras intertwined in the void and produced a violent roar. Explosive divine slash. A sky piercer appeared in Shan Yuanyi's hand. The sky piercer rapidly enlarged and towered into the clouds. There were precepts surrounding it and its aura was shocking. Then, the sky piercer viciously slashed at Lin Xiaofeng. Clang, the sound of the saber resounded throughout the area. Lin Xiaofeng's saber was unsheathed. A ray of saber light rushed up and slashed at his opponent. Boom, the two terrifying attacks collided fiercely, causing the space to shake violently. Even the fighting stage let out a violent rumble. Boundless energy swept out in all directions. Shan Yuanyi and Lin Xiaofeng both shuddered and took a few steps back. However, as soon as they stopped, they both stomped heavily on the fighting ring and rushed towards each other like two rays of light. Boom, the two of them collided in the middle of the fighting ring, as if two stars had collided. Saber radiance and halberd radiance swept out in all directions. Clang. Clang, following that, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several dozen moves. So strong, comparable to a 13th level true emperor. That's right, a 13th order true emperor at such a young age. Amazing. Many older generation figures sighed. In the past, not to mention reaching the 13th rank, even becoming an emperor at this age was considered not bad. This era was truly a crazy era. The two of them fought fiercely on the fighting stage. As they fought, their auras grew stronger and stronger, and their battle prowess grew stronger and stronger. In the end, their combat strength had surpassed the 13th rank of a true emperor and entered the 14th rank. This made many people gasp. Lin Xiaofeng and Shan Yuanyi's combat strength had reached the 14th rank of a true emperor. The battle became even more intense. The two of them had exchanged more than 200 moves, but there was no clear winner. Lin Xiaofeng, is this the limit of your combat strength? What a disappointment. At this moment, Shan Yuanyi's voice was heard. That's all you've got. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Lin Xiaofeng said. Is that so? Lin Xiaofeng, today is the day I rise. From now on, I will be the strongest in the world. Shan Yuanyi shouted and suddenly let out a long whistle. Boom, the halberd in his hand suddenly surged and he struck out, colliding with Lin Xiaofeng's battle saber. Amidst the violent explosion, Lin Xiaofeng's battle saber shook violently and finally exploded with a bang. Lin Xiaofeng's figure retreated rapidly until he reached the edge of the fighting ring. His chest heaved up and down as he looked at Shan Yuanyi in shock. 15th rank of a true emperor? You've reached the 15th rank of a true emperor? Lin Xiaofeng said in disbelief. The crowd was in an uproar. Shan Yuanyi's combat strength had reached the 15th rank of a true emperor. This was too terrifying for someone so young to have reached this step. The 15th rank of a true emperor was close to the peak of the true emperor realm. Once one reached the peak of the true emperor realm, they would be able to break through to the emperor realm. Many older generation figures had to spend a lot of time to reach this step. Shan Yuanyi, on the other hand, had reached this step in less than 100 years. It was too shocking. The third-ranked youth in the Blue Mountain was only at the 10th rank of a true emperor. The difference between him and a 15th-ranked true emperor was too great. Terrifying, too terrifying. Is this Xian Yuanyi's true combat strength? No wonder the Lan family is so confident. Who can defeat a 15th-ranked true emperor at such a young age? The Lan family took out 100 chaos stones. It seems generous, but they're confident that Xian Yuanyi will get it. Moreover, they can push Xian Yuanyi to the peak in one fell swoop. This move is brilliant. Many people were discussing and admiring the Lan family's methods. Lan Qing stroked his beard with a smug smile on his face. After this, the Lan family would have 2 of the 9 absolutes geniuses. Moreover, one of them would be the #1 genius in the world. The Lan family's prestige would definitely reach the peak. The Lan family would also become stronger and stronger in his hands. Lan Qing was incomparably happy. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. It's a pity that I didn't get the indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Qing sighed in his heart. Boom, at this time, Xian Yuanyi stepped forward and a powerful aura pressed down on Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng, I've said it before. This time, I'll trample you under my feet and prove to everyone that I'm the #1 in the world. Xian Yuanyi shouted loudly as the power of the Skypiercer in his hand grew stronger. Fight! Lin Xiaofeng shouted. He was unwilling to admit defeat. He became one with his saber and attacked Xian Yuanyi. However, the gap between their combat strength was there and it was difficult to cross it. The difference between a 14th-ranked true emperor and a 15th-ranked true emperor was real, not a difference in cultivation. The 2 of them exchanged a few more moves, but Lin Xiaofeng was no match for him. He was sent flying and vomited blood. In the end, he was hit by Xian Yuanyi and was sent flying off the battle stage. Xian Yuanyi stood on the fighting ring, holding the Skypiercer in his hand. He looked like an invincible god of war, majestic and imposing. On the other hand, Lin Xiaofeng's face was pale and full of dejection. He had lost. From now on, he was no longer the #1 expert in the world. The #1 genius of the younger generation had changed hands. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Lan Qing laughed even louder, his smile blossoming like a flower. All of this was as he had expected. There was no change at all. Xian Yuanyi had indeed defeated Lin Xiaofeng and seized the title of the world's #1 genius. His prestige would reach its peak, and so would the prestige of the Lan family. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, this duel is completely over. Lan Qing stood up with a smile on his face, and his voice spread throughout the arena. I'll do it. At that moment, a clear voice was heard. Outside the square, a rainbow light flew in at an extremely fast speed and landed on the fighting ring. It was a young man of 15 or 16 years old. He was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. However, many people were stunned when they saw the young man's face. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Bubbles, and the others were all stunned and dumbfounded. At the same time, Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Yuan Xian, and the others, including Lan Qing and the others, were also dumbfounded. Even Lu Ming himself almost bit his tongue. His eyes were wide open. Because the young man looked too much like Lu Ming, he looked 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming, but more delicate. No, he's not Lu Ming. He's only 15 or 16 years old. He can't be Lu Ming. Immediately, someone said. A person's appearance could be changed at will. However, one's aura, or life chi, would not change. One could clearly tell a person's age from their life chi. The young man was definitely not old. He should be 15 or 16 years old. Of course, a 15 or 16-year-old could not be Lu Ming. My hair, could this young man be Lu Ming's illegitimate son? Heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and muttered softly. However, everyone present was an expert, so they naturally heard it clearly. Many people's hearts trembled. Perhaps this was really possible because the 2 of them were really too similar. This monk, Lu Ming rubbed his nose speechlessly and looked at the unscrupulous monk with disdain. What a wild imagination, Lu Ming thought. But at that moment, the youth turned to monk Wuliang and cupped his fists. Master, do you know Lu Ming? Of course, Lu Ming is my brother. We've known each other for decades. Little guy, what's your relationship with Lu Ming? Monk Wuliang said. That's my father. The young man said. Puff, Lu Ming had been drinking a mouthful of wine, but at this moment, he spat it out. He stared at the youth, dumbfounded. The young man actually said that he was his son. Son, he has a son. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At the same time, his mind raced. Little Qing. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Xianxia. He had only had sex with Xianxia before. Calculating the time, it just so happened to be the same age as the young man. Moreover, Lu Ming sized him up carefully and realized that there were indeed some traces of Xianxia in the young man's eyes. Could it be, really my son? Lu Ming had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling was very strange and indescribable. The others, such as Long Chen, Huang Ling, Bubbles, and the others, were also dumbfounded. Brother Lu Ming has a son. Little Lu Ming? He really looks like him. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out. Chirp chirp, I was just guessing. I didn't expect that I was right. Monk Wuliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming, Huang Ling sighed with mixed feelings. Lu Ming's son, Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Yuan Xian, and the others had a cold light in their eyes. As for Heavenly Emperor Hingyu and the Primordial Body Cultivator Supreme Elders, they all looked at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Ming resisted the urge to rush out. Now was not the time. Even if the other party was really his and Xianxing's son, it would be the same after they recognized each other. If he went out now and showed his true body, he would probably not have a share of the 100 Chaos Stones. Lan Qing and the others would definitely not let him challenge Shan Yuanyi. Everyone's thoughts turned in their hearts. Senior, do you know where my father, Lu Ming, is now? The young man looked at Monk Wuliang and continued to ask. He is in seclusion in a secret place and can't come out for the time being. Monk Wuliang made up nonsense. What seclusion? Let me tell you, Lu Ming is already dead. A cold voice sounded. It was Blue Cloud. The young man was actually Lu Ming's son. He was unhappy just looking at him. What did you say? You're talking nonsense. My mother said that my father is unparalleled and invincible in the younger generation. How can he be dead? The young man glared at Blue Cloud. What unparalleled my ass, you're really deceiving yourself. Blue Cloud despised. In my opinion, you must have been defeated by my father before, and even abused very badly. Otherwise, you wouldn't deliberately belittle him like this. A light flashed in the young man's eyes as he said coldly. Blue Cloud's face flushed red. The young man's words just happened to poke his sore spot. He was abused by Lu Ming more than once. Each time, it was very miserable, causing him to lose face. Ha ha ha, little Lu Ming, you're right. He was abused very badly by Lu Ming. He was simply kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, crying for his father and mother. He even betrayed his ancestors. Monk Wuliang added fuel to the fire and directly implicated the Lan family. This made Lan Cheng's expression ugly. He wished he could slap Monk Wuliang to death. On the other hand, Blue Cloud's face alternated between green and green. Alright, young man, you want to challenge? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Cheng quickly changed the topic. The young man's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xian Wulin. I want to challenge him. The young man pointed at Xian Wulin. What? Everyone was shocked. The young man actually wanted to challenge Xian Wulin. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. How strong could his cultivation be? It was already rare to be able to become an emperor at this age, but he actually wanted to challenge Xian Wulin. No matter what, Xian Wulin was still one of the 9 absolutes. His cultivation had already broken through to the true emperor realm. Now, he even had the combat strength of a 6th-order true emperor. How could he challenge the 9 absolutes at such a young age? Xian Wulin's face darkened. It was embarrassing for him to be challenged by a 15-year-old young man. At such a young age, you're overestimating yourself. You actually want to challenge the 9 absolutes. You don't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. You're no different from your father. Blue Cloud was very unhappy and seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule. Oh, since that's the case, I'll challenge you first. Come down and fight. The young man looked at Blue Cloud. You want to challenge me? Blue Cloud's expression changed slightly. Nonsense, you, come down and fight. Don't tell me you don't even dare to accept my challenge? The young man used provocation to challenge Blue Cloud. However, Blue Cloud had no choice but to accept it even though he knew it was a provocation. The other party was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. If he didn't even dare to accept this challenge, then he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. He would be laughed at by others. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Blue Cloud said coldly as he stepped out and landed on the battle platform. Lu Ming's palm couldn't help but tighten. He was a little worried for the young man. He was ready to take out the fallen star Bao at any time. If the young man was in danger, he would help. Bubbles and the others were also staring at the arena, especially Bubbles. He wouldn't let anything happen to the young man. You're so arrogant at such a young age. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Blue Cloud said coldly. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. He didn't believe that the young man could be a match for him. He was also a top prodigy who had cultivated hard for decades to achieve such an achievement. He had never heard of anyone who could achieve as much as him at the age of 15 or 16. There had never been anyone since ancient times. Make your move. Once you make your move, you'll naturally see what I'm capable of. The young man said indifferently. His expression was calm and indifferent as if he didn't take Blue Cloud seriously at all. Blue Cloud was getting angrier and angrier. Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. Kill. Blue Cloud roared angrily as light erupted from his body. Then, endless light converged into a giant lion that pounced towards the young man. The giant lion was as big as a mountain and had a terrifying aura. Blue Cloud used his ultimate move right away. If the young man was hit, he would definitely die. Since the young man said that he was Lu Ming's son, then he would send him on his way. A sinister look flashed in Blue Cloud's eyes. Seeing that the giant lion was about to pounce on the young man made his move. A layer of dark light emanated from his body. Then, a black sword light burst out and slashed towards the giant lion. Pfft, the giant lion that Blue Cloud transformed from his ability was like a piece of tofu. It couldn't withstand a single blow and was directly defeated by the young man's dark light. Moreover, the black light did not stop there, and continued to attack Blue Cloud. The speed of the black light was so fast that Blue Cloud couldn't dodge it. How is this possible? Blue Cloud roared in anger. Both of his fists continued to bombard the giant lions. However, they were all swept away by the black light and disintegrated. Whoosh, the black light hit Blue Cloud, and Blue Cloud let out a blood-curdling scream. He tried to retreat, but it was useless. His body was directly cut in two by the black light. He fell to the ground, howling in pain. Hiss hiss hiss, many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the young man in shock. One move. With just one move, the young man had cut Blue Cloud into two halves. This was too shocking. One should know that Blue Cloud was a top-notch genius who had mastered an ultimate law. His current cultivation had even reached the level of a 5-star illusionary emperor. Even with such a high level of cultivation, he couldn't even withstand a single move from the youth. This was too shocking. Some of the older generation figures saw even more. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. This young man's cultivation is at the level of a 3-star illusionary emperor, but the power he cultivates is terrifyingly strong. That's right. It's a bit like the power of the immemorial cultivation system, but it's more condensed, sharper, and more terrifying. Some of the older generation figures discussed animatedly. It was already extremely shocking for a young man to reach the level of a 3-star illusionary emperor at such a young age. However, the power that the young man cultivated was even stranger. When the young man attacked, there wasn't any fluctuation of law. Obviously, the young man didn't cultivate the law system. However, it wasn't the immemorial cultivation system either. This was because the young man's power was even more terrifying than the power cultivated by the immemorial cultivation system. Some of the older generation figures discussed in shock. Nest, you're amazing. You're really amazing. You're worthy of being Lu Ming's son. He defeated Blue Cloud in one move. He's really amazing. Monk Wuliang, Long Chen, and the others were also discussing in shock. This power, only Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was because he had seen this kind of power once. Back then, after he had sex with Xianxia, the next day, Xianxia seemed to have changed into a different person and attacked him. The power that Xianxia used was this kind of power. It was invincible and its attack power was so strong that it could even penetrate the laws. He's really my son. At this moment, Lu Ming came to a conclusion and felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. No one would be able to remain calm if they suddenly had a son. Lu Ming couldn't wait to rush out immediately and reunite with the young man. Then, he would ask about Xianxia's whereabouts. If the young man was here, then Xianxia must also be in the Taiqing sky domain. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. However, he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to wait until the Lan family's matter was resolved. At this moment, the experts of the Lan family had already rescued Blue Cloud. With Blue Cloud's cultivation, being cut in half was a small matter and could be easily healed. The biggest blow to him was that he was defeated by the young man in one move. Impossible, impossible. Blue Cloud kept yelling in his heart. He couldn't accept it. He had been defeated by a 15 or 16-year-old boy in one move. This was a great humiliation. You can't even withstand a single blow. The young man shook his head and looked at Xian Wulin. Now, we can fight. The young man said. Xian Wulin narrowed his eyes and stepped onto the fighting ring. Buzz, stars appeared around Xian Wulin. There were a total of 360 stars that covered his entire body. Xian Wulin didn't dare to be careless in front of the young man. Clang, a sword chime sounded and a pitch-black battle sword appeared in the young man's hand. Remember, the one who defeated you is Lu Shenhuang. The young man's voice sounded and the sword light whizzed out, piercing the void and slashing towards Xian Wulin at an extremely fast speed. Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was this the name that Xianxia had given the young man? Lu Shenhuang meant the Divine Wilderness continent and also the place where Lu Ming and Xianxia met and fell in love. They had experienced unforgettable times in the Divine Wilderness continent. Heavenly. Cycle Stellar Fist. Xian Wulin roared as he waved his hands and stars flew toward Lu Shenhuang. Whoosh! 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 Lu Shenhuang's battle sword shook and sword chi whizzed out. Streaks of black sword light slashed at the stars. Pung! Pung! The stars exploded like fireworks. Xian Wulin's expression changed and he used all his strength. More stars flew toward Xian Wulin. Each star contained his power of law, but Lu Shenhuang's sword light was shockingly powerful. It could easily tear apart his power of law. The two quickly attacked and the sky was filled with sword light and starlight. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. What terrifying strength! A genius, a genius! Some of the older generation exclaimed at Lu Shenhuang's battle strength. His cultivation was only that of a 3-star Void Emperor. However, he was able to fight against Xian Wulin. His fighting strength was not only shocking, it was unimaginable. My hair, my nest, this is too perverted. Too heaven-defying. Unscrupulous monks started to spout nonsense. As expected of Lu Ming's son. He's even stronger than Lu Ming. Long Chen sighed. If that was the case, then Lu Shenhuang was stronger than Lu Ming back in the day. When Lu Ming broke through to the Martial Emperor realm, he became a 4-star Void Emperor and fought against Xian Wulin. In the end, he managed to defeat Xian Wulin by combining 9 types of laws. However, Xian Wulin wasn't as strong as he was now. At that time, Xian Wulin was only a 3rd-order true emperor. It was obvious that Lu Shenhuang was stronger than Lu Ming back in the day. Of course, now that Lu Ming's mastery of various laws had deepened and he had cultivated the primordial body cultivation, his physical strength had skyrocketed. Now, Lu Ming's ability to fight beyond his level was much stronger than before. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Lu Shenhuang's strength. Damn it, how could this be? Some were happy while others were worried. Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Lan Qing and the others roared in disbelief. Lu Ming was already abnormal enough, but his son was even more abnormal. How could this be? they roared in their hearts and went crazy with jealousy. Peng! 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 Lu Shenhuang and Xian Wulin fought fiercely, causing explosions to ring out. However, the more they fought, the stronger Lu Shenhuang became. His entire body was covered with a layer of black light that merged with his battle sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and it constantly destroyed Xian Wulin's stars. In the end, the sword light destroyed the stars even faster. Before Xian Wulin could condense his stars, Lu Shenhuang had already arrived in front of him and slashed out with his sword. Xian Wulin screamed as he coughed out blood and retreated from the battle stage. There was a deep wound on his body that was bleeding profusely. Xian Wulin had lost, he had been defeated by Lu Shenhuang. From now on, the position of 9 absolutes would be replaced by Lu Shenhuang. Xian Wulin's expression was extremely ugly. This was a huge blow to him. Lan Cheng's expression was ugly as he said coldly, Lu Shenhuang, do you still want to continue? No. Lu Shenhuang shook his head and rushed down the stage. He landed on a seat and closed his eyes to meditate. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If not, then the first place today belongs to Shan Yuanyi. Lan Cheng stood up and announced, his voice spreading throughout the audience. Let me. As soon as Lan Cheng's voice fell, he was interrupted. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, landing on the battle stage. Many people's eyes fell on Lu Ming, but when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, they were slightly stunned. This was because they had never seen Lu Ming's appearance before. Another genius that had never appeared before, some Heavenly Emperor characters revealed looks of surprise. With Heavenly Emperor realm cultivation, they could sense that Lu Ming should have changed his appearance. But they could not see through Lu Ming's original appearance. What a brilliant disguise technique! Some Heavenly Emperor characters whispered. You want to challenge? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Cheng asked. If I want to challenge, of course I want to challenge the first place. Shan Yuanyi, come down and fight. Lu Ming's gaze looked at Shan Yuanyi. What? Many people were shocked. Someone actually wanted to challenge Shan Yuanyi. Shan Yuanyi's combat strength was obvious to all. He had reached the 15th level of a true emperor. This kind of combat strength, without a doubt, was unparalleled among the younger generation. But now, someone wanted to challenge Shan Yuanyi. This was crazy. Many people originally thought that Lu Ming's challenge was nothing more than the same as Lu Shenhuang's, casually challenging a few experts to hone himself or gain fame. But now, Lu Ming wanted to challenge Shan Yuanyi, which was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. This kid must be playing to the gallery. He wants to challenge Shan Yuanyi to increase his fame. Even if he loses miserably, his fame will rise. Yes, it must be so. Some people discussed. Shan Yuanyi's eyes narrowed slightly as he rushed to the battle stage. Kid, swords have no eyes. If you challenge me and I make a mistake and cripple or kill you, you only have yourself to blame. Shan Yuanyi said coldly. He was not in a good mood. He had already defeated Lin Xiaofeng and ascended to the first place. Everything was perfect. But now, someone wanted to challenge him. Everything seemed to be flawed and not very perfect. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Later, he would kill him in one move to make an example and let everyone know the consequences of challenging him. Kid, what's your name? At this time, Lan Cheng asked. I'm just a nobody. Let's not talk about it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A nobody dares to challenge Brother Shan Yuan. He's overestimating himself. In my opinion, this person is playing to the gallery. Brother Shan Yuan doesn't need to accept the challenge at all. Just ask someone to throw him out. A voice sounded. It was Xian Wulin who spoke. Xian Wulin had just been defeated by Lu Shenhuang in public, so he was in a bad mood and would bite anyone he could find. At this time, Lu Ming rushed out. He was very unhappy with Lu Ming and directly mocked him. You can't even be compared to a 15-year-old boy. How dare you yell here? If I were you, I would just destroy my own cultivation. Lu Ming looked at Xian Wulin and sneered. You, kid, Brother Shan Yuan doesn't need to do anything today. I'll teach you a lesson. Xian Wulin was furious. He rushed to the battle stage and cupped his fist at Shan Yuanyi. Brother Xianyuan, you don't need to deal with a nobody. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Okay. Xianyuan nodded and moved to the side of the battle stage. In his opinion, it was best that Xian Wulin did it so that he would not have to do anything. You want to fight? Lu Ming looked at Xian Wulin and said. That's right. I'd like to see what makes you dare to challenge Brother Xianyuan. Xian Wulin said coldly. You can't. You're too weak. I don't want to torture you. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming shook his head with a look of contempt. Xian Wulin's lungs were about to explode. Who was he? He was one of the 9 absolutes. But today, he had been defeated by Lu Shenhuang, and now, even a nameless person was looking down on him. He was furious, and his killing intent soared. Kid, who doesn't know how to talk nonsense? Show me what you're capable of. Xian Wulin roared. Hundreds of stars appeared all over his body, and hundreds of stars gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming with extraordinary power. As soon as he attacked, Xian Wulin used his killing move to blast Lu Ming into ashes. Boom, the huge star fell like a meteor, dragging a long tail. Its power was terrifying. But then, Lu Ming moved. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, nor was there any fluctuation of laws. It was just a simple punch. Boom, the punch landed on the huge star. The huge star was like a bubble. It could not withstand a single blow and was burst by Lu Ming's punch. After destroying the star, Lu Ming's fist didn't stop and continued to attack Xian Wulin. Wherever the fist passed, the space would explode, forming a terrifying spatial storm that swept towards Xian Wulin. Xian Wulin was completely enveloped by Lu Ming's fist. It was as if the space around him had solidified, making it difficult for him to move. How is this possible? This thought surfaced in Xian Wulin's heart. Thereafter, Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on his face. Bang! Xian Wulin was sent flying out of the battle stage and crashed heavily on the ground. He lay there, vomiting blood. His face was completely deformed and swollen beyond recognition. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. One punch, just one punch, defeated Xian Wulin. They weren't on the same level at all. It was a complete one-sided defeat. One had to know that Xian Wulin's combat strength was at the 6th order True Emperor realm, but he was defeated. Who was this person? They had never seen him before. How could he be so strong? Physical strength, he's an Archean physique cultivator. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Just now, Lu Ming's body didn't have any fluctuations of laws. He relied purely on his physical strength. Only an Archean physique cultivator could cultivate his physical strength to such a level. Baoda's eyes lit up. He was also an Archean physique cultivator. He was naturally curious and excited to see another Archean physique cultivator with such shocking combat strength. I told you that you're too weak. I didn't want to torture you, but you just had to ask for it. Lu Ming said indifferently and looked at Xian Wulin with disdain. Xian Wulin vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Today, he was defeated by 2 people. One was a 15-year-old boy, and the other easily defeated him with one punch. Today, he was destined to become a laughingstock and be ridiculed by others. Is there anyone else who wants to stand up for Xianyuan? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the young geniuses present. No one spoke. Lu Ming was able to defeat Xian Wulin with one punch. His combat strength was unfathomable. If others were not confident, who would stand up for Xianyuan? In that case, Xianyuan, let's fight. Lu Ming looked at Xianyuan. He, you have some skills, but you are still far from being able to fight me. Xianyuan stepped out and sneered. In his opinion, defeating Xian Wulin with a single punch was nothing. Black Wulin only had the strength of a 6th order True Emperor. Anyone above the 8th order True Emperor realm could defeat him in one move. On the other hand, he was a 15th level True Emperor, much stronger than Xian Wulin. Therefore, even though Lu Ming had defeated Xian Wulin in one move, he did not think much of Lu Ming. You talk too much. Make your move. Lu Ming said. I've already said that swords and sabers have no eyes. If I accidentally hit you too hard, you'll only have yourself to blame. Xianxia said coldly as a halberd appeared in his hand. Dong, Xianxia suddenly took a step forward and slashed the Feng Tian halberd toward Lu Ming. In the process of slashing, the halberd rapidly grew to a length of 1,000 meters and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and the fighting ring rumbled. His body suddenly dashed out and he threw out a punch. Lu Ming circulated his physical strength to the maximum for this punch. Boom! Lu Ming's fist and the halberd collided. There was a terrifying roar and Lu Ming's body retreated madly. He only stopped after retreating a few hundred meters. This person actually blocked Xianxuan's attack. Many people were shocked. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was pushed back, they were still shocked. Who is this person? He has the strength of a 13th order true emperor. There is such a genius among the younger generation in the heaven domain? A 13th order true emperor was also impressive. Among the 9 peerless youths, only Lin Xiaofeng and Xianxuan had the strength of a 13th order true emperor. The third person was only a 10th order true emperor. This was almost the pinnacle of the younger generation in the heaven domain. There was such a genius among the Archean physique cultivators. Xianxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as a ray of sharpness flashed in them. He was also very surprised that he did not defeat Lu Ming in one move. Let's see how many moves you can take. Die. Xianxuan roared and charged at Lu Ming with the halberd in his hand. My physical strength is still a little lacking. Lu Ming whispered. Now that he had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the middle of the 4th level, his physical strength was equivalent to a 13th order true emperor. He was still not a match for Xianxuan. Boom! Lu Ming punched again, but this time, Lu Ming used the indestructible golden body from the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible golden body could turn one's body into a divine weapon. Not only did it have a terrifying defensive power, but it also had a powerful offensive power. The indestructible golden body complemented the powerful physical body of an Archean physique cultivator. The two complemented each other and the power that erupted was extremely shocking. The law, it's the power of the law. He's cultivating the law system. No, his physical body is too amazing. He's obviously an Archean physique cultivator. He's cultivating both the physical body and the law at the same time. Someone exclaimed, feeling incredulous. It would take many people a lifetime to cultivate one of them. However, Lu Ming had cultivated 2 of them and seemed to have achieved amazing results in both of them. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming and Xianxuan collided for the 2nd time. Another violent roar sounded. This time, Lu Ming and Xianxuan's bodies shook violently and they retreated. Hiss, gasps could be heard, and many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. They were evenly matched. In this move, Lu Ming and Xianxuan were evenly matched. There was actually someone in the world who could fight with Xianxuan. They had already felt that Xianxuan had just unleashed the combat strength of a 15th level true emperor. Even Lin Xiaofeng couldn't contend with such combat strength. However, Lu Ming was able to contend with it and they were evenly matched. This meant that Lu Ming's combat strength was also at 15th level true emperor. There was actually a genius in the world who had reached such a level. It was simply amazing. Damn it. Lan Chen roared in his heart and was a little worried. He was worried that if Xianxuan was defeated, his plan today would be ruined and the 100 chaos stones would be given to someone else. I must win. Lan Chen gritted his teeth and whispered. Xianxuan's eyes were also filled with shock. He also didn't expect that there would be another youth in the world who could reach such a level. I'm invincible. This person must die. Xianxuan roared in his heart and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. There was actually a genius in the world who could fight with him. He absolutely couldn't allow such a person to appear. Kill. Xianxuan crossed the void, and the halberd seemed to be able to split the sky as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void was directly split in half, revealing a terrifying dark crack. This kind of attack power could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. No one could stop it. Even Lin Xiaofeng would be defeated by this move. But Lu Ming's face was calm. To be honest, such an attack did not bother him at all. Boom, the muscles and bones of Lu Ming's body vibrated violently, reaching hundreds of millions of times per second. The vibration of his muscles at such an amplitude caused intense friction with the air and space. Lu Ming's body directly rushed out and blasted out a punch. The fist once again collided with the halberd. In the violent roar, the halberd exploded, and Lu Ming's body swayed slightly, but Lu Ming's other fist also blasted out. This punch directly pierced through the space, causing a spatial storm to sweep towards Xianxia. Lu Ming did not use the power of the world or other magical techniques. He only relied on the strength of his physical body and the immortal golden body. Xianxuanyi's face changed wildly. His body glowed, and a halberd condensed in his other hand. He slashed out with the halberd and blocked Lu Ming's fist force, but his body was forced to retreat again and again. Xianxuanyi fell into a disadvantageous position, and his offensive was suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated. He did not need to step at all, and his body naturally rushed towards Xianxuanyi. Boom! 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 Lu Ming kept punching, and the terrifying power smashed the space. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He only wanted to attack with all his strength. Xianxuanyi roared, holding a halberd in each hand, madly slashing it, and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Lu Ming. After a few moves, Xianxuanyi's halberd landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated rapidly, rebounding most of the power. At the same time, the invincible golden body's defense had also blocked the majority of the power. The other side's halberd could only leave a shallow white mark on Lu Ming's skin. It couldn't even break through Lu Ming's defense. At the same time, Lu Ming punched Xianxuanyi. Xianxuanyi's body shook violently, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. He retreated wildly and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts trembling. Lu Ming's defensive power was also too astonishing. Xianxuanyi was not a match at all. The two people's battle prowess was equal. Each person struck the other with a move, but Lu Ming was completely unscathed, while Xianxuanyi was severely injured. Number 1 in the world? Is that all you have? Lu Ming said coldly. In the next moment, his figure suddenly rushed towards Xianxuanyi and launched a new round of fierce attacks. Damn it! Outside the battle platform, Lancheng roared in his heart. His eyes were full of anger and cold light. Xianxuanyi could not be defeated. Once Xianxuanyi was defeated, his plan would be ruined. Moreover, he still had to take out 100 pieces to give to Lu Ming. He would never allow that. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a slight step, and a force rushed towards Lu Ming along the ground. On the side, the heavenly emperors of the other major forces noticed this. Their eyes moved slightly, but no one spoke. Seeing that the force was about to hit Lu Ming silently, at this time, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu snorted coldly. He also took a slight step, and a force gushed out from the ground, intercepting Lan Cheng's force. Boom, the two forces collided. The ground suddenly exploded, and a large pit appeared. The force was rampant. What's going on? Many people were shocked. Lan Cheng, as a heavenly emperor, you actually secretly attacked a junior. You are really shameless. Or, you see that Xianxuanyi is about to lose and can't bear to part with 100 pieces of chaos stones? Since you can't bear to part with it, don't say it first. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said coldly. Many people's gazes swept towards Lan Cheng. Seeing Lan Cheng's gloomy face, they came to a realization. It seemed that Lan Cheng saw that Xianxuanyi was about to lose and secretly attacked, but was intercepted by Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Damn it! Lan Cheng roared in his heart, but he could not flare up. He could only keep a sullen face and not speak. While at this time, the battle situation on the battle stage was already completely one-sided. Lu Ming launched a torrential attack, completely ignoring defense, only attacking. Xianxuanyi was not a match at all. Even if he resisted with all his might, he could not block more than a few moves too. Bang! Lu Ming's punch hit Xianxuanyi's chest, almost piercing through his chest. Xianxuanyi vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his body retreating wildly. Lu Ming pursued and blasted out another punch. Xianxuanyi's body was sent flying out like a cannonball. Half of his body exploded. His body flew out of the battle stage, flying towards the crowd. Lan Cheng's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, a force wrapped around Lan Qing, catching him. At the same time, it helped Lan Qing recover from his injuries. Defeated, Xianyuani was defeated. Lu Ming defeated Xianyuani with absolute superiority. Everyone's hearts were complicated. They knew that an even more terrifying Heaven's Chosen was born. The pitiful Xianyuani had just defeated Lin Xiaofeng and just ascended to the throne of the Nine Absolutes #1. His but had not even warmed up the seat yet and he was kicked off the throne by someone. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and challenge me? Lu Ming did not look at Xianyuani anymore. His gaze turned to other directions. No one responded. Lu Ming's combat strength was so horrifying. Even Xianyuani could not withstand a single blow. Who could still be his match? Since no one answers the challenge, then I'll be #1 this time. Lu Ming opened his mouth, his gaze turning to Lan Qing, and he said, Family head Lan, since I got #1, then those 100 chaos gems are mine. Lan Qing's heart ached. 100 chaos gems was not a small number. Even if the Lan family was large, it would not be easy to take out 100 chaos gems. Originally, he thought that Xianyuani would definitely get first place. Giving 100 chaos gems to Lan Qing's son-in-law to help the Lan family's son-in-law advance to the next level was naturally not a loss. However, he could not bear to give 100 chaos gems to someone else. Kid, who exactly are you? I know you used a disguise technique to hide your head and tail. You didn't even tell me your name, yet you still want to get 100 chaos gems. What a joke. Lan Qing sneered. He began to find excuses. Ha ha ha, Lan Qing, are you trying to cheat? That's not what you said before. You released the news that as long as it's the younger generation, whoever gets first place will get 100 chaos gems. Now you're looking for so many excuses. I know you must have thought that Xianyuani would definitely get first place at first, so you took out 100 chaos gems to prepare for him. However, you used 100 chaos gems as a gimmick to attract others to set off Xianyuani. You're treating everyone in the world like monkeys. Lu Ming mocked. Nonsense, how dare you slander me? Show your true form, I want to confirm your identity. Otherwise, don't even think about getting 100 chaos gems. Lan Qing said. Alright, since you want to see, then let's see. Lu Ming said. After saying that, his appearance changed rapidly and returned to his original appearance. His aura also recovered. Lu Ming. At the sight of Lu Ming's appearance, Lan Qing could not help but widen his eyes and yell. The others were also dumbfounded. How is this possible? Isn't Lu Ming dead? Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Yuan Xian and the others roared in disbelief. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Bubbles and the others were overjoyed. I was wondering who could have such powerful combat strength. It turns out to be Lu Ming. It's amazing. Lu Ming has only been an emperor for a few years, but he can suppress Xianyuani. He's invincible in his generation. It's incredible. He just used his physical strength and didn't use the power of laws. Indeed. Hiss. All around. There was a hubbub of noise as the sounds of discussion converged into one. Lu Ming was too famous. He had become an emperor with many different laws, which was unprecedented. As soon as he became an emperor, he defeated Xian Wulin, one of the 9 absolutes, which shocked the entire heaven field. A few years later, he defeated and captured the prince of a foreign tribe outside the two-world city. That battle had pushed Lu Ming's reputation to the peak. But it was far from comparable to today's battle. In today's battle, Lu Ming defeated Xianyuani and became the strongest of the younger generation in the Tianyuan world. It seemed that every time Lu Ming appeared, his combat strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The speed of his improvement was shocking. Fa. Father. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang stood up and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. There was astonishment, surprise, anticipation, curiosity, and other emotions on his face. Lu Ming also heard Lu Shenhuang's voice. He turned around and looked at Lu Shenhuang. Their eyes met. Lu Ming nodded slightly and smiled. Lu Shenhuang took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He stepped forward and came to the fighting ring to face Lu Ming. His mother's comment about his father rang in his mind. Unparalleled in the world. Today, he saw that it was true. Father. Lu Shenhuang spoke again. Your mother is Xianxia? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Although he already knew that Lu Shenhuang's mother was definitely Xianxia, he still couldn't help but ask to confirm it. Yes. Lu Shenhuang nodded firmly. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Looking at Lu Shenhuang, who was 70 to 80% similar to himself, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. She didn't expect that after parting with Xianxia for more than 10 years, they already had a son, and he was already so old. Divine Wasteland, step aside first. After I settle the matters here, I'll go with you to find your mother. Lu Ming said. All right. Lu Shenhuang nodded and retreated to his seat. Lu Ming turned around and faced Lan Qing. At this moment, Lan Qing's face was contorted with a ferocious expression, and a murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Lu Ming, you still dare to appear here? Good, very good. Lan Qing said coldly. Why can't I appear here? Lu Ming sneered and asked. A few years ago, on the battlefield outside Two World City, you killed the beings of the Heaven region and stole their treasures and resources. This is a serious crime, and you must pay with your life. Lan Qing said coldly. Ha ha ha, a thief crying thief. Since that's the case, I'll explain everything today. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He then recounted how the Lan family and the Yen family had besieged him and how the Lan family and the Yen family had killed Bai Tai and the rest to silence him when Bai Tai and the rest arrived. How could such a thing happen? Many people's eyes flickered as they pondered. Back then, the Lan family had announced that Lu Ming had killed them and stolen their treasures, and the Lan family and Yen family had encountered him. According to the rules of Two World City, they had attacked Lu Ming. Could there be such a secret? Nonsense. Lan Qing scolded. Nonsense? I suspect that the people of the Lan family were instructed by your Lan city to steal my indestructible ancient scripture, but in the end, they were discovered and killed to silence me. Then, they framed me for the crime. Such behavior is not worthy of being called a great family of the heavenly world. In my opinion, the one who should be punished is you, your Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. Presumptuous. How dare you slander me? Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will be punished. Men, take Lu Ming down, cripple his cultivation, and throw him into prison. Lan Qing shouted. Bang! Bang! Immediately, two experts from the Lan family stepped out. They exuded a powerful aura and dashed toward Lu Ming. These two great emperors were extremely powerful. Let's see who dares. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu shouted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. With a wave of his hand, a giant hand formed and pressed towards the two great emperors. Hengyu, I'm afraid it's not up to you to protect Lu Ming. Lan Qing roared and rushed out. His heavenly emperor Cultivation also erupted. With a press of his hand, a heavenly lion roared and pounced towards heavenly emperor Hengyu's giant hand. Boom! With a shocking explosion, Lan Cheng's face changed drastically. His body was directly sent flying as he looked at Heavenly Emperor Hengyu in shock. He was no match for Heavenly Emperor Hengyu at all. At the same time, the two great emperors from the Lan family were also sent flying by Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's remaining force. Hengyu, you want to violate the rules of the Heaven region by yourself? You want to go against everyone? Lu Ming has committed a crime and he must be punished. Lan Qing shouted. The one who is guilty is your Lan family. The one who went against everyone in the Heaven region is your Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. A bunch of nonsense. Lan Qing said. Hee, if what I said is a bunch of nonsense, then isn't what you said a bunch of farts? Lu Ming scolded coldly. How dare you? Lan Qing roared. Lu Ming, a junior, actually dared to go against him and contradict him. It was simply impudent. The anger in his heart soared to the sky, and he wished he could slap Lu Ming to death. Fellow Taoists, lend me a hand. Lan Cheng's gaze looked at the Yen family's heavenly emperor, Luo family's heavenly emperor, Vast Expanse Hall Master, and the rest. These forces were on good terms with the Lan family. They even had marriage relations with the Lan family. Lu Ming killed his fellow Heavenly Realm cultivators and stole their treasures. In my opinion, he was able to rise so quickly by relying on such methods. It's simply a heinous crime and he deserves to be punished. The Yan family's heavenly emperor stepped out and walked side by side with Lanqing. A powerful aura erupted as they resisted Heavenly Emperor Hengyu together. That's right. Today, Lu Ming must be taken down. Cripple his cultivation and interrogate him strictly. The Luo family's heavenly emperor also stepped out. Following that, 2 more people stepped out. They were both heavenly emperors. One was the vast hall's hall master, and the other was Xinghe's master, a terrifying heavenly emperor powerhouse. 5 heavenly emperor powerhouses stood together, and their aura was shocking. Hengyu, I've said it before. Today, you alone can't stop us. Lu Ming must be taken down. Lanqing sneered. Then, he stared at Lu Ming. With a stretch of his hand, a terrifying force condensed into a giant hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. You dare? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu gave a long hell. Heavenly Dao pressure erupted. The entire world was trembling, terrifying to the extreme. Bang! Heavenly Emperor Hengyu made his move. A battle sword appeared in his hand, a sword slashing toward Lanqing. Hengyu, I'll face you. Xingxin, his master, was a grey-robed old man. He made his move, a palm rumbling toward Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. The 2 people exchanged a move, sharing the limelight. Xingxin, his master, was also an extremely terrifying existence. Even among heavenly emperors, he was an expert, not weaker than Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. While at this time, Lanqing's large hand already approached Lu Ming. But Lu Ming stood calmly on the battle stage, his expression unchanged. It was as if he did not see Lanqing's attack. Right at this time, an old man suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. The old man's expression was calm, a punch rumbling out. This punch did not have the slightest bit of energy surge, and also did not have any power of law. It was just pure power. But when this punch rumbled out, the large hand that Lanqing condensed directly exploded. The terrifying fist force continued rumbling toward Lanqing. Lan Cheng's expression changed, hurriedly using a divine ability art. A heavenly lion pounced out. With a rumble, Lanqing's body trembled, involuntarily retreating repeatedly, looking at the old man beside Lu Ming with a look of shock. Primordial Physique Cultivator, you're a Primordial Physique Cultivator, a Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator, who are you? Lanqing roared angrily, extremely shocked. He did not expect that there was actually a Heavenly Emperor Realm existence following beside Lu Ming. Furthermore, it was a Physique Cultivator powerhouse that he had never seen before. Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. In the crowd, Baoda's eyes emitted an excited light. At the scene, the others were also extremely shocked. There was actually a Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator following beside Lu Ming, helping Lu Ming at the critical moment. Primordial Physique Cultivators were virtually almost lost until now. The people who cultivated were extremely few, and those who could cultivate to success were even fewer. Presently, in the Heavenly Realm, there was only one known person who could reach Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. But it was absolutely not the person in front of him. Could it be that this Physique Cultivator powerhouse did not come into being and has been living in seclusion all along? Someone guessed. Fellow Daoist, are you planning to make an enemy out of me and my Lan clan because of a mere junior? Lanqing stared at the old man and said coldly. His words contained a hint of threat. If anyone dares to touch him, I'll smash them to death with a single punch. The old man pointed at Lu Ming and spoke indifferently. His words were very simple and clear, but it caused everyone to be stunned. Whoever dared to touch Lu Ming, he would smash them to death with a single punch. This made many people gasp. These were the words of a celestial emperor, and no one would doubt them. Lanqing's expression darkened as he said, I'm afraid you alone won't be enough. The Yan clan's heavenly emperor, the Luo clan's heavenly emperor, and the Boundless Palace's palace master also unleashed their terrifying auras to suppress the elder. But in the next moment, 3 more old men appeared beside Lu Ming. They were wearing the same clothes as the previous old man. Their expressions were calm, but a terrifying aura erupted from them, crushing the aura of the Yan clan's heaven sovereign and the others. Lanqing, the pupils of the Yan clan's heavenly emperor and the rest constricted sharply, revealing looks of disbelief. Heavenly Emperors were all Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Furthermore, they were all body cultivators. How was this possible? At the scene, the others were also stunned, dumbfounded. There were actually so many Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses by Lu Ming's side. This force was too terrifying. The Lan clan's side could not do anything to Lu Ming at all. Damn it, how is this possible? Where did these powerhouses pop out from? Lan Qing roared angrily in his heart. As a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse, he had basically seen or heard of all the Heavenly Emperors in the Grand Pure Heavenly Domain. But he had never heard of these few old men in front of him. Where did so many Heavenly Emperor realm body cultivators pop out from? Could it be those old monsters in seclusion? Lan Qing could not help thinking. The Grand Pure Heavenly Domain, or the Primordial Realm, naturally had some old monsters in seclusion. Their cultivation base and strength were terrifying. Generally, they were cultivating bitterly in seclusion. Only when the foreign races launched a truly terrifying war would these powerhouses come out. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Lan Qing's mind. Lan Qing, hand over those who chased me on the battlefield that day, and those who killed Senior Bai Tai and the others. Also, hand over the Yan clan. I want to see all of them. Lu Ming took a step forward, staring at Lan Qing intently. His voice spread across the entire place. Lu Ming would not let any of those who attacked back then go. All of them had to die. How dare you? Those people were clearly killed by you, and now you want me to call for reinforcements? Lan Qing roared. Even now, he still insisted that Lu Ming had killed them and robbed them of their treasures. Lu Ming, although I don't know where you found these helpers from, my Lan clan is not afraid of you. Lan Qing continued to shout, his body erupting with a shocking aura. The Yan clan's Heavenly Emperor, the Luo clan's Heavenly Emperor, and the vast hall's Palace Master also raised their auras to the extreme. The world was filled with a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. Bam! 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 Several old body cultivators took a small step forward. This small step caused the entire ground to tremble. The battle stage under their feet was directly reduced to dust. Lan Qing and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they could not help but take a few steps back. In the confrontation of auras, they were at a disadvantage. This made their expressions extremely ugly. Everyone, are you just going to watch and let Lu Ming be arrogant here? This kid killed people and robbed them of their treasures. His character is extremely bad, but his talent is high. We must not let him continue to grow. Lan Qing looked at some of the others. Today, the Heavenly Emperors that came were not only the Yan clan's Heavenly Emperor and the Luo clan's Heavenly Emperor, but there were also a few other Heavenly Emperors. However, their relationship with the Lan clan was not that good, so they did not make a move before. At this time, these people's eyes were flickering. They were considering if they should help the Lan family or not help either side. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. If this continued, he would become a top expert sooner or later. Moreover, he had many powerful experts by his side to help him. If they offended Lu Ming, if Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones in trouble in the future. Therefore, these people were hesitant for a while. Today, I will take those people. Lu Ming said coldly, and then sent out a message. Rumble. Just as Lu Ming sent out the message, a violent roar came from the depths of the sky. Then, the sky cracked open, and an incomparably huge palace appeared in the depths of the sky. Above it, there was a gray mist that filled the air. This is the Chaos Palace. Many people's pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock. The Chaos Emperor's Chaos Palace was extremely famous in the Heaven Domain. Although the Chaos Emperor had fallen long ago, he had left behind some powerful puppets. More than 10 years ago, they had shown their terrifying strength in another battlefield. Now, why would the Chaos Palace suddenly appear here? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, 9 rays of light flew out from the Chaos Palace. Those were 9 figures, each of them exuding a shocking aura. Heavenly Emperors. In the blink of an eye, 9 figures came out of the Chaos Palace and stood in the sky above the square. Everyone at the scene held their breaths. Because these 9 figures were all Heavenly Emperor realm existences. 9 Heavenly Emperors came all of a sudden. What kind of terrifying force was this? Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. These 9 people were Tu-yi, Goldie, and the rest. They had long been nearby. Just now, Lu Ming sent them a voice transmission, which was why they appeared. So it's fellow Taoists from the Chaos Palace. Today, my Lan family's daughter is getting married. I didn't expect that fellow Taoists would actually come here. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Lan Qing had a bright smile on his face as he greeted Tu-yi and the rest. However, Tu-yi and the rest ignored Lan Qing and flew directly to Lu Ming. Then, they bowed to Lu Ming, subordinate pays respect to young master. What? Everyone was stunned by his words. Most of the people revealed a dumbfounded look. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. At this moment, they seemed to have become idiots. What did the 9 heavenly emperors of the Chaos Palace call Lu Ming? Young master? The 9 heavenly emperors of the Chaos Palace were Lu Ming's subordinates. At this moment, many people felt that their brains had turned into paste. It was difficult to think, and they even thought that they were dreaming. Lan Qing's expression was also stiff. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Following that, a trace of fear emerged. Even Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and a few body cultivator elders were a little surprised. They did not expect that there were actually so many terrifying powerhouses behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming is indeed worthy of being Lu Ming. Long Chen, Huang Li, and the rest sighed. Next, I want to follow Lu Ming. I will follow him no matter what in the future. My hair. The unscrupulous monk madly chanted Buddha's name. This is my father? Lu Shenhuang whispered. Looking at the figure standing among the many heavenly emperors, it was like a moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang felt inexplicably proud. Because this person was his father. Although this was the first time they had met, he was still proud and excited. Primal Chaos Palace, damn it, all of this should have been mine, mine. In the crowd, Yuan Xian roared in her heart. Because of jealousy, her eyes were red. Yuan Xian had seen Tu-yi and the others before. Back then, Yuan Xian and the others had told him that he had to defeat Lu Ming in order to become the young master of the Primal Chaos Palace. However, in the end, it was Lu Ming who defeated him, so he naturally lost the qualifications to inherit the Primal Chaos Palace. What he did not expect even more was that Tu-yi and the rest were actually Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. This made him go crazy with jealousy. How great would it be if he inherited all of this, but now, he could only roar in his heart. He didn't dare to make a sound. He was extremely sullen. Seniors, there's no need to be so courteous. I'll have to trouble all of you today. Lu Ming smiled. Young master's enemy is our enemy. Tu-yi turned around and looked at Lan Qing and the others. 9 heavenly emperors, how terrifying was their aura. The faces of Lan Qing and the others changed wildly as they retreated again and again. The gap was too big. Lu Ming had more than a dozen heavenly emperors on his side. They completely crushed Lan Qing and the others, causing their faces to be extremely ugly. Hand over those people from back then, not a single one of them. Lu Ming stared at Lan Qing and said coldly. Lu Ming, it's clearly you who killed people and stole their treasures. My Lan family's people are only following the Heaven Realm's rules to hunt you down. Yet, you harbor a grudge in your heart and want to kill them. Outrageous, how can there be such logic in this world? Lan Qing roared and continued to quibble, using the Heaven Realm's rules to suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered, he had already lost his patience and was too lazy to argue with the other party. Lan Qing, you don't have to quibble here and use the Heaven Realm's rules to suppress me. I'm not here to reason with you today, but to ask for the people. Today, you have to hand them over even if you don't want to, understand? Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made many people's hearts tremble, and they were shocked to the extreme. Lu Ming's words were very obvious. Today, he was not here to reason, but to ask for the people. The Lan family must hand over the people, even if they don't want to. This was forcing the Lan family to hand over the people. A junior actually forced a heavenly emperor, no, not just a heavenly emperor, but several powerful forces. This was simply domineering. Many young people were watching with their blood boiling. Lan Qing, the Yan family's heavenly emperor and others had ugly expressions. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts standing beside Lu Ming, they would have slapped Lu Ming to death long ago. But now, they could only endure. Hurry up and call for help. Today, if the Lan family doesn't hand over the people, then I will slaughter the Lan family and the Yen family each, and bury them with Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming said coldly. He had already lost his patience. You dare? Lan Qing, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Kill. Lu Ming shouted and rushed directly to the Lan family's area. There, countless Lan family disciples gathered. You're courting death. Lan Qing roared furiously, wanting to deal with Lu Ming. However, he threw a punch one after another. Many huge mountains appeared and blasted Lan Qing backward continuously. The Lan family's great emperors wanted to attack, but Genie appeared and released a terrifying aura. All the great emperors of the Lan family vomited blood and retreated. Kill. Lu Ming roared and threw out a punch. Bang. Bang, 7 to 8 true emperors from the Lan family were killed by Lu Ming. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. Lu Ming showed no mercy when facing the Lan family. Bai Tai was killed by the Lan family and the Yen family. He must avenge this. Lu Ming, you're crazy. You killed the experts of the heavenly world. These people are the power to fight against the foreign races, but you killed your own people. Are you a spy of the foreign races? Lan Qing roared. He was going crazy. Lu Ming was too decisive, killing the experts of the Lan family directly. At this moment, the people of the Lan family scattered in fear. Ha ha ha, how many can these trash kill? In the future? I can kill 1,000 times, 10,000 times more of them. I alone can fight against thousands of them. Kill. Lu Ming roared and threw out another punch. A few experts of the Lan family were killed. Run, run. Blue Cloud was also mixed in the crowd. He was running away in fear. In his opinion, Lu Ming was a madman. However, at the next moment, he screamed in horror. Lu Ming had fixed his eyes on him and appeared above his head in an instant. He stepped on Lan Yun's face and Lan Yun screamed in pain. His body fell heavily to the ground and he screamed in agony. Let go of Blue Cloud. Lan Qing roared and his eyes turned red. Blue Cloud was not an ordinary person. He was a top genius and had the potential to become a heavenly emperor in the future. He must not die. He tried his best to attack Lu Ming, but he was blocked by 2-1. Hand him over. Lu Ming's response was only 2 simple words. His voice was sonorous and powerful. At this moment, the scene was silent as if time had frozen. There was only one person in everyone's eyes, and that was Lu Ming. Luo family's heavenly emperor, Xing his master, and the rest, had ugly expressions, but none made a move. The power that Lu Ming brought was too strong. More than a dozen heavenly emperors, if they made a move, it would only be courting death. Young man, you're too much. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. The direction that the voice came from was the depths of the Lan family. The voice was old, seemingly full of the aura of time. Ordinary people were still fine, but Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, Earth One, Gold One, and the rest, after hearing this voice, their expressions changed wildly, revealing solemn looks. Because this voice gave them a lot of pressure. Ancestor, ancestor! Lan Qing cried out excitedly. Many people's hearts shook wildly. Legend had it that the Lan family had a peerless powerhouse guarding, always hiding in the depths of the Lan family, in closed seclusion all year round. That was a 4-star heavenly emperor. Could it be that it was this one? Was the Lan family's peerless powerhouse going to come into being? Bang! Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, a burst of qi erupted from the depths of the Lan family. This qi was ancient and powerful, shocking the heavens and the earth. Even the heavenly emperors felt a terrifying pressure, their faces extremely solemn. Bang! It was as if the ancient heavenly Tao was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Many with weak cultivation had to kneel down. Then, a figure appeared in the depths of the Lan family. This was an old man, wearing a coarse hemp garment, white hair fluttering in the wind, stepping on the air and coming over. Each step he took seemed to be stepping on people's hearts, making people's heartbeats accelerate. We pay respects to ancestor. The Lan family's people bowed one after another, their faces revealing wild elation. Ha ha ha, my Lan family's ancestor came into being. Lu Ming, you dared to kill my Lan family's people, you're dead, you're dead. I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons, making you never reincarnate for all eternity. Blue Cloud roared loudly, his face full of madness and malevolence. Is that so? In that case, I can't let you off even more. Lu Ming's expression was calm, opening his mouth indifferently, filled with ice-cold killing intent. Blue Cloud's expression changed wildly, roaring loudly, Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Bang, Lu Ming suddenly stomped down on Blue Cloud's face. A terrifying force exploded out. Blue Cloud let out a miserable scream. All his bones had been shattered by Lu Ming, and his meridians had also been turned to dust by Lu Ming. Blue Cloud had turned into a pile of mud and was lying limply on the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't even scream. The others gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. They thought that Lu Ming would not dare to make a move when the peerless masters of the Lan family appeared. However, he severely injured Blue Cloud in front of the peerless masters of the Lan family with one kick. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Lan Chen roared. The Lan family's patriarch's face darkened as well. The other party actually severely injured Blue Cloud in front of him. This was completely slapping his face. Young man, you're young and impetuous. Now, let go of Blue Cloud and kneel down to cripple your cultivation. The Lan family's patriarch said coldly. Get lost. Lu Ming's response was only one word, get lost. This word caused everyone's expression to change wildly. Lu Ming was simply audacious, actually telling a peerless powerhouse to get lost. The Lan family's patriarch's face completely darkened as he said coldly, young and ignorant, then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. After the Lan family's patriarch finished speaking, he took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. A body cultivator's supreme elder. Get lost. The Lan family's patriarch shouted coldly and reached out a large hand to grab the body cultivator's supreme elder. He was a peerless powerhouse. Ordinary heavenly emperors were not his match at all. However, this body cultivator's supreme elder's expression was calm as he threw out a punch. Bang, the body cultivator's supreme elder's fist collided with the Lan family's patriarch's palm. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The Lan family's patriarch's expression changed drastically. His body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, retreating repeatedly. One of his arms was somewhat deformed. On the other hand, the body cultivator's grand elder didn't even sway a bit. Everyone could not help but stare with wide eyes. This body cultivator powerhouse was actually able to blast back the Lan family's peerless powerhouse with one punch. This was too shocking. Could it be that he was also a peerless powerhouse? Lu Ming's expression was calm. Among the body cultivators, there was indeed a peerless powerhouse. He was the archaic body cultivator lineage's strongest supreme elder. So it's a kindred spirit. Today, I want to experience it. The Lan family's patriarch spoke coldly and urged his strength to the limit. Bang, the Lan family's patriarch's figure enlarged with extreme speed, turning into a giant that could support heaven and earth. He blasted out a terrifying move. A streak of divine light slashed down violently toward the body cultivator's old man. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were able to borrow the power of Heavenly Tao to launch terrifying attacks. In this streak of divine light, there was the power of Heavenly Tao. It was indestructible and could annihilate everything. However, the body cultivator's supreme elder still just blasted a punch out. This punch seemed to be able to pierce through the universe, able to defeat Heavenly Tao. Bang, the divine light that the Lan family's patriarch slashed out was directly pierced through. The terrifying fist force penetrated heaven and earth. The Lan family's patriarch gave a muffled groan, his body retreating wildly, retreating several tens of thousands of miles. His body trembled, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, perilous waves stirring up in their hearts. The Lan family's patriarch was defeated, beaten until he vomited blood in one move by a body cultivator powerhouse. He was completely no match for him. How can this be? Lan Qing, as well as the other Lan family's people, the Yan family's heavenly emperor, and the rest, all revealed shock and disbelief. The Lan family's patriarch was actually no match, being injured by the other party's one punch. Blue Cloud's eyes were filled with despair. Hand him over. At this moment, Lu Ming continued to speak, his voice becoming colder and colder. Sigh, the Lan family's patriarch sighed, revealing a helpless expression. He understood that he was no match for the body cultivator's elder at all. If he insisted on fighting, he would definitely be the one to die. Lu Ming, my Lan family can hand him over, but you have to let Blue Cloud go. The Lan family's patriarch looked at Lu Ming. Let Blue Cloud go? Wait for him to take revenge on me? Didn't you hear him shouting that he wanted me to live a life worse than death? Moreover, Blue Cloud has been trying to kill me in the past. I have already spared him a few times. If he doesn't know how to cherish the opportunity, then there won't be a future. Lu Ming said coldly. Blue Cloud revealed a look of horror and despair, wanting to struggle with all his might. However, all the bones and meridians in his body had been shattered by Lu Ming, and he couldn't move at all. Boom, Lu Ming's power erupted, bombarding Blue Cloud's body. Blue Cloud's body directly exploded, turning into ashes and dissipating. A top-notch Skypride was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Lan Qing and the other powerhouses of the Lan family were red-eyed, and their hearts were bleeding. The Lan family had produced many Skyprides in this generation, but they only had 2 top-notch Skyprides, but now, one of them was killed in public. Moreover, it was in front of Lan Qing, the Lan family's patriarch, and countless other powerhouses. Lan family's old ancestor, Lan Qing, and the rest were enraged. Cold killing intent emanated from their bodies as they wished they could slap Lu Ming to death. However, when they saw Heavenly Emperor Hingyu, the physique cultivators, and the 9 heavenly emperors from the Chaos Palace, they held themselves back. There were so many heavenly emperors and even some peerless experts. This force was enough to wipe the Lan family off the face of this world. Therefore, they did not dare to kill Lu Ming. In fact, if they wanted to kill Lu Ming in the future, they would not dare to let others know. Otherwise, this force would be enough to wipe them out. They were mad with hatred, but now, they could only suppress it in their stomachs. Hand him over. Lu Ming said indifferently again. Lan Qing almost vomited blood from anger, and so did the rest of the Lan family. Lan family's old ancestor's face was incomparably gloomy as he squeezed out a word. Hand him over. Go and find those who attacked Lu Ming back then. Lan Qing ordered. Not long after, some true emperors from the Lan family arrived. They were all the people who killed Bai Tai and Lu Ming back then. At this time, these people looked at Lu Ming in horror. Yan family, where are your people? Lu Ming looked at the Yan family's heavenly emperor and said coldly. Our Yan family's people are not here. It will take time to call them over. The Yan family's heavenly emperor said. I'll wait here. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He really started to wait there. At the scene, everyone was discussing in low voices. No one left and they all waited here. Time passed day by day. Finally, a rainbow light rushed over from afar. The Yan family's people had arrived. Some of them were the ones who attacked Lu Ming back then. When they saw Lu Ming, their faces changed drastically. Some were in disbelief. They thought that Lu Ming was dead. They did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. After that, a master from the Yan family told the Yan family about what had happened. He hadn't told them before because he was afraid that they would resist and run away. Hearing this, the Yan family members were terrified. They simply couldn't believe that Lu Ming would force the Yan family's heavenly emperor to hand them over. Back then, it was the Yan family's celestial emperor who ordered them to attack Lu Ming. But now, the Yan family's celestial emperor was going to hand them over to protect himself. However, they didn't dare to say anything. This was the celestial emperor's decision. The celestial emperor's orders couldn't be disobeyed. They still had family and friends. The people from the Lan family and the Yan family gathered together. There were dozens of people in total. Lu Ming's gaze swept across these people. He remembered each and every one of them very clearly. Being swept by Lu Ming's gaze, these people all revealed frightened expressions. Boom, Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. I can give you a chance to fight me. As long as you can kill me, you can live. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Lan and Yan family's eyes lit up. Even the Lan family's ancestor, Lan Qing, and the Yan family's heavenly emperor's eyes lit up. Although Lu Ming had defeated Xianxia only had the strength of a 15th level true emperor. On the other hand, these people had the strength of 17th level true emperors. One of them had even broken through in the past 2 years, reaching 18th level true emperor. Among them, there were more than a dozen 16th level true emperors and 15th level true emperors. This kind of strength was enough to kill Lu Ming. This was an excellent opportunity. Lu Ming was courting death. If they were to kill Lu Ming, the Chaos Hall's heavenly emperor and the rest would have nothing to say. Promise him that you will seize the opportunity to kill him. As long as you can kill him, I will reward you handsomely. I will do my best to help you become a great emperor. Lan Qing transmitted to these people. Those people's eyes lit up, especially the few strongest experts, whose eyes were incomparably bright. This might be a blessing in disguise. As long as they could kill Lu Ming, they would be handsomely rewarded. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the void like a primordial beast. Every step he took caused the void to rumble as he closed in on the true emperors from the Lan and Yan clans. Attack! One of them roared and charged at Lu Ming. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. When one person attacked, the others all charged at Lu Ming. There were dozens of true emperors, and the weakest among them was a 10th order true emperor. Their combined strength was terrifying. Dozens of attacks came at Lu Ming from all directions, wanting to drown Lu Ming. Can Lu Ming be their match? Everyone's eyes were fixated on the battlefield. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming made his move. He ignored the attacks in front of him and charged forward with brute force. The attacks that landed on Lu Ming's body were destroyed. Die! Lu Ming roared and punched out with both fists. Streaks of terrifying fist force blasted forward. In front of him, there were 5 to 6 figures. Their bodies were like huge watermelons and they were directly blasted into the air. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. Those people were all 10th order true emperors and above. There was even a 15th order true emperor among them, but they were still killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. After killing those people, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to charge forward. Lu Ming pushed his physical strength to the limit. At the same time, he erupted with world force and several types of laws. Lu Ming only used 4 types of laws, but these people were no match for him. Boom! A fist energy that was as thick as a mountain blasted open a large hole in the air. Wherever the fist energy passed, another 5 or 6 people were killed. One of them was a 16th level true emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength in his battle with Xianxia. Otherwise, he could have killed Xianxia in one move. Xianxuanyi's expression turned ugly. Those below 15th order true emperor, retreat and attack from afar. Those above 15th order true emperor, attack. Someone shouted. All of a sudden, they formed a temporary formation. Those below the 15th level of the true emperor retreated and attacked Lu Ming from the rear. Those above 15th order true emperor attacked Lu Ming fiercely. There were 2 17th level true emperors and 1 18th level true emperor. Their battle prowess was the most frightening. They launched a sure kill attack. Die! Lu Ming didn't dodge and punched out. A 17th order true emperor's attack was destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist energy continued to crush his body. He screamed in despair as his body was torn apart. Whoosh! Lu Ming's body spun and his right leg swept out like a whip towards another 17th order true emperor. This person couldn't withstand a single blow. Just like the previous one, he was sent flying for tens of thousands of miles by Lu Ming's kick before exploding. What? Everyone was shocked, their bodies and souls trembling. In particular, those who had fought with Lu Ming were even more shocked, revealing a horrified and incredulous expression. 2 17th order true emperors couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. The others who were fighting Lu Ming turned pale with fright, especially the 18th level true emperor. He could not kill 2 true emperors with combat strength of 17th level true emperor so easily. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above his. Run, run. The remaining people had the same thought and turned to run. The 18th level true emperor was the fastest. You want to run? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as his 6 feathered wings appeared. With a flap, Lu Ming caught up to the 18th level true emperor. Seeing that he could not escape, the powerhouse with the combat strength of a level 18 true emperor turned around and roared. He unleashed all his strength and charged toward Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's fist landed, directly crushing the other party's attack and penetrating the other party's body. The terrifying force tore the other party's body. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the other party's heart of the world. The 18th level true emperor was killed instantly. Many people were speechless. This level of power was too terrifying. What was an 18th level true emperor? One of the laws must be a supreme law. Controlling 9 different laws at the same time would give one the battle prowess of an 18th level true emperor. Only the top geniuses could reach this level. Some of them only managed to comprehend a supreme law after becoming an emperor. However, they were also terrifying geniuses with limitless potential. Clearly, Lu Ming was one of them. Lanqing and the others felt their hearts bleeding. Today, they had lost Lan Yun one after another, as well as that expert just now. This was definitely an unimaginable loss. However, they could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming massacred those people. Die. Lu Ming let out a long howl and flapped his 6 feathered wings continuously. His speed was extremely fast as he charged toward the remaining people. They screamed and begged, but it was useless. It was too late for regrets as Lu Ming killed them one by one. Not long after, dozens of experts fell and their world cores were taken away by Lu Ming. What kind of power is this? An 18th level true emperor can't even fight back. Too shocking. From now on, no one in the younger generation can compete with Lu Ming. His opponents will be the older generation. The so-called 9 severals can't even withstand a single blow from him. At the scene, countless people were discussing. Their hearts were in turmoil, and it was difficult for them to calm down. How can this be? Xianxia, Yuan Xian, and the others who had a conflict with Lu Ming were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief. During the 10 Earths competition, Lu Ming was strong but not much stronger than them. Moreover, they were confident that they could surpass Lu Ming in the future and crush Lu Ming if he couldn't become an emperor. However, it had only been a few years and Lu Ming's ability had already reached a height that they could not reach. The difference was too great. The current Lu Ming could kill them with a single finger. They were still in the Void Emperor realm, while Lu Ming could kill an 18th level true emperor. They couldn't compare at all. Awesome, I'll definitely follow him in the future. My hair. Wuliang Monk kept shouting. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, we'll be left behind by Lu Ming. Indeed. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others sighed. Father, mother was right. Father is unparalleled in the world. No one can compare to him. Looking at Lu Ming in the sky, Lu Shenhuang clenched his fists in excitement. Lan Qing, the Yan clan's heavenly emperor, the Lan clan's ancestor, and the others were furious, but they could only endure it. Let's go. The old ancestor of the Lan clan shouted coldly. He turned around and was about to leave. Lan Qing and the others did the same. Wait. Lu Ming's voice sounded. The Lan clan's ancestor and the others stopped. What else do you want? Lan Qing held back his anger and asked. The Lan clan's patriarch is really forgetful. I won first place, so where are the 100 chaos stones? Give them to me. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Qing almost vomited blood. Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Lan clan today, and now, he was asking him for chaos stones. That was ridiculous. What? The Lan clan said it yourself. Are you going to deny it? Are you talking nonsense? Or are you playing the others like monkeys? Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Qing was about to explode. Give it to him. The Lan clan's ancestor said. In the end, Lan Qing had no choice but to take out a storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were 100 chaos stones in it. Thank you, thank you. These chaos stones can help me improve my cultivation. Haha. Lu Ming laughed. Lan Cheng's eyelids and lips trembled. Thank you, my ass. If it wasn't for the situation, why would he give 100 chaos stones to Lu Ming, that was prepared for Xianxia? Let's go. Lan Cheng squeezed out a word from the depths of his throat and turned to leave. The people from the Lan clan, the Yan clan, and the forces related to the Lan clan left one after another and entered the large palace in the depths of the Lan clan. Lu Ming didn't let Tu Yi, Jin Yi, and the other body cultivators stay. With their strength, they were enough to flatten the Lan clan. However, the Lan clan and the Yan clan were great forces after all. They had an ancient heritage and a few heavenly emperors. To the heaven realm, they were still very useful. If Lu Ming completely flattened the Lan clan because of Bai Tai, he would probably be stopped by the other heavenly emperors in the heaven realm. Moreover, the Lan clan's ancestor was a peerless expert. If he ran away desperately, they had no confidence in stopping him. However, if a crazy peerless expert took revenge, it would be too terrifying. But now, the other party was wary of Lu Ming's strength and definitely wouldn't dare to take revenge. At least, they wouldn't dare to take revenge openly. All around, everyone sighed. They didn't expect that today's matter would evolve like this. Today, the Lan clan was originally the main character, and Xianxia was the main character. Xianxia defeated Lin Xiaofeng and stepped onto the peak, becoming the #1 genius in the world. But everything, because of the appearance of Lu Ming, had undergone an earth-shaking change. In the end, the Lan clan and the Yan clan suffered heavy losses and left dejectedly. Lu Ming became the only main character today. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. Monk Wuliang rushed out, his face full of smiles. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also stepped out and came to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming greeted everyone one by one. Brother Long, this is for you. A jade bracelet appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he handed it to Long Chen. This was Long Chen's fiancée, Xian Yanlin, who asked Lu Ming to bring it to Long Chen. When Lu Ming was in the Divine Wilderness continent, he had taken the time to meet Xian Yanlin and told her about Long Chen's current situation. She asked Lu Ming to give Long Chen a bracelet. Long Chen's gaze trembled as he took the bracelet and cupped his fists to Lu Ming, saying, "Thank you. You're welcome. Xian Yanlin asked me to bring a message to you. She said that she will wait for you, no matter how many years it takes." Lu Ming said. Long Chen didn't say much, but there were tears in his tiger eyes. Father. Shen Huang. Lu Ming looked over and asked, "Where's your mother now?" "She's in the Grand Pure Heaven domain, not far from here." Lu Shenhuang said. "Alright, let's leave this place first. Take me to your mother," Lu Ming said. Then, they left Blue Moon City. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Tu Yi, Jin Yi, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, and the others bade farewell and headed in a certain direction with Lu Shenhuang. Along the way, the father and son chatted a lot. Lu Ming also learned that Xian Yanqing had come to the Taiqing Heavenly Domain more than 10 years ago. All these years, he had been cultivating in the Taiqing Heavenly Domain and imparted cultivation to Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. In just 10 years, Xian Yanqing was able to raise Lu Shenhuang's cultivation to the 3-star illusionary emperor realm, and his battle strength was even more shocking. Lu Shenhuang's talent was undoubtedly shocking, but it had a lot to do with Xian Yanqing's teaching method. "Shen Huang, has there been anything unusual with your mother over the years?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes." Lu Shenhuang nodded with a solemn expression and said, "Mother, there seems to be 2 people in my body. Sometimes they love me, sometimes they are as cold as ice, but they have one thing in common, which is that they teach me cultivation seriously." "Is that so?" Lu Ming murmured with a heavy heart. He remembered that Xian Yanqing was also like this in the land of infinite demons. The day before, they were fine, but later, they wanted to kill him, as if they were different people. Lu Ming still did not know what was going on. It was exactly the same as what Lu Shenhuang said. The two chatted as they hurried along. It was the first time the father and son met. They were a little distant at first, but as they chatted, they felt that their relationship had become much closer. They were very fast. A few days later, they arrived in a mountain range. There was a lake at the top of the highest mountain. The lake was like a mirror that adorned the peak of the mountain, making this place look like a paradise. There was a figure standing on the shore of the lake. Her black dress fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of jade-like beautiful legs that were slender and straight. Her long black hair reached her waist and fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Xiaoqing, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as joy filled his heart. That figure was definitely Xianxia. Lu Ming would never mistake it. Even if it was just a back view, Lu Ming would never forget it. It had been more than 10 years. It had been more than 10 years since they parted in the land of all demons. Mother! Lu Shenhuang shouted and flew towards Xianxia. Divine Wilderness, you're back. What did you gain from this trip? What kind of prodigy did he encounter? Xianxia spoke. Her clear and melodious voice rang out, and then she turned around. She looked exactly the same as before. After more than 10 years, Xianxia's face had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful as ever. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia in a daze. When Xianxia turned around, she also saw Lu Ming. Her words came to an abrupt halt as she looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming, Xianxia whispered as if she could not believe that she would meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming came with Lu Shenhuang. This was beyond her expectations. Mother, look who I brought. Lu Shenhuang flew over. Lu Ming. Xianxia whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. She missed him dearly. Then, she stepped into the air and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also flew over. However, when Xianxia was halfway there, her delicate body trembled. At this moment, her eyes changed and became as cold as a knife. When she looked at Lu Ming, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Despicable ant, die. A cold voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. A jet black sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Xianxia's move was a fatal threat to him. He felt that if he was hit by this move, he would definitely die. Retreat, Lu Ming retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, the black sword gleam was like an awl attached to a bone. It followed closely behind Lu Ming and was even faster than him. Block, a spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. This long spear was formed by intertwining 9 types of laws. It was Lu Ming's most powerful ability, Infinite Dragon Spear. At the same time, the power of Lu Ming's physical body and the power of the world erupted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear vibrated as Lu Ming thrust out several hundred times. Several hundred spear lights pierced towards the jet black sword light. This could be considered Lu Ming's strongest attack at the moment. No true emperor could stop this move. Boom! 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 Hundreds of spear auras continuously bombarded the jet black sword aura, causing continuous explosions. However, the jet black sword light was incomparably sharp. Lu Ming's spear lights were shattered inch by inch and swept away. Whoosh! Even though Lu Ming tried his best to resist and retreat at the same time, a ray of light still swept past Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had activated the indestructible golden body and the defensive power of his physical body, he could not withstand the attack. His body was almost slashed into 2. There was a deep wound and even his bones were broken. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Great Emperor, he could clearly sense that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the Great Emperor realm. This speed was too fast. One had to know that Lu Ming's cultivation speed was astonishing. It could be said that he was advancing at a tremendous pace. However, Xianxia's speed was even faster than his. He had entered the Great Emperor realm. Coupled with his terrifying strength, Lu Ming was no match for him. The difference was too great. Die. When Xianxia saw that she did not manage to kill Lu Ming with one blow, she revealed a trace of surprise. With a shout, she charged towards Lu Ming again. Mother, don't. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang shouted and rushed over in a panic. Hearing Lu Shenhuang's voice, Xianxia's body trembled. She stopped chasing and her eyes were filled with struggle. Mother, don't kill father, don't. Lu Shenhuang shouted and rushed over, blocking in front of Xianxia. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. His wounds healed at an astonishing speed. Little Qing, wake up, it's me. Lu Ming shouted. Mother, it's father. Lu Shenhuang also shouted. The struggle in Xianxia's eyes became more and more intense. In the end, she shouted, Lu Ming, leave now. With that, Xianxia turned and left. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Little Qing. Lu Ming shouted and chased after her. However, Xianxia was too fast. At this moment, Xianxia's figure was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what's going on? Lu Ming roared. He couldn't figure it out. Xianxia's situation didn't seem like she had been possessed. When they first met, she was indeed Xianxia, just like before. But immediately, she seemed to have changed into another person. The father and son stood there and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and saw a graceful figure in a long white dress. She looked almost the same as Xianxia. She was unparalleled in her beauty. Xianxia. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. He never thought that Xianxia would be nearby. Back at Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming went to the ancient sacred tribe to find Xianxia. His purpose was to inquire about Xianxia, but the people of the ancient sacred tribe told him that Xianxia had left and no one knew where he went. It turned out that Xianxia had also come to the heaven world. Aunt. Lu Shenhuang smiled and flew over. Obviously, Lu Shenhuang and Xianxia had known each other for a long time. Xianxia stepped in the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming. He curiously looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Xianxia smiled. Not as good as you. Lu Ming said. He looked at Xianxia and the surprise in his eyes became stronger. Unfathomable, in his eyes, Xianxia was unfathomable. He had no idea what Xianxia's current cultivation level was. However, it was definitely not a true emperor. It was definitely above a true emperor. The Great Emperor realm, it was very likely that Xianxia's cultivation was also in the Great Emperor realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could Xianxia and Xianxia's cultivation speed be so fast? One had to know that Lu Ming had experienced countless dangers to reach his current cultivation level. The other geniuses from Heaven World were even weaker. For example, Shan Yuani only had the strength of a 15th level true emperor. However, he was the strongest outside of Lu Ming. However, Xianxia and Xianxia were around the same age as Lu Ming and the others, but they had already broken through to the Great Emperor realm. If news of this were to spread, it would probably scare people to death. Lu Ming, do you really want to know why Xianxia is like this now? Xianxia said with a smile. You know? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course I know. Let's go to the side and talk. Little guy, don't follow me. Xianxia said one last sentence to Lu Shenhuang and then stepped towards the center of the lake. Lu Ming followed. The two came to the center of the lake and stood on the surface. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and waited for her answer. Do you know about past and present life? Xianxia asked. Past and present life? Lu Ming was stunned. Xianxia did not answer and only looked at Lu Ming with a smile. You mean reincarnation, past and present life? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Reincarnation, past and present life. Xianxia nodded. How is that possible? As far as I know, although there is the law of reincarnation in this world, no one can reincarnate. Once they fall, their body will die and their Tao will disappear. Everything will become nothing. Lu Ming said. At Lu Ming's current cultivation, he understood more. No one in this world could reincarnate. At most, one could seize another's body. Even a peak heavenly emperor invincible powerhouse could not reincarnate. Moreover, Lu Ming had also asked reincarnation heavenly emperor back then. Reincarnation Heavenly Emperor also gave a similar answer. No reincarnation, that's because those people are too weak. As long as the cultivation realm is there, everything is possible. Xianxia said, revealing a trace of faint disdain. Lu Ming was tongue-tied, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Too weak, a peak Heavenly Emperor invincible powerhouse was too weak in Xianxuan's words. A peak Heavenly Emperor was already an invincible powerhouse in this world. According to Lu Ming's current knowledge, it seemed that only the ancestral dragon was above the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that above the Heavenly Emperor, there was reincarnation? You're saying that little Qing is the reincarnation of a powerhouse, and now the memories of her past life have awakened? With Lu Ming's wisdom, he immediately thought of a lot. That's right, Xianxia is indeed the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Moreover, the memories of her past life have already awakened. This is also why when you see Xianxia, it's like there are two people in her body. Originally, the awakening of the memories of the past life has to be fused with the memories of this life. In the end, with the memories of the past life as the main force, she will once again embark on the supreme path, and even surpass the past life. There is also a great possibility. However, Xianxia is unwilling to fuse the past life with this life. Because once fused, the memories of the past life will be the main force. At that time, I'm afraid that Xianxia will not be the current Xianxia. Therefore, the current situation will occur. Xianxia explained. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. After listening to Xianxuan's explanation, Lu Ming suddenly understood. There was actually reincarnation in the world, and Xianxia had awakened the memories of her past life, but she was unwilling to fuse the memories of her past life with this life. Xianxia was definitely unwilling to fuse because she couldn't let go. Therefore, it was like there were two people in Xianxia's body. One moment, she was controlled by the memories of her past life, and the other moment, she was controlled by the memories of this life. Xianxia's past life must have been an incomparably powerful powerhouse, but her body was taken by Lu Ming, and her chastity was taken away. She felt humiliated, so when she saw Lu Ming, she wanted to kill Lu Ming. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Also, back in the Devil Sea in the land of infinite devils, those black-robed men had seized the ancient demon coffin and placed Xianxia inside. It was very likely that they had helped Xianxia awaken the memories of her past life. Lu Ming had figured everything out. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a deep breath, looked at Xianxia, and said, "You are also the reincarnation of a powerhouse, right?" "That's right. And in my previous life, Xianxia and I were also sisters." Xianxia smiled. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. In his previous life, Xianxia and Xianxia were actually sisters, and they had both reincarnated. After reincarnating, they were also sisters. No wonder the two of them looked so similar. And it was obvious that Xianxuan's memories of her past life had already fused. However, in the history of the Heaven Realm, were there such two powerhouses? What realm were you in your previous life? Could it be the realm above the Celestial Emperor? Lu Ming was extremely puzzled, and more questions emerged in his heart. Above the Celestial Emperor? Haha, forget it, let's not talk about this. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. I'll teach you how to help Xianxia. Xianxuan said. You have a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course, you just need to help her and let her memories of her past life fuse. Xianxuan said. No, according to what you said, the past life will be the dominant one in the fusion of the memories of the past life. At that time, Xiaoqing will not be Xiaoqing. No. Lu Ming shook his head. This was hard for him to accept. Who said that the previous life must be the dominant one after the fusion? Xianxuan curled her lips and said, now, Xianxuan's two memories are fighting for control. As long as one of them has the upper hand and devours the other's memory with an absolute advantage, then the winner will naturally be the dominant one. For example, Xianxuan's memory of this life has the upper hand and devours the memory of her past life. That means that she only has an extra memory, and it has no effect on her personality. Xianxia is still Xianxia, understand? Lu Ming nodded. He could understand this point. Just like when he merged with some of the 9 dragons' memory fragments, it did not affect him. He only gained some extra memories, but he was still him. He would not become another person. It was the same for Xianxia. As long as Xianxia's memories of this life took the upper hand and devoured the memories of her previous life, then it would be equivalent to her gaining a few more memories. Not only would she be fine, but she would also obtain a great opportunity. What should I do to make Xianxia's memories of this life devour her memories of her previous life? Lu Ming asked. It's very simple. Xianxia smiled slyly and said, actually, you have a great advantage now. You have a son, Xianxia's, and your son. With a son by your side, Xianxia's memories of this life will be greatly affected. It will make her more obsessed and unwilling to let go. It is also because of this that her memories of this life are not merged with the memories of her previous life. In the future, as long as you can stay by Xianxia's side and accompany her more, her obsession will naturally become stronger. You can even sleep with her more often. Her memories of this life will naturally take over and devour her memories of her previous life. Ah? Lu Ming was a little confused. Sleep with her more often, it was that simple? How is it? Do you feel very happy? The method I taught you is not bad, right? Xianxia smiled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Her memories of her previous life make her hate me to death. I'm afraid she will kill me before I can even get close to her, let alone sleep with her. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. Therefore, your cultivation is too weak. In the future, cultivate well. As long as your cultivation surpasses Xianxia's, you will be able to suppress her and subdue her. Then, you will be able to do whatever you want. Xianxia smiled slyly. Lu Ming was completely speechless. He felt immense pressure. The main reason was that Xianxia's cultivation speed was too fast. She was the reincarnation of an unknown powerful expert. Even if her memories of her previous life and this life were not merged, her cultivation speed was still astonishing. Now, she was already in the Great Emperor realm. It was too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up or even surpass Xianxia's. Other than this method, is there no other way? Lu Ming did not give up and asked. There is no other way. Xianxia shook his head. So, little Qing won't recover in a short time? Lu Ming asked again. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. At the end of the day, his cultivation level was too weak. Why are you helping me? After a while, Lu Ming asked curiously. It's very simple. Once Xianxia's memories of this life and her previous life's memories are devoured, her cultivation speed will definitely drop. In the future, she will no longer be my opponent. He. As she spoke, Xianxia giggled. Lu Ming was speechless. So this was the reason. By letting the memories of her previous life take over, Xianxia would become a terrifying expert. Her cultivation speed would naturally be astonishing. However, if the memories of this life devoured the memories of her previous life, she would only gain a few more memories. Although it was a supreme opportunity, there would still be a huge gap. In the end, Lu Ming stayed here and accompanied Lu Shenhuang for a while, giving him some cultivation resources. Lu Shenhuang did not cultivate the law system, but Xianxia's system. Lu Ming had never seen it before, but it was extremely exquisite and powerful. Lu Ming stayed for another month, but during this month, Xianxia did not appear. Lu Ming was helpless. After a month, Lu Ming left. Lu Shenhuang did not leave with Lu Ming. He continued to stay by Xianxia's side. Cultivate. I must speed up my cultivation speed and help little Qing's memories of this life devour the memories of her previous life. On the way back, Lu Ming swore to himself. Originally, he thought that his cultivation speed was already very fast. Previously, he had defeated Shen Yuanyi and suppressed all the elites to obtain first place. This made him feel like he was standing at the peak. But now, he had a lot of pressure. Because of Xianxia's cultivation speed was faster than his. To catch up or even surpass Xianxia was easier said than done. This forced Lu Ming to constantly move forward. Not long after, Lu Ming contacted Tui and the others. Lu Ming brought Tui and the rest, as well as the body cultivators, back to Two World City. With the addition of these experts, Two World City's strength increased greatly. The news of the battle in Blue Moon City had already spread throughout the Grand Pure Sky domain. Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. After defeating Xianxia, Lu Ming stood at the peak of the younger generation without a doubt. And behind Lu Ming stood a shocking number of heavenly emperors. Without a doubt, Lu Ming already had a great influence in the heaven domain, even greater than some heavenly emperors. After Lu Ming returned to Two World City, he devoted himself to cultivation. As for Long Chen, Huang Ling, Bubbles, and the others, they also came to Two World City to cultivate. Sometimes, they would go to the battlefield outside Two World City to train themselves. In addition, Xianxia, Yuan Xian, Tian Ming, and the other geniuses of the heaven domain, including Jiu, were all cultivating with all their might. The battle in Blue Moon City showed them Lu Ming's battle strength. Lu Ming brought them unimaginable pressure, making them understand their own shortcomings, forcing all the geniuses to cultivate with all their might. In this great era where geniuses were as common as clouds, if one stagnated or did not improve fast enough, they would be surpassed and crushed by others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years was just a blink of an eye for some heavenly emperors. However, 5 years was of great significance to geniuses like Lu Ming and the rest. In these 5 years, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. First, Lu Ming had cultivated the Seven Gods' mysterious art to the late 4th level. This allowed Lu Ming's physical strength to skyrocket. Now, Lu Ming could defeat and even kill an 18th level true emperor with just his physical strength. This was purely the power of his physical body. However, the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart was almost used up, leaving only a little bit. Moreover, Lu Ming's remaining laws had all reached the 3rd level. Lu Ming's 9 laws had all reached the 3rd level. In the last few years, Lu Ming had refined the 100 chaos stones he got from the Lan clan. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached peak 6-star true emperor, not far from reaching 7-star true emperor. This was an all-around improvement. Lu Ming didn't know how strong he was now. In any case, he could kill an 18th level true emperor with a flick of his finger. I wonder how strong I am compared to a grand emperor right now. Lu Ming pondered. A grand emperor was much stronger than a true emperor. A great emperor had cultivated all 9 types of laws to the 3rd level, and then used the 9 types of laws to evolve into a great Tao. Thus, Lu Ming was curious to see if he could fight against a grand emperor. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and flew in the direction of the Two World City. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at a spacious area. It was a drill ground of Two World City. Usually, the army and experts of Two World City would train here. From afar, Lu Ming saw a few huge light shields. They were like a few big bowls that were placed upside down on the ground. Around the light barrier, there were many different living beings. There were humans and divine beasts. Lu Ming looked over and saw more than 10 true dragons circling around the body, suspended in the air and looking seriously at one of the light shields. There were also 9 phoenixes and more than 10 cheilants. Divine beasts that were rarely seen in other places could be seen everywhere. It wasn't just a rumor that half of the Grand Pure Celestial Realms experts were gathered in Two World City. Boom! Boom! Intense rumbling sounds could be heard coming from several of the light shields. There were people fighting inside. Lu Ming flew over and came to one of the light shields. Inside, there was a human expert and a gigantic heavenly snake. They were fighting and killing each other. Both of them were true emperors at the 15th level. They were considered top experts among true emperors. The beings around the barriers were all true emperors. This is the place where true emperors compete. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These light shields were like fighting rings. They were places for the experts of Two World City to fight against each other and train themselves. The barriers were formed by formations and were sturdy and indestructible. They could unleash their full power in battle. After all, it was too dangerous to train outside the city. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, many people fought and killed each other here to train themselves. Of course, the effect wasn't as good as on the battlefield because they couldn't kill their opponents here. At most, they would be heavily injured. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Many people recognized Lu Ming as soon as he arrived, causing a commotion. Many people's expressions changed. Could it be that Lu Ming was going to make a move? No true emperor was a match for Lu Ming. 5 years ago, Lu Ming was already able to kill a true emperor with ease. Now that 5 years had passed, Lu Ming must have become even more unfathomable. However, Lu Ming did not plan to make a move. He wasn't interested in the true emperor realm since it wouldn't do him any good. Lu Ming looked at it for a while before walking towards another light shield. The range of this light shield was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. Light flowed and flickered with a metallic luster. Inside, there were 2 figures clashing against each other. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Streams of energy shot out in all directions, but they were all blocked by the light barrier. The light barrier continued to vibrate, but it did not shatter. Great Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The people fighting inside the light barrier were all Emperor realm experts. There were also some people watching around the light barrier, but the number was much smaller. In the heaven world, there were many true emperors, no less than void emperors. As long as one broke through to void emperor, it wasn't particularly difficult to break through to true emperor. As long as 3 types of laws reached the second realm, one's cultivation would reach the peak of 7-star void emperor. As long as one's talent wasn't too bad, it wouldn't be difficult to break through after a long time. However, to break through to great emperor, it wasn't something that could be achieved through patience. The prerequisite for breaking through to great emperor was to have 9 types of laws at the third realm. Moreover, at least one of them had to be a King Dao law. Those who weren't talented enough wouldn't be able to reach this step in their lifetime. Not to mention comprehending the great Dao with 9 types of laws. There might not even be one great emperor among 100 true emperors. Great emperors were considered top-notch experts in the heaven world. They would be respected wherever they went. Therefore, it was normal that there were few great emperors here. Lu Ming, seeing Lu Ming coming over, the great emperor's eyes moved. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to spar with a great emperor? The great emperors weren't the only ones who thought so. The true emperors also thought so. Lu Ming went to the battlefield of the great emperors. Could it be that he wants to spar with a great emperor? Someone exclaimed in the true emperor's area. Impossible. The difference between true emperors and great emperors is too big. Even if Lu Ming could easily kill an 18th level true emperor, it would be difficult for him to fight against a great emperor. In history, there has never been a true emperor who could fight against a great emperor. Let's go and take a look. Many true emperors flew towards the battlefield of the great emperors. Even the battlefield of the void emperors further away was alarmed. Many void emperors also flew over to watch from afar. Lu Ming didn't say anything as he stared at the 2 people inside the light barrier. The 2 people inside the light barrier should be 2-star great emperors. The battle was extremely intense. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them controlled the power of the Grand Dao and continuously attacked each other. Not long after, the 2 of them were evenly matched. It was considered a draw and they retreated from the light barrier. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Are you looking for a great emperor to spar with? At this moment, a voice rang out, and a burly middle-aged man walked over. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't hide anything. He had come to find a great emperor to spar with to test his fighting power. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to spar with a great emperor. What great confidence! A true emperor fighting against a great emperor? He, I have never heard of such a thing. Aren't you too arrogant? The middle-aged man sneered with a hint of mockery. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. This person mocked him as soon as he arrived. It seemed like he was unhappy with him. Which force is he from? Lu Ming pondered. What's your cultivation? Lu Ming asked. 1-star great emperor. The middle-aged man replied. Alright, it's you then. I challenge you now. Come in and fight. Lu Ming was very direct and directly challenged the other party. Having said that, he stepped into the light barrier. The light barrier wouldn't have any reaction when one entered from the outside. However, if one was attacked from the inside, the light barrier would produce a strong defensive force. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to challenge him, the middle-aged man's eyes emitted a cold light. Everyone, Lu Ming is too arrogant and arrogant. He challenged me first. I didn't bully the young and the weak. The middle-aged man said excitedly. He originally wanted to find a reason to challenge Lu Ming. He didn't expect Lu Ming to challenge him first. This was exactly what he wanted. Although he was only a one-star great emperor and had only comprehended an ordinary grand Dao, he was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. A great emperor was far from being comparable to a true emperor. Even the top prodigies with one supreme law and 8 monarch laws at the 3rd level only had the battle prowess of an 18th order true emperor. Even the weakest great emperor was much stronger than an 18th level true emperor. Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to really want to fight with a great emperor. Moreover, he took the initiative to issue a challenge. A true emperor against a grand emperor, this was enough to shock the world, boom. The middle-aged burly man took a step forward and entered the light shield, standing opposite Lu Ming. Who do you think will win, Lu Ming or Xianxia? A few people whispered outside. I think Xianxia will win. Lu Ming is strong and could easily kill an 18th level true emperor 5 years ago. However, the difference between a true emperor and a grand emperor is too great. I've never heard of a true emperor being able to fight against a grand emperor. Even the strongest true emperor isn't a match for the weakest grand emperor. That's right, Lu Ming is definitely not a match for Xianxia. I think Lu Ming will be defeated within 20 moves. 20 moves? If Lu Ming hasn't improved in the past 5 years, I think he won't even last 10 moves. Many people were discussing, but no one thought that Lu Ming would be able to fight with a great emperor. This was because the gap between them was too great. Xianxia? Looks like you're from the Lan clan. Lu Ming said indifferently with a cold glint in his eyes. No wonder Xianxia mocked him the moment he appeared. So he was from the Lan clan. That's right, Lu Ming, you're too arrogant. Even though I can't kill you here, no one will say anything if I torture you. Xianxia said ferociously. Is that so? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then let's see what the number 1 genius of Heaven World is capable of. Xianxia said coldly. With a loud bang, Xianxia's figure dashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. He threw a punch at Lu Ming, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. At this moment, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and unleashed the power of his physique and world. Swoosh. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. This palm was surrounded by 6 different lights, containing 6 different laws. The laws of primal chaos, the laws of death, the laws of devour, the laws of tools, the laws of array, and the laws of alchemy. This was a type of divine ability. Lu Ming had obtained an advanced version of the primal chaos ancient scripture, which contained many divine abilities and laws. One of the palm techniques contained 9 types of laws. It was the evolved version of the chaotic divine palm. However, of the 9 laws, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 of them. Over the years, Lu Ming had improved them, incorporating the laws of death and other laws into Lu Ming's unique divine ability, making it even more powerful. What Lu Ming was using now was exactly this kind of mystique. Boom, Lu Ming's palm collided with Xianxia's fist and there was an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying force shot out in all directions from the collision of the 2 people's fists and palms. It bombarded the light shield but was blocked by the light shield. Bang! Bang, both of their bodies trembled, and then they retreated a dozen or so steps, causing the ground to rumble and explode. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. In the first move, Lu Ming actually blocked the attack of the blue membrane. The 2 of them were evenly matched. How was this possible? Xianxia hasn't used his full strength yet, it's only a probing attack. A Grand Emperor spoke. A Grand Emperor being forced back by a true emperor was a great loss of face. Even the other Grand Emperors felt ashamed. Xianxia was enraged inside the light barrier. He had been forced back by a true emperor. This had never happened before. Lu Ming, you've successfully angered me. Die. Xianxia roared. His body was like a cannonball, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Both his fists bombarded Lu Ming continuously. Before his fists reached Lu Ming, there was already a terrifying pressure that suppressed Lu Ming. This was the pressure of the Grand Tao. Great emperors could control the Great Tao and borrow the power of the Great Tao. The Grand Tao was a type of profundity that was even stronger than the laws. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all and countered with a palm strike. This time, another law appeared in Lu Ming's hand. 7 laws. Bang! Bang! The two continued to clash and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. It was still a stalemate. The power of the Grand Tao is truly frightening. During the battle, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's current abilities contained 7 laws, but they were in imminent danger under the onslaught of the Grand Tao. It felt as if they would be torn apart at any moment. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's powerful physical body, he wouldn't have been able to contend against the opponent. The two fought with speed and continued to clash. Terrifying shockwaves slammed into the light barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Damn it! Lanya roared. After so many moves, he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. It made him feel humiliated. If he couldn't defeat Lu Ming today, he would definitely become a laughingstock among the Grand Emperors. On the contrary, he helped Lu Ming and made Lu Ming's reputation even higher. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking roar came from Lanya's body. Above his head, a huge lion appeared. It was a golden lion. Its fur was golden and dazzling. It was majestic and extraordinary. This wasn't a real lion, but a kind of divine ability. It was a divine ability condensed from the Grand Tao. This lion was covered in Lanya's body. Lanya was in the middle of the lion as if he had transformed into a golden lion. Roar! The golden lion roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Finally using your ultimate move? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. At this moment, 9 types of radiance spread out from Lu Ming's palm. 9 types of laws were all used. This divine ability was no weaker than the infinite dragon spear. It was most suitable for close combat. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure also dashed out. He struck with his palm and the void directly shattered, revealing a pitch-black void space. His palm seemed to be able to pierce through space. Meanwhile, Lanya swung his lion claw at Lu Ming. Boom! The two collided again. This time, the explosion was even more intense. A terrifying force was generated. But the result was still a draw. Both of them were forced to retreat. Impossible! Lanya roared in disbelief. He had used all of his strength but still couldn't take down Lu Ming. This shocked him. He roared angrily and charged toward Lu Ming. The two of them were engaged in an intense fight. As for the spectators outside the light shield, they were all stunned. They were also extremely shocked. Oh heavens, Lu Ming can actually fight Lanya. He's not at a disadvantage at all. This is too scary. He's only a true emperor. How can he be this strong? What's going on? They're all true emperors but they can't even withstand a single blow from him. Many people found it hard to believe. It was a fact that true emperors were no match for grand emperors. But now, this truth was broken. Lu Ming's true emperor Cultivation wasn't any weaker than a grand emperor. This was indeed a freak who used multiple laws to become an emperor. He couldn't be measured by common sense. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still a stalemate. Great emperors are indeed extraordinary. This Xianxia should only have comprehended an ordinary Great Tao, but his power is so strong. I wonder how powerful the strongest Great Tao is? Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. Great Tao was divided into 2 types, in the true emperor realm, those who did not comprehend the strongest law and only used the monarch law and ordinary law to form a Great Tao were called ordinary Great Tao. As for those who had comprehended an ultimate law, they would use one ultimate law to create a Great Tao that was derived from the laws of the monarch Tao. Within the same level, the strongest Great Tao was much stronger than the ordinary Great Tao. Xianxia had only comprehended an ordinary Great Tao and was a 1-star Great Emperor. He was considered weak among Great Emperors. If a 1-star Great Emperor who comprehended the strongest Great Tao came, Lu Ming would not be able to defeat him. Then let's change the way of fighting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his attack suddenly changed. He attacked with all his might and did not care about defense. This was a desperate fighting style. Lu Ming's attack suddenly increased, suppressing the blue membrane in an instant. Damn it, you don't care about defense. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Die. Xianxia roared and gave up on defense to attack with all his might. Most people would reserve some strength for defense when fighting with others. Now that he attacked with all his might, both of them were hit. Bam! Bam! Xianxia's fist landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming's palm also landed on Xianxia's shoulder. Both of their bodies trembled and retreated frantically. The difference was that there was a dent in Lu Ming's shoulder. However, there was no blood flowing out and the wound was recovering quickly. Xianxia was in a much worse state. His shoulder seemed to have been slashed by a saber and almost chopped off his arm. A deep wound appeared and blood flowed out. Even his bones were broken. Xianxia's face was pale. Although the recovery ability of a great emperor was amazing, it could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Die. Lu Ming didn't give the blue membrane any time to recover and launched another attack. His blue membrane was injured, and one of his arms was almost unable to move. His battle prowess was greatly reduced, and for a time, he was completely at a disadvantage. He was no match for Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! After that, Xianxia was hit continuously by Lu Ming's attacks until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although he had also hit Lu Ming was not seriously injured and his combat strength was not affected. Indestructible ancient scripture. Xianxia roared out, extremely unwilling. He knew that Lu Ming was using the indestructible ancient scripture, so he was not afraid of being injured. Bang! This distraction gave Lu Ming another opportunity to land a palm strike on Xianxia's face. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying. Blood mixed with his teeth as he flew far away and crashed into the light barrier. Xianxia's brain was buzzing. He was completely stunned. Of course, Lu Ming wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Xianxia's face and body. Xianxia was like a punching bag that took dozens of blows from Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. After a few dozen moves, Xianxia was sent flying and fell to the ground. He was covered in blood as he lay there twitching non-stop. Hiss, gasps could be heard. Void, True, and Grand Emperors outside the light barrier all had their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. A Grand Emperor was defeated by a young True Emperor, moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. He had been abused so badly that he did not even look human anymore. Even his mother could not recognize him. What a tragedy, needless to say, Xianxia would become a laughingstock while Lu Ming's reputation would be pushed to the peak. A true emperor defeating a grand emperor was breaking the truth and creating a miracle. Haha, not bad, I enjoyed myself today. Lu Ming laughed. He had basically figured out his own combat strength. He was probably on par with the weakest grand emperor. Of course, he could use the indestructible ancient scripture and go all out to suppress Xianxia. He should be able to compete with a one-star great emperor who had comprehended the strongest grand Tao. His main goal in this battle was to test his strength. Now that the results were out, Lu Ming planned to leave. Initially, Xianxia was a little more clear-headed. After hearing Lu Ming's words, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared and fainted. He fainted. Lu Ming curled his lips and stepped out of the light barrier. When the others saw Lu Ming coming out, they automatically made way for him. This was a kind of invisible power. Lu Ming was so young, but his combat strength had already reached the great emperor realm. In a few more years, he would definitely become an invincible overlord in the future. Lu Ming left the place and returned to his residence. With a thought, his soul materialized in the small world. He appeared on top of a mountain peak and looked into the distance. The current lesser world had a radius of 600,000 miles. It was vast and boundless. Moreover, Lu Ming had planted many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs in the lesser world. He had also scattered the seeds of various plants. Now, there were many places in the lesser world that were covered in lush green grass and all kinds of flowers. There were also some small trees in some places. The lesser world was still young and there were no big trees yet. Similarly, there were no animals or demonic beasts. However, the lesser world was becoming more and more similar to the outside world. Lu Ming planned to let some animals and demonic beasts into the lesser world in the future. That way, it would be no different from the outside world. Of course, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved rapidly, but there were still large areas that were dead and lifeless. This required time for the plants in the lesser world to slowly reproduce. With a thought, Lu Ming came to the foot of the Tree of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment ancient tree was planted on a plain. It was now 500 meters tall. This was entirely the credit of the five-colored soil. The 500-meter-tall Enlightenment ancient tree pierced straight through the sky. The tree trunk was incomparably thick. Between the branches, there was great Tao lingering. Cultivating here, the speed of comprehending laws would be greatly enhanced. With the martial Tao ancient tree as the center, this plain was covered in lush green grass and clusters of fresh flowers, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. It was mainly because of the five-colored soil. The vegetation in this area was exceptionally strong. There were also many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs, their medicinal fragrance also assailing the nostrils. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and cultivated quietly. And regarding the matter of Lu Ming defeating Lan Mo, it was spreading out with the speed of a whirlwind. But those who heard this news were first stunned, then overjoyed, amazed, jealous, roaring, all kinds of expressions, all kinds of emotions. Lu Ming stirred up another wave in the vast land of the Grand Pure Sky domain. 7 days passed in a twinkle. On this day, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu came to Lu Ming's residence. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu did not conceal his aura. The moment he arrived, Lu Ming sensed it. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and met with Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. "Senior Hengyu, I wonder what you came to find Lu Ming for?" Lu Ming said with a slight smile. "Lu Ming, I heard that you defeated Lan Mo, so I came to take a look." "Ha ha ha, really impressive, even I was taken aback." Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was overjoyed. Lu Ming came from the primordial realm and he had a deep relationship with Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming's achievements made him happier than if he had made a breakthrough himself. "Lu Ming, with your current strength, I'm afraid that training in Two World City won't do you any good." Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. "I'm planning to cultivate for a while and raise my cultivation to the peak of the true Emperor realm before heading to the Great Emperor battlefield." Lu Ming said. "Great Emperor battlefield? I'm afraid it won't do you any good." Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. "Won't do you any good?" Lu Ming was stunned. Wasn't there a lot of great emperors from both sides fighting and training in the Great Emperor battlefield? Now, there's no one in the Great Emperor battlefield. The great emperors from both sides have gone to the Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Void Sacred Island? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was his first time hearing this name. That's right. The Void Sacred Island is a mysterious place that was discovered a few years ago. It's located in the eternal void and contains countless treasures. Now, many great emperors have entered the Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained. Even the foreign races can enter? Lu Ming asked. That's right. That Void God Island is located in the void, and floats there for eternity. Both sides can reach it, and it contains countless treasures. Heavenly materials, primordial stones, primeval stones, fragments of great Tao, imprints of the heavenly Tao, and even weapons of heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's eyes were burning with passion as he spoke. There are even heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming was shocked. Heavenly Tao weapons were Heavenly Emperor weapons that contained the heavenly Tao. Once a Heavenly Emperor controlled a Heavenly Emperor weapon and activated the Heavenly Tao's power, the Heavenly Emperor's combat strength would increase greatly. However, Heavenly Emperor weapons were extremely rare. Heavenly Emperor weapons weren't like Great Emperor weapons. Heavenly Emperors could forge Great Emperor weapons, and even some powerful Great Emperors could forge them. However, Heavenly Emperors couldn't forge Heavenly Tao weapons themselves. The Heavenly Emperor could only borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. It was impossible for him to forge a weapon that contained the Heavenly Tao. A Celestial Emperor weapon could only be forged by a supreme expert who had surpassed the Celestial Emperor. In addition, there were also some Celestial Emperor weapons that contained the Heavenly Tao that could be nurtured in nature, but they were extremely few in number. In fact, the majority of heavenly emperors still used great emperor weapons and did not have any heavenly emperor weapons. Once a heavenly emperor gained control of a heavenly emperor weapon, the heavenly emperor's battle prowess would skyrocket. Therefore, the price of a celestial emperor armament was astonishingly high. Lu Ming hadn't expected the Void Sacred Island to contain a celestial emperor weapon. That's right, and there are definitely a lot of them. In the past few years, there have been people who have brought out celestial emperor weapons from there, causing a commotion. The fiery look in Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's eyes became even more intense. He did not have a celestial emperor weapon either. For example, the Heavenly Monarch sword in Lu Ming's hand was not a Heavenly Monarch weapon. It was only a Great Monarch weapon and did not contain the Heavenly Tao. Wouldn't even the celestial emperors be jealous of such a treasure land? What's the use of a great emperor going in? Lu Ming was puzzled. The Void Sacred Island contains an astonishing pressure that can suppress the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly emperors can't enter at all. Only those below the Heavenly Emperor level can enter. Therefore, a great emperor is the most suitable to enter. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. What? It can even suppress the Heavenly Tao? This? Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. What was the highest in this world? It was the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao controlled all things in the world. All things in the world existed and evolved under the operation of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly emperors were the pinnacle of martial arts, but they could only borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. Now, Lu Ming heard that there was a pressure that could suppress the Heavenly Tao. Naturally, he was incomparably shocked. Could it be the ancestral dragon's realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he thought of the ancestral dragon. Dandan had once said that the ancestral dragon's realm had surpassed the Heavenly Emperor realm. It had reached a completely different realm, a supreme realm. Many people speculate that the Void Sacred Island was the dojo of a supreme figure in the distant past. It floated in the eternal void. Such a figure had already transcended the Heavenly Tao, and even the Heavenly Tao was suppressed by him. That's why there was such a terrifying pressure. This also explains why there are so many Heavenly Emperor weapons in the Void Sacred Island. Such a figure could definitely refine a Heavenly Emperor weapon. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained. Lu Ming was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine such a dojo. It wouldn't be surprising if there were any treasures in it. I came this time to ask you if you want to go to the Void Sacred Island. However, the Void Sacred Island is very dangerous. There are already some dangerous places on the island. In addition, there are great emperors of the foreign races and the great emperors of the heavenly world. If you don't want to go, you can cultivate in the two-world city. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. I'll go. Lu Ming immediately nodded. His eyes were firm. Lu Ming would definitely not miss out on such a precious place. There were all kinds of heavenly treasures, chaos stones, primordial stones, great Tao fragments, etc. These would definitely be helpful to Lu Ming's cultivation. Moreover, tempering himself on the island and fighting for his life would be even greater for Lu Ming. If he wanted to catch up and even surpass Xianxia, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it according to normal cultivation. He had to take risks. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. However, there's one thing you have to remember. On the Void Sacred Island, there are times when danger comes from the people of the heavenly world. There are no restrictions when fighting for treasures on the Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Lu Ming nodded. He had experienced so much and naturally understood this point. During this period, try to improve your strength as much as possible. I'll inform you when I'm done with the arrangements. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said and left. On the other hand, Lu Ming returned to his residence and thought about the direction of his cultivation. Next, Lu Ming planned to raise his cultivation to the 7-star True Emperor realm. This was currently the fastest way to improve his combat strength. Once his cultivation reached the 7-star True Emperor realm, he could try to break through to the Great Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to break through to the Great Emperor realm so quickly. Once he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, his Tao would be fixed. It would be difficult to integrate more laws. Lu Ming had an ambition. He wanted to cultivate all 10 supreme laws to the 3rd level and then break through to the Great Emperor realm. Then, he didn't know what level his Tao would reach. This was something that ordinary people wouldn't dare to think about. However, Lu Ming could do it. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took out a few world cores and began to refine them to increase his world energy. He had already refined all the chaos stones in his possession. Now, he could only refine the world cores and origin stones to increase his world energy. Naturally, the speed would be much slower. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was already at the limit of the 6-star True Emperor realm. He was only a step away from the 7-star True Emperor realm. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through. After that, Lu Ming continued to strengthen his foundation. A few days later, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu arrived. The arrangements had been made and they could set off immediately. Not long after, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming with him as they tore through space and rushed towards a certain place. An hour later, Lu Ming and the others appeared above a boundless sea. This sea was an inland sea of the grand pure celestial domain. It was vast and boundless. At this time, there were already some people waiting here. Lu Ming glanced over. Other than Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, there were 3 other Heavenly Emperors. Apart from the 3 Heavenly Emperors, there were 5 other Great Emperors. Among the 5 Great Emperors, there were old men and middle-aged men. 2 of them caught Lu Ming's attention. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. It was obvious that they were twins. It was rare to see twins who had both reached the Great Emperor realm. It was obvious that these Great Emperors were also going to the Void Divine Island. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the sea again. In front of him, there was an area of space that was extremely unstable. It was constantly twisting and distorting. Occasionally, spatial cracks would appear. This was the spatial tunnel that led to the Void Divine Island. On the way here, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu had already told Lu Ming about the spatial tunnel in detail. In fact, Two World City wasn't the only way to come to the grand pure celestial domain from other heavens. There were also 2 spatial tunnels that led to another battlefield. There were also other hidden spatial tunnels that led to other heavens. Some even led to other worlds, such as the Fiend God realm. However, these tunnels were usually extremely small and unstable. Usually, only one person could pass through at a time. At most, 2 or 3 people could pass through at a time. Any more and it wouldn't work. Moreover, these tunnels were extremely chaotic and dangerous. Even great emperors could get lost if they entered. Only heavenly emperors could pass through safely. Naturally, there were terrifying experts guarding these tunnels on the heavenly world's side. Although the surroundings were empty apart from the few of them, Lu Ming was certain that there were definitely terrifying powerful figures guarding this area. Once powerful figures from foreign tribes crossed the passageway, they would be killed forcefully. Moreover, this kind of passage usually only allowed 1, 2, or 3 people to pass through. If the foreign races dared to come, they would be surrounded and killed by the experts of the Heaven Realm. As a matter of fact, there were several such passageways in the Grand Lucidity Celestial Realm, all of which were guarded by experts to prevent outsiders from barging in. Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Lu Ming would also want to enter the Void Divine Island. As people from the Heaven Realm, I hope that you can help each other when you enter the Void Sacred Island. A Heavenly Emperor spoke, looking at Lu Ming and the others. Of course. Definitely. The martial monarchs nodded, including Lu Ming. It's about time. Let's go. Another great emperor said. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped the twin brothers. At this moment, the space above the sea distorted, and a spatial crack appeared. The celestial emperor's figure moved, and he rushed into the spatial crack with the twins, disappearing from sight. This passageway only allowed 3 people to travel at a time. The others waited quietly. After a while, another heavenly emperor rushed into a spatial crack with 2 people. The third group was a heavenly emperor. He rushed into a spatial crack with a woman in palace attire. At the scene, only Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and Lu Ming were left. They waited for a moment. Lu Ming, let's go. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. He brought Lu Ming into a spatial crack in a flash. As soon as they rushed into the spatial crack, an endless spatial storm swept toward the 2 of them. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu directly ignored it and rushed into the spatial storm. Soon, they passed through the spatial storm and came to a small void passageway. This void passageway was extremely small. At most, it could only allow 3 people to travel together. The surroundings were chaotic and dark, and there was a strong pressure pressing toward them. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming, and their speed was astonishing. They moved forward at extreme speed, and the surrounding void constantly flew past. No idea how long had passed, there was suddenly no path ahead, turning into darkness. The void passageway was cut off. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and stopped. Closing his eyes, he sensed carefully. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and rushed toward the right, breaking through the darkness. After a while, they arrived above another void passageway. This was also something that only Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses could sense and find the right path. If it were the average person, even a great emperor, they would probably get lost in the dark void too. If their luck was bad, they would never be able to get out, forever wandering in the dark void. Just like this, walking and stopping, a full few days passed. Suddenly, a resplendent radiance came from ahead. In the eternally withered dark void, there would actually be radiance coming. It made Lu Ming slightly surprised. At the same time, he knew that they were about to reach their destination. Sure enough, the next instant, they passed through the void passageway and arrived at a vacuum region. Yes, this region seemed to be forcefully carved open by someone in the dark void. This region did not have a trace of spatial storm. It was as if it was the sky outside. This region was shockingly large. In the center of this region, there was an island floating there. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a sun hanging in the sky above the island. The radiance came from that sun. The heavenly emperors who came in before, the twins, and the others, were all waiting here. When they saw Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and Lu Ming coming over, they nodded and then flew toward the island. This region was extremely vast and shockingly large. Even with the Heavenly Emperor's speed, it took them a long time to fly there. When they got close to the island, they realized that it was also shockingly large. How was it an island? It was clearly a continent. This void divine island is extremely vast. Someone estimated that it might be 1/10 the size of the Grand Pure Sky domain. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. The others were shocked. It was a 1/10 the size of the Grand Pure Sky domain, and this was just a single person's training ground. However, when they were a certain distance away from the void divine island, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others stopped. We can't go any further. We will be suppressed by that pressure. You guys go ahead yourselves. One of the heavenly emperors said. With your cultivation, don't go too deep into the void divine island. You can move around the periphery of the void divine island. Many high-level emperors have already gone to the depths of the void divine island. Another high-level heavenly emperor said. Everyone nodded their heads and flew toward the void divine island alone. Senior, farewell. Lu Ming bid farewell to Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Lu Ming, be careful. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said solemnly. The group of 6 flew towards the void sacred island. The closer they got to the island, the more they felt the vastness of the island. It was about 1/10 the size of the Grand Clarity Heaven realm, and was simply too vast. Below it were endless mountain ranges, endless plains, and all kinds of rivers and lakes. When they got close to the edge of the void sacred island, they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. It was as if they were carrying an endless weight. Their bodies couldn't help but fall downwards at an extremely fast speed. Their faces changed as they channeled their world force with all their might to stabilize their bodies. Lu Ming used his world force, and at the same time, his muscles were constantly vibrating. Only then did he stabilize himself. Otherwise, he would have fallen straight down. What a terrifying pressure. The 6 of them didn't look too good. Although Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others had warned them that the pressure here was terrifying, they were still shocked when they actually felt it. Among the 6 of them, 5 were great emperors. Lu Ming also had the battle prowess of a great emperor. Even with their cultivation, they were almost unable to fly due to the pressure. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If a true emperor was here, they wouldn't be able to fly at all. They would fall straight to the ground and die from the pressure. This pressure, this aura, the more the 6 of them sensed, the more shocked they were. The pressure and aura seemed to be higher than the heavenly Tao. It transcended and ruled over everything. Even the heavenly Tao would be subdued by this aura. It was as if there was a supreme existence in the center of the island that was emitting an aura that suppressed the universe. However, someone had set foot on this island a few years ago. In the past few years, everyone speculated that this island was left behind countless years ago. The owner of the island had long left. The aura on the island should be the remnant aura left behind when the owner of the island preached and went into seclusion. Lu Ming and the others were even more shocked when they thought of this. However, the remnant aura was still so terrifying even after so many years. It was truly terrifying. Even heavenly emperors couldn't enter the island due to the pressure. After they stabilized themselves, they slowly descended towards the ground. Soon, they were only a few tens of thousands of meters above the ground. What's that? Suddenly, someone looked ahead. Over there, a dark cloud was flying towards them at an astonishing speed. Croak, croak, croak. Following that, a series of ear-piercing cries could be heard. Not good, crows, all crows, someone exclaimed. Let's go. Their expressions changed. They turned around and rushed downwards. Croak, croak, croak. That flock of crows blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was unknown how many of them there were. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Among them, there were true emperors and void emperors, but there were too many of them, so they could only retreat. However, the speed of those crows was also very fast, and they were quickly approaching. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, streaks of black light shot towards Lu Ming's group from below. These black streams of light were also crows. Their bodies were pitch black, and they were about the size of a head, as if they were made of black iron. Why are we so unlucky? We met this kind of crow as soon as we came in, one of them shouted angrily. As far as they knew, there were some terrifying mutated beasts living on the void sacred island, and these crows were one of them. They were very terrifying and came in flocks. Some people were unlucky and met these crows as soon as they landed. It was very dangerous, and many people had died in the mouths of these crows. However, the void sacred island was so vast, and the chances of meeting these crows were not very high. They could only say that they were too unlucky. Let's kill our way out. Lu Ming shouted, and a long spear was formed in his hand, shining with 9 different colors. Whoosh! 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 The long spear burst out, turning into streaks of spear light, and collided with the crows. The spear light was extremely sharp, and each spear light could pierce through a crow. The others also attacked. Among the 6 people, only one was a 1-star Great Emperor. Among the other 4, 3 were 2-star Great Emperors, and 1 was a 3-star Great Emperor. Their attacking power was much stronger than Lu Ming's. When the 6 of them attacked, a large number of crows were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground. However, there were too many crows, and they continued to attack from below. The flock of crows in the distance also rushed over, and there were too many of them. Lu Ming and the others were delayed, and they were instantly surrounded by the flock of crows. Let's work together and kill our way out. The 3-star Great Emperor was a middle-aged man, and his fighting power was shocking. He held a battle axe, and with a swing of his axe, an axe radiance that was tens of thousands of meters long slashed out, and a large number of crows were killed. Void Emperor and True Emperor crows could not stop him at all. With him as the leader and the others as support, they immediately tore a path out of the flock of crows, and rushed out continuously. Caw! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard, and a streak of fiery red light rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man swung his axe, and when it collided with the streak of fiery red light, there was a loud explosion, and the streak of fiery red light was sent flying. It was a fiery red crow, and its feathers were bright red, as if it was burning. The crow was shockingly strong, and it did not die after being hit by the middle-aged man's axe. It was an emperor-level crow. Caw! Caw! Ear-piercing sounds were heard continuously, and the crowd saw a streak of fiery red light flashing in the flock of crows. Those were fiery red crows, and all of them were Great Emperor crows, and there were more than a dozen of them. The 6 of them were shocked. There were more than a dozen Great Emperor crows, and their strength was too shocking. Go, quickly go! Someone shouted, and they unleashed their full strength. At this moment, no one held back, and they used all of their strength, and attacked continuously, trying to rush out. However, more than a dozen fiery red crows were already closing in on them. Caw! Caw! Ear-piercing sounds were heard, and the crows flapped their wings, and they were as fast as lightning. Their claws were indestructible, and they pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Get lost! Lu Ming shook his long spear, and swept it out, and it collided with a fiery red crow. Buzz, the long spear vibrated continuously, and a terrifying force came along the long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. The long spear that was formed by the power of the world and the laws was almost shattered. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was shocked. That crow was only sent flying by Lu Ming, but it was not injured. Its eyes shone with a cold light, and it flapped its wings, and pounced towards Lu Ming again. The other 5 were also in a tough battle. The weakest of these crows had the combat strength of a 1-star Great Emperor, and the strongest was no weaker than the middle-aged man. More than 10 fiery red crows were surrounded by terrifying flames. The temperature was shockingly high. They were like more than 10 small suns, constantly charging toward Lu Ming and the group of 6. Their speed was shocking and their power was terrifying as well. Lu Ming's group tried their best to defend themselves, but they were still in danger. Caw! Caw! At this moment, there were 2 fiery red crows attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and did not hold back at all. The long spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Boom! Boom! The claws of the 2 fiery red crows collided with Lu Ming's long spear. The long spear vibrated continuously while Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he retreated continuously. The 2 fiery red crows had the combat strength of a 1-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming could still deal with one, but there were 2 of them. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and his arms were numb from the impact. Fight! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with dazzling battle intent as he circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to fight against the 2 fiery red crows. With the indestructible ancient scripture's terrifying defensive power and recovery ability, Lu Ming could still defend himself. However, the others were in danger. Another 1-star Great Emperor Realm Old Man was careless and was scratched by one of the crows. A piece of flesh was torn off and a deep wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out and his face turned pale. His aura was weak. The others were also in danger and they could not even take care of themselves. Charge out! Someone shouted. They tried their best to charge down to the ground and use the complicated terrain to get rid of the crows. However, there were too many crows. There were dozens of fiery red crows, all of which were Great Emperor Realm crows. The crows below the Great Emperor Realm formed a flock and attacked continuously. This was a huge problem for Lu Ming's group. Therefore, they could not charge out at all. Bang! Another person was hit by a fiery red crow's wing and was almost cut in half at the waist. It was extremely dangerous. Everyone, under such circumstances, let's just mind our own business. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Everyone's expression changed. What do you want? An old man roared with an ugly expression. Boom! At that moment, the middle-aged man unleashed an all-out attack. The middle-aged man was a 3-star martial monarch. He was the strongest among them. At this moment, he had repelled a fiery red crow, which was equivalent to a 3-star Great Emperor, with a single move. Then, he seized the opportunity and rushed to the side. He wanted to escape alone. If he stayed behind with Lu Ming and the others, he would only be exhausted to death by so many crows. However, with his strength, if he escaped alone, a single 3-star Great Emperor Realm Crow would not be able to stop him. Damn it! The others roared in anger. If the middle-aged man escaped, the 3-star Great Monarch Crow would attack them. They would be in great danger. They might all die here. Caw! Ga! The crow screeched as several fiery red crows surrounded and attacked the middle-aged man. However, the only one that could truly pose a threat to him was the 3-star Great Emperor Crow. Hence, the middle-aged man fought with his life on the line and sent a few crows flying. After paying the price of some injuries, he forced his way out. The middle-aged man turned into a ray of light and flew away quickly. The others' hearts started to turn cold. Without the middle-aged man, they would be finished. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Was he going to use the Heavenly Emperor's physical body now? Over the years, Lu Ming had given the Heavenly Emperor's physical body most of the black crystals that he had obtained from the foreign tribes. Now, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was filled with energy. If he used the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, he would have no problem killing those crows. However, Lu Ming had intended to keep the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and use it when he entered the Void Sacred Island. A large number of great emperors and foreign tribes had gathered on the Void Sacred Island. There were even many peak great emperors from the Heaven Boundary. In addition to the dangers of the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming had intended to keep the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and use it when he was in danger. It would be a pity to use it before entering the Void Sacred Island. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to use it now. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about it, a sharp cry rang out in the distance. Ga, it was the same cry of the crows, but this cry had the power to pierce through gold and crack stone. It was as if it could tear the space apart. A flock of fiery red crows appeared in the distance. Yes, it was a flock. There were more than 20 of them, and all of them were fiery red crows. All of them were at the Great Emperor realm. Some of them had terrifying auras that covered the sky and earth. Their auras were even stronger than the 3-star Great Emperor crow. Above the 3-star Great Emperor was the high-level Great Emperor. Other than Lu Ming, everyone's face turned pale. They were already in a desperate situation. Now that a flock of even more terrifying crows had appeared, there was no chance of survival. The dozen or so crows that came from behind all rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was pale, without a trace of blood. He screamed and his body emitted a bright light. His speed increased as he tried to escape. He was burning his life potential, causing his strength to increase by a large margin. However, the crows were too terrifying. A few of them were extremely powerful. With a flap of their wings, they chased after the middle-aged man like red lightning. Soon, the crows caught up with the middle-aged man. Chi-Chi, a crow that was as big as a mountain, swiped at the middle-aged man with its sharp claws. The middle-aged man roared and unleashed all his strength. He attacked with his strongest move to block the attack. However, his attack was torn apart by the crow's sharp claws. Half of his body was torn apart. The middle-aged man screamed and retreated. He let out a desperate roar. Following this, the other terrifying crows attacked, and the middle-aged man was powerless. Under the attacks of the crows, his body was torn apart and devoured by the crows. The middle-aged man wanted to escape alone, but he was the first to die. The others did not feel happy about the middle-aged man's death. At this moment, they only felt despair. It's over. Someone growled. Once the middle-aged man died, it would be their turn. Lu Ming, what a pity. An old man looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming was so young and talented. His future was limitless. It was very likely that he would become an invincible expert in the heaven domain. However, he was going to die here. It was a pity. Even if I die, I will kill a few of them. Another person roared, planning to fight with his life. Caw. Caw. At this moment, the fiery red crow that had killed the middle-aged burly man fixed its eyes on Lu Ming and the rest. It flapped its wings and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. It seems that I can only use the Heavenly Emperor's body, Lu Ming whispered. Then, a small stone statue appeared in his hand. The stone statue quickly grew to the size of a mountain. Lu Ming took a step forward and merged with the stone statue. Clang, the sound of sword whistling resounded through the sky. The stone sword emitted a dazzling sword chi as it slashed out. Puff. Puff, the two fiery red crows that were attacking Lu Ming were split into two by the stone sword. The two 1-star Great Emperor crows were killed instantly. In the past 5 years, the Heavenly Emperor's body had absorbed a large amount of energy, but Lu Ming had not used it. Now, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had reached 80%. The explosive power of 80% of the energy was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming speculated that if the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body reached 100%, it would be enough to fight against a peak Great Emperor. Therefore, 80% energy was enough to kill an ordinary 5-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body. Powerful energy burst out and the Heavenly Emperor's sword seemed invincible. The sound of sword whistling was endless, and the piercing sword chi slashed through the void. A few more crows were killed. Even the 2-star Great Emperor crows were killed instantly. There was no suspense. This relieved the pressure on the others, and they were overjoyed. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such a treasure. Instantly, they revealed a hopeful look. Caw! Caw! When the other crows saw Lu Ming killing a few fiery red crows, they immediately let out sharp cries and attacked Lu Ming and the others with all kinds of attacks. As for the 10 to 20 terrifying crows that came from behind, they were closing in on Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. They were a distance away from them. They flapped their wings and each feather was like a sharp sword, shooting toward them explosively. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, and the sword light cut through the void, blocking all the feathers. Charge out! Lu Ming shouted as he took the lead and charged downwards. The others followed closely behind. The fiery red crows did not give up and chased after them. There were more than 30 fiery red crows coming from behind, including the ones in front. They attacked Lu Ming and the others with all kinds of attacks. Lu Ming could only turn around and block one attack after another. Kill! Then, Lu Ming charged into the flock of crows alone. Rather than wasting energy to block the attacks of the crows, it was better to kill all of them. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming brandished his battle sword. His sword chi was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the 5 fiery red crows were killed. Caw! The remaining crows screeched, as if they were furious. A few of the strongest crows rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, causing an intense explosion as he exchanged blows with a few of the strongest crows. Several crows were sent flying by Lu Ming. 3 4-star Great Emperors and 1 5-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. After exchanging blows, Lu Ming roughly judged the combat strength of the crows. 3 4-star Great Emperors and 1 5-star Great Emperor. This was definitely a terrifying force. Caw! 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 The crows retreated and charged towards Lu Ming again. Then I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The rich energy in the Heavenly Emperor's body exploded as he charged towards the crows. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense and attacked with all his might. Boom! 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 One attack after another landed on the Sky Emperor's body, but they only left shallow marks on his body. The Heavenly Emperor's body was left behind by a Heavenly Emperor after all. It was extremely sturdy. Even a peak Great Emperor would find it difficult to break it. 4-star Great Emperors and 5-star Great Emperors naturally could not break it. As for the other crows, they could not even leave a mark. PFFF, Lu Ming ignored his defense and focused on killing. He swung his combat sword with all his might and chopped off one of the wings of a 4-star Great Emperor Realm Crow. On the other hand, a 2-star Great Emperor Realm Crow was sliced into 2 by the sword gleam and its feathers flew everywhere. The 4-star Great Emperor Crow let out a mournful cry. Blood splattered all over the void as it retreated frantically. How could Lu Ming let it go? He chased after it with all his might. The other crow's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body continuously. Boom! 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 However, they could only slow down Lu Ming's speed slightly. Lu Ming forced his way through and slashed out with his sword, chopping off the crow's head. The soul in the head was also destroyed by Lu Ming. With a flash of light, Lu Ming kept the corpse of the crow into his small world. The entire body of a Great Emperor Crow was a treasure. It was extremely valuable and could not be wasted. After killing a 4-star Great Emperor, Lu Ming turned around and targeted the other crows. He started killing them rapidly. Those that were below 4-star Great Emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Lu Ming. They were killed by Lu Ming and their corpses were kept in Lu Ming's small world. Caw! Not long after, another mournful cry was heard. Another 4-star Great Emperor Crow was killed by Lu Ming. At this point, Lu Ming had already killed more than a dozen fiery red crows. However, there were still 20 of them left. After Lu Ming killed so many of their comrades, the crows became even crazier. Those that were below Great Emperor level threw themselves at Lu Ming without any regard for their lives. Although these crows could not break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, they could deplete the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. This can't go on. I have to kill the strongest crows first. Lu Ming thought in his heart. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body had stored 80% of its energy. Although it was extremely robust, it was being depleted at an alarming rate as he continued to fight with the Great Emperors and the other crows. If this continued, the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body would be depleted in no time. If the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was depleted and the 3-star Great Emperors, 4-star Great Emperors, and 5-star Great Emperors were still alive, they would be in danger. Therefore, before the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was depleted, they had to kill the strongest ones. At this moment, Lu Ming ignored the other crows and targeted the 3-star Great Emperors and above. Poof! Poof! Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. 2 3-star Great Emperor fiery red crows were killed by Lu Ming. In this way, there were only 2 3-star Great Emperor fiery red crows left. A 4-star Great Emperor and a 5-star Great Emperor, Lu Ming went all out to deal with these 2 crows. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ming waved his battle sword crazily and attacked the 2 crows. Terrifying rumbles continued to erupt and the sky was smashed into pieces. The scorching temperature was about to burn everything, including the space. After a dozen moves, the 4-star Great Emperor crow was finally killed by Lu Ming. In an instant, there was only one 5-star Great Emperor crow left. Kill! Lu Ming ignored the other attacks and attacked the crow crazily. This crow was as big as a mountain and was extremely powerful. Its sharp claws and wings were indestructible and extremely terrifying. However, Lu Ming was able to restrain it and did not need to be afraid of its attacks. His battle sword constantly slashed at its vital points. At this moment, the twin brothers and the other 2, a total of 4 people, had already rushed to the ground and fled frantically. It's not good for us to leave Lu Ming alone. An old man said with a worried look. What's not good about it? Lu Ming's puppet is shockingly powerful. In my opinion, it's even stronger than a 5-star Great Emperor. He can protect himself. If we stay, we will only be a hindrance to him. One of the twin brothers said. That's right. Let's leave first so that Lu Ming can fight freely. If we stay, we won't be of much help. The other twin brother said. The old man sighed, knowing that the twin brothers' words were reasonable. Then, the few of them used the terrain below to quickly leave this place. In the sky, the battle between Lu Ming and the 5-star Great Emperor Realm Fiery Red Crow had reached its climax. Lu Ming ignored his defense and completely suppressed the crow. Both sides exchanged dozens of blows and the crow was already drenched in blood. One of its wings was almost cut off by Lu Ming, leaving only a thread hanging on it. At the same time, its chest was stabbed by Lu Ming and blood flowed out. With only one wing left, the crow's speed was greatly reduced. It was no match for Lu Ming and could not even retreat. Bang! Lu Ming took the attack head-on. His body swayed slightly and then he stabbed back with his sword. Puff! The sword pierced through the crow's chest. Caw! The crow wailed and struggled violently. Its whole body was covered in fiery red flames and surged towards Lu Ming. However, it was useless against the Heavenly Emperor's body. Die! Lu Ming shouted and energy burst out crazily. The Heavenly Emperor's sword vibrated continuously and sword chi whizzed out. Bang! Lu Ming slashed horizontally and eventually, the crow's body was split into 2 halves. Its soul was also annihilated by this blow. The 5-star Great Emperor Crow had fallen. Not good. The energy consumption is too great. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Killing so many fiery red crows had already consumed a frightening amount of energy. Fighting against this 5-star Great Monarch Realm Crow had consumed an even more frightening amount of energy. Now, Lu Ming felt that the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body was about to be exhausted. He no longer had the strength to continue killing the remaining crows. Lu Ming's body emitted a ray of light that enveloped the crow's corpse and stored it in his miniature world. Afterward, Lu Ming dashed toward the ground at lightning speed. The crows in front of him were killed one by one. Lu Ming successfully broke out of the encirclement. But at this time, the Celestial Emperor's body trembled and rapidly shrank. Lu Ming's body also flew out of the Celestial Emperor's body. The energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was officially exhausted. Lu Ming put away the Celestial Emperor's body and fled frantically. When the crows saw Lu Ming keep the Celestial Emperor's body, they let out ear-piercing cries and chased after Lu Ming. Among them, there were more than a dozen Great Emperor fiery red crows. Many of them were 2-star Great Emperor crows. If Lu Ming was surrounded, it would be very dangerous. Lu Ming used the 6-feathered divine wings and flew towards the distance at extreme speed. The crows behind him chased after him at extreme speed. Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, crossed a long distance. Those crows chased after Lu Ming tightly and did not let go. However, Lu Ming used the 6-feathered divine wings and his speed was very fast. Only those Great Emperor crows could barely keep up with Lu Ming's speed. Not long after, an endless desert appeared in front of him. The ground was all golden fine sand. Moreover, there were waves of heat coming from far away. Lu Ming rushed into the desert area. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming dashed into the desert, the crows actually stopped. They hovered around for a while before leaving one after another. This made Lu Ming curious. These crows are not entering the desert. Is it because of the area they're in, or is there a terrifying existence in the desert that scares them? Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless and used the divine breath art to completely conceal his aura. Then, Lu Ming went deeper into the desert. This desert was filled with golden fine sand that stretched as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the temperature was shockingly high. The temperature here didn't come from the sun and the sky, but from the ground. Scorching heat constantly emanated from the ground. It was unbearable. In addition to the pressure of the heaven and earth, a true emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, it was fine for Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked for a while and found that this desert was dead silent. There was no vegetation or life. Other than fine sand, there was only fine sand. Fortunately, there was always a sun hanging in the sky above the center of the void divine island. This sun would never change its position, so it could be used as a basis to determine direction. As long as one walked towards the sun, they would be walking towards the center of the island. Lu Ming had been walking in this desert for 3 days. There was no abnormality at all and there was no danger either. A plant. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a plant in front of him. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a plant after walking in this desert for 3 days. Under such high temperatures, there were still plants. Lu Ming's interest was piqued and he flew over. It was a purple plant, sparkling and translucent, with a medicinal fragrance that assailed his nostrils. It was without a doubt an imperial herb. However, Lu Ming was more interested in the root of the herb. There was a small pond there with some liquid that emitted a shocking amount of energy essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that this small pool of liquid had given birth to this stock of emperor medicine. This liquid was very valuable. This liquid contains powerful life essence. Even in such a dangerous place, it can still nurture a sovereign medicine. It's extraordinary. I'm cultivating the art of the 7 gods, so I need this kind of spirit liquid. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to break through. Lu Ming thought. Now, there was not much energy left in the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in his physical body and cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art to the 5th level, the remaining ancestral dragon blood was not enough. He needed other energy. Of course, sacred herbs and imperial herbs could also help cultivate the physical body. However, at Lu Ming's current level, he needed an extremely high-grade imperial herb. Immediately, Lu Ming carefully dug out the imperial herb and planted it in his small world. Then, he took out a jade bottle and collected all the liquid in the pond. This liquid is enough for me to cultivate for a while. I'll find a place to refine this liquid and see if I can break through to the 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Now, he didn't plan to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly. He wanted to comprehend all the other strongest laws before breaking through. Once the 7 gods' mysterious art broke through to the 5th level, Lu Ming's physical strength alone would be comparable to the Great Emperor realm. then his combat strength would definitely skyrocket. Lu Ming moved his body and left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming rushed into the desert and went 100 miles deep into the desert before entering the mountain-river diagram. After entering the mountain-river diagram, Lu Ming immediately took out the liquid that he had obtained before and began to refine it. The liquid contained a huge amount of life essence. Lu Ming activated the Seven Gods' mysterious art to absorb the life essence and strengthen his physical body. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated violently. In an instant, they vibrated hundreds of millions of times. The vibrations produced a terrifying energy that absorbed the essence of the spiritual liquid and permeated it into his muscles, bones, organs, blood, and cells. It permeated into every small corner of his body and strengthened Lu Ming's physical strength. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely refined and absorbed the spiritual liquid. However, the Seven Gods' mysterious art did not break through. It was still in the late 4th level, but it had reached its limit. Unfortunately, it's still a little short. Lu Ming sighed. It was too difficult to cultivate the Seven Gods' mysterious art to the 5th level. The Archean cultivation system, whether it was the Archean body cultivation system, the Archean martial arts, the Archean demon path, or the Archean demon path, was more difficult to cultivate than the system of laws. The resources consumed were also more. Otherwise, the Archean cultivation system would not have been defeated by the system of laws in the Archean era. If he wanted to break through to the 5th level of the Seven Gods' mysterious art, he would need more resources. However, the spirit liquid was not wasted. Although Lu Ming did not break through, the strength of his physical body had increased by a notch. His strength had also increased by a notch. There are many natural treasures on the Void Sacred Island. I'm sure I can find enough resources to break through. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He then exited the mountain-river diagram and continued to search the desert. But in the next few days, Lu Ming found nothing, nor did he meet anyone else. On this day, Lu Ming was hurrying along when the desert suddenly exploded. A terrifying axe light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled. He quickly retreated while throwing out a punch. Boom! With a loud sound, Lu Ming slid along the desert for a distance before coming to a stop. A burly figure appeared in front of him. Evil God Tribe, this was a member of the Evil God race. His entire body was covered in purple scales and he had a tall stature. He held a battle axe in his hand and stared coldly at Lu Ming. A true emperor actually dared to come here and stop my attack? Looks like you're a supreme genius from heaven. Haha, looks like I'm quite lucky. The Evil God Tribe member grinned, his eyes incomparably cold. 1-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming judged his opponent's realm based on his opponent's aura and the exchange of blows just now. The other party was only a 1-star Great Emperor, but as a noble of a foreign race, his combat strength couldn't be underestimated. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. Just now, he had hurriedly blocked and was repelled by the other party. He was far from using his full strength. 1-star Great Emperor, let's start with you. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you say? Start with me? The Evil God Tribe member grinned. A mere true emperor ant from Heaven World actually said that he wanted to start with him. What a joke. Bang, the Evil God Tribe member took a step forward. Sand and dust filled the sky as he rushed towards Lu Ming. The battle axe in his hand slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body emitted 9 different colors of light. His physical strength and world power were also circulated to the extreme as he rushed towards the other party. Boom, the two of them exchanged a blow. The force spread out in all directions like water waves. The sand was swept up and surged in all directions like waves. A deep pit that was thousands of miles long and wide appeared below the two of them. Swoosh, a figure retreated continuously. This time, it wasn't Lu Ming but the Evil God Tribe member. The Evil God Tribe member's 3 eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He seemed to find it hard to believe that he would be repelled by a true emperor. Your strength is only SOSO. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and charged towards the other party. Bang. Bang. Bang, the two of them turned into 2 streams of light and collided continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, the evil god tribe member was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't defeat Lu Ming. His body trembled and his arm was in pain. Before entering the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming could already defeat Lan Membrane when he fought with him. At that time, Lu Ming's cultivation was only a 6-star True Emperor. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the 7-star True Emperor realm. Moreover, his physical strength was even stronger. Although this great emperor was stronger than Lan Membrane, he still wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming's hand was like a divine sword as it pierced the great emperor's body. The great emperor's body was covered in purple scales. His defense was astonishing. However, Lu Ming's hand was covered in 9 types of laws. They intertwined to form a divine ability that was even more terrifying. In addition, Lu Ming's physical strength broke through the scales and left a hole in the great emperor's body. Blood flowed freely. Damn it! The great emperor roared and retreated frantically. His eyes were filled with fear as he turned to flee. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. If he forced himself to fight, not only would he not be able to kill Lu Ming, but he would also be killed by Lu Ming. How can such a terrifying genius appear in the celestial world? He's only a true emperor, but his combat strength is stronger than mine. This is too terrifying. No, I must spread this news so that others can kill this brat. Otherwise, if he grows stronger, it'll be a disaster for my race. The alien Grand Emperor thought to himself. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? He used his 6 feathered wings and chased after him. You may be stronger than me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. The great emperor roared. Lu Ming was stronger than him, but not to a ridiculous extent. As long as he wanted to escape, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to kill him. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled up as a bow appeared in his hand. It was the fallen star bow. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow with all his might. The bowstring of the fallen star bow bent. Even now, Lu Ming still couldn't pull the fallen star bow fully. He could only pull it halfway. The 9 types of laws and the power of the world were constantly injected into the fallen star bow. The fallen star bow emitted a resplendent light as a 9-colored arrow was formed. Wang, Lu Ming loosened his grip and the bowstring vibrated violently. A 9-colored arrow flew out and shot toward the foreign race Great Emperor. The Great Emperor roared and swung his axe at the 9-colored arrow. Dang, there was a deafening explosion as the Great Emperor's body trembled. He retreated rapidly, almost losing his grip on the axe in his hand. How is this possible? The Great Emperor was shocked by the power of the fallen star bow. Wang! The arrow tore through the air, leaving a long trail behind it. It was dazzling with 9 colors, but its speed was unbelievably fast and its power was shocking. The alien emperor roared and shot out a destructive light from his third eye. At the same time, he swung his battle axe. Clang, the 9-colored arrow struck the alien emperor's battle axe for the second time. The axe shook violently and flew out of his hand. The alien emperor's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. His palm was torn and blood flowed out. One of his arms had completely lost feeling. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7-star True Emperor and his 9 nomological laws had reached the 3rd realm, the power of pulling the bowstring was many times stronger than before. Ordinary 1-star Great Emperors would find it hard to block. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming drew his bow and shot 2 more arrows. The alien emperor roared in anger and used all his strength to block, but it was all in vain. It was just a dying struggle. Of the 2 arrows, one pierced through the outsider emperor's chest, nailing him to the ground. The second arrow pierced through the outsider emperor's forehead. This arrow directly killed the outsider emperor. A great emperor was killed by Lu Ming. This was the first time he did it without using the heaven emperor's body. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Unknowingly, he had grown to the point where he could kill a great emperor. More than 10 years ago, when he was in the Yuan continent, great emperors were so high up in his eyes that he couldn't reach them. At that time, Lu Ming could only rely on the heaven emperor's body. He couldn't fight against a great emperor at all. With his true strength, a great emperor could kill him with one slap. But now, things were different. Unknowingly, his strength had grown to a shocking level. After the nine-colored arrow killed the alien emperor, it turned into energy and dissipated. Just as Lu Ming was about to fly over and put away the corpse of the alien race's great emperor, two beams of rainbow light flashed in the distance and flew toward him at high speed. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The two streaks of rainbow light were actually the twin brothers. They had obviously noticed Lu Ming from afar, so they flew very quickly and arrived at Lu Ming's side in an instant. The two of them looked at the foreign race great emperor with surprise in their eyes. Brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. You killed a great emperor with your own strength. Respect, respect. One of them said, his eyes filled with amazement. I was just lucky. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He walked over and kept the corpse of the alien race great emperor. Brother Lu, did you kill all the crows that day? The one who spoke earlier asked. No, I rushed out. Lu Ming answered casually. Oh? The twin brothers glanced at each other and nodded. Brother Lu Ming, it seems that we are fated to meet. Why don't we move together? Sure. Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded. He was not familiar with this place and the two in front of him were not weak. Lu Ming could not use his heavenly emperor physical body now. If they were together, they would be able to help him if he was in danger. The two of you, do you know how big this desert is? Lu Ming asked. This desert is very big. We have been wandering around this desert for the past few days. This desert is dead silent and there are no opportunities. We are just wasting our time here. As long as we keep going deeper into the void sacred island, we will definitely be able to walk out of this desert. One of the twins said. This person was the eldest of the twins. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, there was nothing to be gained in this desert. He had wandered around for many days and had only obtained a great emperor herb and some spiritual liquid. The three of them discussed for a while and then headed towards the center of the void sacred island. Along the way, Lu Ming learned the names of the two brothers. One of them was called Wu Xiu and the other was Wu Bo. Both of them were two-star great emperors. Along the way, they encountered a group of foreign races. There were only two of them, a two-star great emperor and a one-star great emperor. Naturally, they were surrounded by Lu Ming and the other two and killed in the end. Later on, they encountered a group of foreign races. There were 7 or 8 of them. Wu Xiu had suggested that Lu Ming take out his puppet to kill these foreign races. However, Lu Ming turned around and left. The puppet that Wu Xiu had mentioned was the Heavenly Emperor physical body. However, the Heavenly Emperor physical body had exhausted its energy and could not kill the foreign races. Lu Ming naturally turned around and left. Fortunately, they were fast enough and did not get surrounded by the foreign races. They successfully escaped. Just like that, they flew for half a month before they walked out of the desert. The main reason was that the pressure in this area was too strong. Their flying speed was thousands or tens of thousands of times slower than outside. That was why it took them so long to cross the desert. After passing through the desert, they came to a land that was scarlet red. The temperature of this land was shockingly high. From time to time, they could see magma flowing out from the ground. Shockingly high temperatures were constantly spreading out from the ground. Logically speaking, such an environment should be more deathly silent than the desert from before. There was even less vegetation. However, the reality was the opposite. Here, they could see vegetation from time to time. Various types of fiery red vegetation were rooted in the scorching land. Some of them were even rooted in the magma. That's flowing flame wood and fire stone grass. Not long after coming to this land, Lu Ming found several types of emperor herbs. They were all very valuable and were taken away by the three of them. This land of flames was simply a land of treasures. The three of them looked around with blazing eyes. A few days later, the three of them each obtained more than 10 stalks of emperor herbs. On this day, the three of them suddenly stopped after crossing a large mountain. This was because a few figures appeared in a canyon in front of them. The three of them quickly hid and watched from afar. Evil God Tribe, that canyon was filled with Evil God Tribe members. There was a total of 5 of them. There was a pitch-black cave in the canyon. The 5 Evil God Tribe members were pacing back and forth outside the cave, emitting powerful auras from their bodies. 3 2-star Great Emperors and 2 1-star Great Emperors. Wu Bo muttered with a grave expression. Brother Lu Ming, these 5 evil god tribe members have been pacing outside that cave. I reckon that there are treasures in that cave. We cannot miss out on such an opportunity. However, the other party has 3 2-star Great Emperors and 2 1-star Great Emperors. They are much stronger than us and are not people we can deal with. Brother Lu Ming, why don't you take out that puppet and kill these 5 evil god tribe members? At that time, if there are really treasures, Brother Lu Ming can take the lion's share. Wu Xiao said. This plan won't work. Let's continue to observe. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo exchanged glances. A glint flashed across their eyes. The 5 members of the evil god tribe paced back and forth in the valley. After a while, a 2-star evil god tribe member suddenly charged into the cave. Roar, a furious roar suddenly came from the cave. This roar was like the roar of a dragon, but also like the hiss of a python. It was extremely ear-piercing. Immediately after, an intense rumbling sound came from the cave. The entire valley started to shake. In less than a minute, the member of the evil god tribe that had charged into the cave previously charged out. Outside the cave, the 4 members of the evil god tribe had solemn expressions as they waited in formation. Roar, with an explosive roar, a huge and slender figure charged out of the cave. This is, in the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was a mutated beast that looked like a real dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales, but it only had 4 claws. Moreover, there was a pair of fleshy wings on its back. When they spread out, they were incomparably huge. This was a mutated beast that Lu Ming had never seen before. Roar, the mutated beast roared. Its entire body was covered in blazing flames. Its fleshy wings flapped, and its speed was as fast as lightning as it pounced toward the member of the evil god tribe. The member of the evil god tribe from before charged toward the other 4 members of the evil god tribe. Attack! One of the members of the evil god tribe roared. All the members of the evil god tribe attacked together. 4 beams of destructive light shot out from their third eyes and then turned into various attacks. Some turned into battle swords, some into battle sabers, and all kinds of ferocious beasts. Swoosh, the dragon-like mutated beast flapped its fleshy wings. It slashed through the void like a heavenly saber, cutting off the space, wanting to block the attacks of the evil god tribe. However, it only blocked a portion of the attacks. A few attacks broke through the encirclement and bombarded the mutated beast, causing it to roar and stop. Attack with all your might and kill this beast. A 2-star evil god tribe member shouted. The 5 members of the evil god tribe surrounded the mutated beast and attacked it together. The battle prowess of that mutated beast was extremely strong. It was stronger than any of the evil god tribe's 2-star martial emperors. However, it wasn't that strong. When it was surrounded by 5 evil god tribe's 3-star martial emperors, it was instantly overwhelmed. The mutated beast's defense was astonishing. Its scales were tough and indestructible. Even a 1-star great emperor from the evil god tribe would find it hard to break through its scales. Only a 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe would be able to injure it. Thus, although the mutated beast was injured, it was still able to withstand the attacks. Roar! Roar! The exotic beast roared, as if it was very unwilling to accept the result. It was abnormally furious, and the flames on its body burned even hotter. In the end, its huge body actually began to shrink. Its body that was originally over 100 meters long shrunk to 3 meters long. However, on its body, a sparkling and translucent light flashed. The biggest change was its wings. They became fiery red and translucent, as if they were made of fiery red jade. Whoosh, the mutated beast flapped its wings, and its speed increased explosively compared to before. Like a beam of rainbow light, it soared into the sky and instantly charged out of the encirclement of the evil god race. Be careful! A member of the evil god race roared. Roar, the mutated beast roared. Like a red bolt of lightning, it pounced down from the sky, pouncing toward a 1-star great emperor from the evil god race. Its speed was extremely fast. That member of the evil god race was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Poochie, the mutated beast's sharp claws slashed out, breaking through the other party's defense and directly tearing off one of his arms. At the same time, one of its wings slashed out horizontally. It was even sharper than a heavenly blade. Pucci, that member of the evil god race, was directly cleaved into two. A one-star great emperor from the evil god race was directly killed. Courting death. The other members of the evil god race roared. All kinds of attacks blasted toward the mutated beast. The mutated beast's speed was extremely fast. It tried its best to dodge, but it was still chopped by an axe. Its scales scattered, and a wound was left on its body. Blood flowed out continuously. After the mutated beast was injured, it became even more furious. It roared continuously and pounced toward the remaining one-star great emperor from the evil god race. The mutated beast's speed was too fast. It was almost impossible to dodge if it wanted to attack. It could only attack head-on. That one-star great emperor from the evil god race fought back desperately. The other 3 two-star great emperors from the evil god race also attacked continuously. But in the end, the mutated beast was hit once. However, it still successfully pounced toward the one-star great emperor from the evil god race. Using both its sharp claws and wings, it killed this evil god race member. The 2 weakest members of the evil god race were killed by the mutated beast one after another. Only 3 two-star great emperors from the evil god race were left at the scene. After 2 of them were killed consecutively, the members of the evil god race were also enraged. All kinds of fierce attacks bombarded the mutated beast continuously. The mutated beast relied on its extremely fast speed to dodge continuously and pounced toward a 2-star great emperor from the evil god race. However, a 2-star great emperor was not that easy to kill. In a one-on-one battle, the mutated beast might be stronger than any one of the members of the evil god race. However, when 3 evil god race members joined forces, the mutated beast was no match for them. Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves. One of the members of the evil god race was almost torn into 2 by the mutated beast and was severely injured. However, the mutated beast was also dripping with blood. Its injuries were also quite serious. Swoosh, in the end, the mutated beast targeted the severely injured member of the evil god race. It pounced toward the other party crazily and started a fierce hunt. The mutated beast's entire body was a weapon that could launch attacks. Its attacks were like a violent storm that was impossible to guard against. Pooh, that member of the evil god race was already severely injured and was no match for the mutated beast at all. His chest was pierced through by the mutated beast's tail. The terrifying power tore this member of the evil god race into several pieces. However, the attacks of the other 2 members of the evil god race also arrived. A huge axe chopped toward the mutated beast and directly chopped off one of its wings. There was also a mace that smashed into the mutated beast's body. The mutated beast's bones emitted cracking sounds as its body crashed heavily into the valley. Boom, the earth trembled and dust filled the air. A huge crater appeared in the ground. This time, the mutated beast was severely injured and was on the verge of death. Kill, kill. The eyes of the remaining 2 members of the evil god race were extremely cold. They did not give the mutated beast any chance to catch its breath at all. All kinds of attacks poured down continuously. Roar, that mutated beast roared. It was extremely unwilling to give up and charged toward the cave with all its might. Don't let it return to the cave. One of the members of the evil god race roared. The 2 members of the evil god race charged toward the dragon-shaped mutated beast with all their might. All kinds of attacks bombarded the mutated beast's body. More wounds appeared on the mutated beast's body. Its tail was even chopped off. One of its sharp claws was also chopped off. Bang, the mutated beast was powerless to reverse the situation. It fell heavily onto the ground and did not have much breath left. Vile beast, how dare you kill a member of my race? Today, I'll make you into a dish for wine. One of the members of the evil god race said coldly and flew toward the mutated beast. When he got close to the dragon-shaped mutated beast, he chopped down with his axe, wanting to chop off the head of the dragon-shaped mutated beast. However, at this moment, the dragon-shaped mutated beast suddenly roared. Its entire body shone as it charged explosively toward that member of the evil god race. The 2 of them were too close to each other. When that member of the evil god race saw that the dragon-shaped mutated beast was about to die, he did not have much defense at all. At this moment, he was greatly alarmed and retreated frantically. At the same time, his third eye shone with light. Pooh, that rainbow light directly broke through the destructive light of the evil god race and pierced through his body. That dragon-shaped mutated beast unleashed its final attack, severely injuring one of the evil god tribe members. However, it was exhausted and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Beast. That severely injured evil god tribe member was enraged. With a swing of his axe, he chopped off the head of the dragon-shaped mutated beast and dug out a fist-sized crystal. Then, the two evil god tribe members looked toward the cave, a fiery light flashing in their eyes. In the distance, Lu Ming, Wu Xiao, and Wu Bo exchanged glances. Attack! Wu Xiao said in a low voice. Lu Ming and Wu Bo nodded. Now, there were only two evil god tribe members left. Although they were both two-star great emperors, similar to Wu Xiao and Wu Bo, one of them was injured and his battle prowess weakened. Lu Ming and the other two were still confident if they attacked. Without any hesitation, the three of them charged out at an astonishing speed. Heaven Realm's human race. The moment the three of them charged out, the two evil god tribe members discovered them and immediately roared. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two evil god tribe members immediately attacked. Their third eye shot out a destructive light. One turned into three battle swords, and the other turned into a fierce tiger, pouncing toward the three of them. The infinite dragon spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. It contained 9 types of laws and pierced forward. Dong, the long spear pierced one of the battle swords, producing a loud boom. The battle sword was sent flying, but Lu Ming's long spear was also vibrating and buzzing. What a strong force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. A 2-star great emperor was indeed strong. If Lu Ming did not use the fallen star bow now, he might be able to suppress an ordinary 1-star great emperor with his own battle prowess. However, he was still lacking when facing a 2-star great emperor. Air-shattering hand. On the other side, the twin brothers, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo, also used their special abilities. The divine abilities they used were exactly the same. Their palms became transparent, but there was a shocking aura circulating around them. The two of them waved their palms and blasted forward. Wu Xiao attacked the fierce tiger. Wu Bo attacked the remaining 2 battle swords. Boom! Boom! A fierce explosion sounded. The tiger and the 2 swords were directly destroyed by the 2 people. What a powerful force! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. After destroying the attacks of the evil god tribe, the 3 of them didn't stop, rapidly closing in on the 2 evil god tribe members. I'll deal with this uninjured one. You guys work together to kill the injured one, then come and help me. Wu Xiao sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming and Wu Bo. Then, he charged towards the uninjured evil god race. The 2 of them started fighting. As for Lu Ming and Wu Bo, they charged toward the injured evil god tribe member. Boom! Boom! Wu Bo's palms were really transparent, as if they were made of a pair of transparent crystals. The power of his attacks was shocking. Wherever his palm passed, the space directly exploded and shattered. Humans, kill! The evil god tribe member bellowed. Wielding his battle axe, he chopped down at Wu Bo Clang. Clang! Wu Bo's palms collided with the evil god tribe member's battle axe. A violent explosion sounded like metal clashing. After a few violent vibrations, Wu Bo's figure swayed. As for the burly evil god tribe member, he kept retreating. This evil god tribe member was severely injured by the dragon-shaped mutated beast's counterattack. His battle prowess was greatly reduced. In a head-on clash, he was no match for Wu Bo at all. At this moment, Lu Ming also launched his attack. Lu Ming directly took out the fallen star bow. Although the other party was injured, he was still a 2-star great emperor. When he went all out, his battle prowess was still very shocking. If he wanted to kill the other party, only the fallen star bow was effective. Buzz, the bowstring vibrated, and a 9-colored arrow shot toward the other party. The terrifying might caused the other party's expression to change. He could only do his best to block it. Clang! The other party slashed out with his axe, blocking the 9-colored arrow's attack. However, as he retreated, his injuries worsened, worsening the injuries of the evil god tribe member. How could Wu Bo let go of such an opportunity? He launched a barrage of attacks at the other party. This evil god tribe member was already injured and was no match for Wu Bo. With the threat of the fallen star bow, he was naturally no match for Wu Bo. In just a few moves, Wu Bo struck the other party. Bang! Wu Bo's palm struck the other party's body. That spot had already been pierced by the dragon-shaped mutated beast earlier. Now that it was struck, it directly exploded, sending flesh and blood flying. The evil god tribe member screamed miserably. His body was sent flying like a broken sandbag, his aura weak. Lu Ming grabbed the opportunity and shot an arrow. Pooh! The arrow pierced through the other party's head. The other party roared and stopped breathing. With Lu Ming and Wu Bo working together, the two of them easily dealt with that injured evil god tribe member. When the last evil god tribe member saw this scene, he turned pale with fright. He threw a few consecutive moves at Wu Xiao before turning to flee. He understood that if he faced Lu Ming and the other two alone, he would definitely die. Stop him! Wu Xiao shouted and chased after the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming continuously drew the fallen star bow. 2 9-colored arrows flew out, drawing a semicircle in the air. They ran to the front of the evil god tribe member and shot toward him. This evil god tribe member could only brandish his spiked club to block. Although he blocked the 9-colored arrows, his body was blocked. Wu Xiao rushed over quickly, his palm striking out continuously. As for Wu Bo, he also rushed over quickly and joined the battle. With the two brothers working together, their battle prowess increased explosively. The evil god tribe member could no longer break out of the encirclement and could only do his best to block. As for Lu Ming, he appeared not far away with the fallen star bow in his hand. This caused the evil god tribe member to be even more flustered. He had to divert his attention to pay attention to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones and started to devour the origin chi in them to recover his world power. During this period, he suddenly shot out an arrow. Every time Lu Ming shot out an arrow, he would look for an opening to shoot, catching the other party off guard. With the other party distracted, how could he block the attacks of Wu Xiao and Wu Bo? His body was hit continuously, purple scales flew everywhere, and his bones broke. The evil god tribe member roared furiously, but the result was already decided. After a few more moves, the evil god tribe member's head was pierced through by Wu Xiao, and he died completely. All 5 evil god tribe members died. The 3 of them looked toward that cave. Clearly, this cave was the cave of that dragon-shaped mutated beast from before. Since the 5 evil god tribe members had their eyes on this place, there was definitely a treasure inside. The 3 of them landed in front of the cave. The 3 of us will go in together. Be careful. Although the dragon-shaped mutated beast in the cave has been killed, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other dangers. Wu Xiao said, appearing very cautious. Lu Ming and Wu Bo nodded. Then, the 3 of them carefully headed toward the cave. The moment they entered the cave, they felt a scorching heat rush over. The 3 of them felt as if their bodies were going to burn up. Lu Ming circulated his world power and 9 types of laws to cover his entire body, resisting the heat in the cave. This was a very large passageway. It was dozens of meters tall and wide. The 3 of them followed the passageway and advanced forward. After about 1,000 meters, they crossed the passageway and arrived in a cave. This cave was very big, and it was crimson red. The temperature was even more shocking, like a furnace. If not for their high cultivation, ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand it. That is, as soon as they entered, their gazes were attracted to a small pool in the middle of the cave. In that small pool, there was a red liquid. The terrifying temperature was spreading out from that red liquid. This was not magma, because there was extremely rich essence inside. This is liquid fire. Lu Ming muttered. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's eyes also lit up. Flames were generally like gas. They could be seen but not touched. However, in places with extremely rich flame energy, after hundreds of millions of years of evolution, it would form a strange treasure. That was liquid fire. Liquid fire was an extremely rare treasure. It contained a huge amount of flame essence and was extremely valuable to cultivators. The key was that no matter which path one cultivated, it could be used. Those who cultivated the laws could use it to temper the world's power and condense a small world. Those who cultivated the primordial demon path or the primordial demon path could also use it to temper their unique power. Primordial body cultivators could use it to temper their physical bodies. Even the evil god tribe could use it for cultivation. No matter which path it was, the effect was very shocking. It was no wonder that the 5 evil god tribe members wanted to rush in here, and that dragon-shaped mutated beast was unwilling to leave. The eyes of the 3 of them became fiery. There is quite a lot of liquid fire in this pool. How about we split it equally? Wu Xiu's eyes flashed and looked at Lu Ming. I have no objections. Lu Ming said. I'll take some first. Wu Bo said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Wu Bo controlled the jade bottle and flew toward the small pool, wanting to scoop some. However, when the liquid fire entered the jade bottle, it directly burned and turned into ashes, dissipating without a trace. Such high temperature. The few of them were shocked. I don't believe it. Wu Bo waved his hand again, and a box appeared in the air. This box was made of metal and was engraved with runes. The aura it emitted was extremely shocking. This is a true imperial weapon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Wu Bo controlled the box and flew over, wanting to collect the liquid flame into the box. However, when the liquid flame flew into the box immediately emitted a sizzling sound. Within a few seconds, the box began to burn. A few minutes later, the box followed in the footsteps of the previous jade bottle, turning into ashes and dissipating. The group glanced at each other. The temperature of this liquid flame was too high. Even a true emperor weapon was burnt to ashes. Are we going to use a great emperor weapon? Wu Bo gritted his teeth. Let me. Wu Xiu said. Then, he took out an imperial armament. That imperial armament was truly a great imperial armament. It resembled an alms bowl. However, when the liquid fire was poured into the alms bowl still emitted a sizzling sound, and a burst of light smoke floated out of the alms bowl. Wu Xiu's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly poured out the liquid fire, and then looked at the alms bowl. There were already a few holes in it. Wu Xiu's heart ached so much that he wanted to die. In such a short period of time, his great imperial armament had already been damaged. If he had delayed any longer, his great imperial armament would have been burned through. We can't take it away at all. Wu Xiu sighed, somewhat speechless. The liquid fire couldn't be taken away at all. The temperature was too high. Even a great imperial armament would be damaged. Could it be that they needed a heavenly imperial armament? However, a heavenly imperial armament was extremely precious and rare. Many heavenly emperors didn't have a heavenly imperial armament, so they naturally didn't have one. Since they couldn't take it away, they could only slowly refine it here. However, a large number of experts had entered the Void Divine Island from the Heavenly World and the Evil God Tribe. This place might be discovered by other experts at any time. It was very dangerous to stay here and refine it. Let me try. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Then, light shone from his forehead, and a large cauldron appeared. This was the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was the weapon of the 9 dragons. Its power was incomparably shocking, and it was indestructible. Lu Ming guessed that it was definitely a heavenly imperial armament. Even if it couldn't display its power now, the liquid fire shouldn't be able to do anything to the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to fly out and into the small pool. Then, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron released a powerful suction force that sucked the liquid fire into the cauldron. There was no problem at all. There was nothing wrong with the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. He took the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron back and found nothing strange. It was like an ordinary liquid being poured into a water tank. It works. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were overjoyed. Lu Ming also relaxed and continued to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to absorb the liquid fire. Soon, the small pool of liquid fire was completely sucked into the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron flew back and was put away by Lu Ming. Let's find a secret place and split it evenly among the three of us. Then, we can slowly refine it. How about it? Lu Ming looked at Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. All right. This time, it's all thanks to brother Lu Ming. Let's quickly leave this place. Wu Xiao's face was full of smiles. Wu Bo was the same. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment Lu Ming turned around, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo launched a sudden attack. Their palms turned transparent and blasted toward Lu Ming. Their power was shocking. This change was extremely sudden. Lu Ming sensed danger and roared. 9 types of laws spread out from his body and covered his whole body. Lu Ming only had time to react before Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's attacks landed on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's body flew out and crashed heavily into the wall of the cave. Everything in the Void Sacred Island was under that kind of terrifying pressure at all times. Therefore, it was extremely sturdy. But now, Lu Ming had collided with the wall. The entire cave shook violently. The wall exploded, and a huge, deep pit appeared. Lu Ming lay in the pit and vomited blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. You. Why? Lu Ming shouted angrily. Why? Ha ha ha, who asked you to have so many treasures? Wu Xiao laughed. That's right. That puppet could even kill a 3-star great sovereign and a 4-star great sovereign. If it fell into the hands of us brothers, how strong would it be? Also, the cauldron in your hand can even store liquid fire. It's definitely extraordinary. The number 1 genius of the heaven domain is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming, I'm afraid you have more treasures than this. If we can get them, we will definitely soar to the sky. He he he. Wu Bo laughed coldly, his eyes full of greed. Lu Ming had too many treasures. Moreover, the number 1 genius of the heaven domain must have many fortuitous encounters. If they could take away all of Lu Ming's fortuitous encounters, the 2 brothers would definitely rise to the top. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll control that puppet to kill you? Lu Ming asked. At the same time, he used the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Of course, on the surface, he still had to pretend to be weak to confuse them. Of course I have misgivings. At the start, we didn't dare to make a move against you. However, after we met the evil god tribe a few times, I intentionally asked you to control the puppet and kill the evil god tribe members. However, you didn't do so. This made me suspect that your puppet needs energy. Back then, when facing so many crows, its energy should have been exhausted. Wu Xiao sneered. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. There's no need to say any more. Let's kill him first. This person is a peerless genius. Things might change if we delay. Wu Bo said. That's right. Wu Xiao nodded as a cold light flashed in his eyes. They didn't dare to be careless against Lu Ming. The 2 of them attacked together and used all their strength. Wait a minute. I was the one who saved you when we met those crows. Speaking of which, I'm your savior. Is this how you treat your savior? Lu Ming shouted. Savior? Ha ha ha, what bullshit tea savior? You're a genius, but you still believe in this. In this world, benefits are the most important. Do you understand? Wu Xiao laughed mockingly. Wu Bo also sneered. The 2 of them stepped toward Lu Ming. However, the 2 of them were very cautious. They set up layers of defense around their bodies, afraid that Lu Ming would counterattack before he died. The 2 of them had used all their strength in the attack just now. They were confident that it was a miracle that Lu Ming didn't die. There was no way he could resist. However, Lu Ming's reputation was there. They had to be careful. Sigh. At this time, Lu Ming sighed. You don't have to sigh. We will help you carry forward your fortuitous encounter. Wu Xiao sneered. I'm sighing because my ancient scripture will be lost from now on. Lu Ming said. Ancient scripture? Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's eyes lit up. That's right, the primal chaos ancient scripture. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's eyes burned with passion. Hand over the primal chaos ancient scripture and we'll give you a quick death. Wu Xiao said. No. If you agree to spare my life, then I'll give you the Primal Chaos ancient scripture, as well as all of my other treasures. Otherwise, you can only take my treasures. Don't even think about taking the Primal Chaos ancient scripture. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's eyes flickered. What should we do? Wu Bo transmitted his voice to Wu Xiu. Pretend to agree and give him 2 minutes to inscribe the Primal Chaos ancient scripture into the Jade Talisman. His injuries are very serious, and he won't recover for a few days. He won't be able to play any tricks in a few minutes. Wu Xiu transmitted her voice to Wu Bo, and the two of them nodded silently. Alright, we agree not to kill you. Inscribe the Primal Chaos ancient scripture into the Jade Talisman. Wu Xiu said. Do you think I'll believe you? Swear a blood oath. Lu Ming said. Kid, you're still trying to negotiate with us? You have to understand your situation. You're not qualified to negotiate with us. If you continue to talk nonsense, we'll just give up on the Primal Chaos ancient scripture and kill you right now. Your treasures will still be ours. Wu Xiu said coldly. Lu Ming, hurry up and inscribe it. We don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Wu Bo shouted coldly, and his killing intent grew colder. Alright, I hope you keep your word. Lu Ming said, pretending to be helpless. He took out a jade talisman and started to inscribe. Soon, 2 minutes passed, and Lu Ming was still inscribing. Kid, why are you so slow? You'd better not play any tricks. Wu Xiu said coldly. The Primal Chaos ancient scripture is the Primal Chaos Emperor's ancient scripture. It's incomparably mysterious, and it's not that easy to inscribe. If you want an incomplete ancient scripture, I'll give it to you right now. Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. Lu Ming, we'll give you 3 more minutes. If you're still not done after 3 minutes, don't blame us for being ruthless. Wu Xiu said coldly. He was still worried and felt that he couldn't delay any longer. Lu Ming continued to inscribe. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. It's done. At this time, Lu Ming said, and then waved his hand, and the jade talisman flew to Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu was ecstatic. He reached out and took it, and quickly checked it. At first glance, Wu Xiu was stunned, and then he revealed a furious look. It's empty, Lu Ming, how dare you lie to us, Wu Xiu roared. But at this moment, Lu Ming's figure suddenly rushed out at an astonishing speed. Behind Lu Ming, there was a pair of wings that flapped rapidly. He dashed toward the passageway and dashed out of the cave. Damn it, Chase. You're courting death. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were furious and chased after Lu Ming. The 3 of them were very fast, and in an instant, they rushed out of the cave and flew into the distance. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. Although Wu Xiu and Wu Bo tried their best, they couldn't catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. Damn it, how does he still have energy left? Wu Xiu and Wu Bo roared. Previously, the 2 of them had joined forces to launch a surprise attack. Even if it was another 2-star Great Emperor, they would definitely die. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming didn't die. They thought that Lu Ming would definitely be severely injured and wouldn't have any energy left to escape. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to burst out with such an astonishing speed. In fact, Lu Ming's injuries were far less serious than they thought. Lu Ming's current physical body was extremely strong, and his defense and vitality were shockingly strong. At the same time, Lu Ming didn't trust Wu Xiu and Wu Bo that much. Secretly, Lu Ming was constantly circulating the indestructible golden body, making his body as hard as a divine weapon. The indestructible golden body, in addition to his strong physical body, had an astonishing defense. Even if Wu Xiu and Wu Bo launched a surprise attack, although Lu Ming was severely injured, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't retaliate. In addition, Lu Ming purposely wasted time by circulating the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were much better now. Just now, Lu Ming had pretended to carve the Primal Chaos ancient scripture and passed the jade talisman to Wu Xiu and Wu Bo. As expected, Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were overjoyed and relaxed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming made a sudden move and successfully escaped. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape. If I catch up to you, I'll tear you to pieces. Wu Xiu roared. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He activated the 6 feathered divine wings and flew rapidly. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 9-colored arrows flew towards Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. The two of them could only use their own attacks to block them. With their strength, although they could block the 9-colored arrows, it was inevitable that their bodies would be blocked and their speed would be slowed down. As Lu Ming flew, he attacked with the fallen star bow. The fallen star bow's attack range was extremely far. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's figures were blocked. Lu Ming took the opportunity to fly forward for a while, widening the distance between the two sides. I, Lu Ming, will remember today's matter. Keep your heads for now. In the future, I will definitely come and take them personally. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming must kill Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. Damn it! Wu Xiao and Wu Bo roared in their hearts. They were incomparably anxious. They knew that Lu Ming was not just saying it. He would definitely do it. The key was that with Lu Ming's talent, he would definitely be able to do it in the future. There was no doubt about this. It would not be long before Lu Ming's battle strength surpassed theirs. Not to mention Lu Ming's talent, even the power behind Lu Ming was incomparably terrifying. The matter of the Lan family had long spread throughout the heaven realm, allowing everyone to recognize Lu Ming's powerful strength. Any one of the Sky Emperors behind Lu Ming could kill them casually. Therefore, they must not let Lu Ming leave. At this moment, the two of them were somewhat regretful. They did not regret attacking Lu Ming, but regretted that they were too confident after attacking and gave Lu Ming too much time. To deal with someone like Lu Ming, once they attacked, they had to kill him with lightning speed. Every minute and second delayed would cause an unforeseen event to occur. They had only given Lu Ming a few minutes, and Lu Ming had escaped from under their noses. Unfortunately, they understood now. It was already too late. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo erupted with all their strength and chased after Lu Ming. They chased after Lu Ming and did not let go. Lu Ming was definitely injured and would not be able to hold on for long. As time passed, they would definitely catch up to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, another 2 arrows shot towards them. They could only wave their palms to block the arrows. As a result, their figures were once again blocked, and the distance between them and Lu Ming was once again greatly increased. Damn it, damn it! The two of them roared in their hearts as they madly chased after him. But, they still couldn't change the fact that the distance between them and Lu Ming was growing larger and larger. Just like that, after Lu Ming shot a few arrows, they had already flown out of this blazing land and arrived at a more normal place. This place had verdant hills and limpid waters, and mountain ranges were everywhere. After arriving at this place, Lu Ming rushed down to the ground and ran along the mountain forest. Not long after, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it! Wu Xiao and Wu Bo stopped on top of a mountain peak and roared like wild beasts. Both of their palms struck out randomly, and the terrifying palm imprints bombarded the mountain peak, causing the mountain peak to tremble and debris to fly everywhere. At this time, Lu Ming had already entered a hidden cave, and then went deep underground. He moved forward along the ground, and not a trace of aura was emitted from his body. Puff! In the process of moving forward, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was somewhat pale. Although his defense was shocking and his vitality was extremely strong, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were still 2-star great emperors. Their combined strength was truly terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries were still very heavy. Just now, he had used his full strength to continuously draw the fallen star bow. Naturally, his injuries had worsened. However, it didn't matter. With the profoundness of the indestructible ancient scripture, no matter how heavy his injuries were, they were nothing. Lu Ming continued to move forward in the depths of the ground. After an unknown distance, he entered the mountain river diagram and began to circulate the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In the distance, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were madly searching for Lu Ming. Lu Ming must be hiding somewhere to heal his injuries. We must find him and kill him. Wu Xiao roared. If they couldn't kill Lu Ming, then the best ending for their lives would be to hide in the Void Divine Island. Once they returned to the heaven world, they would definitely be killed by the heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming must die, time passed by day. 3 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had completely healed, and he had reached his peak state. Following that, Lu Ming's heart moved. A large cauldron appeared between his eyebrows and landed in front of him. It was the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, there was liquid fire. Liquid fire can be said to be a top-grade treasure to temper one's physical body. If I refine this liquid fire, the seven gods' mysterious art will definitely break through. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he controlled the power of the world and rolled out a ball of liquid fire. Chi. The temperature of the liquid fire was shockingly high. Even the power of the world was burning, and it made a sizzling sound. Lu Ming withdrew the power of the world and grabbed the liquid fire in his hand. Chi. Immediately, Lu Ming's palm emitted a burnt smell, and it was about to burn Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's physical body was extremely strong. Coupled with the immortal golden body, it was comparable to an ordinary Great Emperor weapon. At the same time, he circulated the immortal ancient scripture. Although Lu Ming's body was burned, it recovered at a faster speed. Then, Lu Ming controlled the power of the world and spread out the ball of liquid fire, wrapping Lu Ming's body evenly. Lu Ming began to circulate the seven gods' mysterious art to refine the liquid fire. With the power of the liquid fire, he began to temper his physical body. 3 days later, the ball of liquid fire was refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's physical body had improved, but he still hadn't broken through the bottleneck. This cultivation is too slow and too gentle. I will enter the cauldron directly. With the strength of my physical body, I should be able to withstand it. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes flashing with madness. He planned to enter the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and soak in the liquid fire. This way, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. It could be said that this was an extremely crazy idea. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. The liquid fire could even burn Great Emperor weapons. If one's physical body entered it, they would probably be burned to death. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. Lu Ming was not included. With the strength of his physical body and the recovery power of the immortal ancient scripture, he could definitely withstand it. Immediately, Lu Ming entered the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Of course, he had already taken off his clothes. With a plop, Lu Ming's entire body was submerged in the liquid fire. Immediately, a tearing pain enveloped Lu Ming's body. Although Lu Ming's physical body was very strong, he was still slowly being burned by the liquid fire and was about to be incinerated. Lu Ming immediately circulated the immortal ancient scripture and his physical body began to recover rapidly. However, the pain didn't lessen in the slightest. Lu Ming focused his mind and cleared his mind. He circulated the seven gods' mysterious art and began to cultivate. The liquid fire contained a huge amount of energy essence. It was constantly being absorbed by Lu Ming. At the same time, the burning of the liquid fire could also help to temper his physical body. Under the dual effects, Lu Ming's physical body rapidly improved. Half a month later, the seven gods' mysterious art finally broke through to the 5th level. After breaking through to the 5th level, Lu Ming's physical strength increased crazily. At this point, Lu Ming's physical strength alone was comparable to a great emperor. This was a qualitative leap. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through to the 5th level and his physical strength had reached the great emperor realm. Lu Ming's physique had improved in every aspect. Every cell in his body had been tempered and strengthened to the extreme. To be honest, with his current physical strength, even without the indestructible ancient scripture, his vitality was extremely strong. Even if his body was torn apart, he would be able to recover quickly. Now, Lu Ming could withstand the burning of the liquid flame even if he did not use the indestructible ancient scripture. Continue. Lu Ming muttered and continued to use the art of the seven gods' mysterious art to refine the liquid flame. There was still some liquid flame left in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and Lu Ming planned to refine it all before coming out. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed and Lu Ming had refined the remaining liquid flame. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art had reached the peak of the early 5th level. However, without breaking through to the mid-5th level, the improvement in his physical strength was limited. The art of the seven gods' mysterious art could only increase his strength by breaking through the bottleneck. For example, when one broke through to the mid-fifth level, their strength would increase tremendously. Without a breakthrough, even if one was at the peak of the early fifth level, their strength would be limited. However, compared to before the art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through, Lu Ming's strength had increased significantly. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath and ended his cultivation. He walked out of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's glabella and disappeared. With my current strength, I should be able to kill a 2-star great emperor. Lu Ming muttered. Before he had a breakthrough, he could easily suppress an ordinary 1-star great monarch with all his moves combined. Now that the art of the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through and reached the peak of the early fifth level, he could kill a 1-star great emperor with his physical strength alone. He could even kill a 1-star great emperor who had mastered the strongest great Tao. With the help of the power of the world and various laws, he could kill a 2-star great emperor. Wu Xiao, Wu Bo, don't let me see you. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram and came to the surface. After reaching the surface, Lu Ming headed towards the depths of Void God Island. Lu Ming didn't deliberately search for Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. The Void Divine Island was too big, and a month had already passed. Who knew where the two of them had run off to? Eh? The laws here are so gentle. Comprehending them seems to be especially easy. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, a look of surprise on his face. He carefully sensed it, and it was indeed so. The laws here were especially docile and easy to comprehend. He didn't have this feeling when he was in the land of fire and the desert, but now that he was in a normal land, this feeling was very obvious. Could it be because of that terrifying pressure? Lu Ming guessed and felt that it was very possible. That kind of terrifying pressure was supreme. Even the heavenly Tao would be suppressed, let alone the laws. Under this kind of pressure, the laws became incomparably docile and easy to comprehend. It was just like taming a horse. In the outside world, the laws were like wild horses with wild temperaments. They were extremely difficult to tame and naturally difficult to comprehend. But here, the laws were like docile domestic horses. They were easy to touch, easy to tame, and naturally easy to comprehend. Holy land, this is simply a holy land for comprehending the laws. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a fiery radiance. Lu Ming felt for a while and found that the speed of comprehending the laws here was at least 100 times faster than the outside world. For martial artists below the Great Emperor realm, this was simply a supreme cultivation holy land. Unfortunately, the pressure here was too strong. True emperors couldn't enter, but great emperors could. However, great emperors had already passed the stage of comprehending the laws. This place couldn't be more suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to walk a different path. He wanted to comprehend all the other strongest laws before breaking through to the great emperor realm. If he was outside, he didn't know how long this would take. But here, time would be saved greatly. For Lu Ming, this was a great opportunity. Find a place to go into seclusion and comprehend. Lu Ming showed a look of excitement. In Lu Ming's heart, great Tao fragments and heavenly Tao weapons were not as important as comprehending the laws. Lu Ming didn't need those things for the time being. Comprehending the laws would greatly increase Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming wanted to know how amazing it would be if he completely comprehended the 10 strongest laws and evolved them into great Taos. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure moved and flew forward. He planned to find a quiet place with rich origin qi to enter seclusion and comprehend. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. Before long, he flew hundreds of thousands of miles. When Lu Ming flew over a mountain range, 2 rainbow lights suddenly flew out from the mountain range. The rainbow lights were extremely fast. In a flash, one in front and one behind, 2 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Wu Xiao, Wu Bo. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled slightly, revealing a strange look. He didn't expect to run into Wu Xiao and Wu Bo not long after he came out of seclusion. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, your luck is really not too good. The two of us were lying in ambush here just to try our luck and see if we could run into you. I didn't expect you to really go in this direction. Wu Xiao laughed loudly, but his voice was cold. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. They searched for Lu Ming for more than half a month but found nothing. They might as well wait here to see if they could run into Lu Ming. They didn't expect to really run into him. Is that so? Lu Ming said indifferently. However, Wu Xiu and Wu Bo did not make a move immediately. They looked at Lu Ming somewhat cautiously. They had some misgivings about Lu Ming's puppet. Back then, they had all witnessed the prowess of that puppet. They were afraid that Lu Ming would fill that puppet with energy again over the past month. That shouldn't be possible. That kind of puppet is so strong that it needs a lot of energy. I don't believe he can fill it up so quickly. Wu Xiu transmitted to Wu Bo, his eyes full of greed. That's right. If that puppet could be used, he would have done it already. Wu Bo added. Lu Ming had too many treasures on him. They couldn't give up. Their hearts were completely consumed by greed. However, they didn't make a move right away. They slowly approached Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming's aura completely erupted with 9 types of laws revolving around him. It was still the aura of a peak true emperor. Die. Lu Ming charged at Wu Xiu. Lu Ming, no matter how powerful you are merely a true emperor. How dare you fight with me, Wu Xiu shouted with a ruthless glint in his eyes. His palms turned transparent as he attacked Lu Ming. The transparent palm blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also threw a punch. Seeing that their fists and palms were about to collide, Wu Xiu revealed a look of joy. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only a true emperor. Wu Xiu was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming and even kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overestimating himself and dared to fight him head-on. Wu Xiu increased his strength to the maximum. He wanted to injure Lu Ming severely. Boom, their fists and palms collided fiercely. Boom, kacha, when the two people's fists and palms collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted. Amidst the boom, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Your strength. Wu Xiu's body retreated as he roared in disbelief. He clashed head-on with Lu Ming, but he was no match for him. Lu Ming broke the bones in his hand with one punch. The terrifying power was like an avalanche, forcing him to retreat. This was unbelievable. Lu Ming was only a true emperor. His cultivation did not increase at all. How could his strength increase so much in just a month? Wu Xiu's mind could not wrap itself around it. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. Taking advantage of Wu Xiu's shock, Lu Ming launched a sure kill attack. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated rapidly. In an instant, it vibrated at least 1 billion times, in an instant, 1 billion times. This was a terrifying frequency. Lu Ming's muscles and space vibrated, producing a terrifying driving force. Lu Ming's figure instantly dashed toward Wu Xiu at an extremely fast speed. Boom, then, Lu Ming punched out. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch. The fist broke through space and pierced through the void, heading towards Wu Xiu's small world. Not good. Wu Xiu's hair stood on end. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. However, it was too late for him to counterattack. He could only retreat quickly and set up layers of defense around his body. Boom, Lu Ming's fist accurately struck Wu Xiu's dantian. An incomparably terrifying force rushed into Wu Xiu's dantian. The power of the great path that covered Wu Xiu's body was instantly torn apart by Lu Ming's power. The surging power bombarded Wu Xiu's small world. Rumble, Wu Xiu's small world shook crazily, and dense cracks appeared. Then, the entire small world exploded. Wu Xiu's body flew out like a meteor, crashing into a mountain peak, creating a large crater. Wu Xiu lay in the pit and screamed crazily. No, 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 Wu Xiu roared as he vomited blood. He found it hard to accept that his small world had been shattered by Lu Ming. With his small world shattered, his cultivation base was completely crippled. Furthermore, he would not be able to live for long. On the other side, Wu Bo was dumbstruck as well. From when Lu Ming and Wu Xiu fought to when Wu Xiu was crippled, only a split second had passed. It was extremely short. In an instant, Wu Xiu was crippled. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming looked coldly at Wu Bo previously. He had purposely revealed his true Emperor Realm cultivation base to make Wu Xiu and Wu Bo careless. This way, he would be able to cripple one of them in an instant. If Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were to join forces, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat them. However, it would be difficult to kill both of them. However, now that Lu Ming had crippled one of them, it would be much easier to deal with the other. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles vibrated as he charged towards Wu Bo. Wu Bo was prepared. With a roar, he unleashed all his might. His palms bombarded Lu Ming continuously. His seemingly transparent palms pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's fists were constantly punching out. In an instant, he had thrown out hundreds of punches, clashing with Wu Bo. The two exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. Then, Wu Bo's body retreated and he vomited blood. His palms and arms were completely deformed. The bones inside had been shattered by Lu Ming. Wu Bo's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and turned to run. He couldn't care less about Wu Xiao now. You want to run? Do you think you can? Lu Ming said coldly. His muscles and bones vibrated. With the help of the 6 feathered divine wings, Lu Ming's speed completely surpassed Wu Bo's. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming caught up to Wu Bo and threw out a punch. Wu Bo's arms were broken and he couldn't block it. He wanted to dodge, but his speed wasn't as fast as Lu Ming. The punch landed on his head and his head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also crushed into ashes by Lu Ming's fist. Wu Bo was dead. Puff, Lu Ming reached out his hand and grabbed Wu Bo's dantian. He took out a piece of the realm core from his dantian. The realm core of an emperor realm core was a rare treasure. It contained powerful energy. Then, Lu Ming took Wu Bo's storage ring and walked towards Wu Xiao. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. I curse you to die a horrible death. Wu Xiao knew that he was going to die, so he cursed crazily. Haha, what a joke. You brought this on yourselves. We could have split the liquid flame. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was their savior. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been torn apart by the crows when they first entered the Void Sacred Island. However, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo weren't grateful to Lu Ming. They even coveted Lu Ming's treasures and attacked him. Now that they were defeated by Lu Ming, they cursed Lu Ming with resentment. Wasn't that a joke? Ha ha ha. Wu Xiao laughed. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming was right. They brought this on themselves. If they hadn't been greedy, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only that, they would have gotten some of the liquid flame. They had brought all of this upon themselves. He punched out and a fist energy engulfed Wu Xiao. When the fist energy disappeared, Wu Xiao turned into ashes. His previous punch had shattered Wu Xiao's small world and destroyed his heart of the world at the same time. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. After putting away Wu Xiao's storage ring, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left this place. Lu Ming kept flying. He only came to a stop after flying for 1,000,000 miles. The origin chi here was very rich. Lu Ming opened up a cave on a mountain peak. After flying into the cave, he sealed the entrance. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave and began to comprehend the laws. Now, Lu Ming wanted to comprehend new laws. Which of the remaining 7 strongest laws should I comprehend first? Lu Ming pondered. The remaining 7 strongest laws were destiny, spacetime, reincarnation, primordial chaos, nothingness, eternity, and karma. Of these 7, the strongest was undoubtedly the destiny law. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to comprehend the destiny law for the time being. The destiny law was the most difficult to comprehend. Lu Ming planned to comprehend the other laws first and leave the destiny law for last. After a while, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the primordial chaos law first. After his primordial chaos laws reached a certain level of maturity, Lu Ming planned to comprehend samsara laws. When he first met Samsara Emperor, Lu Ming had experienced samsara and had a deep impression of samsara laws. It would be relatively easier for Lu Ming to comprehend these 2 laws. After making up his mind, Lu Ming began to comprehend. His dantian shone, and a small world slowly emerged. Finally, it appeared above Lu Ming's head. The small world looked only 1 meter in size, but upon closer inspection, the mountains and lakes inside were faintly visible. On a vast plain, an ancient tree of enlightenment pierced through the clouds. Now, the enlightenment ancient tree was nearly 800 meters tall. Cultivating under the enlightenment ancient tree was very effective. Lu Ming's soul condensed in the small world and sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. This way, the small world and the outside world were connected. The power of laws from the outside world poured into Lu Ming's small world, and the Enlightenment ancient tree's function could be unleashed. In this way, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending the laws had increased greatly. In just a few days, Lu Ming's comprehension of primordial chaos laws had already reached a rudimentary level. The reason why it was so fast was that primordial chaos laws and primordial chaos laws were extremely similar and had similarities. The second was because Lu Ming's current realm was high. He had already cultivated 9 types of laws to the third realm, and could fuse different supreme laws. This meant that Lu Ming's understanding and application of laws had already reached an extremely profound realm. Therefore, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending other laws was much faster than before. With all kinds of advantages stacked, Lu Ming's cultivation speed was very fast. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's control of primordial chaos laws also improved rapidly. In just 2 months, Lu Ming cultivated primordial chaos laws to the second realm. During this time, Lu Ming also tried to fuse primordial chaos laws with other supreme laws. Otherwise, Lu Ming's speed would be even faster. Half a year later, Lu Ming had already comprehended the primordial laws to the limits of the second stage. At this time, Lu Ming began to comprehend the samsara laws. Lu Ming's speed of comprehending 2 types of laws at the same time slowed down. At the same time, he had to comprehend while trying to fuse the different laws together. Even so, after a year of seclusion, Lu Ming still managed to cultivate the samsara law to the second level. Furthermore, the primordial chaos law and the samsara law could already fuse with other supreme laws to form new mystique techniques. Without using his physical body, Lu Ming's strength had also increased greatly. After all, it was an ultimate law. Every time he comprehended one more law, after forming a divine ability, Lu Ming's strength would skyrocket. Lu Ming was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting everything. To him, cultivating here was the greatest opportunity. It could save him a lot of time. If he were to cultivate outside, he would need dozens of times more time. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating outside for dozens of years. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping and continued to comprehend. Not far from where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion, 3 figures were rapidly fleeing. If Lu Ming saw them, he would definitely be shocked. This was because one of them was Emperor Wu Xiang. The other 2 were the Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Emperor. At this time, they were being pursued. The 3 of them were injured. Their bodies were dyed red with blood, especially Emperor Tianhua. His face was pale, and his aura was unstable. He was the most injured. The 3 of them flew quickly, but there were some figures chasing after them. The ones chasing after them were the experts of the foreign races. You can't escape. You'll definitely die. One of the foreign races shouted coldly. Go, don't stop. If we're lucky and meet the experts of the heaven field, we might be saved. Emperor Wu Xiang shouted. He and Emperor Hun Tian carried Emperor Tianhua and flew quickly. However, their speed was reduced, and the foreign races slowly caught up to them. One fled while the other chased. They were approaching the area where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Kill. There were a total of 5 foreign races behind them. One of them was a 2-star Great Emperor, while the other 4 were 1-star Great Emperors. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 3 were 1-star Great Emperors. At this moment, the 2-star Great Emperor was the fastest. He quickly closed in on Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2. His third eye shot out a ray of destructive light that turned into a battle sword and slashed at the 3 of them. Emperor Wu Xiang had no choice but to stop. He unsheathed his battle sword and slashed out. Clang, 2 rays of sword light collided. Emperor Wu Xiang's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. His face was pale. Although Emperor Wu Xiang had reached the limit of a 1-star Great Emperor, there was still a large gap between him and a 2-star Great Emperor. Go quickly. Emperor Wu Xiang roared. You want to leave? None of you will be able to leave today. The 2-star Great Sovereign said coldly and launched another attack at Emperor Wu Xiang. I'll help you. Emperor Hun Tian said. He charged at Emperor Wu Xiang, and the two of them joined forces to fight against their opponents. Even so, they were still no match for their opponents. They were forced to retreat and were at a disadvantage. The other 4 one-star great emperors had arrived and surrounded them. They were in a desperate situation. I never thought that the 3 of us would die here today. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 looked at each other and sighed. However, they wouldn't give up so quickly. Even if they had to put their lives on the line, they still had to fight. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed the commotion outside a mountain not far away and ended his cultivation. There's a huge battle outside. Wait, this aura, Lu Ming began to murmur. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. There were 3 auras outside that Lu Ming was extremely familiar with. Immediately, 3 figures appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua. However, hadn't the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor used the Gate of the Realm to send some of the foreign race Great Emperors into the Heaven Realm in order to solve the problem of the foreign races? Hadn't the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor also entered the Heaven Realm? Why would they appear here? Many thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. However, he didn't have much time to think. Lu Ming entered his dantian with a thought. His muscles shook and Lu Ming charged out. Boom, the mountain exploded and debris flew everywhere. Lu Ming charged out of the mountain and stood in the sky. The commotion here naturally alerted Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 great emperors and the evil god tribe. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua were stunned when they saw him. Lu Ming? The 3 of them were completely dumbfounded. They had never expected to see Lu Ming here. This was the Void Sacred Island. Only great emperors could enter. They had actually bumped into Lu Ming here. Had Lu Ming broken through to the Great Emperor realm? Wasn't that too fast? Another human. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 5 evil god tribe emperors. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming's aura exploded. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. This was because Lu Ming's aura was that of a true emperor. Just a true emperor? The 5 evil god tribe emperors couldn't help but show disdain. If he was just a true emperor, how strong could he be even if he could enter this place? Someone has come to die. One of the evil god tribe emperors sneered. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua's faces changed drastically. Lu Ming, go. 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 Don't worry about us. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 shouted anxiously. With Lu Ming's talent, his future was limitless. They couldn't implicate Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face was relaxed. 3 Deans, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, walking toward Emperor Wu Xiang and the rest. Lu Ming, go. Go. Emperor Wu Xiang was even more anxious. No worries. It won't be too late to leave after I kill these foreign races. Lu Ming chuckled as if these foreign races were lambs that could be killed at any time. Arrogant. A true emperor wants to kill us? In my opinion, he's just bluffing. I'll kill him. A 1-star evil god tribe emperor stepped out and forced his way towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The eyes of martial monarch Wu Xiang and the others flickered with doubt. They knew that Lu Ming wouldn't be so arrogant. He must have something to rely on. Could it be that puppet? A thought flashed across Emperor Wu Xiang's mind. Back then, he had seen Lu Ming use that puppet to defeat the great emperor of the He family. Die. The great emperor of the evil god tribe held a mace in his hand and swung it toward Lu Ming. Wang, Lu Ming's muscles trembled, and his body burst out. In an instant, he appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. Bang! Under this punch, the opponent did not have the slightest ability to resist and was directly torn apart by Lu Ming's violent strength. His body exploded into pieces. One punch, instant kill. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua were stunned. The other members of the evil god tribe were also stunned. A 1-star great monarch was instantly killed by a single punch. What kind of battle prowess was this? Even an ordinary 2-star martial monarch would not be able to do that. Kill. Lu Ming let out an explosive bellow. His speed exploded to the extreme as he charged toward the remaining members of the evil god tribe. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on the other party. "Let's join hands and kill him," the two-star Great Emperor from the evil god race roared as he charged towards Lu Ming. The other members of the evil god tribe also launched attacks. Attack! Emperor Wu Xiong, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Han Tian also attacked. Their attacks were directed at the two-star Great Emperor from the evil god tribe so that he could not attack Lu Ming with his full strength. Boom! 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 Lu Ming continuously punched out. The terrifying fist force brought about a violent spatial storm that drowned a few members of the evil god tribe. Bang! 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 The 3 one-star Emperor Realm evil god tribesmen directly exploded. Not even their corpses remained. Nothing was left behind. How is this possible? The remaining 2-star Great Emperor from the evil god tribe roared in disbelief. A true emperor killing great emperors like chopping vegetables. How was this possible? Of course, this was just Lu Ming's cover-up. His law system was only at the true emperor realm, but his physical body was already at the great emperor realm. Otherwise, no matter how strong a true emperor was, he would not be able to kill a great emperor so easily. Of course, this was also Lu Ming's intention. He purposely concealed his aura to shock the evil god tribe. This way, his battle prowess would naturally weaken. Kill! Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and charged towards the 2-star Great Emperor from the evil god tribe. The fate of this evil god tribe member was already decided. Lu Ming alone was enough to kill him. In addition, with the help of Emperor Wu Xiong, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua, this evil god tribe member would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Lu Ming continuously punched out. 9-colored light flashed and he was like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing his opponent. Bang! Bang! The terrifying fist force landed on the evil god tribe member, breaking his bones and tendons. In the end, his body exploded. After Lu Ming made his move, the 5 members of the evil god tribe were all killed in an instant. This, Emperor Wu Xiong, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Han Tian exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming had something to rely on and that he had a powerful external force. That was why he was so calm. They did not expect Lu Ming to rely on his own combat ability to kill 5 members of the evil god tribe. The key was that this was a complete suppression. He killed the 5 members of the evil god tribe as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Compared to when he killed Wu Xiao and Wu Bo, Lu Ming's strength had increased by a little. Reincarnation law and primordial law had already reached a certain level. After merging them, it was naturally easier for him to kill ordinary 2-star great emperors. 3 Deans, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming walked over and cupped his fists. Back then, Emperor Wu Xiong, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Han Tian had established the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. Their purpose was to nurture the geniuses of the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. They were selfless. Back then, Lu Ming had also received a lot of help in the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. Otherwise, he might not have achieved what he had today. Therefore, he was still very respectful to the 3 Deans. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that in just over 20 years, your battle strength has already reached such a level. You are already far above us. Emperor Han Tian sighed, feeling a lot of emotions. Over 20 years was just a snap of the fingers for a great emperor. Back then, when they first met Lu Ming, although Lu Ming's talent was very high, in their eyes, he was just a little guy. There was still a boundless distance between him and the great emperor realm. But now, Lu Ming's strength was actually above them. They would never have dreamed that. Of course, they were also happy for Lu Ming's achievements. If it weren't for the guidance of the 3 Deans back then, how could Lu Ming have today's achievements? Lu Ming smiled and said, Deans, back then when you entered the gate of world viewing, where did you appear? Why did you come to the Void Divine Island? Lu Ming asked. We were lucky. When we entered the gate of world viewing, we happened to appear in the Taiching Heaven domain. Those great Emperor realm foreign tribes were also killed by the experts of the Taiching Heaven domain. Emperor Han Tian explained. Later on, things were simple. Emperor Wuxiang found Emperor Han Tian and Emperor Tianhua. The three of them cultivated together, and when the Void Divine Island appeared, the three of them teamed up to explore. We were quite lucky when we entered the Void Divine Island. We found some fortunate encounters and treasures, but some time ago, when we were about to go to the Void Divine Pagoda, we encountered these foreign tribes and were chased by them. Emperor Wuxiang explained. The Void Divine Pagoda? Lu Ming was startled. He was a little curious. The Void Divine Pagoda is an ancient building on the Void Divine Island. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't know, Emperor Wuxiang explained. The Void Divine Island was the dojo of a supreme existence. Naturally, there were many ancient ruins and buildings on it. Many of them were left behind by the Supreme Existence's disciples. Usually, they would contain some treasures. The Void Divine Pagoda was a famous building in a large area. The Evil God Tribe and the Heaven World's experts discovered it at the same time. Now, both sides were fighting for control of the Void Divine Pagoda. Many people heard the news and rushed to the Void Divine Pagoda. Emperor Wuxiang and the other two also heard the news and rushed there. They didn't expect to meet the Evil God Tribe halfway and be chased down. I see. After hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. To be honest, he had been on the Void Divine Island for more than a year and hadn't seen this building. He couldn't help but be curious. Lu Ming, do you want to take a look together? There might be many treasures inside. There might even be heavenly Dao soldiers. Emperor Wuxiang said. At the mention of heavenly Dao soldiers, even the eyes of Emperor Wuxiang and the others were burning. Heavenly Dao soldiers were too precious. Even heavenly emperors would fight for them. How could ordinary people not be moved? Okay, I've been in seclusion for this period of time. I was thinking of walking around. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, Emperor Wuxiang and the other two led the way. The group of four headed in the direction of the Void Divine Pagoda. Their luck wasn't bad. For a few days, they didn't meet the Evil God Tribe. 3 days later, they arrived at their destination. From afar, they saw a huge pagoda. It seemed to be made of bronze. It pierced the sky and reached into the clouds. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the bottom of the pagoda, they saw a large number of figures. On one side, there were more than 100 people from the Evil God Tribe. On the other side, there were more than 100 people from the Heaven World. These were all heavenly emperors. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Lu Ming and the others looked around and saw that the bottom of the pagoda was full of potholes. There were traces of a great battle. They even saw the corpses of the Evil God Tribe and the Heaven World. It was clear that a huge battle had taken place not long ago. When Lu Ming's group of four arrived, many people's gazes fell on them. Lu Ming, it's you. A cold voice rang out. Lu Ming looked over and found an acquaintance in the crowd. Xianxia was a great emperor of the Lan family. Previously, he was defeated by Lu Ming at the drill ground of the Two-World City. There were a few other people standing next to Xianxia. They looked at Lu Ming coldly, and their eyes flickered with killing intent. Are they all from the Lan family? Lu Ming guessed. As soon as they saw him, they revealed killing intent. Lu Ming guessed that those people were probably from the Lan family or the Yin family. Lu Ming ignored him. Together with Emperor Wuxiang and the other two, he flew toward the crowd in the Heaven Realm and joined them. Some people were delighted. After all, the more people there were in the Heaven Realm, the stronger they would be. Lu Ming looked around and found that there was a door in the pagoda. The door was tightly shut and did not open. Lu Ming and the others asked around and found out that there were formations around the door. Previously, both sides had attacked the pagoda, but they did not manage to break through. Later, the Heaven Realm and the Evil God Tribe had a conflict. Both sides fought, but their strength was about the same. There was no clear victor. Swish. Swish, not long after Lu Ming and the others arrived, there was the sound of air being torn apart. A few figures flew over. They were from the Evil God Tribe. Clearly, people from both sides had heard the news and rushed over. As time passed, the number of people on both sides increased, but they did not attack. Both sides were about the same in strength, so they had their reservations. Just like that, the tense atmosphere lasted for 7 to 8 days. Everyone from the heaven realm, if this goes on, none of us will be able to enter the pagoda. How about this? Let's work together and break open the door of the pagoda. After we enter the pagoda, we'll decide the victor. At this moment, a burly evil god tribe member stepped out and spoke. On the heaven realm's side, many people looked at each other and asked for each other's opinion. I think it's feasible. If this goes on, it will only be a waste of time. It won't be too late to kill the other races after we enter the pagoda. A middle-aged man in blue robe said. This person was an expert from the Lan family. It was said that his cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star great emperor. He was one of the top experts in the heaven realm. I think it's feasible too. Another 3-star great emperor said. Soon, both sides came to an agreement. They were prepared to break open the door of the pagoda first. Both sides took a direction and started to attack from afar. Swish! 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 Attacks broke through the void and blasted toward the door of the pagoda. There were a few hundred great emperors on both sides. When they attacked together, the momentum was extremely shocking. Hundreds of attacks blasted toward the door. However, when these attacks were about to land on the door lit up. Strange patterns appeared on it, forming a light barrier. Boom! Boom! When those attacks landed on the light barrier, they were all blocked by it. The light barrier kept on vibrating, but it was not broken. Continue. Someone shouted. Everyone continued to attack. On the evil god tribe's side, almost all of them used their third eye to attack. Beams of destructive light turned into all kinds of weapons and beasts that pounced toward the door. On the heaven realm's side, there were all kinds of magical skills. The great Tao intertwined, dazzling and colorful. All kinds of magical skills dazzled Lu Ming. That great array was absolutely shocking. With so many great emperors attacking it together, it actually did not break open in a short time. However, that light barrier was vibrating violently. It seemed like it would not be able to hold on for long. Crack! A short moment later, cracks began to appear on the light barrier. Numerous cracks began to appear on the light barrier. Boom! In the end, the light barrier exploded. Attacks landed on the door of the huge pagoda. Boom! 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 The door shook. However, the strange thing was that with so many attacks, the huge pagoda did not shake at all. It was as stable as a rock. Creak! Then, under the attacks of so many people, the door slowly opened. After a while, the door was completely open. However, behind the door was a blur. They could not see what was behind the door. Go in! Someone from the evil god tribe shouted and rushed in. Let's go in too! The people from the heaven realm shouted. They all soared into the air and rushed toward the door. Lu Ming and the others also blended into the crowd and rushed in. Hundreds of people rushed through the door in an instant. After Lu Ming and the others rushed through the door, they felt as if they had passed through a blurry wall. Then, they appeared in an empty space. Crack! After they entered, the door closed automatically. This place is, after everyone entered the huge pagoda, they were shocked when they saw what was in front of them. This was because the situation here was very different from what they had imagined. Originally, they thought that after entering the huge pagoda, they would arrive at the interior of the pagoda. But looking ahead, it was extremely spacious. In front of them, there were overlapping mountains. On top of the mountains, there were many huge palaces. This place did not look like the interior of a huge pagoda at all. Instead, it looked like a paradise. There is definitely a great opportunity here. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw that runes had appeared in the sky. Those runes were like runes, and they emitted a resplendent light. Then, a young man who looked to be in his teens appeared. There's actually someone here? No, this person is not a physical body. He is an illusory body. When this teenager appeared, many people were shocked. But they also discovered that this teenager was not a physical body and had no aura of life. Ha ha ha, no one has come in for so many years. Now that someone has finally come in, there is finally something fun to play with. The teenager opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming and the others. He seemed to be very excited. Who are you? Someone asked. Me? I am the spirit of this place. Didn't you notice that this place is enveloped by a large array? The teenager smiled. His eyes kept darting around as if he was more interested. Spirit of the array. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They were very surprised. Only some very mysterious and powerful arrays could give birth to Spirit of the Array after a long period of time. The Spirit of the Array had spiritual intelligence and was no different from ordinary people. Let me tell you something. Once you enter this place, you won't be able to get out. The teenager continued to smile. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Won't be able to get out? What did that mean? What do you mean? An expert from the evil god tribe said with an ugly expression. If you can't get out, it means you can't get out. You will have to stay here for the rest of your lives. The teenager pursed his lips and explained again. I don't believe it. Since we can enter, we can also leave. As long as we break this large array, it will be fine. The 3-star martial emperor from the Lan family shouted. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right. If they could break through the large array to enter, they could also break through the large array to get out. Everyone, let's join forces to break through the large array and open that door. The 3-star martial emperor from the Lan family shouted. All right, let's go. The others responded. Boom. Boom, on the Heaven Realm's side, more than 100 great emperors attacked at once. Dazzling rays of light blasted towards the door. This time, there was also light circulating around the gate, and a screen of light appeared. All of the attacks landed on the light screen, but they were like mud in the sea. There was no movement at all, not even the slightest ripple. Everyone's expression turned unsightly. Previously, when they were outside, they could at least cause the light barrier to tremble violently when they struck the door. However, it was completely still now. Continue. The 3-star great sovereign of the Lan clan roared. Everyone continued to attack, but the result was the same. There was no impact at all. Everyone, let's attack together. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay here. Someone looked toward the expert from the evil god race. Alright, let's attack together. The expert from the evil god race nodded. When facing such a situation, both sides had no choice but to join forces again. In the sky, the young man had a faint smile on his face as he watched calmly. There was a faint disdain on his face. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, the evil god race and the beings from the Heaven Realm attacked together. Their momentum was extremely shocking. However, the result was no different from before. Their attacks landed on the light screen, not even the slightest ripple was created. Not even the slightest ripple was created. Continue. Someone roared. They kept attacking, but it was useless. It's useless. Lu Ming's expression was also somewhat ugly as he stopped attacking. How can this be? Someone roared in disbelief. Just now, they had broken through the array formation outside, opened the door, and rushed in. Why couldn't they do it now? Let me tell you. Just now, you broke through the array formation outside on purpose. At that time, the array formation's power was only 1% of what it is now. The array formation here can't be broken without the cultivation of a heavenly emperor. The young man said indifferently. What? Only a heavenly emperor can break it? Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. I can't do it. Someone roared and rushed toward the door. However, halfway there, he was blocked by a layer of light screen. He kept attacking, but the terrifying energy blasted into the light screen and disappeared. Since attacking the door doesn't work, then attack this array spirit. Take it down and force it to open the door. Someone roared. That's right, take down this array spirit. Attack. Immediately, at least 100 experts rushed into the sky. There were beings from both the evil god race and the heaven realm. Lu Ming didn't move. He had an intuition in his heart that it wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, when the 100 experts approached the array spirit, lines appeared in the sky. A layer of light screen covered the array spirit. Over 100 experts attacked, all kinds of attacks bombarding the array spirit. However, the effect was the same as the previous attack on the door. All the attacks were blocked by the layer of light screen, not causing the slightest ripple. Damn it! Many people roared, but it was useless. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't attack the array spirit. It's useless. Give up. Without the cultivation of a heavenly emperor, you can't break this array at all. No one has come in for countless years. You guys can accompany me here in peace. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed loudly, extremely excited. After he gained sentience, no one had come in for countless years. He was lonely. Now that someone had come in, he was naturally excited. Are we really going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives? Some people were in despair. Only a heavenly emperor could break through. The entire Void Divine Island had a supreme pressure that prevented the Heavenly Emperor from entering. If the Heavenly Emperor couldn't enter, no one could save them. You guys don't have to think about other exits. There is only one exit here. The array spirit laughed happily. It seemed that it found it interesting to see others in despair. Is there really no way to get out? Someone asked unwillingly. Of course, it's not that there's no way. Back then, my master, the person who set up this array, left a way out. At this time, the array spirit thought for a while and said. Everyone was ecstatic. What way out? Someone asked excitedly. As long as there was a way out, there was hope to get out. As long as there was hope, there would always be a way out. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man, waiting for his answer. Let me tell you. Back then, Master left 8 array discs here. As long as you find the 8 array discs, you can open this door. The young array spirit said. 8 array discs? May I ask where the 8 array discs are? Someone asked. In this mountain and river, in this palace. The young man pointed to the mountains in front of him and said, there might be array discs in all these places. Moreover, the 8 array discs are in different positions. Alright, we'll find these array discs now, someone said. Although this place was vast, it shouldn't be difficult to find the 8 array discs. Wait a minute, don't be anxious. I still have a condition. The array spirit's gaze turned and swept across the people from the evil god tribe and heaven realm. You people should be divided into 2 factions. My condition is that only one of you can leave. In other words, only one of you can leave this place alive and gather all 8 array discs. After saying that, the array spirit smiled happily as if he was looking forward to it. Only one faction can leave this place alive. Many people were shocked. Boom. Boom, at this moment, everyone erupted with shocking aura and killing intent as they looked at each other. Great, kill all these heaven realm beings and we can leave this place. Someone from the evil god tribe said ferociously. Kill us all? You are the ones who will die. On the heaven realm side, there were also people with cold killing intent. The 2 sides were originally mortal enemies. Now that the array spirit had set such a condition, the scene could be imagined. Instantly, the atmosphere was tense. Kill. You are the one who will die. The people who were closest to each other suddenly attacked each other and started killing each other. This was like a fuse that instantly lit up the entire place. Kill the evil god tribe. Kill all these heaven realm bastards. The people from both sides charged together and engaged in an intense battle. The scene was constantly rumbling. In the next moment, someone screamed and was killed here. Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua were also fighting with a few evil god tribe members. However, Lu Ming did not unleash his full strength. He realized that the combat strength of both sides was not much different. They should not fight to the death now. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, both sides lost more than a dozen people, and the experts on both sides retreated and started to confront each other. There was not much difference in strength between the 2 sides. If they continued to fight, it was likely that both sides would be injured. At that time, no one would be able to leave. Both sides faced each other, swords drawn and bows bent. In my opinion, we should go and look for the disc array first. There must be some opportunities in this place. While looking for the disk array, we should also look for opportunities to hunt down the aliens and weaken their strength. Then, we can wipe them all out. That's right. I think it's doable too. If we encounter any fortuitous encounter, it can also increase our strength. By then, it will be much easier to kill the non-human kind. Some people were discussing in secret. In the end, the heaven realm reached an agreement. However, the evil god tribe seemed to have similar thoughts. After the two sides faced each other for a while, they retreated. Go. In the end, the people of the evil god race headed to the right, rushing towards the mountain range and the palace. Let's go too. The people from the heaven realm rushed to the right. I hope you guys have fun. In the sky, the young array spirit showed an expectant smile and disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming and the others flew for a while. Wait a minute. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone stopped and looked at the person who had just spoken. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The person who had asked everyone to stop was the 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family. Brother Lan, why did you ask us to stop? Someone asked. There are some people among us who are not qualified to walk with us. The middle-aged 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family said coldly, looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The faces of Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hui darkened. The others also looked at Lu Ming and the others, revealing a look of realization. The grudge between Lu Ming and the Lan family had spread like wildfire in the heaven realm. Not many people did not know about it. Now, the Lan family was going to make things difficult. Lu Ming, you guys can leave. You are not welcome here. The middle-aged man from the Lan family said coldly. At the side, Lan Jie sneered and stared coldly at Lu Ming. The Lan family did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly because there were too many heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming. If word got out, the Lan family would not be able to handle it. However, they only asked Lu Ming to leave. This way, the heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming could not say anything. Now, the heaven realm beings and the evil god tribe would not rest until one of them was dead. Lu Ming and the others were separated from the main group. Once they encountered the evil god tribe would definitely not let them go. They would kill them and weaken the heaven realm's strength. This was the Lan family's plan. Let us leave. There are so many people here. Your Lan family does not have the final say. Emperor Wu Xiang replied. Oh? Is that so? The 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family sneered. He then looked at the others and said, Everyone, do you want to work with Lu Ming or my Lan family? If you want to work with Lu Ming, please go ahead. My Lan family will not accompany you. After saying that, a group of people stood beside the 3-star Great Emperor of the Lan family. There were more than 10 of them. These people were from the Lan family's headquarters. There were also people like the Yan family who had a good relationship with the Lan family. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, many people's eyes lit up. I am willing to work with the Lan family. Of course I am willing to work with Brother Lan. Soon, some people walked toward the Lan family with smiles on their faces. This area was the periphery of the Void Sacred Island. Those who were active were all low-level Great Emperors. High-level Great Emperors who were 4-star and above had already entered the depths of the Void Sacred Island to look for better opportunities. This time, the people who had entered the array had the highest cultivation base. They were all 3-star Great Emperors. Among them, there were not many 3-star Great Emperors. Every single one of them was the strongest among them. Every single one of them would be crucial to the fight for the array disc and the hunt for the evil god tribe. One had to know that the evil god tribe also had a few 3-star Great Emperors. Without a 3-star Great Emperor, they would not be able to contend against the evil god tribe. The 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family was almost at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperors. His battle strength was extremely shocking. Working with Lu Ming? What a joke. Was he courting death? Now, they naturally chose to work with the Lan family. In their minds, Lu Ming was only a true emperor. Although his battle strength was shocking, he was at most equivalent to a 1-star Great Emperor. He would not affect the overall situation. The beings from the heaven domain stood beside the Lan family. Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, and the other two were slowly isolated. The middle-aged man from the Lan family, Xianxia, and the others smiled. Lu Ming had left the group and was killed by the evil god tribe. They could not be blamed for this. Despicable. Emperor Wu Xiong, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua had ugly expressions. It doesn't matter. Since they don't welcome us, let's go. Lu Ming was very straightforward. He turned around and left. Emperor Wu Xiong and the other two followed behind Lu Ming. Humph, I hope the evil god tribe kills him. The middle-aged man from the Lan family sneered. His name was Lan Kong and he was one of Blue Cloud's uncles. In the past, Lu Ming had humiliated the Lan family in public and even killed Blue Cloud. Many people in the Lan family hated Lu Ming. Lan Kong was even more so. If it weren't for the heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming, he would have killed Lu Ming personally. Let's go. After Lu Ming and the others left, the people from the heaven world flew toward the mountain range. Lu Ming and the others did not fly but walked on the ground. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. They took out some origin stones and started refining them to recover. They had just experienced a great battle and needed time to recover. Soon, they were fully recovered. Lu Ming, what are your plans? Emperor Wu Xiong asked. This area should be the cave of an expert. There might be some opportunities left behind. Wouldn't it be a pity if we miss it? Lu Ming said with a smile. So what if they left the group? Lu Ming was not worried. His current battle strength was enough to kill a 2-star great emperor. With the indestructible ancient scriptures powerful recovery ability, he was not afraid even if he faced a 3-star great emperor. Immediately, the group of 4 charged towards the palaces in the mountain range. Soon, they arrived at a mountain peak. There was a palace on this mountain peak. However, there were figures flickering in the palace. They were the other living beings of the heaven world. It was obvious that this place had been occupied. Lu Ming and the others left the place and went in another direction. This region was extremely vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, vast and boundless. Soon after, they arrived at another mountain peak with a palace, which was also occupied by someone else. The 4 of them didn't stop and continued forward. Slowly, they deviated from their original direction and moved closer to the left. There's someone ahead. After a while, Lu Ming muttered to himself as he noticed some movement up ahead. They found a secluded place and looked forward. Up ahead, there was a cliff. It looked very ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. However, at this moment, there were a few members of the evil god clan wandering around the bottom of the cliff, patrolling the area. Is there something wrong here? Lu Ming's group of 4 was startled. Then, they began to observe patiently. At the foot of the broken cliff, a total of 4 people from the evil god race were searching continuously. Are you sure there are treasures here? A member of the evil god race asked with some uncertainty. It shouldn't be wrong. I can sense that there's something incredible here. Let's keep looking. There must be something fishy. An evil god race member with 4 arms spoke. His figure was nimble, flickering incessantly below the cliff. Found it. Suddenly, the evil god race member with 4 arms exclaimed in surprise. He lay on the cliff and pointed his finger continuously. Beams of light entered the stone wall. Gotcha! All of a sudden, the stone wall cracked open, and a crack appeared in it. Haha, it appeared. The evil god race members were overjoyed. In the distance, the eyes of Lu Ming's group also lit up. They didn't expect that an ordinary cliff would have another world. This place was so secretive. There might really be treasures inside. There are 4 evil god race members and only 1 2-star great emperor. We can easily deal with them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Emperor Wu Xiong and the other 2. The 3 of them nodded, and a glint flashed in their eyes. Then, the 4 of them retracted their auras and ran along the ground toward the cliff. In a few breaths' time, the 4 of them were close to the cliff. Who's there? When they were close, a member of the evil god race discovered them and immediately shouted. Swish! Lu Ming directly made his move and charged toward that 2-star great emperor. As for Emperor Wu Xiong and the other 2, they also charged toward the other 3 members of the evil god race. It was 4 against 4. Human, you're courting death. That two-star Great Emperor had 4 arms, and 4 sharp blades appeared on his 4 arms. His figure flashed, and his speed was shocking. The 4 sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming. Swish! 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 4 sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming's 4 vital points with shocking speed. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated. In an instant, the frequency of the vibrations exceeded 1,000,000,000 times. The super-strong vibrations burst forth with terrifying power. The void exploded, and endless void storms swept in all directions. The sharp blades of the evil god race member were directly destroyed. Boom! Then, Lu Ming punched out. The fist force crushed through, and that evil god race member groaned. His body flew out like a cannonball, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. He was severely injured in one move. Not good, run. That evil god race member knew that he had met an opponent he couldn't defeat. He shouted and wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming was faster than him. In a flash, he caught up to him. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out continuously. 11 types of light flashed on his body. 11 types of laws erupted at the same time. The evil god race member couldn't resist at all. He was directly crushed by Lu Ming's fist force. With a miserable cry, his body was torn into pieces. After killing this evil god race member, Lu Ming didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward the other 3 evil god race members. Those 3 evil god race members were only 1-star Great Emperors. The difference between them and Lu Ming was too great. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Lu Ming killed them all with one punch. After killing the 4 evil god race members, Lu Ming stored their corpses in his small world. Then, the 4 of them came before the crack. There seemed to be a tunnel behind the crack. The 4 of them didn't hesitate and entered the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't very long. It was only a few thousand meters long. After passing through the tunnel opened up. In front of him was a huge stone chamber. However, this stone chamber was completely empty. There was nothing inside. There's an entrance there. Lu Ming looked ahead. Inside the stone chamber, there was a stone door that was half open. The 4 of them walked over and discovered that there was a stone staircase behind the stone door. It was slanted downwards. The 4 of them walked down the stone staircase. Soon, they arrived at a huge underground secret room. This secret room was also very spacious. There were only 2 metal boxes in the middle of the secret room. Their eyes lit up. The 4 of them carefully approached the metal boxes, worried that there was a formation on them. However, when the 4 of them approached, they didn't find anything strange. Lu Ming took the lead. He arrived at one of the metal boxes and opened it. Immediately, he discovered many rings inside. There were a total of 9 storage rings. Lu Ming picked one up and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He was immediately overjoyed. Origin stones. The storage ring was filled with origin stones. Furthermore, they were all peak-grade origin stones. He didn't know how many there were. Then, Lu Ming picked up another storage ring. He discovered that it was also filled with origin stones. Furthermore, they were all peak-grade origin stones. Afterward, Lu Ming looked at the 8 storage rings. They were all primordial stones and they were all supreme-grade primordial stones. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed. Supreme-grade origin stones were useful even to great emperors and heavenly emperors. Absorbing the origin chi from the origin stones could help one condense a small world and strengthen one's world energy. However, it wasn't as fast as chaos stones or primordial stones. What's inside? Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were also looking forward to it. Origin stones, they're all origin stones. Lu Ming handed the 8 storage rings to Emperor Wu Xiang and the others. They were overjoyed when they saw the contents. With so many origin stones, even if they were great emperors, they would be able to use them for a long time. Lu Ming picked up the 9th storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. The 9th storage ring wasn't filled with origin stones, but chaos stones and primordial stones. The 9th storage ring was filled with chaos stones and primordial stones. Moreover, there were so many of them. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. There were no less than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial stones. What did 10,000 chaos stones mean? Back when the Lan family held a banquet and offered 100 chaos stones as a reward, it shocked the entire heavenly domain. All the geniuses gathered. Lin Xiaofeng, who was originally the first place of the 9 absolutes, also went to the Lan family for 100 chaos stones. If 100 chaos gems had such a value, wouldn't 10,000 chaos gems cause a stir if word got out? Although primordial stones weren't as effective as chaos stones, 3 primordial stones were equivalent to 2 chaos stones. There were about 10,000 chaos stones in each storage ring. One had to know that chaos stones and primordial stones were products of the beginning of the world. They were irreplaceable treasures. Every time one was used, there would be one less. After countless years, chaos stones and primordial stones had become very scarce. However, there were 10,000 chaos stones in each storage ring. This was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Seeing Lu Ming in a daze, Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were curious. After a long while, Lu Ming finally recovered. He handed the storage ring over to Emperor Wu Xiang to take a look. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were petrified when they saw the contents. After a long while, the 3 of them finally reacted. Their eyes widened in surprise. Then, the 4 of them looked at the other big box. There were already so many treasures in one chest. What kind of treasures would the other chest contain? They were all filled with anticipation. Lu Ming walked over and opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a bright light shone from within. Following that, balls of light rushed out from the box. What is it? Lu Ming was startled. He quickly retreated and looked at the balls of light. There were a total of 36 balls of light. Within each ball of light, there was an object that looked like a piece of glass. It emitted a brilliant and mysterious aura. The aura of the Great Tao. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could sense the aura of the Great Tao from each of the balls of light. It was very similar to the aura of the martial monarch realm. It's a Great Tao fragment. It's really a Great Tao fragment. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hui shouted excitedly. Great Tao fragment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Martial monarchs comprehended the Great Tao. Great Tao fragments could be refined by martial monarchs to increase their comprehension of the Great Tao. It could even help them break through their bottlenecks. However, Great Tao fragments were extremely rare. Theoretically speaking, there was a chance that a Great Tao fragment would appear after a martial monarch was killed. However, the probability was extremely low. Also, it was possible for a heavenly emperor to nurture a Great Tao fragment. There were even invincible figures who could refine Great Tao fragments from the Great Tao of heaven and earth. However, such items were in short supply. Once a Great Tao fragment appeared, it would be snatched up by martial monarchs. Great Tao fragments were priceless treasures to martial monarchs. Whoosh! Whoosh! 36 balls of light flew in the sky. Some of them even flew towards the exit. Quick, don't let the Great Tao fragments fly away. Martial monarch Wu Xiang shouted as he flew towards the Great Tao fragments. At the same time, Lu Ming, martial monarch Wu Xiang, and martial monarch Wu Xiang also moved. Their figures flickered as they pounced towards the Great Tao fragments. Lu Ming was extremely fast. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm condensed from the Great Tao fragments. It grabbed a Great Tao fragment and put it away in a storage ring. Then, it flew towards the other Great Tao fragments. The 4 of them acted together. In less than a minute, the 36 Great Tao fragments were collected by the 4 of them. Ha ha ha. Martial monarch Wu Xiang and the others laughed. The harvest this time was too great. A large number of supreme-grade origin stones, more than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial stones, and 36 Great Tao fragments. If others knew about this, it would probably cause a commotion and lead to a bloody fight. A great opportunity. This was truly a great opportunity. This place was so secretive. There were indeed many treasures. Then, the 4 of them searched the place again and confirmed that there were no other treasures. Let's leave this place first. Martial monarch Wu Xiang said. The others nodded and walked towards the exit. Through the passage, they arrived outside the cliff. However, as soon as they arrived outside, their expressions changed. Because there were people outside. Lu Ming saw Jia at a glance. There were 6 other people. Including Jia, there were a total of 7 people. Lu Ming. Jia also saw Lu Ming immediately. The 7 of them stared at Lu Ming and the others with burning eyes. Lu Ming, what did you get in there? Hand it over. Jia shouted, his eyes flickering with a cold light. We didn't get anything in there. Lu Ming replied casually. You didn't get anything? Do you think I'm an idiot? This place is so secretive. There must be treasures. Give us your storage rings and open your small world for us to search. I don't believe there are no treasures. Jia said coldly. Are you an idiot? Lu Ming glanced at Jia indifferently and said coldly, also, who do you think you are? Even if there are treasures in there? Why should I let you search? Lu Ming, you. Jia's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, today, even if you don't want us to search, we have to. You don't have a choice. Boom. Boom, beside Jia, powerful auras burst out from the other 6 people. Powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. 2 2-star Great Emperors and the rest are 1-star Great Emperors. Lu Ming instantly judged the other party's strength and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No wonder Jia was so confident. The 2 2-star Great Emperors were indeed powerful. In Jia's opinion, they were enough to crush Lu Ming. The 7 of them unleashed their auras at the same time. The pressure of the Great Emperor realm surged towards Lu Ming's group like a storm. Especially the 2 2-star Great Emperors. Their auras were even more terrifying. Wu Xiang, Hun Tian, and Heavenly Fire Emperor shuddered and took 2 steps back. Lu Ming, surrender and hand over your interspatial ring. Jia sneered. Come and get it yourself if you dare. Lu Ming said indifferently. Facing the 7 experts, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. Stubborn fool. Attack and cripple him. Jia said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. If he attacked, with the help of 1 or 2 people, he could take down Lu Ming in a few moves. He charged towards Lu Ming, but in the next moment, his pupils shrank because Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. How can he be so fast? Not good. This was the only thought that flashed through Lan Shiji's mind. He wanted to retaliate, but it was too late. He saw Lu Ming's palm enlarging rapidly in front of his eyes and then pressing on his face. A terrifying force surged from Lu Ming's palm. Jia could not resist this force at all. He even heard the sound of his neck breaking. Boom, Lu Ming's palm pressed on Jia's face and slammed him into the ground. A huge boom rang out, and the ground shook. A huge crater appeared in the ground, and Jin lay there, twitching and coughing up blood. His bones were all broken. He was not dead yet, but his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. How long had it been since the last time he fought with Lu Ming? Last time, Lu Ming was barely able to defeat him. In terms of fighting ability, Lu Ming was not stronger than him. In the end, Lu Ming was able to win because of the indestructible ancient scripture. But now, in front of Lu Ming, he had no power to fight back. He was even weaker than a baby, and was pressed to the ground by Lu Ming. The remaining 6 people were also shocked. Let's deal with him together. A 2-star Great Sovereign yelled. The 2 2-star Great Emperors dashed toward Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming had beaten Lan Film half to death in one move. This kind of combat strength made them tremble with fear. They decided to join forces to take down Lu Ming. Just in time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light and 11 types of laws radiated from his body. His muscles twitched and he charged at the other party. These are 11 types of laws, 5 of which are the strongest laws. When the 2 2-star Great Emperors saw the radiance on Lu Ming's body, their hearts shook violently and their faces were filled with disbelief. Boom. Boom, while the 2 of them were shocked, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Lu Ming's fist force was like a storm, blasting towards the 2 of them. The terrifying fist force made it hard for the two of them to breathe. The two of them roared and attacked with all their might. The aura of the Great Tao filled the air as they executed their divine skills to fight against Lu Ming. After a series of deafening booms, the two figures were forced to retreat. They were two two-star great emperors. At this moment, the two of them were shocked. They felt like the bones in their arms were about to crack. Lu Ming's attack was shockingly powerful. Even when the two of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. Boom! Boom! After Lu Ming repelled the two of them, he did not give them any chance to take a breather as he continued to attack. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about his own defense at all as he attacked with all his might. This allowed Lu Ming to unleash his full combat strength. The two two-star great emperors attacked with all their might, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Every time they clashed with him, their bodies would tremble violently and they would retreat continuously. Their blood and qi were in turmoil and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. They were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was almost on par with a three-star great emperor. If they were alone, they would have been defeated long ago. Go down! Lu Ming roared and charged towards one of the two-star great emperors, ignoring the other's attack. Bam, bam, two clashing sounds could be heard. One of the two-star great emperor's attacks had struck Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's attack had struck the other two-star great emperor. The two-star great emperor that had been struck by Lu Ming let out a cry as his body was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the cliff. He spat out mouthfuls of blood as his chest was pierced through. He was severely injured. As for Lu Ming, although he was also sent flying, he only spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his aura was still strong and he was not seriously injured. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned around and swept his leg out like a steel whip, hitting the two-star great emperor behind him. The man's body was sent flying like a cannonball as he was severely injured. The two two-star great emperors had only exchanged a few blows with Lu Ming before they were severely injured by Lu Ming. The remaining one-star great emperor who was fighting with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. The one who was most shocked was none other than Lan Jin. His eyes were wide open as he was almost scared to death. Two two-star great emperors were severely injured by Lu Ming in an instant. What kind of strength did Lu Ming have? How could he improve so quickly? Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across Lan Jin, causing him to tremble and his face to turn pale. Spare me, spare me. Lan Jin actually struggled to kneel down and begged Lu Ming for mercy. It was rare for a great emperor like him to kneel down and beg for mercy from a junior. I'll spare your lives this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he left with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two in a flash. It was not that he was merciful, but their biggest opponent in this formation was the evil god tribe. If they killed Lan Jin and the others, it would weaken the strength of the heaven realm, which was disadvantageous to them. However, if they were to push their luck, he would not show any mercy. Lu Ming and a group of 4 left this place and headed to the right, arriving at a relatively remote mountain peak. The 4 of them opened up a cave, sealed the entrance, and entered. Then, they took out all the origin stones, chaos stones, primordial stones, and great Tao fragments. Lu Ming, take these chaos stones and primordial stones. They'll be of great use to you. Emperor Wu Xiang handed the storage ring with the chaos stones and primordial stones to Lu Ming. How can this be? We got these things together. We should split them equally. Lu Ming said. No, Lu Ming. Without you, how could the 3 of us have gotten such a great opportunity? Moreover, we're old and have limited potential. It's a waste to take up such a large amount of resources. We'll only be able to make the most of them if we leave them to you. We'll just take a few great Tao fragments. Emperor Han Tian said. The great Tao fragments are of no use to me for the time being. They're useful to the 3 deans. Take them. Lu Ming pushed 30 great Tao fragments to Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2. However, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 shook their heads. The 3 of them took 18 great Tao fragments and gave the remaining great Tao fragments to Lu Ming. As for the 8 origin stones and the storage rings, the 3 of them took 1 each. The remaining 5 were all given to Lu Ming. Then, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tianhua planned to go into seclusion to refine the great Tao fragments to see if they could break through the bottleneck. Lu Ming also went into seclusion to comprehend the laws. Anyway, the 8 array discs were not that easy to obtain. Moreover, only one side could lead between the heavenly realm and the evil god tribe. When the time came, both sides would definitely kill each other. Then, let them fight. Right now, improving their strength was the way to go. Without strength, if the heavenly realm won, it would be fine. If the evil god tribe won, they would definitely be killed. At that time, they would be at the mercy of others. Lu Ming's physical body had just broken through not long ago. With the help of liquid fire, he had reached the peak of the early 5th level. It was impossible for him to break through again in a short period of time. If he wanted to improve his strength now, he could only comprehend the laws. Lu Ming comprehended the strongest laws. Every time he comprehended a new law, he would connect it with other laws. His combat strength would definitely increase. The 4 of them sat in 4 different directions and began to cultivate. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tianhua, and Emperor Hun Tian each took out a great Tao fragment and refined it. It was not that easy to refine a great Tao fragment. It would take a long time. As for Lu Ming, he comprehended the laws in peace. Now, his main goal was the reincarnation laws and primordial laws. He planned to cultivate these 2 laws to the 3rd level first before comprehending the other laws. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Comprehending the laws here was very fast. Even without going through a life and death battle, Lu Ming still broke through to the 3rd level of the primordial laws. Moreover, it perfectly merged with the original 9 laws to form a divine ability. As for the reincarnation laws, it had also reached the limit of the 2nd level. However, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 were still refining the great Tao fragments. They had already refined one great Tao fragment and were now refining the 2nd one. Let's go out and see what's going on outside. Lu Ming pondered. He did not know what the situation outside was like in half a year. Had the 8 array discs been found, immediately, Lu Ming left the cave and headed outside. Boom! Not long after leaving the cave, Lu Ming saw people fighting. It was the heavenly realm beings and the evil god tribe. There were more than a dozen people, and both sides were constantly attacking each other. Could it be that the 8 formation plates have been found? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Once the 8 array discs were found, the 2 sides would definitely engage in a decisive battle. After observing for a while, Lu Ming discovered that this was not the case. Instead, the 2 sides were fighting over a palace. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and used the divine breathing technique to completely retract his aura, making him look like a rock. Then, Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and quietly moved towards the palace. No one noticed that Lu Ming had successfully entered the palace without making a sound. Unfortunately, this palace did not have any treasures. Lu Ming searched around but did not find anything. It seemed that the treasures they obtained last time were really something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. In the last room of the palace, Lu Ming made a discovery. A ball of light floated in the air. Within the ball of light, there was a disc array floating, emitting a dusky glow. Disc array. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could the disc array that the formation spirit was talking about be this disc array? Lu Ming waved his hand and the power of law condensed into a large hand. With a grab, he grabbed the disc array in his hand. The disc array was very ancient and had gone through countless years. There were 8 pits on it. At this moment, 5 of the 8 pits were shining. Congratulations, you've obtained a disc array. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, a young man appeared. It was the formation spirit. Now, you've found 5 disc arrays. There are 3 more left. Keep up the good work. I'll remind you again that only one of you can leave. I look forward to your performance. After saying that, the formation spirit's figure disappeared. 5 disc arrays appeared. In that case, the 5 shining pits on the disc array are the number of disc arrays that have been found. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then, he put away the disc array. Lu Ming continued to retract his aura and left the palace. Outside, the people from both sides were still fighting. Lu Ming left quietly again. Following that, Lu Ming walked around outside and did not gain anything. Lu Ming returned to his previous place of seclusion. Now that he had a disc array in his hand, he was much more at ease. In any case, even if the other 7 disc arrays appeared, the others could not leave without the disc array in his hand. He could cultivate in seclusion and peace. Returning to his place of seclusion, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the laws in seclusion. Lu Ming did not comprehend new laws. Instead, he focused on comprehending the reincarnation laws. At the same time, he constantly explored divine power techniques. His divine power techniques were all self-created. Therefore, every time he comprehended a new type, his divine power techniques had to be sorted out and explored again. Only through continuous exploration could his abhijna technique continue to become more refined and more powerful. Time passed quickly. Another half a year passed. Lu Ming had been in the Void Sacred Island for more than 2 years. At this time, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the reincarnation laws to the 3rd level. Moreover, it complemented the other laws well and formed a new divine power technique. It was a divine ability formed from 5 supreme laws and 6 monarch laws. Once he attacked, the divine power technique formed by 11 intertwined laws exploded. Its power was shocking. There was no doubt that Lu Ming's battle strength had increased a little. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, even if he encountered a 3-star Great Emperor, he would not be afraid. He was confident that he could fight. It was worth mentioning that after Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 had refined 3 great Dao fragments, their cultivation had broken through to the 2nd-star Great Emperor realm. The 3 of them had been stuck at the 1-star Great Emperor realm for a long time. Now that they had broken through to the 2nd-star Great Emperor realm, their strength had improved greatly. In addition to Lu Ming's battle strength, the 4 of them were considered to be quite strong. Congratulations to the 3 deans. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ha ha ha, luck, luck. However, it will be difficult for us to break through to the 3-star Great Emperor realm. Our talents are limited. Even with the great Dao fragments, it won't be that easy. Emperor Wu Xiang laughed heartily. The bottleneck that had not loosened for many years had broken through. Naturally, he was in a good mood. The 3 of them chatted for a while and decided to go out and take a look. There were already 7 formation plates. As long as the 8th formation plate appeared, there would be a fierce battle between the 2 sides. Moreover, Lu Ming and the other 3's strength had increased greatly. They wanted to go out and try their luck to see if they could obtain more opportunities. The 4 of them came out of seclusion and headed towards the depths of the region. Soon, they made a discovery. This was because they realized that there were people heading towards the depths of the region. The crowd is gathering. There must be a great discovery ahead. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Let's go and take a look. They secretly followed a few people and headed deeper. After flying past a large number of mountain peaks, they arrived at a plain. On this plain, a huge pit had been dug out. Within the pit, there was actually a huge palace. This was a palace buried underground, and it had been discovered by someone. The door of the palace was open, and the few people in front flew in directly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not far away, a few more figures flew over. They were from the Evil God tribe. The few Evil God tribe members coldly glanced at Lu Ming and the others, but they did not make a move. They also rushed into the door of the palace. It seems that this underground palace is very impressive. It has attracted experts from both sides. Emperor Wu Xiang said. The others nodded. They had been trapped in this array for a year, and 7 array discs had been found. They had probably searched every corner that could be searched. It was very likely that the last disc array was in this underground palace. Moreover, this palace was hidden deep underground. Perhaps it contained a great opportunity. Let's go in and take a look. Emperor Heavenly Fire said. Let's go. Lu Ming said and flew toward the door of the palace. Behind the door was a huge passageway that extended forward. The moment they flew in, they saw light shining in front of them. The few Evil God tribe members who had flown in earlier were being attacked. The walls on both sides of the passageway were shining, and mysterious runes appeared. They condensed into beams of light that attacked the few Evil God tribe members. The few evil god tribe members tried their best to resist. As they resisted, they moved forward. "There's a formation here," Lu Ming reminded them. The four of them were on full alert. When they entered the passageway, resplendent beams of light burst out from the walls on both sides of the passageway, blasting toward them. These beams of light were like beams of divine light, and their power was astonishing. The four of them set up layers of defense on their bodies to block these beams of light. Fortunately, although these beams of light were strong and were a threat to one-star great emperors, they were not much of a threat to them. The four of them moved forward quickly, heading deeper into the passageway. When the few evil god tribe members in front saw how fast Lu Ming and the others were moving, their countenances changed drastically. They unleashed their full strength, wanting to quickly pass through the passageway, afraid that Lu Ming and the others would catch up to them. However, there were a total of 3 of them. 2 of them were 2-star great emperors and the other was a 1-star great emperor. Their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming and the rest. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming and the rest caught up with them. "Kill," Lu Ming coldly spoke. When encountering the evil god race, there was nothing much to say. There was only killing. "You're the one who will die." A 2-star emperor from the evil god tribe roared and charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's current combat prowess was no weaker than a 3-star martial emperor. How strong was he? After one move, the evil god tribe member was sent flying while vomiting blood. Next, Lu Ming stepped forward and killed this evil god race member with a single move. As for Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2, they had also forced the remaining 2 evil god tribe members into a precarious situation. Lu Ming turned around and charged back. The remaining 2 evil god tribe members were easily dealt with by them. After packing up, the 4 of them continued forward. This time, they passed through the passage in less than a few minutes. After the passage, there were many corridors. There were a total of 6 corridors that led in different directions. Lu Ming's group randomly chose a corridor and charged forward. Not long after, they discovered some rooms. However, these rooms were all empty. They had been emptied. Lu Ming's group understood that they had come late. Most likely, many people had already entered. Then, they came across a few more rooms, all of which were emptied out. Immediately, they didn't stop and rushed forward with all their might. Ah! Suddenly, they heard an incomparably mournful scream. The 4's expressions changed. Someone had been killed. The 4 of them hurriedly retracted their auras and continued forward. Boom! Boom! In front of them, there were intense explosions. Scram! Kill! Angry roars could be heard as well. Lu Ming's group passed through a corridor and arrived at a spacious hall. They discovered that a group of people were being surrounded. There were evil god tribe members and also heaven realm beings. The 2 sides didn't attack each other because they had a common enemy. In the hall, streaks of black light flickered continuously. Their speed was extremely shocking. This was a type of bat. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was made of black iron. However, its eyes were completely red, like blood. The enemy of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings was this type of bat. In the hall, there were already some corpses of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings lying there. Moreover, each corpse was shriveled, as if their blood had been devoured. Buzz buzz, a strange fluctuation spread over, causing Lu Ming's, Emperor Wu Xiang's, and the others' expressions to change. It's a sound wave attack. Be careful, Emperor Wu Xiang warned. The few of them hurriedly activated their skills to defend against the invisible wave. The invisible wave was very terrifying. Once hit, it would directly attack one's soul, causing one to feel dizzy. Clearly, many people had been hit. After being attacked by these bats, they felt dizzy and didn't have the strength to fight back. They were directly attacked by these bats and died on the spot. Swoosh swoosh, there were dozens of black bats moving freely in the hall. The evil god tribe and heaven realm beings were blocked here. They couldn't move forward at all. It was even dangerous for them to protect themselves. On the opposite side of the hall, there was a door that seemed to be able to move forward. Let's rush over, Lu Ming said and rushed forward with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2. Instantly, a few black bats stared at them. Their blood-red eyes swept over them and flew towards them. Buzz buzz, that formless fluctuation rushed towards them. Lu Ming controlled the laws. 11 types of laws covered his entire body, especially his ears, where the defense was the strongest. However, even so, Lu Ming could feel the power of the laws shaking. Nevertheless, he managed to block it. As for Emperor Wu Xiong and the other two, it wasn't so easy. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces turned slightly pale. Swoosh! Swoosh, a few bats pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped forward and punched out a few times. Boom! Boom, the void shook violently. The invisible wave was directly destroyed by Lu Ming's fist force. The terrifying fist force crushed the bats, and their bodies exploded. Let's go! Lu Ming took the lead and rushed forward. Emperor Wu Xiong and the others followed behind Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's cultivation and his powerful physical body, his defense was astonishing. Even the sound wave attack of the bats couldn't hurt him. With Lu Ming in the lead, the 4 of them rushed forward like a pair of scissors. On the way, Lu Ming killed a few more bats. That's Lu Ming. He's actually so powerful. Someone recognized Lu Ming and was shocked. Lu Ming, help us! Someone shouted and looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Hee hee. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Now that these people were in trouble and in danger, they thought of Lu Ming? Asking Lu Ming to save them. Back then, when the Lan family wanted to chase Lu Ming away, why didn't these people come out to speak up for Lu Ming, and even stood on the Lan family's side? Wasn't it because they looked down on Lu Ming and felt that Lu Ming's strength was low? Now, seeing that Lu Ming's strength was strong, they wanted to ask Lu Ming to save them. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Lu Ming's group of 4 kept moving forward, rushing behind the door opposite the main hall. Entering the door, there was also a corridor that led all the way to the depths ahead. Not long after they moved forward, their expressions changed because there was also a corpse lying there in the corridor. Its body was shriveled, clearly killed by those bats. The 4 of them didn't dare to be careless and focused on defense. Swoosh! Suddenly, a few black shadows rushed out from under the corpse, charging towards Lu Ming and the rest. It was those black bats. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out a few punches consecutively, killing a few bats. They continued forward. Sure enough, along the way, they would be attacked by those bats from time to time. However, with Lu Ming opening the way, they still moved forward without any danger. Along the way, they would occasionally see corpses that had fallen here, with the heavenly realm's creatures, and also those of the evil god tribe. This palace was very large. They bypassed a few corridors and passed through countless rooms. Finally, they arrived at a huge hall. There was no one in the hall. It seemed that they were the first to arrive at this hall. In mid-air of the hall, there was a light screen. It was circular, like a bubble, suspended in mid-air. When Lu Ming's group of 4 saw the things inside the light screen, their eyes went wide. Great Dao fragments. In the light screen, they were all Great Dao fragments, and the number was astonishing. There were at least dozens of pieces. It was more than what they got last time. The eyes of the 4 immediately burned with passion. The Great Dao fragment was a priceless treasure in the outside world. Any great emperor would be tempted by it. To a great emperor, there was nothing more precious than the Great Dao fragment. Great Emperor Wu Xiong, Heavenly Fire Great Emperor, and Chaos Heaven Great Emperor had been trapped in the 1-star Great Emperor realm for a long time, but after refining 3 Great Dao fragments, their cultivation levels had broken through. One could imagine how precious Great Dao fragments were. One had to know that great emperors also faced heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation occurred once every 300,000 years. It was normal for many great emperors to not make any progress in their cultivation after 300,000 years. There was no progress in his cultivation, but the heavenly tribulation would only get stronger. If that was the case, he would die under the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. However, with the great path fragments, their cultivation could increase. This way, it would be much easier to deal with the heavenly tribulation. Hurry, S's great emperors STSSSTSBS, they had to get ahead of others and take away all these grand Dao fragments. Otherwise, they would have to experience a period of slaughter. Lu Ming's was the fastest. In an instant, he was close to the light screen. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the light screen. However, when Lu Ming's hand touched the light screen, it was like an iron wall. It was extremely hard and blocked Lu Ming's hand. It's so hard. Lu Ming's face changed. He unleashed all his strength and the power of law and punched the light screen. Boom, the light screen shook violently, but it didn't break. At this moment, Great Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two arrived. The three of them attacked the light screen ferociously. The light screen shook violently, but it still didn't break. Let's focus on one point and break it, Lu Ming said. All right. Great Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two nodded. The power of law flowed around Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the infinite dragon spear formed by the power of law. Buzz, Lu Ming shook the infinite dragon spear. The infinite dragon spear spun rapidly like a drill and pierced the light screen. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the light screen shook violently. The place where the spear pierced caved in and rippled. Boom. Boom. Boom, Great Emperor Wu Xiang, Great Emperor Han Tian, and Great Emperor Tianhua attacked at the same time. They used their strongest attacks on the spot where Lu Ming was attacking, causing the light screen to shake even more violently. However, the light screen still didn't break. Continue. Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack. Boom. Boom, the four of them attacked continuously. The light screen shook more and more violently. After the four of them attacked continuously for more than 100 times, the light screen finally changed. Crack, the sound of something shattering could be heard. The four of them were overjoyed. They immediately became spirited and attacked like a storm. Crack. Crack, the cracks on the light screen became bigger and bigger. Countless small cracks appeared, and finally, they formed a huge crack. The light screen was about to break. However, at this moment, a few figures rushed in from another passage in the hall. There were a total of 8 people. Lu Ming. As soon as these people saw Lu Ming, some of them shouted furiously. It's the Lan family. As soon as the 8 people came in, Lu Ming and the others were alerted. Who would have thought that it would be such a coincidence to meet someone from the Lan family here? Those are great path fragments. They are all great path fragments. Gosh, there are so many. We must get them. Immediately, the 8 people of the Lan family saw the great path fragments in the light screen. Suddenly, their eyes were filled with radiance. That was the radiance of greed. It was extremely hot. The leader of the Lan family was Lan Kong. These great path fragments are mine. Lan Kong shouted in his heart. Break! At this moment, Lu Ming burst out with all his strength. He became one with his spear and turned into a dazzling spear light, stabbing at a crack on the light screen. The light screen was already full of cracks and was about to break. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Boom, the light screen directly exploded. Dozens of great path fragments were revealed. Attack, the great path fragments are ours. Lan Kong shouted and pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Keep. Lu Ming directly took out the mountain river diagram. The mountain river diagram expanded rapidly, and the mountains and rivers appeared inside, enveloping all the great path fragments. In an instant, all the great path fragments were collected by Lu Ming into the mountain river diagram. Then, the mountain river diagram turned into a ray of light, flew into Lu Ming's glabella, and disappeared. Retreat! Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, and the others hurriedly retreated, avoiding Lan Kang's attack. Lu Ming, hand over the great path fragments. Lan Kong shouted, his eyes were full of greed. We found it first, so it naturally belongs to us. Isn't it ridiculous to hand it over to you? Lu Ming sneered, revealing a mocking expression. Today, you have to hand it over even if you don't want to. Attack! Lan Kong gave the order and rushed towards Lu Ming. The other experts of the Lan family also rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Roar, Lan Kang's body was covered in purple light. He threw a punch, and the purple light condensed into a lion that pounced towards Lu Ming. Lan Kang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Apart from the Lan family, there was only Lu Ming and the others present. He had already decided to kill Lu Ming on the spot, as well as Emperor Wu Xiang and the others. Anyway, everyone present was from the Lan family. If they did not spread the news, no one would know that they were the ones who killed Lu Ming. The heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming could only think that Lu Ming had died in an adventure or was killed by the evil god tribe. In this way, not only could he obtain the great Dao fragment, but he could also kill Lu Ming. Thinking of this, Lan Kang's eyes flashed with excitement. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming also attacked. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he faced the attack head-on and threw a punch at Lan Kang. Courting death. The sharpness in Lan Kang's eyes intensified. He had heard of Lu Ming's strength from Lanya. He was very strong and could defeat a 2-star great emperor. But according to his speculation, he was not a match for a 3-star great emperor. After all, the difference between each star was huge. If Lu Ming had chosen to retreat or dodge, he might have spent more effort. But Lu Ming chose to face him head-on. This was simply courting death. Boom, the two collided fiercely, and a deafening explosion erupted. The place where the two fists collided was filled with dazzling light that made people unable to open their eyes. Then, the two figures trembled as if they had been electrocuted and retreated continuously. Lu Ming and Lan Kang were evenly matched in this move. How is this possible? Lan Kang retreated 5 to 6 steps and stabilized his body. He roared in his heart, and his eyes widened in disbelief. In this move, he felt that Lu Ming's strength was as deep and unfathomable as the sea. How was this possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? 11 different colors of law light, what was that? 11 laws? Lan Kang's heart was in turmoil. As for the other members of the Lan family, they were extremely shocked, especially Lanya. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A 3-star great emperor is nothing more than this. Lu Ming said coldly. I haven't used my full strength yet. Don't be too proud. Lan Kang said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. He said to the other Lan family members, you guys take down those 3 old men first. Leave Lu Ming to me. Yes, leave these 3 old fellows to us. The other members of the Lan clan said as they charged towards Emperor Wu Xiang's group. But as soon as he made his move, these people were shocked. That was because Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 were all 2-star great emperors. The 3 2-star great emperors working together had astonishing battle prowess. Furthermore, they were focused on defense. The people of the Lan clan could not take them down in a short time. Damn it! Lan Kang roared and personally charged towards Lu Ming. He used his full strength and roared continuously. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He fought with him continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves, but it was still difficult to win. With Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he was not weaker than a 3-star great emperor in a head-on battle. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, a figure flashed. More people had arrived. This time, there were more than 20 people who came. They were all living beings from the heaven realm. Needless to say, when the crowd saw that Lu Ming could actually fight with Lan Kang, they were extremely shocked. Lan Kang's face was extremely gloomy. Now that the other people from the heaven realm had arrived, he did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly. Everyone, let's attack together. Lu Ming has obtained a large number of great Dao fragments. Lan Kang roared and wanted to pull the others to attack together. What? Great Dao fragments. Many people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes, revealing a greedy look. Great Dao fragments were too tempting for great emperors. Who dares to attack? If I don't die, when I return to the Grand Pure Sky Domain, I'll bring people to visit your forces one by one. Lu Ming said coldly. Many people felt chills all over. The strength behind Lu Ming was too shocking. There were more than a dozen heavenly emperors. No one could withstand it. If Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones to die. Thinking of this, although many people were burning in their hearts, they did not dare to attack at all. Lan Kang, no one can help you. Today, the one to die will be you. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming completely erupted. He did not care about defense and used a desperate fighting method, launching a storm-like attack. In this way, Lu Ming was directly hit by Lan Kong. Lan King's punch hit Lu Ming's chest, causing Lu Ming's chest to collapse. However, Lu Ming also seized the opportunity and punched Lan King's shoulder. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Lan King's shoulder directly exploded. He staggered back, his face a little pale. His defense was no match for Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming took a heavy step forward, ignoring his injuries and continued to attack Lan Kong. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? You're too selfish. Your cultivation is only at the true Emperor realm. There's no point in keeping the Great Dao fragment. My cultivation is already at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperor realm. As long as you give me the Great Dao fragment, I can quickly break through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. As long as I break through to the 4-star Martial Emperor realm, our Heaven realm will be able to annihilate the evil god tribe, seize the 8 formation discs, and leave this place. Otherwise, we might all die. For your own selfish reasons, you don't care about the lives of others. Lan Kong roared, still wanting to drag others down. Many people's faces changed. Indeed, in this great formation, their number one opponent was the evil god tribe. Lan King's cultivation was indeed at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperor realm. He was the one with the most hope of breaking through in the Heaven realm. If he obtained the Great Dao fragment, he might really break through. In that case, they would have the confidence to defeat the evil god tribe. Some people's eyes flickered. Haha, don't flatter yourself. Without you, I'll still annihilate the evil god tribe. Kill. Lu Ming sneered and attacked crazily. After Lu Ming went all out, Lan Kong was completely at a disadvantage. He was confident that he could hit Lu Ming, but the price was that he would also be hit by Lu Ming. His vitality and defense were not as good as Lu Ming's. He was at a disadvantage in such a way of fighting. Damn it! Lan Kong roared in his heart. He could only give up the chance to hit Lu Ming and focus on defending and dodging. Bam! Suddenly, Lu Ming took a heavy step forward. His figure suddenly changed direction, no longer attacking Lan Kong. Instead, he attacked Lan Jia and the others. Not good. Lan King's expression changed drastically. As for Lan Jia and the others, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly change direction. They were shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared behind Lan Jia. His palm was like a sharp sword, stabbing into Lan Jia's dantian. Boom! This palm directly pierced through Lan Jia's dantian, tearing his small world apart. Lu Ming's palm struck Lan Jia's dantian. The terrifying force tore Lan Jia's dantian into pieces. My dantian, my cultivation, Lan Jin screamed hysterically. Her eyes were filled with despair. I've said it before. If there's a next time, I'll kill all of you. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you or that I can't kill you? Lu Ming said coldly, causing the despair in Lan Ye's eyes to deepen. There was also fear in his despair. Lan Ye screamed in his throat. Die in peace. Lu Ming said indifferently. His palm suddenly shook and a terrifying force burst out, tearing Lan Ye's body into pieces. Kill. Lu Ming roared and charged towards the rest of the Lan family. Bang! A 2-star Great Emperor was almost smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's punch. He retreated frantically, spurting out blood. He was extremely terrified. Boom! 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 Lu Ming punched continuously like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The 1-star Great Emperor couldn't block a single move from Lu Ming and was instantly killed. Even though the 2-star Great Emperor defended with all his might, he was still severely injured by Lu Ming's punch. As a result, Wuxiang Great Emperor, Hun Tian Great Emperor, and Heavenly Fire Great Emperor took advantage of the fact that their opponents were severely injured to kill a few of them. Lu Ming! Lan Kong roared, his eyes turning red. Lu Ming, you're killing the people of the Heaven Boundary. Are you trying to disregard the lives of the people of the Heaven Boundary? They are the backbone of the battle against the evil god tribe. Lan Kong wanted to use this method to arouse the hatred of the others so that they would work together to deal with Lu Ming. However, at that moment, no one made a move. Lu Ming's combat ability was shocking. Disregard the lives of others? Haha, Why didn't you think of this when you attacked us? Also, trash like you won't be of much use even if you're left alive. I'll deal with the evil god tribe. Lu Ming said coldly. A brilliant glow shrouded him as he threw out a punch, killing a severely injured 2-star martial monarch. Lu Ming, remember this. My Lan family will not let you off. Lan Kong roared. He actually turned around and ran. He rushed out of a passage and disappeared. Lan Kong actually fled without a fight. Damn it. The remaining members of the Lan clan roared in despair. The Lan clan is full of trash. Lu Ming sneered and showed no mercy. With the help of Emperor Wu Xiang and the others, the remaining members of the Lan family were all killed in no time. Lu Ming, Martial Emperor Wu Xiang, and the others took the storage rings of the Lan clan and left the place. Next, Lu Ming and the others continued to explore the palace, but they didn't find anything. During this time, they encountered the evil god tribe and fought a big battle. Lu Ming and the others killed more than 10 members of the evil god tribe and forced them to retreat. Finally, they came to the deepest part of the palace. Here, they found something. Here, they found some chaos stones and origin stones. Most importantly, Lu Ming found a rare natural treasure. Divine wood liquid. Lu Ming was in a jade bottle. Lu Ming recognized this rare spiritual liquid and was overjoyed. This spiritual liquid contained extremely rich life essence and was not inferior to liquid fire. If Lu Ming cultivated with it, he had a chance to break through to the mid-5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts. Originally, if Lu Ming wanted to break through to the mid-5th level of the 7 divine mystic arts, he would need a long time to accumulate. It wasn't easy to cultivate an archaic body cultivator. It was very difficult. It was the same for the cultivation of the 7 divine mystic arts. Every breakthrough was very difficult. However, if he could obtain some rare natural treasures, it would be a different story. For example, liquid fire, divine wood liquid, and other rare treasures. These treasures contained rich life essence and could allow one's physical body to improve quickly. How could Lu Ming not be happy? As long as the 7 divine mystic arts broke through to the mid-5th level, his battle strength would skyrocket. At that time, with the combination of his physical body and laws, not to mention a 3-star great emperor, even a 4-star great emperor would be killed. The 4 of them kept the items and left in a flash, heading out of the palace. They had gained enough from this trip. The most important thing now was to find a place to cultivate and improve their strength. In a secret room in the palace, Lan Kang's figure flashed and turned into a big hand, grabbing balls of light in his hand. These balls of light were actually great Tao fragments. There were more than 10 of them. Ha ha ha, the heavens bless me. With these 10 great Tao fragments, my cultivation will definitely break through to the 4-star great emperor realm. Lu Ming, you will die then. Lan Kang's eyes flickered coldly. Lu Ming and the others left the palace and flew into the distance. Along the way, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and took out a formation plate. He saw that the 8 pits on the disc array were all lit up. All 8 formation plates have been found. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. All 8 formation plates have been found. It seems like a storm is coming. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Now that all 8 formation plates had been found, it was time for the 2 sides to fight. The side that won would be able to leave this place alive. It was destined to be a fierce battle. Let's find a place to cultivate and let the others fight. Right now, improving our strength is the most important thing. Lu Ming said. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others nodded. After all, they had a formation plate in their hands. They were not afraid that they would not be able to leave before the others. Soon, they arrived at the top of a mountain. The mountain was the tallest in the area. Standing at the top of the mountain, they could see into the distance. They decided to cultivate at the top of the mountain. That way, they would be able to see into the distance and know what was going on outside. They immediately split the loot among themselves. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others only took a portion of the great Tao fragments. They left the rest to Lu Ming. After splitting the loot, they began to cultivate. Lu Ming took out the divine wood liquid and poured out a portion of it. He began to refine it. The strength of his flesh began to improve rapidly. However, the situation outside was slightly different from what Lu Ming and the others had expected. The two sides did not fight each other. Instead, they had gone into hiding. Meanwhile, Lu Ming refined some of the divine wood liquid and went out to investigate the situation. He was quite surprised when he discovered the situation. Perhaps they have learned something during this period. Their thoughts are the same as ours. They are planning to cultivate in seclusion before eliminating the enemy. Lu Ming guessed. After taking a look around, Lu Ming returned to the mountain and continued to wash his face. A few days later, some people came to their mountain. They originally wanted to occupy the mountain, but when they saw Lu Ming and the others, their expressions changed drastically and they retreated. The news of Lu Ming killing many experts of the Lan clan had already spread among the people of the Heaven Realm. When the others saw Lu Ming, they naturally retreated in fear. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, Lu Ming had refined all the divine wood liquid. His 7 divine mystic art had finally achieved a breakthrough and reached the mid-stage of the 5th level. Lu Ming's physical strength had also increased tremendously. Now, Lu Ming could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor with just his physical strength. With every breakthrough in the 7 gods' mysterious art, his physical strength would soar, and the increase would be extremely shocking. For example, in the early 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious technique, he could suppress a 1-star Great Emperor with just his physical strength. When the 7 gods' mysterious technique broke through to the mid-5th level, he could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor. In the late 5th level, he could suppress a peak Great Emperor. With every breakthrough, his strength would increase tremendously. It would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill a 4-star Great Emperor with his physical strength and the power of the nomological laws. He might even be able to fight against a 5-star Great Emperor. The time has come. With my current strength, I can wipe out everyone in this formation. Lu Ming revealed a confident expression. However, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 were still cultivating. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. He continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. On a mountain peak that was thousands of miles away from Lu Ming and the rest, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Swoosh, a figure soared into the sky. His aura was like a gale, sweeping in all directions. I have finally broken through. The person muttered to himself. His eyes were shining with a terrifying radiance. This person was Lan Kong. After several months of bitter cultivation and refining a few pieces of great Tao fragments, he had finally broken through the bottleneck and became a 4-star Great Emperor. A 4-star Great Emperor was already considered a high-level Great Emperor. His combat strength had increased tremendously. Lan King's shocking aura also alarmed the people nearby. What a shocking aura. This is a 4-star Great Emperor. Lan Kong has broken through and become a 4-star Great Emperor. Great, a 4-star Great Emperor has appeared. We can finally annihilate the evil god tribe. Voices could be heard. Some were shocked, and some were ecstatic. Previously, whether it was the evil god tribe or the heaven domain, the strongest was a 3-star Great Emperor. The birth of a 4-star Great Emperor would definitely break the balance and give the heaven domain an absolute advantage. Boom, however, right at that moment, a terrifying aura rushed out from the distance. This aura was extremely astonishing, and it soared into the sky like a smoke signal. This aura was equivalent to a 4-star Great Emperor. This is someone from the evil god race. Someone from the evil god race has also broken through. On the Heaven Realm's side, someone cried out in alarm, his face pale. How could this be? Lan Kong had just broken through to 4-star Emperor realm. He had thought that he would be able to annihilate the entire evil god tribe. Who would have thought that someone from the other races would also break through to 4-star Emperor realm? This caused everyone's hearts to sink. This way, the outcome of the battle would be hard to predict. Lan King's face also became gloomy and somewhat ugly. The foreign races also have people who have broken through to the 4-star Great Monarch realm. I don't have the confidence to kill them. I have to raise my cultivation a little more. Oh right, I should look for Lu Ming. That kid has a huge amount of great Tao pieces. I'll sneak over and kill him, steal his great Tao pieces, and then find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Once I rank up to the 5 stars martial monarch realm, I'll be able to deal with the foreign tribes with ease. Lan Kang's eyes flickered coldly. Now is not the time to start the battle. I've just broken through, so I need some time to consolidate my cultivation. Keep an eye on the movements of the foreign tribes. If there's any news, let me know immediately. Lan Kang instructed the others. Now that his cultivation had reached the 4-star martial monarch realm, he had become the strongest expert of the heaven realm. It went without saying that he had a superior attitude. All right, we will. The others immediately nodded their heads with fawning looks. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they could only rely on Lan Kang. Without Lan Kang, they would be slaughtered by the foreign tribes. The foreign tribes did not attack as they were intimidated by Lan Kang's breakthrough. Lan Kang rapidly flew toward the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were at. The others already knew that Lu Ming and the others had occupied the highest mountain nearby. Lan Kang had also heard the news. Not long after, Lan Kang arrived at the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were at. On the mountain peak, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His gaze was like stars as he looked at Lan Kang. Lan Kang, I didn't look for you, but you're here. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming, hand over all the great Dao fragments you've obtained. Lan Kang said coldly. If you want my great Dao fragments, let's see if you have the ability to take them. Lu Ming said. Is that so? Lan Kang placed his hands behind his back and stood high in the sky with an arrogant look. Bang, following this, Lan Kang suddenly took a step forward. As he took this step, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. The Wuxiang Martial Monarch, the Chaotic Heaven Martial Monarch, and the Heavenly Fire Martial Monarch had already woken up when Lan Kang arrived. They opened their eyes wide in shock and exclaimed, 4-star Martial Monarch, you've broken through to the 4-star Martial Monarch realm. Hee hee. Lan Kang chuckled and looked down at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, are you feeling desperate now? Desperate? Are you talking about yourself? Lu Ming said with a calm smile. For some reason, Lan Kang's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lu Ming's smile. He had a bad feeling about this. He's just pretending to be calm. His strength might be strong, but there's no way he's comparable to a 4-star martial monarch. Lan Kang warned himself. His cultivation was initially at the peak of the 3-star martial monarch realm. He was only able to break through so quickly with the help of the great Dao fragments. On the other hand, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the true monarch realm despite his strength. It was impossible for him to break through to the 4-star martial monarch realm in such a short time. Having figured this out, Lan Kang felt relieved. Stop being so mysterious. If you're not willing to hand it over, I'll take it myself. Lan Kang said. Following this, his figure dashed toward Lu Ming with a flicker. Roar, the roar of a lion echoed across the sky. Lan Kang threw a punch at Lu Ming. A purple lion appeared and lunged at Lu Ming. Watch out. The Wuxiang martial monarchs were startled. This move again. I'm sick of it. Lu Ming's voice was heard as he threw out a palm strike. Poochie, Lu Ming's palm was like a heavenly saber that sliced through the void. The lion figure that Lan Kang had formed burst like a bubble. Lan Kang's pupils contracted rapidly. Although he had not used his full strength in the previous move, it was enough to severely injure a 3-star martial monarch. Given Lu Ming's strength, he should have been severely injured by the move. However, Lu Ming had easily defeated his attack. Something's not right. Lan Kang roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with doubt and he was about to retreat. Lu Ming, let's fight another day. Lan Kang yelled and turned around to run. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed the 6-feathered godly wings and a pair of wings appeared on his back. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles vibrated at least a few billion times per second. His body dashed forward at an indescribable speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already near Lan Kang. Lan Kang turned pale with fright. With a roar, he unleashed his full strength and blasted a blow at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's punch shattered Lan Kang's attack. The terrifying fist force blasted towards Lan Kang like a torrential storm. Gotcha! Lu Ming's fist bombarded Lan Kang's fist. Lan Kang's fist directly exploded, turning into blood, flesh, and bones that flew everywhere. The surging fist force continued to bombard Lan Kang's body. Lan Kong screamed as his body flew a few hundred miles away, crashing into a mountain peak. Lan Kong had just broken through to 4-star Great Emperor. The difference between Lu Ming and him was too great. It was a complete suppression. How can this be? How can this be? Lan Kong roared hysterically as he retreated frantically. At the same time, his aura erupted without any concealment, alarming the beings in the heaven domain. In the distance, the beings in the heaven domain noticed the commotion and rushed over. From afar, they saw a shocking scene. Lan Kong was being chased by Lu Ming. Everyone, help! Lu Ming harbors a grudge and wants to kill me. Lan Kong roared. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards Lan Kong unhurriedly. Didn't Lan Kong want to let him know what despair was? Then let him have a taste of despair. What? The beings in the heaven domain in the distance were dumbfounded, looking incredulous. Lu Ming wanted to kill Lan Kong. Didn't Lan Kong break through to 4-star Great Emperor? How did he end up in such a state? How can this be? Scream, scream. Let's see who can save you today. Lu Ming was calm and unruffled as he slowly approached Lan Kong. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. I've broken through to 4-star Great Emperor. I'm the main force against the evil god tribe. You can't kill me. If you kill me, everyone in the heaven domain will die. Lan Kong screamed crazily. You're really stupid. Without you, everyone in the heaven domain will die? Where did you get your logic from? Do you think I'm just a decoration? Lu Ming was full of sarcasm. Lan Kong was tongue-tied. Given Lu Ming's battle prowess, would he still need Lan Kong? Most likely, Lan Kong alone would be enough to wipe out the entire evil god race. In the distance, the people from the heaven realm stopped and even turned around to avoid Lan Kong. Yes, Lu Ming was their only hope now. With Lu Ming, they would be able to leave this place alive. As for Lan Kong, he could go die. Everyone, Lan Kong has targeted me time and time again. Just now, he ran to kill me. Tell me, should I kill him? Lu Ming looked at the creatures from the heaven realm. Damn it. Such a despicable person deserves to die. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and looked at Lan Kong with contempt. Then, he nodded and bowed to Lu Ming. That's right, he deserves to die. Such a despicable person. If it weren't for my low cultivation, I would have killed him long ago. That's right, that's right. Everyone else echoed. What a joke. Now that Lu Ming's strength was far beyond Lan Kang's, they needed to rely on Lu Ming to leave this place alive. Naturally, they would rely on Lu Ming. As for Lan Kong, who was he? You, Lan Kong roared, his eyes filled with despair. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch. The terrifying fist force crushed toward Lan Kong as if it could topple the mountains and trample the seas. Bam, Lan Kang's body was like a broken sack, flying far away and crashing into a mountain peak. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was extremely weak. Now, do you know what despair is? Lu Ming stood on top of Lan Kang's head and said coldly. Lan Kong kept spitting out blood and the despair in his eyes intensified. At this moment, he was not only worried about his own life, but also about the Lan family. Lu Ming was too perverted. Moreover, he had great luck. Before entering the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming's strength was only on par with Lan Yu. It would take a lot of effort to defeat Lan Yu. But now, after entering the Void Sacred Island for 2 years, Lu Ming's strength had skyrocketed to such an extent that he could crush a 4-star Great Emperor. This was simply shocking. 2 years was just a blink of an eye for a Great Emperor. A Great Emperor would need tens of thousands of years to break through to the next level. It could even take hundreds of thousands of years. However, Lu Ming had skyrocketed to such an extent in just 2 years. If he continued to grow, the Lan family would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, he really wanted to tell the Lan family's heavenly emperor and Lan family's old ancestor to bury the hatchet with Lu Ming and resolve the grudge with Lu Ming. If they could not resolve the grudge, they would have to eliminate Lu Ming at all costs. Otherwise, the Lan family would be destroyed in a few years' time. Unfortunately, he was destined not to be able to say these words. Be on your way, Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, and a terrifying power erupted, drowning Lan Kong. Lan Kong was dead. Following that, Lu Ming kept Lan Kang's storage ring. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and found that there was a disc array in Lan Kang's storage ring. Who else has a disc array? Give it to me. Lu Ming looked at the beings of the heavenly realm. I have one. I have one. 2 beings of the heavenly realm walked out and took out a disc array each. This way, Lu Ming had 4 disc arrays in his hands. It seems like the other disc arrays are in the hands of the evil god tribe. It's time to leave this place. Lu Ming muttered. He then looked at Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 and smiled. 3 deans, let's make a trip to the strange races. All right. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 were excited. Immediately, Lu Ming took the lead and they headed in the direction of the strange races. Lu Ming has gone to kill the strange races. Let's go and take a look. Haha, we can go out now. The beings of the heavenly realm were overjoyed and they quickly followed behind Lu Ming. Soon, they arrived at the place where the strange races were gathered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures flashed in front of them. Almost 100 strange races gathered together and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Ants of the heavenly realm, you are finally here. Let us fight it out. Among the strange races, an extremely burly evil god tribe member said coldly. The aura emitted from his body was extremely shocking. It was equivalent to a 4-star great emperor. Bam! Bam! After arriving, Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He stepped on the void and walked toward the strange races. A little brat dares to be so bold. He's courting death. I'll kill him. A skinny strange race member with 4 arms rushed toward Lu Ming. This kind of alien race was known for their speed. They were extremely fast. His figure flashed a few times and he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, 4 beams of light suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming and slashed at his vital points. However, Lu Ming stood there as if he did not know that someone was attacking him. Just as the 4 sharp lights were about to slash Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. In an instant, all the sharp lights disappeared and a shocking scene appeared. Lu Ming clasped the neck of the alien race member with one hand. The alien race member was like a baby, struggling madly. His 2 legs, 4 limbs, and arms kept flailing. His face was flushed red and his eyes were popping out. A 2-star great monarch can't even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming said indifferently. Asterisk hiss hiss hiss, asterisk the heaven domain's side was still fine, but the foreign race's side was filled with gasps. A 2-star great emperor who was astonishingly fast was as vulnerable as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. How was this possible? Everyone's eyes narrowed, including the 4-star great monarch. It seems like you're the one who broke through to the 4-star great monarch realm? The 4-star great monarch said. Lu Ming smiled faintly, declining to comment. It was normal for the other party to think that he was the 4-star great monarch. Other than a 4-star great monarch, who else had the strength to take down a 2-star great monarch so easily? Not even a 3-star great monarch. Bang! Lu Ming's palm exploded with force, killing the skinny foreign being. At the side, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua exclaimed. Unknowingly, Lu Ming had grown to such a level. Killing a 2-star great monarch was like killing an ant to him. That was a 2-star great emperor. In the primal mountain, that was an overlord of a region. He was a high and mighty figure that suppressed all directions. Then let's have a battle to the death. The 4-star martial monarch stepped forth as a battle axe appeared in his hands. A powerful aura burst forth from him. I'm done playing with you guys. Let's end this. Lu Ming muttered. The muscles on his body began to vibrate violently. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure dashed forward. His speed was faster than anyone could react. In an instant, he was in front of the 4-star great monarch. How is this possible? The 4-star great monarch's eyes widened. He was almost scared to death. He then unleashed all his strength to defend himself. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and the overwhelming force of the punch blasted toward the alien race in front of him. Bang! The outsider was sent flying, and a large hole appeared in his body. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura withered. He had been seriously injured by Lu Ming in a single move. Run! The other outsiders reacted and were almost scared to death. They then turned and ran. They understood that they had encountered an opponent that they couldn't defeat. Even a 4-star great sovereign was severely injured by a single move. If they were to go against him, only death would await them. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and leaped forward to kill. His fists continuously blasted out. A series of fists streaked across the sky and blasted toward the non-humans. Among the foreign races, there were a few 3-star great emperors who were struck by Lu Ming's fist force. They were killed instantly and exploded in the air. Kill! Wu Xiang Great Emperor roared, and together with Chaos Heaven Great Emperor and Heaven Fire Great Emperor, they charged towards the non-humankind. Let's attack together! The other beings from the Heaven Realm also roared and charged toward the outsiders. Only by killing all the outsiders would they be able to leave. This concerned their lives, so naturally, they all unleashed their full power. This was a massacre, and there were no surprises. Lu Ming's figure flickered continuously. Every time he flickered, a few non-humankind beings would be killed by him, and their storage rings would be collected by him. You won't be able to escape. Lu Ming stared at the 4-star Great Emperor. This outsider wanted to escape, but he had been severely injured by Lu Ming in a single move. There was no way he could escape. Lu Ming rushed forward and killed this outsider in 2 moves. After collecting his storage bracelet, he turned around and killed the other non-humankind beings. The non-humankind beings fled for their lives, but they couldn't escape at all. Lu Ming and the others caught up and killed them one by one. After a while, all the non-humankind beings present were killed by Lu Ming and the others. Take a look and see if there are any formation plates in their storage bracelets. Lu Ming instructed. He took out the storage bracelets he had obtained from the non-humankind beings and checked them. Without a doubt, Lu Ming had obtained the most storage bracelets. There were a total of 50 to 60 storage bracelets. In the end, Lu Ming found 3 formation plates. The others found 1 as well. 8 formation plates were gathered. The formation spirit said that we have to kill everyone on the other side before we can leave. There might be some non-humankind beings who escaped and are hiding somewhere. During this period of time, you guys should look around and find those who escaped. Lu Ming said. The others nodded. Right now, Lu Ming was undoubtedly the most powerful person. Naturally, the rest would listen to him instinctively. The creatures of the Heaven Realm formed groups of a few people and spread out to search for the fish that escaped the net. Of course, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with such things. He found a place to cultivate and comprehend the laws in peace. Now, the reincarnation laws and primordial laws had both reached the 3rd realm. Lu Ming began to plan to comprehend the other strongest laws. Next, Lu Ming chose the eternal laws and began to comprehend them. The more laws he comprehended, the easier it was for Lu Ming to comprehend the laws. After a few days, he had mastered the eternal laws. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, the people from the Heaven Realm had searched this area. As expected, there were some non-humankind beings who escaped and were found and killed one by one. Now, they concluded that there were no non-humankind beings who escaped. At this moment, everyone gathered and flew towards the door that they had entered from. As soon as they arrived, the figure of the young formation spirit appeared. I didn't expect you to complete my request so quickly. How boring. The formation spirit sighed. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Would the formation spirit go back on his word and make some strange requests? You won't go back on your word, right? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Although I'm bored, I'm a man of my word. Take out the formation plates. The formation spirit pursed his lips and said. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 8 formation plates appeared. The formation spirit stretched out his hand, and a ray of light flashed. The 8 formation plates vibrated and emitted a bright light. They flew towards the door and merged with it. Crack, the door opened. Everyone was overjoyed. Let's go. Someone was overjoyed and rushed out. This time, there was no obstruction. That person rushed out of the door and disappeared. Let's go, let's go. The rest of the people rushed out of the door. Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, and the others did the same. When they rushed out of the door, they found that they had already left the huge tower and were outside. How boring. The formation spirit's voice came from the huge tower. Then, the huge tower door closed. Let's go, deans. Lu Ming said and left with the 3 deans. The others also left. Next, Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tianhua headed towards the depths of the void sacred island. Roar. With a roar, the sky changed color and the earth shook. A terrifying murderous aura spread from the front. Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tianhua were shocked. The reason for that was because that roar gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. It made one's hair stand on end. Swoosh. Swoosh. Following that, Lu Ming and the rest saw streaks of rainbow lights flying toward them from the distant sky. They were flying from the depths of the void sacred island. There was an expert in each of the rainbow lights, and each of them was extremely terrifying. None of them were weaker than Long Kong. This meant that these people were all high-level great emperors. Some of them had a terrifying aura that made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Peak Great Emperors, Lu Ming judged that a few of them had reached the peak Great Emperor realm. There were beings from the heaven boundary and the evil god tribe among them. But now, these people seemed to have encountered something terrifying and were running for their lives. Roar. Another roar came from the depths of the void sacred island. Then, a huge creature appeared in the sky. A huge white tiger stood on the ground. Its back was taller than the mountains. With a roar, the mountains exploded. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming and the others felt a terrifying pressure coming at them. This? Could it be one of the legendary 4 divine beasts, the white tiger? Emperor Wu Xiang cried out in shock. What? The 4 divine beasts? The expressions of Lu Ming and the rest changed drastically. The 4 divine beasts were the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. Legend had it that the 4 divine beasts were ancient divine beasts in the heaven boundary. They were extremely powerful and were on the same level as the top 10 battle beasts. There were legends of the 4 divine beasts in various places. However, they weren't the legendary 4 divine beasts. They only had the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Could it be that one had really appeared? Impossible. The real 4 divine beasts are on the same level as the top 10 battle beasts. Although this one is powerful, it's not that powerful. Lu Ming's expression changed. Roar. The white tiger's roar was as loud as thunder. It stomped on the ground with all 4 of its limbs, causing the mountains to crumble and the rocks to shake the sky. Its huge body rushed towards the fleeing experts. Its eyes turned silver white, and 2 silver white sword lights slashed out. A miserable shriek was heard. An existence that was at least a 5-star great sovereign was killed in the air by 2 sword lights. He had no power to resist at all. Let's go. Lu Ming roared and turned to flee with Emperor Wu Xiang and the others. However, the people behind them, as well as the white tiger, were astonishingly fast. The distance between them and them was rapidly closing. How unlucky! Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, and the others sighed inwardly. They had just escaped from the array formation, yet they encountered such a terrifying white tiger. They were truly unlucky. Let's not go in the same direction as those people. Emperor Wu Xiang shouted. There was probably a reason why the white tiger was chasing after those people. Immediately, they changed their direction and rushed to the side. There was a risk in doing so. Once the white tiger targeted them, it would be easier for it to catch up to them. However, they had no other choice now. With their strength, they definitely couldn't outrun those 5-star great sovereigns, or even peak great sovereigns. If they continued to run and the white tiger caught up to them, they would probably be slapped to death. They could only take the risk. They had made the right bet. The white tiger roared and didn't target them. Instead, it chased after the strongest experts. Lu Ming and the others didn't stop. They ran for a distance before stopping. At this point, the white tiger had already chased after the others. It seems like the white tiger has targeted the strongest experts. Those people must have offended the white tiger. Emperor Han Tian guessed. I didn't expect the Void Sacred Island to have such a terrifying white tiger. This white tiger's strength is definitely above the great sovereign realm. Could it be a heavenly emperor? Emperor Wu Xiang said. Everyone's expression was solemn. Heavenly emperors couldn't enter the Void Sacred Island. If the white tiger was really a heavenly emperor, then it would be terrifying. No one would be able to defeat it. Immediately, they left this place and ran into the distance, wanting to get away from the white tiger. However, a few hours later, their expressions changed drastically. This was because there was an extremely sharp cry in front of them. It pierced through space and time. A large group of people ran for their lives. Some were from the heavenly realm, and some were from the evil god tribe. Behind these people, a huge phoenix spread its wings and chased after them. Vermilion bird. Lu Ming and the others looked at each other. Their voices were hoarse. First, they saw the white tiger. Now, they saw the vermilion bird. Could it be that all the divine beasts had appeared? Let's go. Without hesitation, the four of them turned and ran. This time, they were experienced and ran in another direction. Indeed, the vermilion bird was chasing after the strongest group. Not long after, they successfully escaped. The white tiger and vermilion bird have both appeared. What happened in the depths of the Void Sacred Island? Lu Ming and the others were puzzled. Next, they found a secluded place to hide. In the next few days, they would hear terrifying roars from time to time. A few days later, the roars disappeared. At this time, they came out of their hiding place and met some experts. Many of them were high-level great emperors. They asked the other party and found out a lot. In the past few years, the great emperors of the heavenly realm and the evil god tribe had been roaming the Void Sacred Island, fighting and searching for treasures. Although the Void Sacred Island was large, it had been almost completely searched in the past few years. Some time ago, everyone found a secret place. That place was suspected to be the core of the Void Sacred Island. It was very likely that it was the place where the owner of the Void Sacred Island would preach. This discovery was truly incredible. What kind of person was the owner of the Void Sacred Island? He should be someone who surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. If it was really the place where he preached, there would be great opportunities. Many experts gathered, intending to enter that place to explore. However, there were actually 4 terrifying divine beasts guarding that place. They were exactly the same as the legendary 4 divine beasts. However, their fighting strength was not as strong as the legendary 4 divine beasts. They should have barely reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even if they had reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, they were not people that the great emperors could contend with. The 4 divine beasts had gone berserk. A large number of experts from the heavenly realm and the evil god tribe had fallen. The remaining people were chased by the 4 divine beasts. That was why Lu Ming and the others had encountered the Void Sacred Island. Now, the 4 divine beasts are roaming the depths of the Void Sacred Island. All the experts have retreated from the depths of the Void Sacred Island. They do not dare to go in. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous. A high-level great emperor sighed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Originally, his fighting strength had increased greatly. He had planned to explore the Void Sacred Island and try his luck. It seemed like he could only cancel this plan and stay in the periphery of the Void Sacred Island. There must be opportunities in the core area. Now, many experts are hiding in the periphery of the Void Sacred Island, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lu Ming could only give up on the idea of entering the Void Sacred Island. They found a secluded place to hide and cultivate in peace. To the current Lu Ming, comprehending the laws here was a great opportunity. It could save him a lot of time. Even if he couldn't get other opportunities, Lu Ming was satisfied. Lu Ming comprehended the laws in peace. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were focused on refining the great Tao fragments. They hoped to take another step forward and become a 3-star great emperor. Just like that, the days passed one by one. During this time, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua would take turns to go out and gather information to investigate the current situation. Now, on the Void Sacred Island, whether it was the living beings of the Heaven Realm or the experts of the other races, they were like them. They were hiding and didn't dare to move. This was because there were 4 terrifying divine beasts in the depths of the void sacred island. 2 of them were guarding the core area, and the other 2 were roaming around. Once they found the living beings of the heaven realm or the evil god tribe, they would immediately start a massacre. Therefore, it was impossible for those experts to have any ideas about the core area. As for Lu Ming, he also cultivated in peace. He didn't care about anything else. To Lu Ming, the void sacred island was more useful than any holy land for cultivation. If he left the void sacred island, where could he find such a good holy land for cultivation? However, there was one thing that Lu Ming wouldn't forget. That was the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. Previously, in the giant tower, Lu Ming had killed a large number of evil god tribe members. There were a total of 50 to 60 of them. The storage rings of these evil god tribe members had all fallen into his hands. These evil god tribe members were all great emperors. Their storage rings contained a large number of black crystals. Moreover, the quality was very high and they contained a lot of energy. Although it was very difficult for the living beings of the heaven realm to absorb these crystals, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body could absorb and store the energy. Lu Ming split a portion of his attention to control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to absorb the energy of these crystals and store it. Just like that, time flew. Spring went and autumn came. 5 years passed in a flash. This could be said to be the longest seclusion Lu Ming had ever cultivated. This closed-door seclusion, Lu Ming's harvest was very great. Lu Ming had cultivated the laws of eternity, the laws of nothingness, and the laws of space to the third realm. However, the remaining 2 laws of the top 10, the law of fate and the law of karma, were extremely difficult to cultivate. The laws of fate were extremely mysterious and difficult to grasp. Lu Ming had tried several times, but he did not manage to grasp them. As for the laws of karma, they were generally something that only Buddhists would be able to comprehend. Buddhism emphasized the cycle of karma. Without such a state of mind, it was very difficult to comprehend. However, Lu Ming had already cultivated 8 of his strongest laws to the 3rd level. His comprehension of the laws had reached an astonishing level. By relying on his amazing perception, Lu Ming had managed to comprehend the karma laws. Not only that, but Lu Ming also comprehended other Qingdao laws in these 5 years. For example, the indestructible ancient scripture required the law of undying flame, the law of Vajra, and the law of kings. Lu Ming had cultivated a total of 3 law of kings to the 3rd level. Moreover, Lu Ming had also spent a large amount of time to fuse these laws and evolve them into divine abilities. In 5 years, not only did he comprehend 3 of his strongest laws and 3 law of kings to the 3rd level, but he also evolved them into divine abilities. This was absolutely impossible outside. It would probably take more than 100 years. But here, he had done it in 5 years. Now, Lu Ming already had 17 laws that had reached the 3rd level. When these 17 laws were fused together, the power was astonishing. However, it did not increase Lu Ming's battle strength by much. The main reason was that Lu Ming's current physical body realm was too high. With just his physical body, he could suppress a 4-star Great Emperor. In the Great Emperor realm, the higher one's strength was, the greater the gap between them. As for the laws, they were just laws after all. They could not be compared to the Great Tao. No matter how many laws there were, it was still the same. Lu Ming might be able to rely on a large number of laws to challenge a 1-star Great Emperor, or even a 2-star Great Emperor. However, the further he went, the harder it would be to challenge them with just laws. Unless Lu Ming used these laws to rush into the Great Emperor realm and evolve them into the Great Tao, his power would skyrocket. However, Lu Ming did not have any plans to break through to the Great Emperor realm. At the very least, he wanted to cultivate all 10 of his strongest laws to the 3rd level. He even wanted to cultivate more of his law of kings to the 3rd level. When he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, his Great Tao would be amazing. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine, but he was also looking forward to it. Therefore, Lu Ming estimated that if he went all out, he would be able to suppress a 5-star Great Emperor. However, he would definitely not be a match for a 6-star Great Emperor. As for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, it had absorbed a large amount of black crystals from the evil god tribe. It had been filled with energy for a long time. Yes, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had reached 100%. Now, with the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, he could compete with a peak Great Emperor. Swoosh, at this moment, a figure flashed over. It was Emperor Wu Xiang. Previously, Emperor Wu Xiang had gone out to gather information. When Emperor Wu Xiang returned, Emperor Hun Tian and Emperor Tian Hua also opened their eyes. Everyone, there's big news outside. Emperor Wu Xiang quickly said as soon as he returned. What news? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. During this period of time, the experts from the Heaven World and the Evil God tribe have reached an agreement. They plan to join forces to deal with the 4 divine beasts and enter the core area. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Join forces? The combat strength of the 4 divine beasts has reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even the weakest Heavenly Emperor is far stronger than a Great Emperor. Even if the 2 sides join forces, they won't be a match for a Heavenly Emperor. Emperor Tianhua was suspicious. Yes, but this matter has already alarmed the Heavenly Emperors outside the Void Sacred Island. The Heavenly Emperors from the Heaven World are planning to send 2 Heavenly Dao soldiers to kill the 4 divine beasts. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Heavenly Dao soldiers. Lu Ming and the others widened their eyes in shock. What a big deal. They were actually sending 2 Heavenly Dao soldiers. Obviously, the Heavenly Emperors outside the Void Sacred Island valued the core area very much. It's said that the Heavenly Emperors borrowed them from a few peerless experts. Also, the Heavenly Emperors from the Evil God tribe also want to take out a few Heavenly Dao soldiers of the same level to deal with the divine beasts. Emperor Wu Xiang said. When are we going to take action? Lu Ming asked. At most half a month. Now, the experts from the Heaven World and the Evil God tribe are discussing the specific plan of action. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Lu Ming pondered. In the end, he decided to make a trip. The core area could not be missed. The combat strength of the 4 divine beasts was barely at the Heavenly Emperor realm. If there were many peak Great Emperors activating the Heavenly Dao soldiers, they might be able to kill the 4 divine beasts. At that time, they would be able to enter the core area. Now that Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak, his life-saving ability was even stronger. Moreover, he had the physical body of a Heavenly Emperor. It was not impossible for him to try his luck. Lu Ming, if you want to go, you must be careful. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others warned. Next, Lu Ming and the others ended their seclusion and paid close attention to the movements of the outside world. 10 days later, the experts of the Heaven Realm sent out a message to gather all the high-level Great Emperors and head to the core area together. It wasn't that those experts were so kind and wanted to reap the benefits together, but they needed strength. Even if they killed the 4 divine beasts, they would have to face the experts of the Evil God tribe later. They had to increase their strength. Otherwise, they would be annihilated by the Evil God tribe after killing the 4 divine beasts. Lu Ming bade farewell to Emperor Wu Xiang and the others and headed in a direction. After flying for a long distance, they arrived at a mountain valley. In comparison, this place was rather secretive. When Lu Ming arrived, he found that there were already many people gathered here. More than 300. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little shocked. There were already more than 300 living beings gathered here. This number was very shocking. One had to know that almost all the people here were high-level Great Emperors. These people were from various races. The human race was the most, and there were also various divine beasts. Although most of them were in human form, Lu Ming could still sense them through their aura. He's Lu Ming. When Lu Ming arrived, someone recognized Lu Ming and revealed a look of shock. Lu Ming actually dared to come here. One had to know that those who could come here were high-level Great Emperors. Could it be that Lu Ming already had the strength of a high-level Great Emperor? Impossible. Most of them shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was just here to try his luck. However, there were a few people who looked serious. This was because the news of Lu Ming easily killing a 4-star Great Emperor expert in the giant tower had spread. Some of them had heard of this matter. Lu Ming arrived, walked to the side, and waited patiently. As time passed, more and more people came. Gradually, the number exceeded 500. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a little Taoist looking around furtively. If it wasn't Dandan, who else could it be? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Dandan had indeed come to the Void Sacred Island. Wherever there were treasures, this guy would definitely be there. Dandan. Lu Ming called out. Who is it? Dandan jumped in fright and looked around. When it saw Lu Ming, it revealed a smile and flew over. So it's you. Why? Have you broken through to the Great Emperor realm? You dare to come here? Dandan's attention to him. You. This guy was indeed one of the top 10 combat beasts. It was very knowledgeable and could tell some of Lu Ming's secrets at one glance. You've improved tremendously. Lu Ming laughed. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of surprise. Dandan's cultivation was unfathomable in his eyes. Needless to say, this guy had reached the Great Emperor realm a long time ago. Moreover, he had reached a very high level. Ha ha ha, then you should know who I am. Dandan grinned. Of course, the two of them chatted through telepathy to prevent others from eavesdropping on their secrets. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time and were chatting casually. Later on, the number of people who came here gradually decreased. 3 days later, there were more than 600 people gathered here. They were all high-level Great Emperors and above. Any one of them would be an expert in the outside world. Everyone. At this moment, a group of people stepped out. There were about a dozen of them. Their auras were profound and unfathomable. They are all peak Great Emperors. Dandan sent a telepathic message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded secretly. These people were probably the strongest group of people in the heaven boundary. A burly man with a bearded face looked like a lion. He looked around and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia." He paused for a moment and said, "Now, let me tell you what we need to do. In the depths of the Void Sacred Island, there is a place that is most likely the real dojo left behind by the owner of this island. However, there are indeed 4 divine beasts guarding it. The 4 divine beasts have the legendary bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Their combat strength has reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. First, our goal is to get rid of the 4 divine beasts. Of the 4 divine beasts, 2 have been guarding the core area, while the other 2 have been patrolling and cruising outside. Therefore, we only need to get rid of 2 of them. As for the 2 cruising beasts, we only need to send someone to attract their attention." Send someone to attract their attention? Many people's faces darkened. It was definitely very dangerous to send someone to attract the 2 cruising divine beasts. Who would be willing to do it? Xianxia saw through everyone's thoughts and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about this. We have already sent people out. They are all experts in speed and life-saving abilities. They will be enough to attract that divine beast for a period of time. As for the other divine beast, we will leave it to the evil god tribe. This time, we've discussed it with the evil god tribe. Of the 4 divine beasts, each side will deal with 2. Now that the one roaming outside has been dealt with, the next step is to deal with the 2 divine beasts guarding the core area. Similarly, we and the evil god tribe will deal with 1 divine beast each. In the end, we will enter the core area and fight for the treasures with our own abilities." Xianxia spoke a long string of words, and everyone nodded, understanding the gist of it. It's about time. Let's set off now. After Xianxia finished speaking, he took the lead and flew toward the Void Sacred Island. More than 600 experts followed him. They had already sent someone to attract the attention of 1 divine beast. Naturally, they knew the safe route. Therefore, they were very fast and flew toward the Void Sacred Island. They were not afraid of encountering that divine beast. A day later, they had already arrived at the central area of the Void Sacred Island. Here, they slowed down. Soon, they came to a mountain peak and looked into the distance. There was an area in front. It was misty as if it was shrouded in fog. Even with their eyesight, they could not see through the fog. There was only a huge arched door in the south. This arched door was open. From afar, they could see a stone staircase behind the arched door. This is the core area. However, the fog is formed by a great array. We can't enter at all. If we want to enter, we can only go through that arched door. However, as long as we appear, those two divine beasts will also appear. Therefore, we have to deal with those two divine beasts first. Xianxia explained. The people from the evil god tribe should also be here. I will go and contact the people from the evil god tribe. Later, we will move together and deal with one divine beast each. A white-haired old man said. Then, his figure flashed and he left. Not long after, the white-haired old man returned. The people from the evil god tribe have arrived. 10 minutes later, we will attack together. The white-haired old man said. Everyone nodded and waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Let's go. Xianxia said. Everyone retracted their auras and flew toward the core area. So many people. Many people's hearts sank. They realized that there were about 900 people from the evil god tribe, which was a few hundred more than them. The experts from both sides quickly got close to the core. Boom. 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 Just as Lu Ming and the rest were nearing the core area, there was a violent roar in the fog. The ground was shaking continuously. Then, a huge monster appeared. It was a huge tortoise. This tortoise was even bigger than a mountain. It had a thick tortoise shell on its back, a dragon head, and a snake tail. It was very similar to one of the 4 legendary divine beasts, the black tortoise. Roar! The black tortoise let out a loud roar, and the ground shook. Countless rocks started to move, turning into stone swords that slashed at them. Sacrifice the Heaven Dao soldier! Xianxia shouted. He waved his hand, and a purple-gold battle sword appeared, emitting a shocking aura and pressure. 5 or 6 peak great emperors attacked together, and their great Daos and world energy infused into the purple-gold battle sword. The purple-gold battle sword let out a sword cry, and it grew rapidly. This was the Heaven Dao soldier. 5 or 6 peak great emperors joined forces to control the Heaven Dao soldier. Although they couldn't unleash the full power of the Heaven Dao soldier, it was still terrifying. Kung, the purple-gold battle sword vibrated, and a faint Heaven Dao pressure spread out. At the same time, purple sword chi burst out, shattering the stone swords of the black tortoise. In addition, some peak great emperors took out another Heaven Dao soldier. This time, they borrowed a total of 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. The second Heaven Dao soldier was a round bead. It was as black as ink, but its power was also terrifying. 7 or 8 peak great emperors controlled this Heaven Dao soldier. The black bead became huge, and it suppressed the black tortoise. More than 10 peak great emperors controlled 2 Heaven Dao soldiers to attack the black tortoise. The black tortoise roared, and a shocking aura burst out. The ground shook, and endless rocks and soil formed all kinds of attacks, attacking the 2 Heaven Dao soldiers. An intense battle broke out between the two sides. Roar! At the same time, a dragon roar came from another direction. A huge azure dragon appeared, and its body was winding. Its aura was wild, and it charged at the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe also took out 2 Heaven Dao soldiers, and they fought with the azure dragon. Boom! Boom! On the Heaven Realm side, the 2 heavenly Dao soldiers exploded with terrifying power. This kind of power had completely surpassed the Great Emperor level and entered the Heavenly Emperor level. The 2 heavenly Dao soldiers attacked at the same time. They immediately destroyed some of the black tortoise's attacks and attacked it. Clang! A purplish gold sword beam slashed at the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise moved its body and the sword beam slashed at the tortoise shell, leaving only a shallow mark on it. Such a strong defense! The people from the Heaven Realm had ugly expressions on their faces. Boom! At this moment, the black bead also came crashing down, but the black tortoise still managed to avoid being hit in its vitals. When the bead hit the tortoise shell, the black tortoise only trembled slightly and was forced back a few steps. At this moment, a wail rang out from afar. The azure dragon had been struck by the evil god tribe's battle weapon, and a deep wound had appeared on its body. Now that the azure dragon was injured, the evil god race gained the upper hand. Damn it, our luck is too bad. We actually encountered the black tortoise. Xianxia roared furiously, somewhat unwilling to accept this. It was not that the black tortoise was stronger than the azure dragon. The difference in strength between the two was not big. With the 2 heavenly Dao soldiers, they should be able to suppress the other party and even kill it. However, the black tortoise's defense was too strong. The black tortoise was known for its defense. The black tortoise's defense was far above the azure dragon's, and its vitality was tenacious. It was even harder to deal with. Before they attacked, they were afraid of encountering the black tortoise. Unexpectedly, they really encountered it. Everyone, attack together! Xianxia roared, calling for everyone to attack. Kill, kill! Everyone made their move. There were more than 600 of them, and all of them were high-level great sovereigns. When they attacked together, their power was shocking. Beams of dazzling light bombarded the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise's head and limbs directly retracted into its tortoise shell. When all the attacks landed on its tortoise shell, only intense rumbles could be heard. The black tortoise was completely fine. It could not break the other party's defense at all. More than 10 peak great emperors controlled the heavenly Tao soldiers to attack, but they were also blocked by the other party. However, the moment the people from the heaven realm stopped attacking or weakened their attacks, the black tortoise would immediately counterattack. With the black tortoise's strength, it was a great threat to them. Not far away, the azure dragon let out a mournful cry. Another wound appeared on its body. The azure dragon's defense was far inferior to the black tortoise's. At this moment, it was retreating step by step. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Ha ha ha, this treasure land will belong to us. The people from the evil god tribe laughed heartily. As long as they killed the azure dragon first and entered the core area first, the treasures in the core area would be theirs. Attack together! On the evil god tribe's side, they also called for everyone to attack together. With 800 to 900 high-level great emperors attacking together, it was simply apocalyptic. Immediately, the azure dragon's injuries worsened. Wounds kept appearing on its body, and its aura became weaker and weaker. It was increasingly not a match for them. Damn it! On the heaven realm side, many people roared angrily. If this continued, they would not be able to obtain anything. Wouldn't the evil god tribe benefit from this? Even if they benefited others, they could not let the evil god tribe benefit. It seems like I have to personally take action. At the side, Dandan spoke. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Dandan was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the world divine turtle. It was also a turtle, and it was a peak existence among the turtle species. Even the real black tortoise was only on par with Dandan, not to mention that this one only had some of the bloodline of the real black tortoise. Dandan soared into the sky, and its body underwent a drastic change. It directly turned into a giant turtle. Then, its body grew bigger and bigger, almost filling up the entire sky. The turtle shell was covered with mysterious patterns, as if it was a world of its own. Junior, why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Dandan looked at the black tortoise, and a huge pressure pressed down on the black tortoise. The black tortoise's eyes were filled with shock and fear. This was the fear of a lower being facing a higher being. Although Dandan's cultivation was inferior to the other parties, the world divine turtle was definitely at the top of the turtle species. Attack! At this moment, Xianxia and the others seized the opportunity to control the heavenly Tao soldier and attack the black tortoise. The black tortoise was intimidated by Dandan's aura. Its mind was shaken, and its movements were much slower. Instantly, its head was hit. Poof, the purple-gold heavenly Tao soldier was incomparably huge. The entire sword was inserted into the black tortoise's head. The black tortoise's turtle shell had astonishing defensive power. However, its head and limbs had very weak defensive power, even weaker than other divine beasts. They were its weak points. The others immediately seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. Boom, the huge black bead pressed down and bombarded the black tortoise's head, causing it to be injured even more. Following that, the attacks of the experts from the heaven realm also landed on the wound on the black tortoise's head, causing it to be injured even more. Roar, the black tortoise howled. Finally, its huge body charged towards the crowd. Everyone's expression changed. The black tortoise fought back with all its might. If they were hit by it, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Everyone dodged. The black tortoise took the opportunity to retract its 4 limbs and head into its shell. Then, like a ball, it actually rolled into the distance and escaped. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect the black tortoise to escape directly. Everyone thought that the black tortoise would protect this place with its life. Perhaps it was the effect of the world turtle. Everyone looked at Dandan and guessed in their hearts. The black tortoise might have been frightened by the world turtle. In addition, it was heavily injured, so it escaped. Dandan had been wandering in the heaven realm all these years. Many people had already heard of his name. Haha, the black tortoise has escaped. Let's go in. Someone laughed loudly and rushed towards the arched door. Damn it. The people from the evil god tribe roared. They originally thought that they would have the upper hand, but they didn't expect that the heaven realm would have the upper hand. Kill, kill, kill. The people from the evil god tribe were anxious and attacked with all their might. Instantly, the injuries of the azure dragon became even more serious. Its dragon claws were cut off. Lu Ming and the others had already arrived at the door. The arched door was very huge. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. A few hundred of them could easily pass through. Their eyes were burning as they rushed into the arched door. At this moment, Dandan had already transformed into his human form and rushed into the arched door with Lu Ming. Behind the arched door was a mountain. In front of them, there was a stone staircase that led to the top of the mountain. As soon as they walked into the arched door, they immediately felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. That pressure was the same as the pressure in other places of the Void Divine Island. It could suppress the heavenly Tao. However, the pressure here was even stronger. In other places, they could still fly. But here, they found that they couldn't fly. Even walking was difficult. Bang! Bang! Someone took a step forward and walked up the stone staircase with difficulty. Since he couldn't fly, he could only walk. Lu Ming and Dandan also climbed up the stone stairs. That pressure was too strong. Their walking speed was extremely slow. Only the peak martial monarchs fared better. They were the fastest, climbing the stairs one step at a time. Some 4-star great emperors were as slow as snails. Lu Ming's speed was considered above average among these people. Lu Ming, your speed can't keep up. Dandan took a few steps forward. His speed wasn't any slower than those peak stage great emperors. Dandan, you've become a peak great emperor? Lu Ming asked. No, 6-star martial monarchs, but I'm sure my strength is on par with theirs. Dandan looked confident. Everyone used all their strength to climb, but not long after, the members of the evil god race still managed to rush in. Evidently, the azure dragon was also killed by them. The 800 to 900 members of the evil god race also started to climb, but they were also under great pressure. However, some of the peak stage great emperors were still very fast. They continued to move forward and soon surpassed the 4-star great emperors of the heaven domain. What is that? A statue. After walking for a while, they saw a body at the end of the stone stairs. It was obviously a statue. The statue was of a middle-aged man. Although it was just a statue, it still had a domineering aura. That pressure seems to be coming from that statue. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He really had this feeling. It seemed that the pressure was coming from that statue and was even spreading throughout the entire Void Sacred Island. After a while, the peak stage great emperor of the heaven domain who was walking at the front had finished climbing the stone stairs. He walked to the top and disappeared. Everyone was anxious and climbed with all their strength. After a while, Lu Ming finally reached the end of the stone stairs and reached the top. There were also some peak stage great emperors of the evil god race who were similar to him. At the end of the stone stairs was the peak of the mountain. However, there was nothing here except for a statue. The statue emitted a terrifying pressure. The dozen or so peak stage great emperors of the heaven domain who had stepped on the stone stairs earlier stood under the statue with a gloomy expression. Boom! Boom! After arriving here, the pressure was even stronger. Every step they took would cause the ground to rumble. What's going on? What did you get here? An expert of the evil god race questioned the experts of the heaven domain. There's nothing. There's nothing on this mountain top except for this statue. A peak stage great emperor of the heaven domain said. There's nothing. The experts of the evil god race had gloomy expressions. They had borrowed the heavenly Tao weapon and spent a lot of effort to come here. In the end, there was nothing. It would be strange if their expressions were good. This statue, what race does it belong to? As for Lu Ming, he sized up the statue curiously. Now, he was completely sure that the terrifying pressure of the entire void sacred island, which could suppress the heavenly Tao, was coming from this statue. It was just a statue, but it could emit such terrifying pressure. It was really shocking. Needless to say, this statue was most likely carved by the master of the void sacred island, that supreme existence. In fact, it might have been carved by that supreme existence himself. Moreover, this statue had a very strange appearance. This statue was in the shape of a human. It was a middle-aged man and was very handsome. However, there was a pair of snow-white wings on his back. The wings were covered with snow-white feathers. When they spread out, they were full of pressure. His hands were pressed on the hilt of a huge battle sword. The battle sword was inserted into the ground. Could the master of this statue be a bird-type divine beast? Lu Ming guessed. That's not right. Normally, if a divine beast leaves a statue behind, it will leave behind a statue of the divine beast's original body. However, for this kind of human-shaped divine beast with wings, they usually won't leave it like this. I guess that the original body of this existence looks like this. Dandan said. The original body looks like this? There doesn't seem to be such a race in the heaven domain or the primordial realm. There shouldn't be such a race in the evil god race either. Lu Ming was full of doubts. Maybe it's a race that appeared countless years ago. Or maybe it's from other worlds. No one knows if there are other worlds in this world besides the heaven domain, primordial realm, and evil god realm. Dandan said. Other worlds? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, his imagination ran wild. While they were chatting and observing, more people climbed up the stone stairs and looked around curiously. Unfortunately, they found nothing. There was really nothing on the mountain top except for this statue. Both sides faced each other and were cautious, but they did not attack. Now, there was nothing here. If they fought and got nothing, wouldn't it be a loss? Maybe this statue has a secret. After a while, someone spoke and stared at the statue again. There was nothing here other than that statue. If there was an opportunity, it could only fall on this statue. I'll break it. A cold voice sounded, and an extremely burly evil god tribe member stepped out. In his hand was a battle axe. It was as black as ink, but it emitted a terrifying sharpness. Heavenly Tao soldier, everyone was shocked. All Taos returned to one. Whether it was the nomological system, the ancient cultivation system, or the evil god tribe, they would all come into contact with the heavenly Tao at the end of their cultivation. In other words, after reaching the heavenly emperor realm, the various major systems were actually very similar. The heavenly Tao soldier contained the heavenly Tao and was the supreme weapon common to all systems. The supreme weapon used by the evil god tribe was also the heavenly Tao soldier. Lend me a hand. The burly evil god tribe member looked at the other evil god tribe members. Immediately, 5 or 6 evil god tribe members walked out. They were all Peak the Arch existences. A total of 7 Peak the Arch evil god tribe members controlled the battle axe at the same time. Buzz, the battle axe vibrated violently, revealing its sharpness. The aura of the heavenly Tao was emitted, causing a huge pressure to press down on everyone. But at this moment, something strange happened. The battle axe that had been rapidly expanding seemed to have been frightened and started to shrink. In the end, it became the size of an ordinary battle axe and fell to the ground. There was no powerful aura at all, and it was like an ordinary axe. Everyone was dumbfounded. The pressure here is too strong. The aura of the heavenly Tao soldier spread out and was directly suppressed by the pressure here. Someone guessed. Everyone was shocked. It was very likely that this was the case. The pressure on the void divine island was supreme and surpassed the heavenly Tao. It could suppress the heavenly Tao and prevent heavenly emperors from entering. And here, the pressure was extremely strong. It was normal for it to be able to suppress the heavenly Tao soldier. The few experts who had borrowed the heavenly Tao soldier had ugly expressions. They had originally wanted to rely on the heavenly Tao soldier to suppress everyone and take the lead. But now, the heavenly Tao soldier could not be used at all. They could only rely on their own strength. The eyes of those who did not have heavenly Tao soldiers lit up. For example, Lu Ming and the others, without the heavenly Tao soldiers, they had nothing to fear. Even if I don't use the heavenly Tao soldier, I will still kill you. One of the members of the evil god race bellowed in rage as he brandished a gigantic metal rod and rushed up, smashing it towards the statue. The iron rod rapidly enlarged, becoming tens of thousands of meters long. It was incomparably shocking, shattering the void as it smashed down towards the statue. The evil god tribe member who attacked was extremely powerful. He was a peak great emperor. Boom, the huge iron rod smashed into the head of the statue, causing it to vibrate violently. However, the statue was completely fine. Not even a mark was left on it. So hard, many people were shocked. A peak great emperor's full-strength attack had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. However, nothing happened to the statue. Look, the statue is reacting, suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone's eyes lit up. The statue was indeed reacting. Previously, this statue seemed to have been carved out of ordinary boulders, and the material looked very ordinary. But now, a layer of milky white light appeared on the statue. It was incomparably holy. Swoosh, suddenly, the milky white light turned into a sword light, piercing through the air. Its target was the member of the evil god race who attacked the statue earlier. That member of the evil god race was shocked. However, he was suppressed by the terrifying pressure here. His speed became extremely slow, and he couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. Boom, he struck out with the iron rod in his hand once again. The iron rod pierced through the void, smashing towards the milky white sword light. However, the result was unexpected. The sword light flashed, and with a puff, the iron rod was directly sliced apart. The sword light didn't stop, slashing towards the member of the evil god race at an unbelievable speed. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword light directly pierced through the glabella of that member of the evil god race. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. However, there was no sign of life. His soul had scattered. With one strike, the soul of the member of the evil god race was destroyed. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a peak great emperor, and he was killed just like that without being able to resist at all. Not good. Many people were shocked and retreated frantically, afraid that they would end up in the same situation. However, after the sword light killed that member of the evil god race, it automatically dissipated. The milky white light on the statue also disappeared without a trace. It was as if that light had appeared to kill that member of the evil god race. It couldn't be humiliated. This statue was the statue of a supreme existence. It couldn't be humiliated. The member of the evil god race who wanted to take out the heavenly Tao weapon to attack the statue broke out in cold sweat. Buzz, right at this moment, the statue emitted a slight vibration, causing everyone's heart to suddenly tremble and raise their guard. Then, everyone saw that the statue's eyes had changed. At this moment, the statue's eyes were no longer made of stone. Instead, they had become two vortexes. The left eye had become milky white. The right eye was pitch black. In the next moment, rays of light extended out from the two eyes and turned into two paths. Two paths. One led to the left eye, and the other led to the right eye. Why did the statue's eyes suddenly turn into two paths? Could it be that there was another world in the statue's eyes? Were there treasures only inside? Many people started to ponder. The left is the path of life, and the right is the path of death. Life can also lead to death, and death can also lead to life. Choose one. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It came from the statue. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this statue was really not that simple. It seemed to know that they were coming. Two paths. One is the path of life, and the other is the path of death. Everyone sized up the two paths, and their eyes flickered. There might really be fortuitous opportunities inside. This was a fortuitous opportunity left behind by someone who surpassed the heavenly emperor. How precious would that be? Such a supreme existence could refine heavenly Tao weapons. Even if he left behind some trash, it would probably be an unimaginable treasure to them. Many people revealed greed in their eyes. But for a moment, no one moved. This was because no one knew if there would be danger if they stepped on the two paths. The path of life and death. Life could also lead to death, and death could also lead to life. No one could be sure. Everyone wanted someone else to go first. Everyone fell silent, looking at each other. Finally, someone could not bear it anymore. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. At this moment, a divine beast from the heavenly realm walked toward the path of life in the left eye. In the end, it went unexpectedly smoothly. The path of life in the left eye had no abnormalities and entered smoothly. This made many people's eyes light up. With the first one, there would be a second one, then, another person stepped toward the path of life in the left eye. It was an expert from the evil god race. Like the previous person, there were no abnormalities. He successfully entered the milky white vortex in the left eye and disappeared. Then, even more people entered the left eye. However, there were also some people who revealed doubtful expressions. Was it really that easy? Then, what was the meaning of the other path? Lu Ming and Dandan also had the same thoughts. Only by putting oneself in a desperate situation can one obtain a great fortuitous encounter. I will take the path of death. Someone spoke, his eyes flashing with madness. He stepped forward and actually walked toward the path of death. Many people looked toward this person. They all wanted to see if the path of death would really lead to death. Bang, that person stepped onto the path of death. His body trembled violently and his complexion instantly turned pale as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Then, he screamed miserably and his body flew backward. He fell heavily onto the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, he did not die. He was still alive. What is there in the path of death? Someone immediately asked. Pressure, incomparably heavy pressure that bombards the physical body and soul. That person only said one sentence and immediately sat down cross-legged, circulating his energy to treat his injuries. Pressure? In that case, it might not necessarily be a path of death. As long as one can withstand that pressure, the path of death is also a path of life. Many people's eyes lit up. From then on, some people walked toward the path of death. This was because many people thought so. The path of life was too simple. There might not be any benefits in entering it. Perhaps, the great fortuitous encounter would be in the path of death. Then, there were people who continuously stepped toward the path of death. However, the path of death in the right eye had an astonishingly strong pressure. Those who stepped on it were all sent flying, finding it difficult to continue. I'll do it. A burly evil god race member roared and stepped forward, stepping onto the path of death. Bang! Bang! With every step he took, there would be intense tremors. His entire body trembled, clearly under great pressure. However, he gritted his teeth and did not stop, slowly approaching the right eye. In the end, he reached the end. He took a step forward and entered the right eye of the statue, disappearing without a trace. Success! Finally, someone successfully stepped into the right eye. It seems like 6-star martial monarchs should be able to enter. Lu Ming muttered. That evil god tribe member from earlier was a 6-star great emperor. Following that, more and more people entered the path of death. However, if one was not a 6-star great emperor, it would be impossible for them to reach the path of death. At the very least, one would need to be a 6-star great emperor to reach the path of death. Lu Ming, which path should we take? Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Of course it's the right eye. Lu Ming said. Can you do it? Dandan pursed his lips. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Ming smiled. Bang! After saying this, Lu Ming stepped forward, heading towards the right eye's path of death. Boom! The moment he stepped on it, a terrifying force acted on him, penetrating every corner of his body and even his soul. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled non-stop. At the same time, 17 types of laws covered his body, resisting the external pressure. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was slightly weaker than a 6-star great emperor, Lu Ming's defense was definitely not weaker than a 6-star great emperor's. Although it was very difficult for him to walk, he moved forward step by step at a steady speed. He was very determined. Dandan followed behind Lu Ming. This guy seemed to be quite relaxed. Although his cultivation was only a 6-star Great Emperor, his battle strength was definitely comparable to a peak Great Emperor. He could even suppress a peak Great Emperor. After a while, Lu Ming finally approached the right eye of the statue. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath, feeling sore all over. Under the terrifying pressure, he had also suffered some injuries. However, under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, his injuries were recovering rapidly. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped into the pitch-black vortex in the right eye. He immediately felt the world spinning around him as if he had just taken a long-distance teleportation formation. Following this, Lu Ming discovered that he had arrived in a huge secret chamber. The secret chamber was extremely huge, spanning over 10,000 li, as if it was a world on its own. On top of that, as soon as Lu Ming entered the place, he immediately discovered that the pressure acting on him had disappeared without a trace. It was as easy as when he was in the Taiqing heaven domain. Lu Ming could feel his body brimming with energy. With a quick glance, Lu Ming discovered that the people who had entered the right eye were all flickering back and forth in the secret chamber, as if they were trying to find something. However, this secret chamber was completely empty. There was nothing inside. Not even a speck of dust could be seen. Meanwhile, not far away from Lu Ming, a figure flickered and Dandan appeared. As soon as Dandan appeared, his eyes immediately scanned the place, but he soon wore a disappointed look. There's nothing here. Did we guess wrong this time? We came here for nothing. Dandan wore a bitter face. Let's wait and see. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. They had really come here for nothing this time. Everyone waited patiently. As time passed, more and more people entered the secret chamber. Almost all the top experts of the evil god tribe and the heaven domain had entered the secret chamber. Other than Lu Ming, they were all 6-star Great Emperors and 7-star Great Emperors. There were a total of 60 to 70 people. After a few hours, no one had entered the secret chamber. Obviously, those who could enter had all entered. We won't be unable to get out, right? Suddenly, someone spoke. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their expressions turned ugly. Indeed, although the secret chamber was huge, it was surrounded by stone walls, and no one had any way out. They wouldn't be trapped here forever after coming in, right? Everyone looked at each other, and some of their faces turned pale. Dead end, they thought that the right eye was a dead end. Could it be true? Buzz, just as everyone was feeling uneasy, the void vibrated slightly, and many patterns appeared. Then, these patterns formed a figure. It was a young and beautiful woman. What was strange was that this woman also had a pair of beautiful snow-white wings on her back. She was extremely similar to that statue. Everyone looked at this woman curiously. I'm the spirit of this place. The young woman spoke. Spirit of the formation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he thought of the huge pagoda from before. It had also given birth to a spirit of the formation. It seemed that the formations in this place were too advanced and had been around for too long. They had even given birth to sentience. I was created by my master back then. My master is the original body of this statue, an unparalleled and invincible figure. This place is the eye of my master's statue. The spirit of the formation explained. Senior, where is your master now? Someone from the heaven domain asked. The owner of this statue was an unparalleled expert, even stronger than the heavenly emperor. If he was still alive, it would have a great impact on the war between the heaven domain and the evil god tribe. Whichever side he chose to stand on, that side would win for sure. The matrix spirit pondered for a moment and said, My master left countless years ago. Left? Many people were puzzled. What did she mean by left? Did she mean that he left the void sacred island? Yes, I once heard my master say that he had completed his task and was going to leave this world and go back. The matrix spirit tried to recall. This, everyone was even more puzzled. Left this world? Went back? Went back where? Did this world refer to the heaven realm, the primordial realm, the evil god realm, or all of them? Only Dandan showed a trace of shock and anticipation in his eyes, but he hid it well and no one noticed. When my master left, he said that after he left, his training ground would be found by someone sooner or later. If someone enters this place, they can give away some of the useless things he left behind back then. It can be considered a kind of fate. Also, let me tell you, you can only get it from the right eye. If you enter the left eye, you won't get anything. The matrix spirit said again, blinking her eyes slyly like a young girl. Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a useless item left behind by an unparalleled expert. It might be useless to him, but to others, it would most likely be an unparalleled treasure. Since you have gotten the treasures, leave this place. Leave this island. I don't want anyone to disturb my master's training ground. When the time comes, all of you will have to leave. The matrix spirit spoke again. This time, after she finished speaking, a small silver-white bag appeared in her hand. She opened the bag and poured it out. Suddenly, balls of yellow light flew out of the bag. Those were storage rings and storage bracelets. They were covered with a layer of yellow light, like stars in the night sky. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. These storage rings and bracelets were definitely not empty. They most likely contained treasures. It's mine. It's mine. A loud roar rang out. Everyone couldn't hold themselves back and rushed out, rushing towards those storage rings and bracelets. Get lost. You're courting death. Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out, and a fierce battle unfolded. In this place, there was no distinction between the evil god race and the heavenly realm. This was because everyone had selfish motives and wanted to take the treasures for themselves. A civil war broke out between the evil god race, and they were killing each other. There was also a civil war between the creatures of the heaven realm, killing each other. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as a 6-star great emperor from the evil god tribe was chopped into two by another evil god tribe member. He died on the spot. The other was a human from the heaven realm. His body was torn apart by a true dragon from the heaven realm. Tragic, in this place, there were only treasures and no factions. Lu Ming and Dandan also moved. Lu Ming dashed forward and grabbed a storage ring that was glowing with a yellow light. Dandan, on the other hand, pounced on a storage bracelet. Die! One of the members of the evil god race roared in rage and charged toward Lu Ming. This evil god tribe member had the cultivation of a 6-star great emperor. His battle prowess was extremely astonishing. Lu Ming's muscles vibrated rapidly. At the same time, he used the 6-feathered divine wings to increase his speed to the maximum. Swoosh, with a flash, Lu Ming dodged the attack of this evil god tribe member. He appeared beside the storage ring and grabbed it. Courting death. That evil god tribe member was enraged and charged toward Lu Ming crazily. His third eye shot out a ray of destructive light and turned into a ferocious beast. He roared and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not fight head-on. Instead, he continued to use his movement technique to dodge the other party's attack. Lu Ming could fight against a 6-star great emperor with his own battle prowess. However, he was most likely not a match for the other party. There was no need to waste his energy. As for the heavenly emperor's physical body, Lu Ming did not want to use it yet. This was because the formation spirit was still floating in the air and holding on to that bag. Who knew if there were any higher-grade treasures in that bag? He would think about it again when there were higher-grade treasures. On the other side, Dandan had also successfully obtained a storage bracelet. His battle prowess was extremely strong. With just a few moves, he had blasted a 6-star great sovereign to the point where he vomited blood and obtained the storage bracelet. After he obtained the storage bracelet, he set his eyes on another storage bracelet. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly. He dodged the attack of that evil god tribe member and rushed toward another storage ring. Beside this storage ring, there were two 6-star great emperors fighting over it. These two 6-star great emperors, one was from the evil god tribe and the other was an expert from the heaven realm. The two of them fought non-stop and were extremely intense. Both of them were injured. Lu Ming rushed over and alarmed the two of them. Don't even think about it. The two of them attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming raised his speed to the maximum. His muscles vibrated billions of times per second. His 6-feathered divine wings flapped rapidly and he successfully dodged one of the attacks. However, Lu Ming did not dodge the other attack and was hit. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He directly rushed over and took the attack head-on. Boom, Lu Ming was hit. His body shook violently as if his body was about to be torn apart. However, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took the attack head-on. At the same time, he circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to recover. Because of this, Lu Ming appeared beside the storage ring in a flash and kept it. Lu Ming successfully took 2 storage rings. Hand over the storage rings. Courting death. The 3 experts who had their storage rings taken away by Lu Ming were all filled with killing intent as they charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries while dodging their attacks. At this moment, the entire secret chamber was in the midst of a massacre. 6-star Great Emperors and 7-star Great Emperors were killing each other. There were people dying constantly. It was extremely tragic. As for those storage rings and bracelets, they were all taken away. Soon, there were only a few storage rings left on the field. Kid, hand over the treasures. A purple-haired middle-aged man stared at Lu Ming and charged toward Lu Ming. His battle strength was shockingly strong. This was a peak Great Emperor. Moreover, he was from the royal family of the Evil God tribe. His strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed. Facing such an expert, if he did not use his heavenly emperor body, he would not be a match for him. Now is not the time. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His figure flashed rapidly as he dodged the other party's attack. Do you think you can escape? You will die in my hands. The royal family member of the Evil God tribe said coldly as he charged toward Lu Ming. This caused the 3 6-star Great Emperors who were chasing after Lu Ming to stop with a look of fear. Die your sister. Let me take you on. At this moment, a disdainful voice rang out. Then, a huge palm slammed down toward the royal family member of the Evil God tribe. The palm was covered with all kinds of runes that interweaved with terrifying power. The royal family member of the Evil God tribe struck out with his palm and collided with the palm. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Then, the royal family member of the Evil God tribe trembled and retreated continuously. Swoosh, Dandan appeared beside Lu Ming. Seeing Dandan arrive, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Dandan's combat strength was indeed strong. He actually defeated a royal member of the Evil God tribe in one move. Moreover, it was a peak Great Emperor. The royal member of the Evil God tribe stared at Dandan with purple light flashing in his eyes. He said coldly, World Divine Turtle, that's good too. I'll get rid of you today to prevent you from becoming a disaster in the future. Boom, a resplendent purple light erupted from the royal member of the Evil God tribe. It was incomparably dazzling, like a purple flame burning fiercely. Endless runes shone on Dandan's body. A world slowly appeared in his body. The battle between the 2 sides was about to erupt, but at this time, the storage rings and storage bracelets that Jinling poured out earlier were all snatched away. Don't worry, there's more. In the sky, Jinling chuckled, picked up the bag, and poured it out again. This time, balls of yellow light flew out from the bag again. This time, the number of balls of light that flew out was not many, only a dozen or so. However, the light emitted by each was incomparably resplendent, 10 times more dazzling than before. Within each ball of light was a weapon. There were close to 20 weapons, and each one emitted a terrifying aura. That was the aura of the Heavenly Tao weapon. Everyone's hearts shook wildly. Blazing flames burst forth from their eyes as they stared fixedly at the close to 20 weapons. To be precise, there were 19 weapons, 19 Heavenly Tao weapons. Mine, it's mine. The Heavenly Tao weapon is mine. Many people's eyes were filled with blazing greed. Swoosh! 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 Everyone moved at the same time, rushing into the sky. Heavenly Tao weapons were too precious. Many heavenly emperors did not have them. The people here were all 6-star Great Emperors, peak Great Emperors. The next step was to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Once they successfully broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, with the Heavenly Tao weapon, their strength would skyrocket. They would be able to stabilize their footing among the Heavenly Emperors. Even if they could not break through to the Great Emperor realm, selling them to the Heavenly Emperors would also be invaluable. Who would not be tempted by such treasures? A terrifying battle broke out in an instant. In the previous battle, about a dozen people had died, but there were still about 60 people left. 60 people and only 19 Heavenly Tao soldiers. They were destined to fight to the death. Kill. Kill. This time, it was even more tragic. Those peak Great Emperors attacked with all their might. In an instant, a few 6-star Great Emperors were killed. Lu Ming and Dandan also soared into the sky and chose their respective targets. This time, Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He took out the Heavenly Emperor physical body right away. Lu Ming merged with the Celestial Thearcha's body, and his speed reached the extreme as he charged toward a spear. There were also 3 other people rushing towards the spear. 2 6-star Great Emperors and 1 7-star Great Emperor. Kill. Lu Ming shouted as he slashed out with a stone sword in his hand. Bang! A 6-star Great Monarch was sent flying after being struck by Lu Ming's slash, spurting out mouthfuls of blood. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body's energy had reached 100%. It was extremely powerful and was not any weaker than a peak Great Emperor. The other 6-star Great Emperor was also sent flying by another peak Great Emperor. Then, he pounced on the spear with Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming was 1 step ahead. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed the long spear. Courting death. The peak Great Emperor shouted coldly as he attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not dodge. This was the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. It was sturdy and had amazing defense. Unless the Heavenly Emperor attacked, Lu Ming did not believe that a Great Emperor could break it. Boom! The other party's attack landed on the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body shook violently, but he successfully blocked the other party's attack. Lu Ming withstood the attack and grabbed the spear, keeping it in his small world. Hand over the Heavenly Dao weapon. The peak Great Emperor was enraged as he unleashed a storm of attacks. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He ignored his defense and charged forward. When the other party's attack landed on Lu Ming's body, it only made Lu Ming shake a little. Lu Ming did not stop there as he charged forward and slashed out with his sword. The other party was shocked and quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. He was swept by Lu Ming's sword and a deep wound appeared on his body. He was almost cut in half. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took the opportunity to attack. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body's energy was 100%. His combat strength was not weaker than a peak Great Emperor. However, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body's defense was amazing. Lu Ming could completely ignore his defense. In this way, he could completely crush a peak Great Emperor in a head-on battle. The other party was injured and his combat strength was weakened. He was not Lu Ming's opponent. After a few moves, he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Half of his body was chopped off. The other party was shocked and did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. He quickly retreated. Die. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the other party. A palm covered with runes struck towards the other party. Ah, the other party roared. He did not expect a sneak attack from behind. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang, the other party was directly hit. His body was torn into pieces and he died on the spot. A peak Great Emperor was killed just like that. The one who killed him was naturally Dandan. Dandan had already seized a Heavenly Dao weapon. And that person just happened to retreat to Dandan's side. Dandan directly attacked the other party. Dandan, let's join forces. Lu Ming flew over. Alright, there's one over there. Dandan shouted and flew towards a Heavenly Dao weapon. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Over there, a few people were fighting fiercely. The two of them rushed over and directly attacked a peak Great Emperor. This peak Great Emperor was from the evil god tribe. Boom, Dandan struck out with his palm. Endless runes spread out. In his palm, there seemed to be a small world that suppressed the other party. The other party was shocked and hurriedly counterattacked. However, Lu Ming also rushed over. He fought without any regard for his life. He completely ignored defense and slashed out with his sword. Surrounded by the two of them, the other party was instantly defeated. He was slashed into two by Lu Ming's sword. The other party was not dead yet. He retreated in horror. The two of them did not chase. They kept the Heavenly Dao weapon and then rushed towards another Heavenly Dao weapon. The two of them joined forces and were invincible. The next heavenly Dao weapon was also obtained. In this way, the two of them each obtained 2 heavenly Dao weapons. The two of them joining forces also attracted the attention of the others. Some who had a good relationship with them also started to join forces, especially some peak great emperors. The 19 heavenly Dao weapons were fewer and fewer. They were all snatched away. That guy obtained 2 heavenly Dao weapons. Dandan's gaze turned to a purple-haired middle-aged man. That person was the royal evil god tribe from before. This person's combat strength was shocking. He was stronger than ordinary peak great emperors. Kill. Lu Ming was very direct. He rushed towards the royal evil god tribe. The energy in the heavenly emperor's body was limited. He had to end the battle quickly. Dandan's figure flashed and also charged towards this person. Bastard of the evil god tribe, come and fight me. Dandan shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out a long river. It was like a heavenly river and also like a battle sword. Boom, the royal member of the evil god tribe emitted a dazzling purple light. A battle sword appeared in his hand. The weapons that the evil god tribe usually used were battle axes, giant hammers, spiked maces, iron rods, and other heavy weapons. Very few of them used swords. Clang, the sword whistled continuously. The royal member of the evil god tribe slashed out 2 swords at the same time. 2 purple sword lights slashed toward Lu Ming and Dandan respectively. A purple sword light collided with the long river that Dandan spat out. There was a loud explosion and the two of them disappeared. However, Dandan had already closed in on the royal member of the evil god tribe and struck out with his palm. As for Lu Ming, he didn't take the other party's sword light head-on. Clashing head-on would consume a lot of energy. Lu Ming wanted to conserve as much energy as possible. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the sword light. Then, he charged toward the royal member of the evil god tribe. At this moment, Dandan and the royal member of the evil god tribe had already clashed for the second time. Boom, this time it was a real head-on collision. Both of them trembled and retreated continuously. However, the royal member of the evil god tribe retreated more. He was at a disadvantage. The royal member of the evil god tribe was shocked. The royal member of the evil god tribe was very strong to begin with. In a battle of the same level, his strength far surpassed other members of the evil god tribe. However, Dandan was clearly only a 6-star great emperor. He hadn't reached the peak of the great emperor realm yet. Yet, his battle strength was stronger than his. This shocked him. Die, bastard. Dandan charged toward the royal member of the evil god tribe again. His killing intent was incomparably cold. Dandan hated the evil god tribe to the core. In the ancient era, he was severely injured by the evil god tribe and barely turned into an egg. After meeting Lu Ming, he was reborn. Therefore, he had to kill the members of the evil god tribe whenever he saw them. This time, Lu Ming had arrived as well. When the two of them joined forces, the royal evil god tribe was no match for them. Although he tried his best, he was still severely injured and retreated frantically. Come and help me. The royal member of the evil god race roared. The royal clan had an extremely high status in the evil god race. Even in such a situation, everyone wanted to snatch the heavenly Dao soldier. However, there was still a peak great emperor who charged towards Lu Ming and the others. No one can save you. Dandan roared and launched a barrage of attacks. Lu Ming also launched a frenzied attack. Puff, the royal member of the evil god tribe barely managed to block a few moves, but he was ultimately no match for Lu Ming. One of his arms was chopped off with a single sword strike. The other party's storage bracelet was on this arm. Lu Ming used his power of the realm to collect the arm. Bastard, damn it. The royal member of the evil god race roared in rage. All his treasures were in his interspatial bracelet, including the 2 heavenly Dao weapons. No, 3 of them. He had even borrowed one from the heavenly emperor realm powerhouse of the evil god race, which he had used to kill that azure dragon previously. His eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to stay and could only retreat frantically. At this time, the 19 heavenly Dao weapons were all snatched away. Lu Ming and Dandan had the greatest gains, obtaining a total of 6 heavenly Dao weapons. At the scene, there were more than 20 corpses. Among them, there were a few peak great emperors who had fallen here. The remaining people's eyes flickered. Some of them stared at Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming and Dandan had indeed obtained shocking gains just now. However, there were even more people who stared at the formation spirit. Their eyes flickered with intense greed. How many treasures were in the bag in the formation spirit's hand? A 4-armed evil god race member's eyes were filled with greed. He had already been blinded by greed. He took the initiative to attack, pouncing towards the formation spirit. Hand over that bag. The 4-armed evil god race member was also a peak great emperor. His speed was extremely fast. At the same time, the 4 weapons in his 4 arms slashed towards the formation spirit. You actually want to attack me? Interesting. Then I shall send you on your way. The formation spirit muttered. Then, it opened its small mouth and spat out. It was as though a stream of qi was spat out from the mouth of the formation spirit. After that, a shocking scene occurred. That 4-armed evil god race member screamed miserably as his body directly exploded, transforming into ashes that dissipated in the air. Nothing was left behind. Everyone was shocked. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on them, extinguishing the fire of their greed. A single breath blew a peak great emperor to death. What kind of strength was this? He is really courting death. This is the formation spirit produced by a great formation set up by a supreme expert. It can borrow the power of the great formation here. Even a heavenly emperor would die, let alone him. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, gloating. The others' faces turned ugly. They no longer dared to have any ideas about the formation spirit. I have one last treasure now. I will give it to you too. The formation spirit spoke again. Then, the bag was tipped over and a ball of light flew out. This time, there was only one ball of light. It was extremely dazzling. It was 10 times more dazzling than the previous heavenly Dao weapons. It was a badge in the middle of the light. It looked very simple and ancient. However, it did not emit any aura. It looked very ordinary. However, everyone's eyes were blazing. The formation spirit was the last to take out the badge. The light on the badge was 10 times more dazzling than the heavenly Dao weapons. According to their previous judgment, the more precious the treasure was, the more dazzling the light on it would be. Although they could not tell what was so special about the badge, it was definitely extremely precious. At that instant, everyone moved and charged toward the badge. Bang! Bang! A terrifying battle immediately broke out. The secret chamber shook violently. Bang! Bang! A few 6-star great emperors were torn apart and died on the spot. The remaining 6-star great emperors were terrified. They immediately backed away, not daring to interfere. With so many people fighting for the badge, the battle was too intense. All the peak great emperors were attacking wildly. If a 6-star great emperor was dragged into the battle, he would definitely die. This time, Lu Ming and Dandan did not make a move. They were preserving their strength. Needless to say, if they made a move now, they would definitely face a fierce battle. Although Lu Ming and Dandan were strong, if they made a move now, they would definitely face the attacks of the other peak great emperors. The best strategy was to wait and see. Of course, it was not easy to do so in the face of such a treasure. It might be 10 times more precious than a heavenly Dao weapon. Who could remain calm? Even the heavenly emperors would go crazy. However, Dandan was an old monster who had lived for God knows how long. He had a strong temperament. He managed to hold it in. As for Lu Ming, he was no ordinary person. He had experienced a lot along the way. His temperament was stronger than many old monsters who had lived for countless years. At this moment, he also managed to hold it in. At the same time, he took out a large number of energy crystals to replenish the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's body. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Emperor's body had lost a lot of energy. It was time to replenish it. At the scene, the fight for that token was incomparably intense. Evil God Tribe and Heaven Realm's peak great emperors added together were close to 30. Close to 30 peak great emperors were fighting crazily. At this moment, there was no race, no division. There was only personal greed. The others were all competitors. In such a tragic battle, casualties appeared in a short while. A slightly weaker peak Great Emperor was torn apart by the other two peak Great Emperors. There was also a very powerful peak Great Emperor who rushed out of the encirclement and rushed towards his token. When he was about to get close to the token, he was beaten to ashes by everyone. Peak Great Emperors fell one after another. Those who did not fall also suffered varying degrees of injuries. Tragic, incomparably tragic, these were peak Great Emperors. If a heavenly emperor did not appear, who could compete with them, no matter where they were placed, they would be a powerhouse with a chance of becoming a heavenly emperor. But now, they were worthless. Some were killed by the enemy, some died in the hands of their own powerhouses. The more they killed, the crazier everyone became. They were already bloodshot. Swoosh, finally, someone rushed to the side of the token and grabbed it in his hand. This was a true dragon. Its entire body was golden. It was an exceptionally powerful golden true dragon. Its strength was shocking. When he grabbed the token in his hand, he roared and tried his best to break out of the encirclement, wanting to rush out. However, immediately, a few extremely powerful experts rushed over. All kinds of attacks continuously drowned out the golden true dragon. Although the golden true dragon was strong and had astonishing defensive power, he could not withstand it. Wounds appeared on his body, almost tearing his body apart. His eyes revealed a look of fear as he threw the token out. The scene fell into a chaotic battle again. Lu Ming, hurry up and recover. I'll make some arrangements first. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Then, his figure flashed quickly. Runes appeared from Dandan's hand and disappeared into the void. Lu Ming knew that Dandan was setting up a formation. Dandan's control of runes had reached an unimaginable level. As long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to set up a terrifying formation. Lu Ming kept taking out energy crystals and supreme-grade origin stones to speed up the celestial Fiarka's energy storage. Bang! Bang! Large amounts of energy crystals and peak-grade origin stones that he had obtained from the evil god race exploded, turning into seething energy that was absorbed by the Heaven Emperor's body. Of course, there was also a portion that was wasted and dissipated into void space. However, Lu Ming didn't mind at all. Normally, Lu Ming would not use such a barbaric method to allow the Celestial Emperor's body to store energy, because it would be too wasteful. A portion of the energy would dissipate if it could not be absorbed. But now, he could not care less. In the air, the Array spirit glanced at Dandan with a smile on his face. He seemed to have noticed something, but he did not say anything. At the scene, the fight for the tokens had entered a white-hot stage, and the fighting was exceptionally fierce. Peak Great Emperors were killed one after another. In the beginning, there were close to 30 Peak Great Emperors. Now, there were only 20 left. The remaining 20 or so Peak Great Emperors were all injured. Whoosh! At this moment, Dandan appeared beside Lu Ming and said, "How is it? Can you make a move?" "Yes." Lu Ming said. "Alright, let's make a move together and obtain the token as fast as we can." Dandan nodded. Almost at the same time, the two of them moved. The two of them charged out at the same time. "Endless world!" Dandan roared. He revealed his original body, which was covered in runes. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a world. It was really a world. However, this wasn't a small world that Dandan had condensed. It was a kind of divine ability. This kind of divine ability was extremely powerful. It was as though a world was suppressing the enemy. Boom! One of the Peak Great Emperors in front of Dandan was already injured. In addition to Dandan's sudden attack, he could not react in time and was killed by Dandan. There were also two other Peak Great Emperors who were sent flying by Dandan. Whoosh! Lu Ming seized the opportunity and charged forward, waving his hand to grab the token. He and Dandan cooperated seamlessly. Lu Ming grabbed the token in his hand. Courting death. Let go of the token. Kill. Instantly, the other Peak Great Emperors roared and launched terrifying attacks at Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Boom! Lu Ming was instantly engulfed by various attacks. The Heavenly Emperor body shook violently and was sent flying. He flew for thousands of miles and crashed into the wall of the secret chamber. However, Lu Ming was fine. The Heavenly Emperor body blocked the attacks of the others. If it were any other peak Great Emperor, they would definitely die after being hit by so many attacks and their souls would scatter. However, Lu Ming used the Heavenly Emperor body to block the attacks and successfully kept the token in his small world. Still not dead. Kill him. The rest of the people were also shocked. They then charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. Lu Ming, come over and enter the formation. Dandan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. At the same time, Dandan waved his hands rapidly. Rays of sword light appeared in the void and attacked the peak Great Emperors. Half of the peak Great Emperors were blocked by the formation controlled by Dandan. The rest continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped his feet on the wall and charged towards Dandan like a cannonball. Swoosh! 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 Attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored them and allowed the attacks to hit his body. No one below the Heavenly Emperor could break the defense of the Heavenly Emperor body. Lu Ming charged past them and approached Dandan rapidly. Kill! A purple-haired middle-aged man appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed his sword towards Lu Ming. It was the royal member of the evil god tribe. One of his arms was cut off by Lu Ming and his storage bracelet was snatched away. He had been thinking about taking it back. At this moment, his arm had grown back. He seized the opportunity and charged towards Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and slashed out. Clang, the two swords clashed and a violent explosion erupted. Lu Ming's figure was blocked and stopped. However, Lu Ming took another step and charged towards the royal member of the evil god tribe. It wasn't just the battle sword. His entire body was charging towards the other party. He didn't use any moves or skills at all. It was just a barbaric charge. Swoosh! Swoosh! The royal member of the evil god tribe stabbed out hundreds of times. The hundreds of sword lights were incomparably sharp. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to see them and charged forward. Those sword lights could only leave some shallow marks on Lu Ming's body. Bam! Lu Ming crashed into the royal member of the evil god tribe with his sword. The royal member of the evil god tribe grunted and was sent flying. As for Lu Ming, he charged past and successfully arrived near Dandan. Formation, rise! He shouted boldly and waved his hands. Countless runes appeared and pieces of turtle shells appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Lu Ming and the royal member of the evil god tribe. Dandan controlled the array. Countless runes appeared and formed pieces of turtle shells. Like shields, they surrounded Lu Ming and Dandan in the middle. Boom! 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 Just as the turtle shells rose, the attacks from all directions arrived. Every attack was launched by a peak Great Emperor and was shockingly powerful. However, when they hit the turtle shells, they were blocked by the turtle shells. None of the attacks could break the turtle shells. Ha ha ha, you want to break the array that I set up? Although the time is short, it's still possible to set up an array to defend against you. Dandan laughed proudly. Damn it, watch me break your turtle shells. Break! The remaining peak Great Emperors shouted one after another. All of them unleashed their ultimate moves and attacked Dandan and Lu Ming. However, there were many turtle shells and they blocked all the gaps. When all the attacks landed on the turtle shells only shook but couldn't break them. Everyone, attack one point. Someone shouted and wanted to focus everyone's attacks on one point to break the turtle shells. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, everyone's attacks were focused on one piece of turtle shell. Sure enough, this move worked. The tortoise shell shook violently, and then cracks appeared on its surface. Those people were overjoyed, but Dandan's face was very calm. There was even a hint of mockery. Boom! That tortoise shell was shattered and exploded. However, in the next moment, a new tortoise shell immediately condensed and took its place. Those people were stunned. Then, they were furious and attacked again. But it was useless. Every time they broke a piece of the turtle shell, a new one would float out of it. Dandan smiled faintly. His leisurely expression almost made those people vomit blood. After attacking for a while, there was no effect at all. Those people had no choice but to stop. What's the use of hiding in the turtle shells? We'll wait here. He'll come out sooner or later. Once he comes out, we'll tear them to pieces. The royal member of the evil god tribe said coldly. The others also revealed cold eyes. Have you forgotten what I said before? At this moment, the arrayed genie in the air spoke. Her clear voice rang in everyone's ears. I've given you the items. Once you've received them, I'll send you out. I'll give you half an hour. After half an hour, I'll send all of you out at the same time. Half an hour, damn it. The other people's expressions greatly changed. Then, they started to attack one after another, attacking Dandan and Lu Ming. They had to break through the Dandan's formation in half an hour. However, everything was futile. It was completely useless. There were even people who bombarded the void, smashing it into pieces in an attempt to destroy the foundation of the formation. However, this kind of formation that imprinted the runes in the void could not be broken at all. Unless one's strength was so strong that it could directly annihilate all the particles in the void, it would be possible to break the void. Time passed quickly, and soon, half an hour had passed. All right, time's up. All of you can leave now. At this moment, the arrayed genie spoke. After speaking, her body emitted a bright light. An incomparably powerful force acted on Lu Ming and the others. Boom, their bodies were repelled by an incomparably powerful force. In an instant, they flew out of the statue and out of the void sacred island. At this moment, an incomparably terrifying and supreme force erupted from the statue and spread in all directions. Everyone on the void sacred island was pushed out of the void sacred island by this wave of power. However, the strange thing was that the demonic beasts and mutated beasts that originally lived on the void sacred island were not affected at all. Lu Ming was in the air, completely out of his control. It was as if he was in the sea, being pushed by a huge wave and flying backward at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he saw that in other directions of the void sacred island, figures were being pushed in all directions. The scene was extremely spectacular. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others were pushed to the edge of the void sacred island and stood in the void. Only then did the force disappear. Many figures stood at the edge of the void sacred island. There were people from the evil god tribe and also people from the heaven realm. Other than Lu Ming and a few others, most people looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out. Someone had attacked. An evil god tribe member suddenly attacked and tore apart an elite from the heaven realm. This was because at the edge of the void sacred island, people from the evil god tribe and the heaven realm were mixed together. After being stunned for a short while, someone reacted and attacked. You're courting death. Immediately, someone from the heaven realm counterattacked. At the edge of the void sacred island, a chaotic battle broke out. 2 2-star and 3-star great emperors attacked Lu Ming, but they were killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. Dandan, let's go first. Lu Ming rushed toward Dandan because Dandan had appeared not far from him. Soon, the two of them met up and rushed out of the void, wanting to meet up with Celestial the Archangel. Stay here. With a loud roar, an evil god tribe member charged toward Lu Ming and Dandan with blazing eyes. This evil god tribe member was a peak great emperor. Previously, there were close to 20 peak great emperors left in the statues. However, they were scattered in all directions by that force. There was only one peak great emperor here. You want to keep me here alone? Die. Dandan's eyes flashed with malevolence as he charged toward this peak great emperor. As for Lu Ming, he had already kept the celestial Thearcha's body. Without the celestial Thearcha's body, he was naturally not a match for a peak great emperor. Hence, he did not attack. Boom. Boom, Dandan's battle prowess was extremely strong. After a few moves, the peak great emperor was beaten until he vomited blood. The other party was shocked and kept retreating, not daring to fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Dandan met up and rushed out. Let's go. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. On the side of the heaven world, someone shouted and then flew out. The people of the evil god tribe did not dare to chase after them. This was because the people of the heaven world were flying in the direction of the heaven world's celestial Thearchs. If they chased after them, only death would await them. The people of the evil god tribe changed direction and flew in another direction. Slowly, the battle at the edge of the Void Sacred Island stopped. Everyone chose a direction and left the Void Sacred Island. Lu Ming and Dandan flew at extreme speed. The Void Sacred Island was getting further and further away from them. It was also getting smaller and smaller. Finally, they saw the figures in front of them. They were the celestial Thearchs of the heaven world. There were more than 10 of them. Among them, Lu Ming saw celestial Xianxia. These celestial Thearchs were looking at the Void Sacred Island anxiously. Clearly, they had also sensed the changes on the Void Sacred Island. Celestial Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ming and flew over. Lu Ming, what happened on the Void Sacred Island? Celestial Xianxia asked. The other celestial Thearchs also looked over curiously. Senior Hengyu, this matter is complicated. Let's go back first. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll bring you back. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu nodded. He waved his hand and brought Lu Ming and Dandan back to the passage they came from. There was also a Heavenly Emperor guarding the passage. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and Dandan into the passage and returned to the Grand Clear Sky Domain. Lu Ming, wait for me here. I still have to bring the others back. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. There were many great emperors who entered the Void Sacred Island, but the number of heavenly emperors was limited. Naturally, each heavenly emperor had to make several trips. Senior Hengyu, how about this? We'll return to the Two-World City and wait for you. How about that? Lu Ming said. Alright, you guys return to the Two-World City first. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu nodded and turned to enter the passage. As for Lu Ming and Dandan, they flew back to the Two-World City. Back when Heavenly Emperor Hengyu had brought them from Two-Realm City, it had only taken them an hour. However, their speed was naturally not as fast as Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's. The two of them had flown at full speed, yet it had taken them 2 days to reach Two-Realm City. In the Two-World City, Lu Ming lived in the courtyard. Lu Ming and Dandan began to divide the treasures they obtained. What they divided up was mainly the Heavenly Dao armament and the title plate. The two of them took out all the Heaven Dao soldiers. The two of them worked together to snatch 6 Heaven Dao soldiers. There was one more that was brought in by the Royal Evil God tribe. There were a total of 7 Heaven Dao soldiers. The 7 Heaven Dao soldiers emitted a terrifying aura. Dandan was so frightened that he quickly set up a formation to conceal the aura. There was also the token. Dandan, what do you choose? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Dandan's eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the Heaven Dao soldiers and the token. He wanted to take them for himself. I'll study this token first. Dandan held the token in his hand and carefully studied it. However, Dandan used all kinds of methods, but to no avail. How could this be? Dandan was puzzled. Let me see. Lu Ming took the token and studied it carefully. However, he discovered that there was nothing special about this token other than its special material and its indestructible durability. A very ordinary command medallion. Is it really more important than a Heavenly Dao weapon? Lu Ming was puzzled. Dandan was also scratching her head. She was also confused. Dandan, how about this? 7 Heavenly Dao soldiers, 3 for each person, 4 for each person. But the 3 Heavenly Dao soldiers, plus this command medallion, what do you think? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Alright. Dandan nodded, but his eyes darted around, obviously hesitating on what to choose. How about this? I'll take 3 Heavenly Dao soldiers and this token. Lu Ming was the first to speak. You'll choose this token? Kid, you really know how to choose. Dandan gritted his teeth. Dandan, this token might not be useful at all. You've studied it before. I took it purely out of curiosity. How precious is a Heavenly Dao soldier? I'll let you take one more. You'll benefit greatly. Lu Ming said. Go away, you're trying to fool a 3-year-old kid. This token is extremely mysterious. It's the last one taken out by the formation spirit. It might contain the secrets of Heavenly Dao. Don't think that I don't know that you want to keep it for yourself. Dandan gritted his teeth and stared at the token, unwilling to look away. Dandan, how about this? I always feel that I'm fated with this token. I'll take it first. If I discover any secrets in the future, I'll definitely bring you along. How about that? Lu Ming said. He was indeed reluctant to give this token to Dandan. To be honest, he really had a feeling that this token might be of great use in the future. It was a kind of intuition. Dandan gritted his teeth. Obviously, he was still reluctant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, if you discover any secrets in the future, you must tell me. Otherwise, I won't let you off." After that, Dandan began to choose from the 7 heavenly Dao soldiers. "Dandan, this long spear suits me better. You can choose the rest." Lu Ming kept one of the long spears. Dandan did not mind. A heavenly Dao soldier in the form of a long spear was not of much use to him. In the end, Dandan chose 4 heavenly Dao soldiers and kept them. He left 2 for Lu Ming. As for the remaining 2 items, one was a battle sword and the other was a meteor hammer. Lu Ming kept all of them and was satisfied. This time, he had obtained 3 heavenly Dao soldiers. This was a huge gain. "Lu Ming, I'll be cultivating in 2 World City for this period of time. If you discover anything, remember to look for me." After Dandan put away the things, his figure flashed and left this place. Lu Ming smiled, then took out 2 storage rings and started checking. These 2 storage rings were obtained from that formation spirit. Lu Ming was very curious about what was inside. Lu Ming's spiritual sense swept over and his eyes immediately lit up. The things inside the storage rings were very messy. There was everything. Raw stones, all kinds of refining materials, medicinal pills, and so on. Chaos stones. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In one of the storage rings, he discovered chaos stones. This time, the number was also shockingly many, a full 10,000 pieces. This was an astonishing gain. Also, great Dao fragments. Following that, Lu Ming discovered great Dao fragments again. They were locked in a box, more than 100 pieces. Even if Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was also overjoyed. If this wealth was taken out, it would make people go crazy. "I'm rich, I'm really rich." Lu Ming's current wealth was already more than many heavenly emperors. 3 heavenly Dao soldiers was no joke. One had to know that most heavenly emperors did not have any heavenly Dao soldiers. This trip to the Void Sacred Island is really fruitful. Lu Ming sighed. This time, after cultivating on Void Sacred Island for 7 to 8 years, Lu Ming's progress in all aspects was very great. Of the 10 supreme laws, Lu Ming had already cultivated 8 to the 3rd realm. The other 3 supreme laws had also been cultivated to the 3rd realm. Moreover, Lu Ming had also cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the middle of the 5th level, and his strength had increased comprehensively. It's a pity. If I had cultivated for a while more, I might have been able to successfully cultivate the remaining 2 supreme laws. Lu Ming sighed. Of the 10 supreme laws, the karma law was only at the entry level, and the destiny law was not yet at the entry level. The speed of comprehending laws in Void Sacred Island was dozens of times faster than outside. Lu Ming was really tempted. It was a pity that he would not be able to enter in the future. It's already very rare for me to have such a great gain. I can't be too greedy. Lu Ming smiled, then put away the items and sat down cross-legged. His soul entered the small world and began to comprehend the karma law. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Eternal Universe Great Emperor arrived. Obviously, all the heavenly emperors who had entered Void Sacred Island had been brought out. Immediately, Lu Ming told Eternal Universe Great Emperor what had happened in Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu knew what happened in the Void Divine Island and also sighed endlessly. "Senior Hengyu, this weapon is for you." Lu Ming's hand moved, and a battle sword appeared in his hand. It was precisely one of the 3 heavenly Dao weapons. "This is a heavenly Dao weapon." The moment Heavenly Emperor Hengyu saw this battle sword, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Precisely." Lu Ming smiled. "Lu Ming, this heavenly Dao weapon is too precious. If you take it out to sell, the price will be immeasurable. I can't accept it." Although Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was extremely moved, he still shook his head. This was what Lu Ming obtained by risking his life. How could he accept it? Senior Hengyu, accept it. I had a great harvest this time. I also have a heavenly Dao weapon for my own use. This battle sword, I have no use for it either. Lu Ming said. Indeed, his harvest this time was great. All kinds of resources, there was everything he could desire. There was no need to sell a heavenly Dao weapon at all. He did not lack resources. Throughout his journey, the Hengyu celestial arch had been of great help to him, especially the celestial Fiarcha's physical body. He had helped Lu Ming avert danger many times. It was only right to give a heavenly Dao soldier to the Hengyu celestial arch. Seeing Lu Ming's firm attitude, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu hesitated for a bit and put it away. Lu Ming, whatever you need, feel free to say. If I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Senior Hengyu is too serious. Lu Ming hurriedly said. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu carefully sized up the battle sword in his hand. The more he looked, the more he liked it. His face revealed a smile. His cultivation was at the 3-star Heavenly Emperor realm. With this heavenly Dao weapon, his combat power would skyrocket. Even if he encountered a 4-star Heavenly Emperor peerless powerhouse, as long as the other party did not have a heavenly Dao weapon, he could contend. In fact, he could even borrow the heavenly Dao contained in the heavenly Dao weapon to let his cultivation take a step further, breaking through the bottleneck, breaking through to 4-star Heavenly Emperor, becoming a peerless powerhouse, a heavenly realm Empyrean level figure. This heavenly Dao weapon was too useful to him. Only after a while did Heavenly Emperor Hengyu put away the heavenly Dao weapon. Then, he chatted with Lu Ming for a while and left. He needed to refine the heavenly Dao soldier as soon as possible so that he could unleash its power. After Heavenly the Arch Hengyu left, Lu Ming made another trip to the Primal Chaos Hall and gave the remaining Heaven Dao weapon, the Meteor Hammer, to Tui. Tui was naturally overjoyed when he obtained the heavenly Dao weapon. Actually, the Primal Chaos Palace also had heavenly Dao soldiers left behind. However, there were only 2 of them and they were not suitable for Tui to use. One was in the hands of Gold One and the other was in the hands of Thunder One. The others had long been envious. Now that Earth One got one, he was naturally overjoyed. He was very grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. Tui and the others were completely under his command. The stronger they were, the better it would be for him. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he entered the mountain and river diagram with a thought. Then, a spear appeared in his hand. This spear was the heavenly Dao weapon. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming erupted with all of his power. The power of his physical body, the power of the world, and the power of laws all erupted. The spear emitted a resplendent radiance as it swept out. The void instantly collapsed and shattered. Endless spatial storms howled. It was simply apocalyptic. Awesome, too awesome. After continuously brandishing it a few times, Lu Ming stopped. With his current cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to unleash the power of the heavenly Dao soldier. It was also impossible for him to stimulate the power of the heavenly Dao inside. However, the material of the heavenly Dao soldier was sturdy and indestructible. Once it was activated, it was heavier than a mountain. Lu Ming could completely unleash all of his power without any restraint. Previously, Lu Ming condensed the Infinity Dragon Spear with laws and could not fully unleash Lu Ming's power. At the very least, he could not fully unleash the power of his physical body. Once there was a collision that was too strong, the Infinity Dragon Spear would collapse. Therefore, Lu Ming would simply use his fists to fight most of the time. That way, he could unleash his strength more. But now, with this long spear, Lu Ming could unleash all of his power to his heart's content. Moreover, the long spear had more or less increased Lu Ming's combat strength by a few notches. On the handle of the long spear, there were 3 words, Great Spear of Desolation. Great Spear of Desolation, accompany me in conquering the world. Lu Ming revealed a smile and then put away the Great Spear of Desolation. After a while, I'll return to the Yuan realm to take a look. Lu Ming pondered. It had been many years since he entered the Heaven realm through the passageway of the Divine Wilderness Continent's 9 Dragons City. Now that his strength had improved rapidly, it was time to go back and take a look. Also, there were some debts that needed to be settled. For example, the Heng family, He family, and the Daluo Heaven sect in the Celestial City. The Mu family in the Divine Land. These people wanted to kill him in the past. It was time to settle the score. However, before Lu Ming returned, he planned to find Bubbles, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others. He now had too many resources in his hands and planned to give them some. This way, their cultivation speed would also increase. Lu Ming found a few acquaintances and asked them about Bubbles and the others. As he asked, he waited. At this moment, in a hall of the Lan family, the upper echelons of the Lan family and the Yan family were discussing matters. Lu Ming, you've gone too far. Lan Qing, the heavenly emperor of the Lan family, let out a roar filled with endless killing intent. The other members of the Lan family were the same. However, while they were emitting killing intent, their eyes were also filled with fear. This was because they had already heard about the news of some great emperors of the Lan family being killed by Lu Ming in the Void Sacred Island. After all, there were many people who were still alive in the Heaven Realm. When those people came out, they passed the news to the Lan family. When the upper echelons of the Lan family heard this news, they were shocked. They immediately gathered the upper echelons and the heavenly emperor of the Yan family to discuss matters. Family head, what should we do now? Someone asked Lan Qing. Kill, we must kill him. We can't let Lu Ming grow. Otherwise, we'll all die. Lan Qing said coldly. Fool. At this moment, an aged voice rang out, causing everyone's expression to change. In the next moment, a white-haired old man in coarse hemp clothes appeared in the hall. Everyone from the Lan family quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, old ancestor. The heavenly emperor of the Yan family also stood up and bowed. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Sovereign. Those above the 4-star heavenly emperor were known as heavenly sovereigns. The old ancestor of the Lan family swept his gaze across the crowd and finally landed on Lan Qing. Now, you still want to kill Lu Ming? Old ancestor, Lu Ming has killed so many great emperors of the Lan family. How can we not kill him? If we let him continue like this, the Lan family will be in danger. Lan Qing said. Oh, then tell me, how should we kill him? The old ancestor of the Lan family said. How? Lan Qing was stunned. With Lu Ming's current strength, do you have the competence to send great emperors? If great emperors are not competent, do you and I have to do it ourselves? If you and I do it, what if someone finds out? Won't the heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming go crazy? Also, now that everyone in the heaven realm knows that Lu Ming has a feud with the Lan family, if Lu Ming is secretly killed, won't others suspect that we did it? I'm afraid that the heavenly emperors behind him will also come directly to the Lan family. The old ancestor of the Lan family said coldly. It's been so many years since we last met. Your cultivation has improved quite quickly. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' head. After not seeing it for so many years, Lu Ming discovered that Bubbles' cultivation was about to reach the peak of the true Emperor realm. Among the younger generation of the Heaven realm, there were probably not many who could match it. This cultivation speed was already very terrifying. Of course, it was still incomparable to Dandan. After all, Dandan was the world turtle from ancient times. Although Bubble was one of the top 10 war beasts, it was a newborn. Everything had to be comprehended by itself. I can't compare to brother Lu Ming. Bubble hung on Lu Ming's neck and swayed back and forth. The Lan family and the Yan family are here. At this moment, a voice was heard. Many people looked in one direction. Over there, a group of people flew over. The leader was the Lan family's ancestor, a peerless expert. Behind the Lan family's ancestor was the Lan family's patriarch, Lan Qing, and the Yan family's heavenly emperor. Behind them were some of the upper echelons of the two families. Almost all of the upper echelons of the Lan family and the Yan family had arrived. They landed on the square and walked towards Lu Ming. The Lan family's ancestor's face was full of smiles. He cupped his fists towards Lu Ming and said, "We're late. Please forgive us, little brother Lu Ming." "You're welcome," Lu Ming said with a faint smile on his face. This old man won't talk too much. Today, I'm here to apologize to little brother Lu Ming. All these years, the Lan family has gone too far in some aspects and offended little brother Lu Ming. Please forgive us, little brother Lu Ming. The Lan family's ancestor cupped his fists. Even though they knew that the Lan family was going to apologize, many people were still stunned when they saw the Lan family's ancestor talking to Lu Ming in an amiable manner. They felt like they were in a dream. One had to know that the Lan family's ancestor was a peerless expert, a 4-star heavenly emperor. This kind of character was already standing at the peak of the world with shocking battle prowess. But now, he was humbly apologizing to a junior. This was rare even since ancient times. However, Lu Ming did not want to accept the other party's apology so easily. Oh, I would like to know, in what way did you offend me? Lan family head, why don't you help me remember? Lu Ming sneered and looked at Lan City. Lan Cheng's face turned ugly. However, he still tried his best to squeeze out a smile. He stepped forward and said, the Lan clan has indeed offended little brother Lu Ming in some ways in the past. Please forgive us. Forgive? You said it so casually. Let me ask you, what did you do to offend me? Tell me clearly. Can't you understand? Lu Ming said coldly. Lan Cheng's anger soared to the sky. If any other junior dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have slapped them to death. But he didn't dare to do that to Lu Ming. He dared to bet that there were likely quite a few Heavenly Emperor characters in the vicinity. The moment he made a move, the one who would be smacked to death would be him. In the end, he could only suppress his anger and answer honestly. Back then, it was my Lan clan's Heaven's Pride, Blue Cloud, who offended little brother Lu Ming. He repeatedly targeted little brother Lu Ming, resulting in a grudge between both sides. Lan Cheng answered honestly. What else? Lu Ming asked. Also, back then, I was blinded by greed and coveted your indestructible ancient scripture. In the battlefield outside Two World City, I sent people to kill you. Lan Cheng clenched his teeth and spoke about this matter. He knew that the reason Lu Ming asked them to apologize in public was to make everything public. If he did not say it today, Lu Ming would definitely not let it go. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Back then, the Lan clan said that Lu Ming killed Heavenly World's experts in the True Emperor battlefield to obtain treasures. All of this was a false accusation. Everything was because Lan Cheng and the Yan clan's Heavenly Emperor coveted Lu Ming's indestructible ancient scripture and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Despicable, really despicable. So this is the face of the Lan clan. Despicable villain, we were all deceived by him. I already knew that Lu Ming would not do such a thing. Many people roared and glared at the Lan clan. Lan Cheng gritted his teeth, but now, such a bitter fruit could only be swallowed by himself. Who asked him to offend a freak like Lu Ming? Lan clan has offended you, please forgive us, little brother Lu Ming. Yan clan has offended you, please forgive us, little brother Lu Ming. Lan Cheng and the Yan clan's Heavenly Emperor cupped their fists and bowed to Lu Ming. Little brother Lu Ming, this is a little gift from the Lan clan and Yan clan, please accept it. Lan clan's old ancestor smiled and took out a storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the storage ring slowly flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and found that there were exactly 500 chaos stones inside. Remember, I won't offend people if they don't offend me. The past can be written off, but if you offend me again in the future, I will destroy your entire clan. Lu Ming kept the storage ring and turned to leave, no longer looking at the Lan clan and the Yan clan. Huang Ling, Long Chen, brother Ouyang. How about we go for a drink? Today's harvest is not bad. Lu Ming looked at Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the rest. My hair, drink, and drink to your heart's content. Unscrupulous monk was the first to shout. You monk, what are you drinking for? Huang Li despised. Everyone laughed, and the group of young people left amidst the laughter. Lu Ming bought a large amount of wine and came to Lu Ming's residence. Lu Ming took out a lot of divine beast meat. Over the years, Lu Ming had hoarded a lot of divine beast meat, all of which were at least emperor grade. Everyone began to eat, and soon, the place was filled with the fragrance of meat. Everyone ate the meat and drank big bowls of wine, chatting about the interesting things they had encountered over the years. During this time, Lu Ming took out a large amount of resources and distributed them to everyone. For example, supreme-grade origin stones, primordial stones, and chaos stones. Everyone began to refuse because they were too precious. But when Lu Ming took out a pile of them, they did not refuse and each of them took some. These resources could indeed greatly increase their cultivation speed. It was not until the evening of the second day that everyone dispersed. "It's time to return to the primordial realm," Lu Ming whispered, and then found Heavenly Emperor Hengyu to ask for the way back to the primordial realm. It was relatively easy to go to the primordial realm in the Grand Pure Sky domain because there were many passageways. Two Realm City had such a passageway. Lu Ming came to a valley alone with Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Here, there were powerhouses standing guard. In the valley, the space was extremely unstable. Spatial rifts constantly appeared, and one could clearly see that behind the spatial rifts was a void passageway. This passageway was not big, but it was enough to accommodate dozens of people passing through at the same time. "Senior Hengyu, take care." Lu Ming cupped his fists, then took a step out and entered the spatial rift. In a flash, Lu Ming arrived in the void passageway. Lu Ming stepped forward. It was as if he could see the endless void passing by him. No idea how long had passed, light appeared in front. Lu Ming rushed out and discovered that he was standing high in the sky. Below was a boundless land. Lu Ming stood in the sky and looked around. Below him were vast mountains. According to what Senior Hengyu said, this should be the Yuan Mountain land. I don't know where it is. I need to find a place with people and ask. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's figure moved. He broke through the space and shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. After a few minutes, Lu Ming saw a city. He went in and asked around. He found out that it was the north of the Yuan Mountain land. Lu Ming found a big force nearby and used their teleportation formation to go to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, one of the 9 sacred grounds in the Yuan Mountain land. It did not take long for Lu Ming to return to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. When Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation formation outside the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, it immediately caused an uproar and he was recognized by the people nearby. Lu Ming was too famous in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. In the past, Lu Ming joined forces with more than 10 big forces in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground to destroy the Feng Clan, Sky Wolf Tower, Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, and other big forces. It caused the ancient Moon Sacred Ground to be reshuffled and changed the structure of the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Lu Ming was known by everyone in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. However, Lu Ming disappeared after that. After so many years, Lu Ming's reappearance naturally caused a stir. Not long after, all the forces in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground knew that Lu Ming had returned. At this time, Lu Ming had arrived at the Great Pill Development Hall and met Uncle Kong. After so many years, Uncle Kong seemed to have aged and his face was filled with wrinkles. Uncle Kong's cultivation was most likely at the 2-star Martial Monarch realm, but according to him, he had been severely injured in the previous tribulation, which had damaged his foundation. As such, his strength was only slightly stronger than a 1-star Martial Monarch, but not by much. Otherwise, Great Emperor Tian Luo of the Daluo Heaven sect would not dare to be arrogant in front of Uncle Kong. Now, Uncle Kong was only a few years away from the next Heaven's tribulation. With his current state, he could not pass it. Palace Master, your cultivation. As soon as Uncle Kong saw Lu Ming, he could feel that Lu Ming was not ordinary. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the true Emperor realm, his qi and blood were extremely dense. He was like an ancient beast, giving off a terrifying aura. Even Uncle Kong could feel the immense pressure coming from it. This caused Uncle Kong to be extremely shocked, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier he would be. Uncle Kong, some time ago, I went to the Heaven realm and had a fortuitous encounter. I cultivated the archaic body cultivation, and my physical body is now equivalent to the Emperor realm. Lu Ming gave a simple explanation, and Uncle Kong became even more delighted. Uncle Kong, has the Mu clan come looking for trouble all these years? Lu Ming asked. Back then, a great emperor from the Mu clan had died here. He had always been afraid that the Mu clan would come looking for trouble. The Mu clan is here to seek revenge for the Mu clan's emperor, but a powerful force has interfered in the Divine Fate land. The Mu clan has been wary of the Divine Fate land for many years, so they haven't done anything yet. Uncle Kong explained. Lu Ming nodded and said, "It's fine if the Mu clan doesn't come, but if they don't give up, I'll have to pay them a visit." With that, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he handed it over to Uncle Kong. "Uncle Kong, this is for you." Uncle Kong took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his eyes widened. Grand Dao Fragment, this is a Grand Dao Fragment. Palace Master, it's a waste to give such a treasure to an old man like me. You should keep it for yourself. Uncle Kong quickly handed the storage ring over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Uncle Kong, take it. I have a lot of Grand Dao Fragments, and it's enough for me to use." Uncle Kong wanted to return the Grand Dao Fragment to Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's attitude was firm. In the end, Uncle Kong accepted the Grand Dao Fragment. Lu Ming gave Uncle Kong a total of 18 Grand Dao Fragments, enough for him to break through to the 3-star Great Emperor realm, or even the 4-star Great Emperor realm. As long as Uncle Kong's cultivation broke through, his injuries would naturally heal, and he would be able to survive the next heavenly tribulation. Next, Huang Xiaolong chatted with Uncle Kong for a while. The next day, Lu Ming went to meet some old friends. In the ancient moon's sacred ground, Lu Ming still had some friends, such as Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfeng, and the others. Their talents were limited, and they did not go to the heavenly world. Lu Ming stayed in the ancient moon's sacred ground for more than 10 days, and he talked about martial arts with these friends. With Lu Ming's current cultivation realm and understanding of the laws, Yi Dongfeng and the others were unfathomable. Lu Ming's casual pointers were enough to enlighten them, and they benefited greatly. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming left some resources for Yi Dongfeng and the others, and then bid farewell to Uncle Kong. He left the ancient moon's sacred ground and headed to Tsang State. The most important thing for him to do was to return to Tsang State and the divine wilderness, and then move his family and friends to a place of cultivation. A few days after Lu Ming returned to the ancient moon's sacred ground, the news spread to the Heng clan and He clan in the Celestial City, and the Daluo Heaven sect in the ancient sun's sacred ground. The He clan and Heng clan were originally sworn enemies, but now, they had gathered to discuss matters. In a hall in the Heng clan, the great emperors of the He clan, Heng clan, and Tian Luo great emperor sat. Lu Ming has disappeared for many years. Now that he has reappeared, I'm afraid it's not good for us. The great emperor of the Heng clan said with a grave expression. Lu Ming can't become an emperor, so he's not afraid. However, he can control the heavenly emperor's body, which is indeed troublesome. Tian Luo great emperor said. Back then, he had seen the power of the heavenly emperor's body. Even the 2-star great emperor of the Mu clan was killed. Then what should we do? Back then, we wanted to kill him, and Lu Ming is our sworn enemy. He will definitely not let us go. The great emperor of the He clan said. The three of them had a grave expression, not knowing what to do at that moment. The three of them were 1-star great emperors, but Lu Ming could control the heavenly emperor's body and kill a 2-star great emperor. Even if they joined forces, it would still be dangerous. At this moment, someone outside reported that there was important news. The great emperor of the Heng clan asked the person to come in. Patriarch, young Master Xianxia is back. An old man came in and said excitedly. Xianxia is back. Quick, let him in. The great emperor of the Heng clan was overjoyed. Heng Xianxia had gone to the heaven domain for a few decades. Now that he had returned, the great emperor of the Heng clan was looking forward to it. The three of them went out to welcome him, and soon, they saw Xianxia. Xianxia stood alone with his hands behind his back, exuding a sense of superiority. The 3 great emperors are here. Great! Seeing the 3 great emperors, Heng Xianxia only nodded faintly, without the respect he had in the past. In the heaven domain, he had seen too many great emperors, including heavenly emperors. Naturally, he didn't have the same respect for great emperors. The 3 great emperors of the Heng clan didn't find it strange because when Lu Ming saw Xianxia, he was shocked. True Emperor, Xianxia, you have broken through to the true emperor realm? The great emperor of the Heng clan said excitedly. Not long ago. Heng Xianxia nodded with a faint pride on his face. Great! Ha ha ha! The great emperor of the Heng clan laughed excitedly. On the side, the great emperors of the He clan and Tian Luo great emperor were envious. Reaching the true emperor realm at such a young age, such talent was simply amazing. In the future, he would definitely break through to the great emperor realm or even higher. Xianxia, didn't I, son Xianxia, come back with you? Tianluo Great Emperor asked with some anticipation. Since Xianxia had become a true emperor, his grandson, Luo Xianqiong, must have reached a higher realm. Luo Xianqiong is dead. Xianxia said faintly. What? Tianluo Great Emperor was shocked and his pupils shrank rapidly. In the next moment, his eyes turned red as he roared, Xianqiong is dead? How is that possible? How did he die? He was killed by Lu Ming. Xianxia said. He did not lie about this. Luo Xianqiong was indeed killed by Lu Ming in Alcade Ancient City. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming again. Tianluo Great Emperor roared, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with endless murderous intent. Lu Ming. 2 of his Daluo Heaven Sex geniuses had died in the hands of Lu Ming. Back then, he was also injured because of Lu Ming. Damn it, Tianluo Great Emperor roared in his heart. Of course, he did not care why Luo Xianqiong and the others died in the hands of Lu Ming. Today, all of you are gathered here because of Lu Ming. I heard that Lu Ming has also returned to the Yuan realm, right? Xianxia continued. Returned to the Yuan realm? What do you mean? Did Lu Ming also go to the Heaven realm? Great Emperor Heng's expression changed. That's right. Xianxia nodded. How is that possible? Didn't they say that Lu Ming can't become an emperor and go to the Heaven realm? How did he go there? Great Emperor Heng, Great Emperor He, and the others were extremely surprised. I don't know how he went to the Heaven realm, but he did go there. Otherwise, how could Luo Xianqiong die in his hands? Moreover, Lu Ming has already become an emperor in the Heaven realm. Xianxia said with a gloomy face. What? Lu Ming has become an emperor? How is that possible? He has mastered many different supreme laws at the same time. Even the Heavenly Emperor said that he can't become an emperor. How did he become an emperor? The 3 heavenly emperors exclaimed in shock. Not only did he become an emperor, but Lu Ming's strength is also an emperor now. Xianxia said. Hiss, this time, the Heng clan, He clan, and Tianluo Great Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't be more shocked. Not only had Lu Ming become an emperor, but he could also fight with a great emperor. What kind of freak was this? They could not calm? What now? Great and the others, and they become anxious, they Xian they become them great they. Emperor Ming return, TSS. They became more anxious. Emperor become an. Xianxia had been hiding emperor. Hiding. For example, Lu Ming's combat strength. Recently, there were rumors that Lu Ming's combat strength was enough to kill a 4-star great emperor. Heng Xianxia did not say it out loud as he was afraid it would frighten Great Emperor Heng and the others. Lu Ming is too overpowered. If we allow him to grow, we will be the ones to die in the future. So, we have to get rid of him before he becomes too strong. Xianxia's eyes shone with a cold light. Get rid of him? How? Lu Ming's combat strength is comparable to a great emperor and he has the body of a heavenly emperor. How can we get rid of him with our strength? Great Emperor Heng said anxiously. Great Emperor He and Great Emperor Tianluo were the same. All of them wanted to kill Lu Ming, but given their abilities, they could not do so at all. We can find help. Isn't Lu Ming and the Mu clan and the God's Fate land sworn enemies? We can borrow the strength of the Mu clan to get rid of Lu Ming. Xianxia River. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. The Mu clan sent a great emperor to the ancient moon's sacred ground to kill him, but he was killed by Lu Ming with the body of a heavenly emperor. Mu Yang, the peerless genius of the Mu clan, also died in Lu Ming's hands. The Mu clan probably wants to get rid of Lu Ming more than us. We can contact the Mu clan and they will definitely help us. Great Emperor Tianluo said excitedly. Luo Xianqiong died in the hands of Lu Ming. Great Emperor Tianluo's desire to kill Lu Ming was extremely strong. Does Lu Ming have any backing in the heaven domain? Will there be any trouble after we kill him? Great Emperor Heng was more careful. Don't worry. I have a master in the heaven domain. He's a heavenly emperor expert. Although it's not convenient for him to do anything, he will help us deal with the aftermath. Nothing will happen. Xianxia River. What? Xianxia, you have a heavenly emperor as your master? Good, good. Ha ha ha. Great Emperor Heng laughed excitedly. Great Emperor He Clan and Great Emperor Tianluo could only be envious. Since Xianxia's master was a heavenly emperor, they were more confident. They began to make preparations to contact the Mu clan to discuss how to kill Lu Ming. That night, Xianxia came to a secret place in Celestial City to meet an old man. This old man was Xianxia's master, a heavenly emperor expert. In the heaven domain, this old man was known as the Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor. Is it done? The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor asked. It's done. The great emperors of the Heng clan, He clan and Daluo Heaven sect will join forces with the Mu clan to kill Lu Ming. Xianxia River. That's good. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Master, Lu Ming's performance in the Void Divine Island is amazing. With his current strength, even with the Mu clan, it won't be easy to kill Lu Ming. Xianxia River. I don't intend to let them kill Lu Ming. I just want them to test whether Lu Ming has a heavenly emperor by his side. If he doesn't, I will kill him myself. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor said with a cold light in his eyes. Master, there are more than a dozen heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming. Even if we kill him, those heavenly emperors won't let us go. And the Heng clan, I'm afraid they will be destroyed. Xianxia said with some hesitation. Stupid. You are still soft-hearted. How can there be no sacrifice if you want to achieve great things? Every man for himself. Is the Heng clan more important or your own future more important? The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor scolded. Xianxia's face changed and showed a trace of ruthlessness. He said, Master, I understand. Yes, it's inevitable to make some sacrifices in order to achieve great things. Lu Ming has great luck. I'm afraid he must have encountered countless fortuitous encounters along the way. As long as I kill him and obtain his fortuitous encounters, I'll extract the indestructible ancient sutra from his soul. By then, we can find a place to hide. Who would be able to find us? We will hide and cultivate. Regardless of the evil god tribe and the heaven realm fighting to the death, as long as we achieve great success in our divine skill, we will have invincible strength. At that time, no matter who is in charge of this world, there will be a place for us. The Nine-Demon Heavenly Emperor said as the cold light in his eyes became more intense. Master, I will listen to all your orders. Xianxia's eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Ming, all your fortuitous encounters will belong to me. A few days later, Great Emperor Heng, Great Emperor Tianluo, and the rest contacted the Mu clan. However, the Mu clan was more cautious. They planned to invite assassins from the Death God Nation to assassinate Lu Ming. Great Emperor Heng, Great Emperor Tianluo, and the rest were overjoyed. With the help of the Death God Nation, it would save them a lot of trouble. Lu Ming was naturally unaware of all this. He stayed in the ancient moon's sacred ground for more than 10 days before heading to Tsong State. With his speed, he soon arrived at Tsong State. Tsong State was now under the control of Dragon God Valley. It was a thriving place. Lu Ming flew directly to Dragon God Valley. At this moment, Dragon God Valley was having a meeting. At the peak of a mountain, there was an empty square. In the middle of the square, there was a battle stage. Two figures were fighting fiercely on it. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize one of the figures on the battle stage. It was Fatty Kong Jin, and the other person was Lu Ming's senior brother, Tian Shui. Both of their attacks were direct and direct, using the method of meeting force with force. Boom! Boom! One of them held a battle axe, while the other held a giant hammer. They constantly attacked and unleashed terrifying energy. After so many years, Kong Jin's cultivation had improved greatly. He had already broken through to the Great Saint Realm. However, Tian Shui was naturally stronger than Kong Jin. He seemed to be at ease as he completely suppressed Kong Jin. There were many people sitting at the side of the battle stage. Lu Ming's master, Cloud Dragon Valley Master. There were also Xiao Wan, Supreme Nine Sons, Yen Quantu, and the others from Divine Wilderness Continent. Dragon God Valley had sent people to Divine Wilderness Continent. The two places had been connected. Kong Jin and Tian Shui exchanged dozens of blows. Kong Jin was completely suppressed. In the end, Tian Shui's hammer smashed him until he rolled on the ground. His fat jiggled non-stop. I'm done, I'm done. I'm no match for you. Let's fight again later. Kong Jin shouted. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Ha ha ha. Tian Shui laughed. Humph, you've been cultivating in Yuanlu since you were young. It's normal for your cultivation to be stronger than mine. Kong Jin curled his lips. Haha, fatty, did you get beaten up? At this moment, a clear and bright laughter came from the sky. Hearing this laughter, the fatty's eyes widened. Then, he was overjoyed and shouted, Lu Ming, haha, it's you, Lu Ming. Where have you been all these years? At the same time, the eyes of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others around the battle stage lit up as they looked towards the sky. There was no one in the sky. But in the next moment, a figure flashed. Lu Ming's figure appeared out of thin air. No one saw clearly how Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Many people were overjoyed and rose into the air one after another. Master, Senior Xia, Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yan, Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to everyone. Lu Ming, where did you run off to? You've been gone for over 20 years, and there's not even a shadow of you. Kong Jin pursed his lips and walked over to give Lu Ming a punch. I went to the heavenly realm, and now I'm back to see you all. Lu Ming smiled. Heavenly realm? Kong Jin's eyes lit up and said, You actually went to the heavenly realm. How is it? Are there many experts in the heavenly realm? Of course, there are many experts. Martial emperors are everywhere. Lu Ming said. Everyone looked forward to it. Ming-er, how's your cultivation? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Many people also looked at Lu Ming. They had all heard rumors that Lu Ming could not become a martial emperor. Master, don't worry. I've already become a martial emperor. Lu Ming said with a smile. Great. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was overjoyed. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others were also overjoyed. The scene was filled with joy. By the way, where are my parents? Are they still in the Divine Wilderness Continent? Lu Ming asked. No, they came to the Yuan continent. I don't know why, but the passage in Nine Dragon City suddenly collapsed. The origin chi in the Divine Wilderness Continent has become thin again. Now, many people from the Dragon Alliance have come to the Yuan continent to cultivate. Xiao Wan explained. Lu Ming nodded. This was within his expectations. Then, the news of Lu Ming's return quickly spread. The Dragon God Valley was bustling with noise and excitement. The people from the Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance also gathered. Not long after, Lu Ming met his parents and some other acquaintances. I'm back this time to bring you all to another place with better conditions to cultivate. It was still the same square, but this time, countless people gathered. Lu Ming stood at the highest point and said. Another place? Ming-er, where do you plan to go? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Celestial City, the leader of the 9 great sacred lands in the Yuan Mountain Land. Lu Ming said word by word. The cultivation environment in the Tsang state was still too bad. This time, Lu Ming came back to move the base to the Celestial City. Lu Ming would get rid of the Heng family and He family in the Celestial City to settle the people from the Dragon God Valley and the Dragon Alliance. Celestial City. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up. Such a sacred land was simply unimaginable for them. Lu Ming could actually bring them to the Celestial City? Now, everyone can enter my small world first. After Lu Ming finished speaking, a small world appeared in his dantian. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the resplendent World Divine Light. World Divine Light, True Emperor Realm, this is a true emperor. The legendary True Emperor. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed. Especially Lu Ming's father Lu Yuntian and mother Li Ping, they were even more overjoyed. The higher Lu Ming's achievements were, the happier they would be. For the people of the Tsang state or divine wilderness continent, the Void Emperor was a supreme existence, not to mention a true emperor. In the past, they had never even heard of it. The small world became bigger and bigger, finally reaching 100 miles in size, covering the sky above the square. Go in. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Xiao Luan, and the others rushed into Lu Ming's small world. Behind them, Lu Ming's parents and the others also rushed in one after another. One by one, the figures dashed into Lu Ming's small world and disappeared. Not long after, there were hundreds of thousands of people who entered Lu Ming's small world. When everyone entered Lu Ming's small world, it shrank and flew back into Lu Ming's Dantian. Lu Ming's soul force condensed in the small world, it was no different from a real person. Such rich origin qi, the origin qi here is richer than in the Tsang state. This is Lu Ming's small world, right? It's really vast. Everyone carefully sized it up and flew around curiously. Lu Ming's small world was 700,000 miles wide. Although it was considered small compared to the outside world and was not worth mentioning, a few 100,000 miles was more than enough for one to cultivate here. When Lu Ming led the crowd to the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, everyone was shocked. Because here, their cultivation speed increased crazily. Some people gained enlightenment on the spot and broke through. After that, everyone began to make arrangements. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master sent some people to collect some of the Dragon God's resources in Tsang state and put them into Lu Ming's small world. For example, some spiritual herbs and sacred herbs were planted in Lu Ming's small world. Now, Lu Ming's small world had taken shape. After dozens of years of reproduction, green grass was everywhere. The trees had also fully grown, and some were even hundreds of meters tall. There were also various spiritual herbs and sacred herbs that decorated the mountain peaks. Lu Ming even took the time to buy a large number of low-level demonic beasts and sent them into his small world, making it seem full of vitality. It looked no different from a normal world. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master left a small group of people in Tsang state. The others entered Lu Ming's small world, intending to move their base. After settling the matters in Tsang state, Lu Ming made another trip to the Divine Wilderness continent. When Lu Ming appeared, the Divine Wilderness continent was naturally shaken. Now that the Divine Wilderness continent was completely under the control of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming asked the upper echelons of the Dragon Alliance to gather all the talented people in the Dragon Alliance. Then, he asked for everyone's opinion. Those who were willing to leave with Lu Ming entered Lu Ming's small world. Naturally, most people were willing to leave. On the path of cultivation, everyone wanted to climb higher mountains, leave the divine wilderness, and enter a better place for cultivation. Who wouldn't be willing? After everything was ready, Lu Ming left the divine wilderness continent and returned to Tsang state. Then, without looking back, he headed for the ancient moon's sacred ground. He planned to go to the ancient moon's sacred ground first, then go to Celestial City to deal with the Heng and He families. However, just as Lu Ming was about to reach the ancient moon's sacred ground, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly moved. This was because Lu Ming could sense a cold murderous intent in the sky. Whoosh, at this moment, a sword light suddenly pierced out from the void. Its speed was extremely fast. This sword was a one-hit kill. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Its power was extremely strong. The sword light contained the aura of the great Tao. The assassin was a great emperor. As soon as the sword light appeared, a terrifying killing intent surged out. The sword light was already nearing Lu Ming's forehead. But Lu Ming's expression was very calm. Before his opponent's sword light could pierce his glabella, his two fingers had already caught the sword light between his eyebrows. Then, the sword light froze, unable to move forward at all. It was a black-cloaked man with a mask on his face. It was the Death God mask. At this moment, the black-cloaked man's pupils contracted rapidly. The killing blow that he had been brewing for a long time was actually caught between Lu Ming's two fingers. No matter how hard he tried, Lu Ming's fingers and his sword couldn't move an inch. Terrifying, what terrifying strength! He understood that Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying, and did not match the information they had received. Retreat! He let go of the sword in his hand and retreated as fast as he could. He had the cultivation of a great emperor and was good at speed. His speed was extremely fast. However, Lu Ming was faster than him. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared behind him. He reached out a hand and clasped his neck. A terrifying force surged in. The black-cloaked man's body was sore and weak, unable to move at all. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. His cultivation was a 1-star Great Emperor. Given his cultivation, he did not have the slightest ability to resist Lu Ming. How was that possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? Death God Kingdom, haha. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming sneered and looked to the front. Then, the muscles on his body shook and his figure dashed out. He did not know how far he had dashed in an instant. In front, there was another black-cloaked man with a death god mask on his face, fleeing frantically. This person's cultivation was stronger than the black-cloaked man in Lu Ming's hand. He was a 2-star Great Emperor. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer. A 1-star Great Emperor was as weak as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming's strength was definitely above that of a 2-star Great Emperor. He could only flee. Otherwise, he would die. However, fleeing was also a dead end. Bang! Lu Ming threw out a punch. A terrifying fist intent crushed the void. The black-cloaked man felt a deadly threat and unleashed his full strength, slashing backward with his sword. The slash was strong, but it couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming's fist intent. As the fist intent passed by, the sword intent collapsed. The black-cloaked man's body exploded and turned into ashes. A 2-star Great Emperor was killed in a single blow. The black-cloaked man in Lu Ming's hand opened his eyes wide. Damn it, I'd been tricked. He roared in his heart. They had received news that Lu Ming's strength was only equivalent to that of a 1-star Great Emperor. However, he had a heavenly emperor's body with him. However, in the eyes of these assassins, what they valued was the opponent's strength. External forces were useless. They could kill with a single blow. Even if they had a heavenly emperor's body, they couldn't use it. However, Lu Ming's current strength was more than that of a 1-star Great Emperor. Even a 3-star Great Emperor wasn't that strong. He was simply an advanced Great Emperor. Death God Nation, haha. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming looked at the black-cloaked man in his hand and said coldly. Don't you think you can get any information from me? The black-cloaked man said. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming said faintly. The power of the realm swirled and the other party's mask turned into ashes, revealing a pale middle-aged man's face. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly attacked. The power of law was like a blade, cutting off one of the other party's arms. However, the other party only groaned and didn't even frown. These assassins had undergone strict training and their minds were far more tenacious than ordinary people. Moreover, the other party was a great emperor. You don't have to waste your time. Just kill me. The other party looked coldly at Lu Ming. You want to die? Not so easy. Lu Ming said coldly and then punched the man's dantian. The terrifying power directly tore the man's small world apart and completely crippled his cultivation. With his cultivation crippled, the man let out a roar and stared at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. For a great emperor, having his cultivation crippled after a lifetime of hard work was worse than death. Are you going to tell me or not? Lu Ming said coldly. I won't tell you. Give up. The black-cloaked man roared. If you don't tell me, I can only search your soul. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he pointed his finger at the other party's forehead and a powerful force poured in. He wanted to search the other party's soul to find out the secrets he knew. At the same time, Lu Ming wanted to find the headquarters of the Death God Nation and destroy this force in one fell swoop. This wasn't the first time this force had sent people to assassinate him. Back then, before the Ten Earths battle, he was assassinated by this force. That time, he almost died. If it wasn't for the scapegoat Xianxia gave him, he would have been in danger. Lu Ming pointed his finger between the eyebrows of the man in black. A powerful force, together with Lu Ming's own soul power, surged into the man's sea of consciousness and rushed towards his soul to search his soul. However, when Lu Ming's soul power approached the man's soul, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. This was because he felt a terrifying dark force near the man's soul. When Lu Ming's soul power approached, the dark force exploded and swallowed the man in black's soul. The man in black let out a shrill scream and his body struggled violently. In just a few breaths, his soul disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming withdrew his power and his face was gloomy. Someone had set up a seal near the man in black's soul. Once someone searched his soul, the seal would explode and destroy the soul of the person who was searched. No wonder the Death Nation was so mysterious. For so many years, no one had been able to find the headquarters of the Death Nation. At this moment, the man in black had completely turned into an idiot. Lu Ming waved his hand and flung the man in black away. He then fell into deep thought. The Death Nation wouldn't attack me for no reason. Someone must have hired an assassin from the Death Nation. Who could it be? In the Yuan realm, the most likely suspects are the Heng family, the He family, and the Deluo Heaven sect. However, the Death Nation is a huge force in the Divine Fate land. They have many experts. The Heng family, the He family, and the Deluo Heaven sect don't have such power. Then, it must be the Mu family, many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He had deduced most of the matter. However, I can't rule out the possibility that other forces want to get rid of me. Or, it could be an expert from the Heaven realm. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. The Death Nation didn't kill me this time, but there will be a next time. I have to find someone to help me. Thinking of this, Lu Ming continued to move forward and entered the ancient moon sanctuary. He returned to the Great Elixir Development Hall and let everyone know that he was back. Then, he used the Divine Breath skill to change his appearance. He left the Great Elixir Development Hall and came to the passage that he had used to return from the Heaven realm. Lu Ming arrived at the Grand Lucidity Celestial Realm through the passage and sent a message to Dandan. Dandan was very cunning and had many tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he had a way to find out. At the same time, Lu Ming transmitted a message to Bubble. Bubble's current understanding of the space-time laws was already extremely profound. She might be able to help. Not long after, Dandan and Bubbles arrived. Big brother Lu Ming. As soon as Bubbles saw Lu Ming, it hung around his neck. Lu Ming, why are you looking for me? Dandan asked casually. It had only been a short while since they last met, but Dandan's cultivation had improved again, reaching the 7 stars martial monarch realm. I need your help. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, I knew you needed my help. You found the right person. Tell me, what's the matter? Dandan grinned and said with a smug look on her face. Immediately, Lu Ming told Bubble about the matter. Someone actually wants to harm Big Brother Lu Ming. Bubble, go and destroy them. Bubble was extremely displeased after hearing that. Kid, you want me to search your soul to find out the mastermind and the headquarters of the Death God Nation? Dandan asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. It's very difficult to search your soul after placing a restriction in your soul. Dandan frowned. Didn't you say that I found the right person? Lu Ming said in disdain. Dandan glared and said, what's wrong? Don't underestimate me. Let me tell you, although this matter is difficult, it's not difficult for me. However, I still need this little guy's help. After saying that, Dandan looked at Bubble. You need Bubble's help? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, we'll know when the time comes. Let's go. Dandan said. Wait a minute, just in case, let's find 2 more helpers. Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming sent another message. Not long after, the void flashed, and 2 figures appeared. These 2 figures were Tu Yi and Lei Yi. Lu Ming was worried that there would be experts from the Heaven realm involved in this, so he found Tu Yi and Lei Yi just in case. Greetings, young master. Tu Yi and Lei Yi bowed. Immediately, Lu Ming told them about the matter. Tu Yi, Lei Yi, the 2 of you enter my small world first, so as not to alert the enemy. Lu Ming said. Okay. Tu Yi and Lei Yi nodded, then entered Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming let Dandan enter the small world as well, only bringing Bubble along. They returned to the primordial realm through the passage and quietly returned to the Great Pill Evolution Palace. After returning to the Great Pill Evolution Palace, Lu Ming stayed for more than 10 days before Lu Ming set off for Celestial City. He was deliberately giving the other party time to react. Lu Ming swaggered, not hiding his appearance and aura at all. sure enough, on the way, he was assassinated again. This time, the Death God Nation sent out 3 experts, and their cultivation was shockingly high. One was a 4-star Great Emperor, and 2 were 3-star Great Emperors. Obviously, the last time the Death God Nation's assassination failed, and the 2 experts did not return, which made them cautious. This time, they directly sent out 3 experts. With such a lineup, coupled with the assassination, even a 4-star Great Emperor would be in danger. There was a high possibility that he would die. Unfortunately, they met Lu Ming. This battle was almost a one-sided battle. That 4-star Great Emperor was smashed to death by Lu Ming with a few punches. The 2 3-star Great Emperors were also heavily injured by Lu Ming with a punch each. One of them had his cultivation crippled by Lu Ming, and all of his movements were sealed. He was then thrown to the ground. Lu Ming interrogated him, but the other party did not say a word. With a thought, Dandan's figure appeared. "Dandan, what should we do?" Lu Ming asked. "Their souls have been set up with restrictions. It's very difficult to search their souls. As soon as a force approaches their souls will self-destruct. Therefore, my method does not go through their souls. In the brain of every living being, there are countless tiny meridians. Some of those meridians are called memory meridians, and have the ability to remember things. My method is to use a spell formation to control this person's consciousness, and then have Bubble use a time reversal magic to see what happened in the past through his memory nerves." Dandan explained. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, this method was definitely feasible. With Bubble's current control of the space-time law, there was no problem in using time reversal. "You guys," at the side, the 3-star Great Emperor who was not crippled was shocked. He wanted to struggle, but he was directly trampled to death by Dandan. Then, Dandan started to set up the array. Runes entered the other party's body one after another. After a while, the other party's eyes became lax as if he had become retarded. "Little guy, do it!" Dandan shouted. Chirp chirp, Bubble made a move, and the powerful power of time enveloped the black-robed man. Then, Dandan waved his hand, and images appeared in the void. These images were the other party's memories. For example, the images of the other party ambushing Lu Ming, the images on the way here, and so on. Dandan used a formation to control the other party's consciousness. Together with Bubble's time reversal, she projected the other party's memories. It was as if time was flowing backward, and the memories appeared one by one. Soon, Lu Ming saw an image. It was the man in black discussing something with several others. The celestial emperors of House Heng and Exalted, Lu Ming recognized them at a glance. They were the celestial emperors of House Heng, Exalted, and he. There were 2 others that Lu Ming didn't recognize. Apart from them, the rest were the men in black from the Nation of Death. It really is House Heng and he. A cold glint flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. And House Mu. Although there was no sound in the memories, he could discern what they were saying from the shape of their lips. House Heng, he, Exalted Heaven Sect, and House Mu, I didn't go looking for you, but you've tried to kill me time and time again. There's no need for you to stay in this world. Lu Ming said coldly. The memories didn't stop, but continued to rewind. Soon, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw what he wanted to see, how to find the Nation of Death's headquarters. The Nation of Death's headquarters was an underground city, an ancient underground city. Moreover, it wasn't static, but mobile. Every once in a while, it would move to another location. Moreover, the way to get to the underground city was very complicated. One step was all it took to find it. No wonder no one has found the Nation of Death's headquarters after so many years. Lu Ming murmured, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He would destroy the Nation of Death's headquarters as well. Ah! Suddenly, the man in black roared and convulsed. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The restriction on his soul has been activated. His soul has been destroyed and his nerves are damaged. His memories can no longer be seen. Dandan said. That's enough. I've seen what I wanted to see. Lu Ming said. Bubble called it a day and sat on Lu Ming's shoulder to recover. Using time reversal consumed a lot of Bubble's energy. Lu Ming, Do you want to deal with the Mu clan and Hing clan first, or do you want to deal with the Nation of Death first? Dandan asked. Let's destroy the Mu family and Hing family first to avoid alerting the enemy. The Death God Nation isn't in a hurry. They definitely don't know that we've already found a way to reach their headquarters. Lu Ming sneered. Immediately, Lu Ming turned the corpses of the assassins into ashes. After that, he continued his journey towards Celestial City. Not long later, they arrived at Celestial City. When Lu Ming arrived at the Heng and He families, he found that the two families were already empty. Only a few people with low cultivation were left behind to guard them. They're leaving pretty fast. I reckon they've already gone to the Mu clan. Lu Ming sneered. Then, his aura erupted. Boom, Lu Ming's aura was like that of an ancient beast. His chi and blood were boiling, and it was terrifying to the extreme. The terrifying aura was like a tsunami, pressing down on the countless palaces of the Heng family. How could the remaining people of the Heng family resist this kind of pressure? Each and every one of them knelt on the ground in fear, as if they were facing a god. Who is that? What a terrifying aura. It's Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming, didn't they say that he can't become an emperor? This kind of aura is simply boundless and unfathomable. I'm afraid that Lu Ming has already become an emperor. Moreover, his cultivation is unfathomable. All around, people discovered the situation here and began to discuss in shock. Clearly, Lu Ming had succeeded in his cultivation and came back to find trouble with the Heng family. This news spread out like a hurricane. In the Celestial City, countless silhouettes flew towards the Heng clan. The surroundings of the Heng family were surrounded tightly for a moment. Strange, why didn't anyone from the Heng family come out? There's not a single strong aura in the Heng family. All of them are very weak. Could it be that the Heng family knows that Lu Ming is coming, and the experts of the Heng family have all retreated? It's very likely. Looks like the Heng family is going to be wiped out today. Many people speculated and then became excited. The Heng family and the He family were the two strongest forces in Celestial City. With a great emperor overseeing them, they were usually arrogant and despotic. The other forces had to give them face. Now that they were really going to be wiped out, it was simply too satisfying. Everyone in the Heng family, listen up. From today onwards, the Heng family belongs to me. All of you, leave. I'll give you 1 hour. Those who don't leave will be killed without mercy. At this time, Lu Ming opened his mouth, and his voice spread to every corner. All of them were weaklings. Lu Ming disdained to make a move. Because the number of these weaklings was too great. Hundreds of thousands, millions of them. Lu Ming wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and he wouldn't kill these weaklings either. If he wanted to kill, he would kill the strongest group of people. Let's go. The people of the Heng family didn't hesitate. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, they rushed out of the Heng family one after another. Facing an enemy like Lu Ming, with their cultivation, it was impossible for them to resist. Only death awaited them if they resisted. The upper echelons of the Heng family had left. There was no need for them to protect the Heng family with their lives. Not long after, not a single person was left in the Heng family. Dandan, help me set up a formation. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. All right. Dandan nodded. His figure moved and flew out. With a wave of his hands, endless runes spread out. This time, Dandan spent a total of 3 days to set up the formation. A huge formation was formed, enveloping the countless palaces in the Heng family. With Dandan's current cultivation, unless the Heavenly Emperor came, no one would be able to break the formation that he spent 3 days to set up. Following that, Lu Ming entered the small world and discussed with Xiao Wan, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, and the others to send people to guard the Heng family. In the end, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master led the people of the Dragon God Valley to guard the He family. What a rich origin chi! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others came out of Lu Ming's small world. They looked around excitedly, feeling the origin chi around them. Celestial City was the leader of the 9 great cultivation holy lands in the land of Yuan Mountain. The cultivation environment was many times better than Song Province. They were naturally excited. Moreover, the Heng family's territory was vast. Although there were many people in the Dragon God Valley, they could easily stay there. After the arrangements were made, Lu Ming came to the He family. The He family was the same as the Heng family. All the experts had left. Lu Ming easily occupied the He family and let Dandan set up a formation. Then, Lu Ming let the people of the Dragon God Valley and his parents out to stay in the He family. Although there was the Enlightenment ancient tree in his small world, the heaven and earth origin chi was far inferior to Celestial City. For the time being, the cultivation environment in Celestial City was better. Moreover, Lu Ming did not plan to let so many people stay in his small world, because he had encountered many dangers along the way. He did not know what would happen in the future. If he encountered danger, the people in his small world would also be in danger. From now on, the Heng family and He family's properties will be under my name, Lu Ming. On this day, Lu Ming's voice spread throughout Celestial City. A terrifying aura filled every corner of Celestial City. Great Emperor, that was a powerful aura comparable to a great emperor. It was terrifying. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. Lu Ming had reached the great emperor realm in just a short period of time. He clan and Heng clan have done a lot of evil. Now that they have been eliminated, we will definitely assist the great emperor. Someone replied and addressed Lu Ming as great emperor. The properties left behind by He clan and Heng clan were very shocking. If he didn't use his strength to intimidate them, there would be people fighting for them. However, Valley Master Yun Long and Xiao Wan were too weak to compete with these forces in Celestial City. Lu Ming could only intimidate them with his strength. With his intimidation, these people would not dare to act rashly. Looks like I have to send some puppets from Chaos Palace to guard this place. Lu Ming thought in his heart. The puppets in Chaos Palace were numerous experts. Except for Tu Jin Yi, and the rest who were heavenly emperors, the rest were great emperors, true emperors, void emperors, saints, etc. It was enough to send a few great emperor puppets to guard this place. Lu Ming stayed in Celestial City for a few days. When things were more or less settled down, Lu Ming went to Ancient Sun Sacred Ground again. Daluo Heaven sect was the same as Heng clan and He clan. Most of the higher-ups had left, leaving only a few weaker ones to guard this place. Lu Ming helped Ouyang Wushuang's clan to occupy Daluo Heaven sect's territory. Heng clan, He clan, Daluo Heaven sect, do you think I can't do anything to you after you hide in Mu clan? Just nice, I'll wipe you all out. Lu Ming sneered, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stayed in Celestial City for a while and left a large amount of resources. Then, he left Celestial City and headed towards the Divine Fate Land. However, there was one more person on this trip, and that was Autumn Moon. He and Autumn Moon had not seen each other for many years, and Autumn Moon missed him dearly. Now that they had met, she naturally could not bear to part with him. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the journey was very smooth. He crossed the sea and entered the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming did not stop and went straight to Aeon City. The Mu family was one of the strongest forces in Aeon City. After Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and Dandan entered Aeon City, they didn't take action immediately. Instead, they found a place to stay. However, Lu Ming did not conceal his identity. His goal was to alert the Mu family and gather all the experts of the Mu family. Then, he would wipe them out in one fell swoop. Mid-Autumn Moon, let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Sure. Autumn Moon's face was full of smiles. She held Lu Ming's hand and walked out. The two of them strolled around Aeon City. Later, the two of them walked into a huge market. This was the largest market in Aeon City. There were all kinds of treasures inside, dazzling one's eyes. Before the 10 Earths Assembly battle, Lu Ming came to Aeon City. However, due to the pressure from the 10 Earths Assembly battle, Lu Ming did not have the chance to walk around to his heart's content. This was the first time he came to this market. Mid-Autumn Moon, what do you want? Just tell me. Lu Ming said with a smile. Sure. Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes a few times and then looked around. Later, they walked into a divine weapon shop. It sold all kinds of weapons, such as sacred weapons, void overlord weapons, and true overlord weapons. Young master, I want that. Autumn Moon looked for a while and pointed at a hairpin. This hairpin was made of a special kind of jade. It looked very exquisite. This young lady has good taste. This hairpin is made of 10,000-year-old warm jade. Wearing it will not only beautify your face, but also help in cultivation and comprehending the laws. It's a top-grade void overlord weapon. A tall and thin middle-aged man said with a smile. How many origin stones? I want it. Lu Ming said. 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones. The tall and thin middle-aged man said with a smile. 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones is so expensive. Young master, I don't want it. Autumn Moon was shocked when she heard that. 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones were supreme-grade origin stones, the highest grade of origin stones. Even great emperors and heavenly emperors used supreme-grade origin stones to cultivate. It was obvious how precious they were. 5,000 was indeed a high price. However, to Lu Ming, 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones were just a drop in the ocean. Silly girl, since you like it, I'll buy it no matter how expensive it is. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. A storage ring appeared. He threw it to the tall and thin middle-aged man and said, Shopkeeper, 5,000 supreme-grade origin stones. The tall and thin middle-aged man took the ring and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He smiled and then handed the hairpin to Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming took the hairpin, a voice was heard. Wait a minute, I want this hairpin. As the voice was heard, a group of people walked over. The leader was a young woman. She was very beautiful, but she was not as beautiful as Autumn Moon. Behind the young woman was a young woman dressed like a maid and two old men. When he saw the young woman, the shopkeeper's expression changed. He then smiled apologetically and said, So it's Miss Dongfang. It's an honor to have Miss Dongfang here. Shopkeeper, sell that hairpin to me. The young woman said in a commanding tone. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly and said, Miss Dongfang, you're too late. This young man has already bought the hairpin. The young lady responded coldly and looked at Lu Ming with a hint of arrogance. She lifted her neck and continued in a commanding tone. Give this hairpin to me. How many primordial stones do you want? I'll give them to you. I'm sorry, this hairpin is not for sale. Lu Ming said with a smile. Not for sale? The young woman's eyes narrowed and flashed with displeasure. She said, You want to raise the price of the origin stones, right? Tell me, how many origin stones do you want? I said, I'm not for sale. I don't lack origin stones. Lu Ming said. Kid, what did you say? My young lady has her eyes on it. You have to sell it even if you don't want to. You probably don't know who my young lady is. She's Dongfang Shuiyu, the #1 genius in the Divine Land. She's Xianlin's fiancée. Do you know? The servant girl behind the young lady jumped out and scolded, looking at Lu Ming threateningly. The #1 genius in the Divine Land? Lu Ming muttered. It seemed that Tian Ming, Yuan Xian, and the others had been in the heaven realm for decades. A new batch of geniuses had appeared in the Divine Land. Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, young Master Xianlin is the young master of the Xian family in Aeon City. If you don't respect him today, don't even think about leaving Aeon City. The maid continued to shout. The young woman, who was Dongfang Shuiyu, showed a proud look. Xianlin, Dongfang Shuiyu, I've never heard of you. You can get lost now. Lu Ming said Dandan, then turned around and walked toward the mid-autumn moon. I'll bring you the mid-autumn moon. Mid-autumn moon was already extraordinary. With the hairpin, she looked even more beautiful. Coupled with the blush on her cheeks, she looked even more alluring. Dongfang Shuiyu, who was at the side, was trembling with anger. Lu Ming actually told her to get lost. Who was she? She was a genius of her generation and her fiancé was the #1 genius of the Divine Land. Lu Ming actually told her to get lost, courting death. He was courting death, Dongfang Shuiyu screamed in her heart. Especially after seeing mid-autumn moon's beauty, she went crazy with jealousy. Women were naturally jealous. Dongfang Shuiyu had always been proud of her beauty. However, compared to mid-autumn moon, she was completely outshone by autumn moon. Bitch, how dare you wear my hairpin? I'll tear your face apart. Dongfang Shuiyu screamed. Her body was like lightning as she pounced towards Mid-Autumn Moon. Her claws were like knives as she clawed towards Autumn Moon's face. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly as he slapped her. Lu Ming's speed was so fast that Dongfang Shuiyu couldn't dodge at all. She was slapped by Lu Ming. Slap, a crisp sound rang out. Dongfang Shuiyu screamed as her body flew out and fell to the ground. Her face was swollen. Of course, Lu Ming had held back. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be left with ashes. Dongfang Shuiyu was stunned. Everyone else in the shop was stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to slap Dongfang Shuiyu. Did he want to die? Kill him for me, kill this bastard. Dongfang Shuiyu was stunned for a moment before she reacted and screamed. Kid, you're courting death. Kneel down and admit your mistake. There were two old men who came with Dongfang Shuiyu. At this moment, one of them shouted and pounced towards Lu Ming. A terrifying aura exploded and a strong pressure pressed towards Lu Ming. Everyone else at the side retreated. Martial Emperor, this old man was a martial emperor. However, he was only a one-star illusionary martial emperor. He was the weakest martial emperor. Scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly and kicked out. His speed was as fast as lightning, and it landed on the opponent's face. The old man also screamed and flew out, following in Dongfang Shuiyu's footsteps. His face was swollen like a pig's. So strong. Everyone was shocked. Killing a one-star martial monarch with a single move. Such strength was impressive. Moreover, Lu Ming did not look very old. There were not many people who could reach the martial emperor realm at his age in the entire Divine Fate land. Scram! If you don't scram, I'll kill you. Lu Ming coldly shouted, and a chilling murderous intent filled the air. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. Suddenly, someone shouted from the side. Lu Ming had taken first place in the Ten Lands meeting and was very famous. Many people had seen Lu Ming before and now he was finally recognized. What? Lu Ming? Which Lu Ming? Nonsense, of course it's that Lu Ming who defeated everyone and took first place in the first Ten Lands meeting. It's him. He disappeared for decades. I didn't expect him to appear again. All of a sudden, the surrounding people discussed and sized up this legendary figure curiously. Lu Ming's reputation was very well known. In the Divine Fate land, as long as one's cultivation was slightly higher, they would have heard of him. He took first place in the first Ten Lands meeting. His talent was unparalleled, but he could not become a martial emperor. So you're Lu Ming, a cripple who can never become a martial emperor. How dare you hit me? If you have the ability, don't leave. I'll tear you into pieces. At this moment, Dongfang Shuiyu screamed again. Oh, is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to tear me into pieces. I'll wait for you here. Lu Ming said and sat down on a chair at the side. You cripple, trash, just you wait. Dongfang Shuiyu screamed a few times and hurriedly left with her people. Young Master Lu, you'd better leave quickly. Dongfang Shuiyu will definitely go to the Xian family to look for Xian Lin. The Xian family is one of the strongest forces in Aeon City. Their strength is unfathomable. The shopkeeper hurriedly came to warn him. No worries. Lu Ming smiled. It was better to blow things up. Blow things up and let the Mu family prepare. Lu Ming wanted to give the other party time to prepare. Seeing that he could not persuade him, the shopkeeper shook his head and retreated. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon waited leisurely. News of what happened here quickly spread. The first place in the Ten Lands meeting, Lu Ming, reappeared. Moreover, he even slapped Dongfang Shuiyu in public. This was no small matter. Dongfang Shuiyu's fiancé was the #1 prodigy in the Divine Fate land. Would the two of them clash? Moreover, the Xian family would not let the matter rest. How should Lu Ming deal with it? Immediately, countless people who heard the news rushed over and surrounded the shop to watch. Xian Lin is here. Lu Ming did not wait for long before exclamations came from outside. A group of people stepped on the air. The leader was a young man. He was very handsome and wore a black iron battle suit. He looked mighty and extraordinary. This person was the number one prodigy in the divine fate land, Xianlin. Dongfang Shuiyu followed beside Xianlin. At this time, the swelling on her face had subsided. Her face was full of tears, looking like she had suffered a great grievance. Behind them were some people who were all experts of the Xian family. Lu Ming, get out here. Xianlin came to the door of the shop and roared. 3-star illusionary emperor, about 50 years old, far inferior to Tianming and the rest. Lu Ming did not go out. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he knew Xianlin's cultivation and age. Reaching 3-star illusionary emperor at the age of 50 was indeed far inferior to Tianming and Yuan Xian. Autumn moon, let's go and meet the number one prodigy. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked out of the shop with Qiu Yu. All of a sudden, all eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Xianlin's gaze also fell on Lu Ming. How do you want to settle this? Lu Ming looked at Xianlin. Fight with me. Xianlin stepped out and his voice spread far away, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Many people's eyes lit up. Xianlin wanted to challenge Lu Ming. One was the number one prodigy now, the other was the number one prodigy decades ago. Who was stronger between the two of them? Who do you think is stronger between Lu Ming and Xianlin? It's hard to say, but I think it's Xianlin. Lu Ming can't become an emperor. His cultivation is stuck at the quasi-emperor realm. No matter how much time has passed, it's difficult for him to improve. According to Lu Ming's strength back then, he can't be a match for Xianlin. That's right, I think so too. Many people discussed and felt that Lu Ming was not a match for Xianlin. The Sky Emperor said personally that Lu Ming could not become an emperor. This could not be wrong. Although Lu Ming was powerful back then, he could only fight with the top talents of 2-star illusionary emperors. On the other hand, Xianlin's cultivation was a 3-star illusionary emperor. The law that he mastered was also the strongest law. His combat strength was extremely powerful. It was not difficult for him to suppress Lu Ming back then. Fight with me? I don't want to bully the weak. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Xianlin's cultivation was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Lu Ming, you don't dare to fight, do you? Xianlin took a step forward in an aggressive manner. During the Battle of 10 Lands, he was still young and his cultivation was insufficient. He couldn't compete with Lu Ming and the rest, and that was something he regretted. He was ambitious and wanted to defeat Lu Ming to prove that if he was in that era, he could also become the number one genius. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Autumn Moon said. Humph, Lu Ming, are you going to hide behind a woman? You are indeed useless. Useless. You actually won the first battle of 10 lands. What a joke. Attack, I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Xianlin shouted coldly and kept stepping forward. His powerful aura kept pressuring Lu Ming. In the end, he threw a punch and a giant tortoise was formed. It was as big as a mountain and it pressed down on Lu Ming. Since you want to fight, I'll play with you. Lu Ming said calmly and stepped out. With a swoosh, Lu Ming charged towards Xianlin. Boom, without seeing Lu Ming attack, Lu Ming charged past and Xianlin's giant tortoise exploded. Lu Ming didn't stop and he appeared in front of Xianlin in an instant. The two of them were less than a meter apart. Xianlin's pupils constricted and he roared in horror. He retreated frantically. But suddenly, he realized that he couldn't move at all. The space around him seemed to have been locked down. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Xianlin's throat. Everyone couldn't help but open their eyes wide. What was going on? They didn't see Lu Ming attack and there wasn't any powerful aura. How did Lu Ming grab Xianlin's throat? It was as if Xianlin was waiting there and didn't move at all for Lu Ming to grab. Everyone couldn't figure it out. With your strength, you want to challenge me? Lu Ming said softly, his voice full of disdain. Xianlin struggled frantically, his eyes flashing with terror. Scram! Lu Ming swung his hand and Xianlin's body was smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Xianlin lay in the crater and vomited blood. Everyone else was dumbfounded. One move, no, Lu Ming didn't even make a move, and Xianlin was defeated. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Wasn't Lu Ming unable to become a great emperor? How could he have such powerful battle prowess? Could it be that Lu Ming had already become a great emperor? Thinking of this, many people's hearts beat wildly. Lu Ming already grasped many laws below martial emperor. He even grasped different strongest laws. This was heaven-defying. Even the celestial emperor asserted that Lu Ming would never be able to break through and become a celestial emperor in his lifetime. However, if Lu Ming could create a miracle and become a celestial emperor, how powerful would his battle prowess be? Lu Ming, I want you dead. Kill him. Below, Xianlin screamed hysterically. He was the #1 genius in the divine fate land. He had never been defeated in a battle among his peers. He had never known the taste of failure. Just a moment ago, he had come in a domineering manner and said that he would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. However, now, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. He couldn't accept such an outcome at all. He was furious and wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces. A flower in a greenhouse can't withstand the wind and waves. Lu Ming shook his head, revealing a look of disdain. It seemed that Lu Ming's generation was the real golden generation. There were many geniuses and they competed with each other. Many of them had strong minds and had experienced many storms. However, there were fewer geniuses in this generation. Xianlin's path had been too smooth. Although his talents were good, his mind was lacking compared to Tianming and the others. Once he met with failure and setbacks, he would immediately collapse. He couldn't bear it. Kill him for me. Xianlin screamed. Lu Ming's words had pierced his heart. Lu Ming, kneel down and accept your death. The few people who came with Xianlin dashed toward Lu Ming, emitting a terrifying aura. True emperors, 3 of them were true emperors. They were surrounded by godly light and looked like deities. Kneel down. The terrifying pressure of the true emperors pressed down on Lu Ming, wanting to force Lu Ming to his knees. Pressure my ass, all of you get lost. Lu Ming hollered and threw a punch out. The void exploded as the terrifying fist energy rushed towards the 3 true emperors. The 3 true emperors were almost scared to death when they felt Lu Ming's terrifying fist energy. That kind of power was simply not something they could contend against. They wanted to retreat but it was too late. Boom, the force of the fist crushed over, and the bodies of the 3 people exploded. Then, under the force of the fist, they turned into flying flames. The scene suddenly quieted down, not a single sound could be heard. Everyone's eyes were wide open in disbelief. 3 true emperors, that was 3 true emperors. How could Lu Ming turn them into ashes with one punch? How was that possible? How could Lu Ming's combat ability be so powerful? Dongfang Shuiyu stood there in a daze, her mouth slightly open as if she was in a dream. Xianlin was also stunned. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Let me send you on your way. Lu Ming looked at Xianlin and stomped down. A giant foot formed by the power of the world stomped down on Xianlin. Ah! Xianlin screamed in fear. At this moment, a figure flashed as fast as lightning and swept Xianlin away before Lu Ming's giant foot stomped down. A white-haired old man in a white robe appeared in the distance. He was holding Xianlin, who was still in shock. Great Emperor! Lu Ming whispered. It's one of the Xian clan's doyen, a great emperor. The Xian clan's great emperor has appeared. I think he's going to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming is too impulsive. The Xian clan is one of the strongest forces in Aeon City. Let's see how Lu Ming deals with the great emperor. A few people spoke out, recognizing this elder. Xianlin was overjoyed when he came back to his senses. Doyen, ha ha ha, you came at the right time. Kill Lu Ming for me. Kill that bastard. Xianlin shouted. Today, Lu Ming had humiliated him. He must kill Lu Ming to vent his anger. The Xian clan's doyen emitted a powerful aura. That was the aura of a great emperor. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was filled with terrifying pressure. Those with weaker cultivation had to kneel down. Ordinary people were too weak when facing a great emperor. They couldn't contend with him at all. It seems like you want to die too. Out of everyone's expectations, Lu Ming's face was calm as he spoke indifferently. He was actually threatening a great emperor. Everyone was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lu Ming would be afraid when facing a great emperor. They thought that he would be terrified and run away. They never expected that Lu Ming would actually threaten a great emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at the doyen. The Xian clan's doyen's heart beat wildly as though he was being targeted by a terrifying beast. In the next moment, he would be torn apart and killed. This feeling shocked him greatly. What's going on? What a terrifying feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming's strength is far above mine? No, I must retreat today. Retreat! Xian family's grand elder shouted. Xian Lin and Dongfang Shuiyu, who was in a daze, retreated and disappeared in an instant. They retreated, all around, everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Xian family's grand elder would make a move. They did not expect him to retreat. Why would Xian family's grand elder retreat? Was he afraid of Lu Ming and did not dare to make a move? That's impossible, right? No one could figure it out. Lu Ming did not pursue. His purpose of coming to Aeon City was not Xian family but Mu family. If Xian family did not want to die, he would not bother. Mu family should have gathered all their forces this time. I hope Hing family, He family, and Daluo Heaven sect are also here. Don't let me come here in vain. Lu Ming looked in the direction of Mu family and chuckled. In the crowd, some people's eyes flickered and then left. These people were naturally people from Mu family. Next, Lu Ming and Xiaoyu strolled for a while and then returned to their residence. The news of Lu Ming's return, defeating Xian Lin in one move, killing 3 true emperors with one punch, and even scaring away a great emperor from Xian family spread quickly. Not only did it spread throughout Aeon City, but it also spread to every corner of Divine Fate Land. Countless people who heard the news were shocked. Lu Ming had broken through to Emperor Realm. Many people knew that Lu Ming had broken through to Martial Emperor Realm. The assertion of Heavenly Emperor was broken. Next, would Xian family make a move on Lu Ming? Many people guessed. As for Lu Ming's residence, it naturally attracted more people's attention. Many people were watching Lu Ming's residence at all times, concerned about the development of the situation. There were even many people who rushed over from other places. In Xian family's meeting hall, a group of people was discussing matters. These were the higher-ups of Xian family. Most of them were Great Emperor Realm experts. We must kill Lu Ming. Fellow Grand Elders, please do it. Xian Lin shouted. His eyes were blood red and filled with ferocious killing intent. During this period of time, the news of him being easily defeated by Lu Ming had spread like wildfire. His reputation had plummeted and was no longer what it used to be. He hated Lu Ming so much that he wanted nothing more than to grind Lu Ming's bones into dust. I think so too. We need to kill Lu Ming. Another person spoke. Old Nine, tell me, why did you retreat before? At the very top was an extremely old man. At this moment, he was looking at the doyen who had saved Xian Lin. The Grand Elder from before was the 9th Grand Elder of the Xian family. Elder 9 frowned and pondered for a moment, before he said, I can sense a terrifying aura from Lu Ming's body. I have a feeling that if I were to make a move, I would most likely die in Lu Ming's hands. What? Everyone else was shocked, and Xian Lin widened his eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? Could it be that Lu Ming could threaten the Great Emperor? Even if he has broken through to the Martial Emperor realm, it is impossible for him to break through to the Great Emperor realm so quickly. Impossible. Xian Lin found it hard to accept and shook his head repeatedly. Could it be that Lu Ming has really reached such a shocking level? The other Grand Elders whispered and their gazes were solemn. The higher one's cultivation, the more accurate their intuition would be. A great emperor's intuition would generally not be wrong. Lu Ming cannot be judged by common sense. Once he breaks through to the Martial Emperor realm, he will be like a dragon entering the sea. There will be no restrictions. It is not impossible for him to have the combat strength of a great emperor. I suggest that we do not take action against Lu Ming for the time being. Let's observe the situation first. The oldest Grand Elder said. I agree. I agree too. The other Grand Elders nodded. Although the remaining Grand Elders and Xian Lin wanted to take action, most of the Grand Elders did not agree and they had no choice. Time flew by and 5 days passed. At Lu Ming's residence. Brother Lu Ming, I have already found out that the Heng family, He family, and Daluo Heaven sect are all in the Mu family. Moreover, almost all the great emperors of the Mu family have returned to the Mu family headquarters. They seem to be on guard. Bubbles conveyed some information to Lu Ming. These days, Bubbles and Dandan went out to investigate the Mu family and finally found something. Lu Ming came to Aeon City. Needless to say, the two groups of assassins from the Death Nation had failed. Lu Ming's strength frightened the Mu family. It was natural for them to gather experts to deal with the Mu family. It's time. The Mu family, Heng family, He family, and Daluo Heaven sect will be destroyed today. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he strode out and headed in the direction of the Mu family. Lu Ming's action naturally alarmed those who were paying attention to Lu Ming. Where is Lu Ming going? He is full of murderous intent. Is he going to kill his way to the Xian family? Impossible. No, this direction is not the Xian family. In the dark, many people were discussing and following behind Lu Ming secretly. Not long after, there were mountains and cranes in front of them. There were countless palaces. This was the Mu family. Boom, Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. In the sky, endless power gathered and formed a giant foot. It covered the sky and the sun and stomped on the Mu family headquarters. The mountains trembled under the giant foot. Lu Ming was going to attack the Mu family. Everyone who followed him was dumbfounded. Their hearts were beating wildly. The Mu family's strength was stronger than the Xian family. What shocked them even more was Lu Ming's strength. This foot was like the foot of a deity. It was unbelievably powerful. Great Emperor, this was the strength of a great emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming actually had the strength of a great emperor. No wonder the patriarch of the Xian family had retreated. Silhouettes flew out from the Mu family's palace. When they saw the huge foot, they were in a state of panic, and they flew everywhere. Impudent! A long roar came from the Mu family. A giant palm flew out from the Mu family and turned into a giant palm. It collided with Lu Ming's giant foot. Boom, the mountains trembled and the void collapsed. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The giant foot and the giant hand dissipated together. In the sky above the Mu family, a middle-aged man appeared. His aura was extremely terrifying. The Mu family's patriarch. In the distance, someone whispered and recognized this person. Heavens, the Mu family's patriarch is said to be a 3-star great emperor. He just blocked Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming has become so strong. Quick, spread the news. Something big has happened. Lu Ming is going to attack the Mu family. Quick! Many people discussed in shock. The news was spread out one by one. Aeon City was in an uproar. Countless people rushed towards the Mu family. When the Xian family received the news, they were also stunned. They then sent experts to the Mu family to monitor the situation. Whoosh! 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 After the Mu family's patriarch appeared, many figures rushed out from the depths of the Mu family. Each of these figures exuded a vast and boundless aura. The pressure of the great Tao filled the world. These were all great emperors. There were more than 20 of them. More than 20 great emperors from the Mu clan lined up in a row. Their auras were as vast as the sea, filling the entire Aeon City with a terrifying pressure. Such a lineup made the onlookers change their expressions and tremble with fear. However, Lu Ming looked indifferent as if he did not see so many great emperors. He glanced at the people of the Mu clan and frowned, saying, "Don't hide anymore. People of those clans, come out." The clans he mentioned were naturally the Heng clan, the He clan and the Daluo Heaven sect. However, the master of the Mu clan sneered and did not answer Lu Ming's question. Instead, he asked, "Lu Ming, today you attacked the Mu clan for no reason. Do you think we are easy to bully? If you don't give an explanation today, you don't have to leave. Don't you know why I'm here? You're really good at pretending." The Mu clan, the Heng clan, the He clan and the Daluo Heaven sect hired people from the Death Kingdom to kill me. Today's account should be settled properly. Lu Ming's voice spread all over the place. What? The Mu clan hired people from the Death Kingdom to kill Lu Ming? Is it true? It's very likely. Lu Ming killed the strongest genius of the Mu clan, Mu Yang. This is a deadly feud. How can the Mu clan let it go? Indeed, I'm afraid it's true. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not kill his way to the Mu clan. Lu Ming is really bold. He actually killed his way to the Mu clan. What do you think the result will be today? It's hard to say. If Lu Ming is not sure, he would not dare to come here. However, the Mu clan has been passed down for countless years and its foundation is unfathomable. The result is hard to say. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar and many people were talking about it. Nonsense. If the Mu clan wants to kill you, why would we hire people from the Death Kingdom? We can send anyone to kill you. The master of the Mu clan sneered. Any random person can kill me? Then I'd like to see if the Mu clan has this ability. Lu Ming sneered. Having said that, he stepped out and headed toward the Mu family. Bang! Bang! Every step Lu Ming took caused the void to vibrate continuously. Rays of light radiated from Lu Ming's body. That was the radiance of the laws. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types, all sorts of laws appeared one after another. When more than 10 types of laws appeared, the scene was dead silent. Everyone was tongue-tied, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my God, what did I see? The laws of primal chaos, the laws of death, the laws of life, and the laws of reincarnation. No, there's also the eternal law, the void law, the primordial law, and the space-time law. 8 of them. He has mastered 8 supreme laws. There are also 9 types of monarch Tao laws and 17 types of laws. He has mastered 17 types of laws. Moreover, he has cultivated all 17 types of laws to the limit and reached the 3rd realm. How is this possible? How is this possible? Freak, this is a freak. When they saw Lu Ming reveal all the laws, everyone in the surroundings shouted hysterically, unable to control their emotions. This could no longer be described as shock. Their emotions were 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than shock. The truth of cultivation was that a person could only master 1 type of supreme law. Moreover, not everyone could master the supreme law. Those who could master 1 type of supreme law were the top geniuses in the world. But now, there was a person who not only mastered the supreme law, but also not 1, 2, or 3 types, but 8 types. This was not only breaking the truth, but also trampling the truth into pieces. One could imagine how everyone felt. The people of the Mu clan were tongue-tied, their eyes were wide open, and they were horrified. In the depths of the Mu clan, the experts of the Heng clan, He clan, and Daluo Heaven sect who were hiding in the dark were almost scared to death when they saw this scene. Lu Ming was shrouded in 17 types of light. He stood in the air like a god descending from the heavens. Come, let's see who can kill me. Lu Ming's eyes shot out 2 rays of divine light as he stared at the people of the Mu clan. So what if you have mastered 17 types of laws? You're still in the true emperor realm. Let me kill you. A tall and sturdy old man stepped out from the Mu clan like a lion. This old man's cultivation had reached the 3-star great sovereign realm. The Mu clan did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming looked like a true emperor realm expert, he had mastered 17 types of laws. Most importantly, 8 of them were supreme laws. With the combination of so many laws, Lu Ming's combat strength could not be measured by common sense. It was possible for him to fight against a 1-star great sovereign or even a 2-star great sovereign. But they had sent out a 3-star great sovereign. The difference between a true emperor and a 3-star great sovereign was too great. They did not believe that Lu Ming could kill a 3-star great sovereign. Even if the 3-star great sovereign could not defeat him, he could at least keep his life and test out Lu Ming's true combat strength. Bang! Bang! The old man, who was like a lion, had a crazy aura. He stepped on the void and dashed toward Lu Ming at an increasingly fast speed. Slash! Suddenly, a saber appeared in the old man's hand and he slashed towards Lu Ming. The saber light was shocking and lit up the sky as if it was going to split the sky of Aeon City into 2. Kill! Lu Ming said indifferently. Before his voice died away, a long spear appeared in his hand. It was a long spear that was formed by the laws and the power of the world. Lu Ming's arm muscles bulged and he threw the long spear out. Swoosh, the long spear flew out like a ray of light, faster than lightning. This long spear not only contained the power of Lu Ming's power of the world, the power of the laws and the power of his physical body. The moment the long spear collided with the saber light was shattered. The long spear did not slow down and continued to stab towards the old man. The three-star great sovereign of the Mu clan did not expect that his all-out attack could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. He was stunned for a moment and his fate was sealed. Puff, Lu Ming's long spear directly pierced through his dantian and destroyed his small world. Together with his body, he flew out into the depths of the Mu family and crashed into a hall. Boom, the palace directly exploded, and a large group of figures flew out from inside. These people were from the Heng clan, He clan, and Daluo Heaven sect. The three-star great sovereign of the Mu clan was pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear. He was nailed to the ground and screamed in agony. My cultivation base, the shrill screams were heard all over the place. Hiss, the whole place was filled with gasps. A three-star great sovereign was nailed to the ground by Lu Ming and his cultivation was destroyed. This scene was too shocking. A three-star great sovereign could not withstand a single blow. How could this be? Had Lu Ming's combat strength reached such a terrifying level? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. In the crowd in the distance, there were people from the Xian clan who were watching. There were several founding elders, including Xian Lin and Dongfang Xueyu. At this moment, they were completely petrified and could not stop gasping. How could this be? How could this be? Xian Lin was like a fool and kept whispering. Heng clan, He clan, and Daluo Heaven sect are all here. Lu Ming looked at the Heng family and the He family, revealing a cold smile at the corners of his lips. People from the Mu family, including the Heng family, the He family, and the Daluo Heaven sect, all looked terrible. Their eyes were full of shock. Lu Ming, you crippled the cultivation of the Mu family's great emperor for no reason. You must pay the price today. The great emperor of Mu clan roared. Boom. Boom. Boom, at this moment, more than 20 great emperors from Mu clan struck at the same time. More than 20 great emperors from Mu clan, ranging from 1-star great emperors to 5-star great emperors, struck at the same time. The void instantly collapsed and terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat ability was far beyond their imagination and they were terrified. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in an instant so that he would not be left with a corpse. Buzz, Lu Ming's muscles suddenly vibrating billions of times in an instant. The void collapsed and Lu Ming's figure dashed out. The moment Lu Ming dashed out, he unleashed the 6-feathered divine wings to increase his speed. In an instant, he dodged the other party's joint attack and charged toward the Mu family's great emperors. Gather, gather! The master of Mu clan roared. More than 20 great emperors from Mu clan gathered together and formed a circle. This way, they could prevent Lu Ming from attacking them one by one. Is it useful to join forces? Lu Ming's cold voice resounded and a long spear appeared in his hand again. However, this long spear was not formed by Lu Ming's order. It was a real long spear. Great Spear of Desolation, Heaven Weapon. Although Lu Ming could not display the power of Heaven Wei in the Heaven Weapon, the material of the Great Spear of Desolation was sturdy and indestructible. It could allow Lu Ming to display all of his strength and enhance Lu Ming's combat strength. Boom, Lu Ming held the Great Spear of Desolation and unleashed his strength to the extreme. He swept the spear out. The sky continued to explode as the Great Barren Spear swept up an endless void storm towards the 20 over great emperors from the Mu clan. The might of the spear was shocking to the extreme. It was as if the spear was going to crush all 20 or so great emperors of the Mu clan. Join hands! The head of the Mu family roared. All the great emperors of the Mu family joined forces and blasted out various attacks toward Lu Ming. Among the 20 over great emperors of the Mu clan, there were a few 5-star great emperors with astounding strength. With so many people joining forces, they could definitely contend with a 6-star great emperor. Boom, their attacks collided with Lu Ming's long spear. A terrifying explosion erupted, and the force swept out in all directions. Retreat, retreat! The spectators frantically retreated to create enough distance between them. Most of the spectators were not great emperors, so they didn't dare to get too close. Otherwise, they would be killed if Lu Ming and the others got involved. After the explosion, Lu Ming's body shook and he retreated. However, the 20 over-experts of the Mu clan also retreated. Some of the weaker ones even spat out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. Lu Ming's current combat strength, physical body, power of the realm, power of law, and the Great Baron Spear were enough to contend with a 6-star Great Emperor. How could the 1-star and 2-star Great Emperors withstand a head-on collision? Again, Lu Ming retreated a few steps and took a step in the void to stabilize himself. With the Great Baron Spear in his hand, he charged towards the Great Emperors of the Mu clan again. Boom! This time, Lu Ming held the Great Baron Spear with both hands and smashed it down with the weight of Mount Tai. Boom! The Great Baron Spear rapidly enlarged and became as heavy as a mountain, as if it could crush everything. The 20 over Great Emperors of the Mu clan roared and unleashed their strongest attacks towards the Great Baron Spear. The attacks from both sides collided once again. Buzz! The Great Baron Spear vibrated continuously and was repelled away. However, the people of the Mu clan were in a worse state. A few of the 1-star Great Emperors trembled violently and their bodies cracked from the terrifying recoil. Their bodies were covered in blood and their auras were weak. They were unable to continue fighting. Heal yourselves first. The Mu clan's patriarch roared. However, Lu Ming's third attack arrived at this moment. This collision caused the Mu clan's 2-star Great Emperors to tremble violently and almost die from the recoil. They were unable to continue fighting. Again. Lu Ming was like a martial emperor war god as his attacks rained down like a storm. The number of Great Emperors of the Mu clan was decreasing and they were no match for Lu Ming. Towards the end, they were at a disadvantage in every collision. Towards the end, even the 3-star Great Emperors and 4-star Great Emperors were injured. Even the 5-star Great Emperors were pale and gasping for breath. The hearts of the people who were watching the battle from all directions were in a perilous situation. They were shocked to the extreme. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He was completely suppressing the Mu clan. Was the Mu clan going to be annihilated today? In the depths of the Mu clan, the Heng clan's Great Emperors, He clan's Great Emperors and Tian Luo Great Emperors were pale and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They found it hard to believe that Lu Ming's combat strength had reached such a level. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill them in an instant if he wanted to. How can this be? They roared in their hearts as they could not accept this fact. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to attack and his attacks became more and more violent. In the end, the Mu clan's 5-star Great Emperors were injured and were no match for Lu Ming. Kill! Suddenly, Lu Ming's attack changed. He went around the 5-star Great Emperors and the Great Desolate Spear shook violently. In an instant, dozens of spear lights were shot out. His target was the low-level Great Emperors. Not good, we blocked it. The Mu clan's high-level Great Emperors' faces changed drastically. They unleashed their full strength in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could only block half of the spear lights. The remaining spear lights continued to pierce towards the low-level Great Emperors. The low-level Great Emperors, especially the 1-star and 2-star Great Emperors, tried their best to block but it was useless. PFFF. PFFF. PFFF, the 1-star and 2-star Great Emperors' foreheads were pierced by the spear lights and their souls were destroyed. Dead, the Mu clan's 1-star and 2-star Great Emperors were instantly annihilated. A total of 8 of them died. 8 Great Emperors were instantly annihilated. This caused everyone to be shocked, and at the same time, it also caused the people of the Mu clan to be furious and filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming, I want you to die without a burial place. The Mu clan's patriarch roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. 8 Great Emperors. How great of a loss was this? His heart was bleeding. Their Mu clan had been passed down for countless years. They had relied on a long time to accumulate so many Great Emperors. However, 8 of them had died in an instant. This was an unbearable loss. Now you know how to feel heartache. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have thought of this day when your Mu clan wanted to kill me. At this moment, in this world, you won't be the only ones killing others. Others won't kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. There was no pity or sympathy in his voice. He and the Mu clan were mortal enemies. It was either you die or I die. The people of the Mu family were speechless and could only look at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly. He held the long spear in his hand and charged forward again. Today, he would not leave any of the upper echelons of the Mu family alive. Evil creature, die. At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the Mu family. The voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. Then, a terrifying blade light slashed out from the depths of the Mu family. Peak Great Emperor. When this blade light appeared, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The Mu family was indeed unfathomable. There were still experts who had not made a move. There were actually peak Great Emperors in hibernation. Ha ha ha, I have been waiting for this moment. A loud laugh came. Then, a huge tortoise shell appeared out of thin air and blocked the blade light. It was Dandan who had made a move. Previously, he and Bubble had been watching from the side without any intention of making a move. It was to prevent the Mu family from having stronger existences. Clang, the blade light slashed on the tortoise shell. The shell shook and dissipated. However, the blade light was also blocked. Boom. Boom, then, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the Mu family. A total of 5 auras erupted. It was vast and mighty. A terrifying pressure spread between heaven and earth. Then, 5 old men stepped out and appeared in front of everyone. These 5 old men were very old. Their hair was snow white and their skin was dry and wrinkled. They were like 5 withered skeletons. Old ancestors. The Mu family head was overjoyed. It's the old ancestors. The old ancestors are indeed not dead. They have come out of seclusion. Let's see how they will die this time. The other people of the Mu family were also overjoyed. The Mu family indeed has a strong foundation. These should be the old monsters who are in seclusion. Someone who was watching the battle from afar said. The Mu family was definitely one of the strongest forces in Aeon City. They had a strong foundation. Legend had it that a long time ago, the Mu family had even produced a heavenly emperor. However, the heavenly emperor of the Mu family died in battle. But from this, it could be seen how strong the Mu family was. There had always been a legend that there were some old monsters in seclusion in the depths of the Mu family. They cultivated wholeheartedly and did not care about the outside world. They only wanted to raise their cultivation to resist the heavenly tribulation and even break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Only when the Mu clan was in danger, he would not come out of seclusion. Today, after the Mu clan's martial monarchs were killed one after another, these old men had indeed come out. The Mu clan's resources are truly profound. Today, we're saved. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The Heng clan great monarch, Tian Luo great monarch, and the others were overjoyed. 3 6-star great emperors and 2 7-star great emperors. Dandan, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Don't worry, I'll take care of it soon. Dandan was very confident. Back at the Void God Island, Dandan was only a 6-star great emperor, but he could suppress other peak great emperors and even kill them. Moreover, Dandan had already become a peak 7-star great monarch. With his strength, it was easy for him to kill those who were at the same level as him. The 5 old men from the Mu clan swept their gazes over Lu Ming like lightning. Their cold and shriveled voices rang out, "You killed a member of my Mu clan, kill without mercy. Kill your sister. Have a taste of my invincible tortoise fist." Dandan charged out with extreme speed and threw a punch at one of the peak great emperors from the Mu clan. His punch was filled with dazzling runes as though it was forming a world. The old man from the Mu clan was shocked and quickly set up layers of defense. However, these defenses were useless as they were penetrated by Dandan's punch. Then, Dandan's fist landed heavily on the old man's face. Bam, kacha, the sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the place. The old man from the Mu clan cried out in pain as his body flew far away and smashed into a palace in the Mu clan. Everyone was dumbfounded. One of the old men from the Mu clan had a terrifying aura as he was a peak great emperor. The moment he appeared, everyone was shocked. However, his arrogance only lasted for a few seconds before he was sent flying with a single punch. Moreover, the one who sent him flying was a teenager who wore a Taoist robe. A teenage Taoist priest. With Dandan's appearance, it was easy for people to overlook him because he wasn't that impressive. However, at this moment, the impact on everyone was the greatest. Lu Ming did have a helper. His combat strength is shockingly strong. He sent a peak Great Emperor flying with a punch. No wonder he dared to attack the Mu clan. Terrifying. Is the Mu clan really finished today? Many people were discussing. Among them, the Xian clan was the most shocked. Xian Lin and Dongfang Shuiyu swallowed their saliva as cold sweat flowed down their faces. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, they were secretly glad that they didn't attack Lu Ming. Otherwise, their Xian clan would be finished. The Xian clan's strength couldn't be compared to the Mu clan. They would really be finished. Pervert. Pervert. I'll never provoke this pervert again. Xian Lin roared in his heart. He was really scared. At this moment, the remaining 4 old men from the Mu clan felt goosebumps all over their body. They instinctively retreated frantically and distanced themselves from Dandan. You dare to flaunt your seniority in front of me? You don't know the meaning of death. Kill. Dandan flicked his sleeves, looking like a peerless expert. Then, he charged towards the Mu clan's ancestors. A huge world appeared. It was vast and boundless, exuding a majestic pressure that pressed down on the Mu clan's ancestors. Even if others condensed a small world, they wouldn't be able to directly use it against their enemies. This was because the small world they condensed wasn't as stable and would be easily destroyed by others. However, Dandan could do it. He was the world divine tortoise. The word world wasn't just for show. His control over the small world had reached the peak. The small world was incomparably stable and possessed great power. It also had an indestructible defense. The small world covered the sky as it pressed down. The Mu clan's ancestors had nowhere to run. They could only face it head-on. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Mu clan's elders attacked. 4 attacks were launched towards Dandan's small world. Behind them, the elder who was almost killed by Dandan's punch also made a move. However, the 5 attacks only caused Dandan's small world to tremble. They couldn't break it or block it. Boom, boundless power pressed down. The 3 6-star Great Emperors cried out in pain as they vomited blood. Their bodies cracked and were covered in blood. The 2 peak Great Emperors were slightly better off, but they were also severely injured. Swoosh, Dandan turned into a phantom and charged forward, unleashing a bloody massacre. After a few screams, the 3 6-star Great Emperors were killed by Dandan in an instant. No, the Mu clan's patriarch and the others cried out in horror. They couldn't accept such an outcome. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming roared and launched a violent attack. Although the Mu clan's experts resisted with all their might, the outcome was already decided. Screams were heard continuously. The Mu clan's Great Emperors died one after another in the hands of Lu Ming. Let's go, let's go. In the distance, the Hing clan's Heavenly Emperor, Tianluo Great Emperor, and the others were almost scared to death. Then, they led their subordinates and turned around to escape from the Mu clan. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded their imagination. They knew that if they didn't run, they would be the ones to die. Everyone of the Mu clan, let's go. At this moment, the Mu clan's patriarch roared, his voice spreading far and wide. He knew that the Mu clan was finished today. The Mu clan would be removed from the divine fate land, but he didn't want the Mu clan to be destroyed. He wanted the rest of the Mu clan to escape. Patriarch. Someone from the Mu clan cried out in grief. Let's go, let's go. The Mu clan's patriarch roared, but his roar stopped abruptly. This was because Lu Ming's long spear had pierced through his dantian, crippling his cultivation. He let out a mournful cry, his eyes were filled with despair. Let's go. The Mu clan's experts below the Great Emperor level turned into streaks of light, flying in all directions like countless meteors streaking across the void. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Dandan sneered. He waved his hands, and runes entered the void. Then, countless runes appeared around the Mu clan, forming a light barrier that enveloped the entire Mu clan. A formation. A few days ago, Dandan had quietly set up a formation around the Mu clan. Today, no one would be able to escape. No, seeing the formation, the Heng clan's great emperor, Tianluo Great Emperor, and the others roared in despair and attacked the light barrier. However, this was a formation that Dandan had spent a few days setting up. With their cultivation base, how could they break it? Their attacks landed on the light barrier, but there wasn't even a trace of ripple on the light barrier. No, 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 the Mu clan's people roared in madness and attacked crazily. They were filled with despair. Why is this happening? An eminent elder of the Mu clan looked up and sighed. They had only offended a young man of the younger generation, that's all. A young man of the younger generation should be killed. Their Mu clan had existed for so long. Along the way, they had offended countless so-called geniuses and killed countless so-called geniuses. Even though those sky prides were extremely talented, they were still crushed into dust in the face of their strength. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that offending a prodigy this time would send their Mu clan to their doom. In the depths of the sky, at an unknown height, there were two figures standing there. Everything below fell into their eyes. These two people were none other than Xianxia and his master, the Nine Demons' Heavenly Emperor. Master, it seems that Lu Ming brought the world turtle with him. There should be no Sky Emperor with him. Should we make a move now? Stellar River asked. Are you worried about the Heng family? The Nine Devil Celestial Emperor asked. No. Xianxia shook his head and said, I just feel that it's about time. Let's wait and see. The Nine Demons' Heavenly Emperor said, after killing Lu Ming, these people from the Heng family will definitely die too. They will be killed by the Sky Emperor behind Lu Ming. No matter what, they won't be able to live, so you don't have to worry about it. Let's wait and see. Do you understand? This disciple understands. Xianxia bowed and nodded. The two continued to watch. The battle below was nearing its end. Dandan intervened and killed several 5-star great emperors from the Mu clan with a few slaps. The remaining great emperors were all killed by Lu Ming. None of the Mu clan's great emperors were left alive. This scene was truly shocking. The spectators all felt their hearts beating wildly, unable to calm down. The Mu clan had dominated the Aeon City for countless years. Even in the Divine Fate Land, they were considered a top force. All of their great emperors were killed by a young man just like that. The world was really unpredictable. The Xian clan's eminent elders, Xian Lin and Dongfang Shuiyu, were drenched in cold sweat. Their faces were pale and they were terrified. If they hadn't held back and attacked Lu Ming, the Xian clan would have been destroyed. Bam! Bam! With the long spear in his hand, Lu Ming walked step by step toward the great emperors of the Heng family, He family, and Tianluo family. Lu Ming, don't kill us. Xianxia already has a Sky Emperor as his master. If you destroy our Heng family, Xianxia won't let you go. Heng family's great emperor shouted. You're still threatening me at this time. How foolish. I will kill Xianxia with my own hands in the future. Lu Ming said coldly as his footsteps quickened. Heng family's great emperor and the others were in despair. They kept retreating, but they were blocked by the array. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I didn't provoke you from the beginning. Everything is your own fault. Today, let's end it all. Kill. Lu Ming roared and stabbed out with his spear. Puff, the spear pierced Tianluo Great Emperor's forehead, killing him in the air. No, Heng family's great emperor and He family's great emperor were terrified. They flew to the sides, but Lu Ming stabbed out 2 more times. The two of them followed in Tianluo Great Emperor's footsteps and were killed by Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Then, Lu Ming attacked crazily. He didn't show any mercy and turned into a killing machine. Endless spear radiance burst out from his hand and rushed towards the remaining experts from Mu family, Daluo Heaven Sect, and He family. Lu Ming was only merciful to the Heng family, that was because of Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Heng family was the descendant of Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor after all. Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor had helped Lu Ming a lot. Lu Ming didn't want to exterminate Heng family. Lu Ming only killed a few higher-ups from Heng family. Lu Ming didn't kill the rest. However, Lu Ming showed no mercy to Mu family, He family, and Daluo Heaven sect. All the people above the martial emperor realm were killed by Lu Ming. For a time, this area was filled with blood qi. It was like hell on earth. Heng family, for the sake of Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor, I won't exterminate you. Get out. Lu Ming looked at the remaining people from Heng family. Go, go. The remaining people from Heng family rushed in one direction. Dandan waved his hand, and the formation automatically separated. It didn't stop them. I, Lu Ming, don't want to kill more people below the martial emperor realm. If you want revenge in the future, come to me. Get out. Finally, Lu Ming looked at those people below the martial emperor realm. Those people fled in all directions as if they had been granted amnesty. Soon, there was no one left in the big Mu family. The Mu family, which dominated Aeon City, was destroyed. It was destroyed by a young man. Dandan, Bubbles, Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming said and turned away. He didn't want to kill more people. However, in this world, things didn't always go as you wished. There were bound to be some obstacles if you wanted to reach the top. This guy is still too soft-hearted. Dandan curled his lips and followed Lu Ming out. But at this moment, Dandan's face changed dramatically and he looked into the depths of the sky. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sense of danger. This sense of danger came from the depths of the sky dome. Swoosh, at this moment, a sword light shone from the depths of the sky. The light of this sword light was dozens of times brighter than the sun. It illuminated heaven and earth, and a vast pressure of the heavenly Tao filled the air. Everyone felt a great terror in their hearts. Sky Emperor, there is indeed a Sky Emperor behind this. Who is it? Lu Ming's mind was racing. After he destroyed the Mu clan, he thought it was the Mu clan, the Heng clan, the He clan, and the Daluo Heaven sect behind this. He thought it was over. However, when the sword light appeared, Lu Ming knew it was not over yet. There was still a Sky Emperor realm expert hiding behind the scenes and only struck at the last moment. Cautious, the Sky Emperor was extremely cautious. Even when he struck at the last moment, he struck from a distance. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Dandan shouted. Countless runes were emitted from his body. Around the Mu clan, the array appeared again, forming a ray of light that shrouded the area. Then, Dandan waved his hand. Pieces of turtle shells appeared out of thin air, blocking the sword light from piercing towards Lu Ming. The great spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, puff, at this moment, the sword light had arrived. The array set up by Dandan had amazing defensive power. However, when the sword light pierced the light screen shook violently and was pierced through. The sword light pierced through the light screen and bombarded the layers of turtle shells set up by Dandan. Bam! 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 The turtle shells set up by Dandan exploded continuously. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. In the end, Dandan groaned. His body flew far away and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after Dandan's continuous obstruction, the power of the sword light had been greatly weakened. However, it did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming roared and revealed a crazed look. All 17 types of laws erupted and covered the great desolate spear. Then, Lu Ming stabbed out with all his strength. This spear was Lu Ming's strongest spear. All of his strength erupted at this moment. Clang, the great desolate spear collided with the sword light. Lu Ming immediately felt a terrifying energy rush towards him through the great desolate spear. Wung, the great desolate spear trembled incessantly. Lu Ming was forced back. His arms and body were covered with sword scars. It was as if he had been struck by hundreds of swords in an instant. But in the end, he managed to block it. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture with all his might. His injuries were rapidly recovering. Deep in the sky. It seems like there really are no other Sky Emperors here. Lu Ming, today, your everything will be mine. Disciple, let's go. The 9 Demon Heaven Emperor's face was filled with ecstasy as he swept up the eternal river and headed downwards. That sword strike just now was just a test. If there was a Sky Emperor here, he would have fled immediately. However, seeing how Lu Ming and Dandan were resisting with all their might, he concluded that there was no Sky Emperor by Lu Ming's side. Not far in front of Lu Ming, a light flashed and two figures appeared out of thin air. Xianxia, Nine Demon Heaven Emperor, it's you. Seeing Xianxia and the Nine Demon Heaven Emperor, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It seemed like the person behind this was the Nine Demon Heaven Emperor. He did not let Tui and Lei come out just now because he wanted to lure them out. Lu Ming, you killed the innocent. Today, my master will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Xianxia shouted. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Don't make it sound so dignified. Xianxia, I underestimated you in the past. You're really inhumane. You even wanted to use the Heng family. Moreover, you didn't do anything when the Heng family was destroyed. Lu Ming sneered coldly. Lu Ming, you're a sensible person. Take out everything you have, remember, everything, and this old man will give you a quick death. The Nine Demon Heaven Emperor spoke, and his aura spread out. A Sky Emperor could borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. That aura was too terrifying, as if the Heavenly Tao was pressing down on them. Everyone in Aeon City paled, feeling the terrifying pressure. Sky Emperor, oh heavens, it's a Sky Emperor. There's actually a Sky Emperor behind this. Lu Ming is finished, he actually offended a Sky Emperor. Many people screamed in their hearts, but no one dared to speak out, afraid of offending a Sky Emperor. In the eyes of everyone in Aeon City, a Sky Emperor was a supreme existence. With a single thought, they could turn 1,000,000 corpses into a river of blood. Now, there was actually a Sky Emperor who wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Nine Demon Heaven Emperor, looks like you're coveting the treasures on me. It's easy for you to kill me, but if this matter gets out, you won't have a place to hide. Lu Ming said with a calm expression. Ha, the world is so big. When the time comes, who can find me if I just hide? The Nine Demon Heaven Emperor laughed loudly, looking at the great spear in Lu Ming's hand, full of blazing flames, full of greed. Want my treasure, come and take it yourself. Want me to hand it over, that's impossible. Lu Ming said, deliberately retreating slowly. Resisting stubbornly, dragging out your hunger. The Nine Demon Heaven Emperor said coldly. His figure swayed, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Fast, too fast, how astonishing was the speed of a Sky Emperor. It was unbelievably fast. Before everyone could react, he had already arrived in front of Lu Ming. His claws were like hooks, grabbing towards Lu Ming's glabella. With such speed, Lu Ming couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. Lu Ming stood there calmly, allowing the other party to grab at him. Lu Ming is dead for sure. Many people had such a thought in their minds. But at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly had an extra arm. A khaki-colored arm directly blasted out from Lu Ming's body, blasting towards the Nine Demon Heaven Emperor's claws. It really looked like Lu Ming had an extra arm out of thin air. Boom, there was a deafening explosion, and the Nine Demon Heaven Emperor's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat 100 miles. A figure also appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was a khaki-colored figure with a burly figure and a mountain-like aura. It was 2E. Chaos Hall, 2E. The Nine Demon Heaven Emperor's face was extremely ugly. 9 demons, looks like you're tired of living, to dare have designs on my Chaos Hall's young lord. 2E opened his mouth coldly, his eyes somewhat ferocious. All around, the others were dumbfounded. This unforeseen event exceeded everyone's expectations. Originally thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure, but did not expect that a figure would suddenly appear on Lu Ming's body. Furthermore, this figure was clearly also a Sky Emperor. Behind Lu Ming, there was also a Sky Emperor realm existence. Furthermore, listening to the meaning, this Sky Emperor addressed Lu Ming as young lord and listened to Lu Ming's orders. The Nine Demon Heaven Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. But Xianxia's expression was even uglier. Damn it, how is this possible? Xianxia roared angrily in his heart. They already probed several times and were virtually certain that Lu Ming did not have a Sky Emperor following by his side. They did not expect that Lu Ming still had a Sky Emperor by his side. Let's go. The Nine Demon Heavenly the Arch shouted as a surge of energy swept across Xinghe, forcing him to retreat. With Tui out, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Lu Ming, so he had to retreat. Staying alive was the most important thing. It's too late to leave now. A cold voice was heard, followed by a flash of lightning. A figure appeared behind the nine-demon heavenly the arch. The figure was covered with lightning. It was Lei Yi. The nine-demon heavenly the arch stopped in his tracks as his face darkened. Beside Lu Ming were Lei Yi and Tui. There were two heavenly thearchs. With two heavenly thearchs surrounding him, he was in danger. A look of despair appeared on Xianxia's face. Lu Ming, what happened today is a misunderstanding. How about I apologize to you in front of everyone another day? The nine-demon heavenly the arch smiled flatteringly. Misunderstanding? Kill him. Lu Ming spoke calmly and gave the order directly. He wouldn't give the nine-demon heavenly the arch any chance. The nine-demon heavenly the arch must die. Kill. Lei Yi roared as lightning surrounded his body. He threw a punch at the nine-demon heavenly the arch. Lu Ming, look who's dead. The nine-demon heavenly thearch's eyes were ferocious as he charged at Lu Ming with Xinghe. Tui stepped out and threw a punch at the nine-demon heavenly the arch. However, the nine-demon heavenly the arch waved his hand and threw Xinghe at Tui. Master, Xinghe screamed in desperation. Rest in peace. I'll avenge you, the nine-demon heavenly thearch's cold voice rang in Xinghe's ears. Arg! Xinghe screamed in agony as his body was crushed into dust by Tui's terrifying punch. He couldn't fight back at all. Seizing this opportunity, the nine demons heavenly the arch dashed toward Lu Ming in a flash. He wanted to take down Lu Ming and use Lu Ming as a hostage to escape. He wanted to get all the resources from Lu Ming, such as the indestructible ancient scripture. You're courting death. Tui roared as a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. With a swing, the meteor hammer shot towards nine-demon Sky Emperor like a meteor. Its speed was unbelievably fast, and it emitted a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. The nine-demon Sky Emperor's pupils contracted rapidly as he let out a desperate roar. Heavenly Tao soldier. This meteor hammer was naturally the heavenly Tao weapon that Lu Ming had given to Tui. The meteor hammer's speed was unbelievably fast. It caught up to the nine-demon Sky Emperor in an instant. He had no time to attack Lu Ming and could only turn around to defend. Whoosh! 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 A long sword appeared in the nine-demon Sky Emperor's hand. In an instant, he stabbed out hundreds of times. Hundreds of sword lights converged into one sword and blasted towards the meteor hammer. But it was useless. He could not block it at all. Tui was already stronger than the nine-demon heavenly emperor, and with the addition of the heavenly Tao weapon, his battle prowess was far above the nine-demon heavenly emperor's. Boom! With a loud boom, the meteor hammer smashed through the nine-demon celestial emperor's sword light with an unstoppable momentum and continued on its way to him. At this critical moment, the nine-demon heavenly emperor could only block it with his battle sword. But when the meteor hammer landed on the battle sword, the top-grade great emperor weapon exploded. The terrifying force slammed heavily onto the nine-demon heavenly emperor's body. The nine-demon heavenly emperor screamed as his body was sent flying. His body was split into two. Although he was not dead, he was severely injured. His aura was weak and his face was pale. After being hit by the heavenly Tao soldier, the nine-demon heavenly emperor's strength was reduced to less than 10%. Lu Ming, I surrender. Don't kill me. I can acknowledge you as my master and serve you. The nine-demon heavenly emperor screamed in fear. He was truly afraid now. He stood no chance against Tui, who had the heavenly Tao soldier. He would definitely be killed. It was the first time in countless years that he felt such fear. Not interested. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly. Die. Tui roared ferociously as the meteor hammer smashed towards the nine-demon heavenly emperor. Lu Ming, you will die a horrible death. Arg! The nine-demon heavenly emperor screamed hysterically. He used all his means to escape, but it was useless. Under the attack of the heavenly Tao soldier, all his means were superfluous. Bam! The nine-demon heavenly emperor's body exploded in the air. Even his soul was turned into ashes under the attack of the heavenly Tao soldier. The nine-demon heavenly emperor, a heavenly emperor, died just like that. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was numb. They could not make a sound. They were stunned as they looked at Lu Ming. A heavenly emperor was dead. A heavenly emperor was killed by Lu Ming's subordinates. This scene was too impactful, too shocking. A heavenly emperor was a legendary figure in the Yuan realm. They were supreme beings who would never face a heavenly tribulation. They had an endless lifespan, the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. Their combat strength was boundless. It was extremely difficult to meet such a figure. But now, one of them had fallen in front of them. Moreover, it was because of a young man. Young master, that guy's storage ring. Tui flew back and handed a storage ring to Lu Ming. It was left behind by the 9-demon heavenly emperor. Lu Ming nodded and kept the storage ring. Let's go. Lu Ming said and was about to leave. Young hero Lu Ming, please wait. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He stopped and turned around. 5 to 6 figures walked over. Lu Ming recognized 2 of them. They were Dongfang Shuiyu and Xian Lin. What? Is the Xian family trying to find trouble with me? Lu Ming said coldly. Xian Lin, Dongfang Shuiyu, and a few elders of the Xian family shuddered. An elder with a face full of wrinkles was full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, Young brother Lu Ming, you must be joking. How would we dare to fight with you? We're here to apologize. Xian Lin, Dongfang Shuiyu, hurry up and apologize to young brother Lu Ming. In the end, the elder looked coldly at Xian Lin and Dongfang Shuiyu. Just now, they saw the Mu family being annihilated. In the end, even a celestial emperor was killed. They were almost scared to death. They were afraid that Lu Ming would attack the Xian family because of Xian Lin. If that happened, the Xian family would definitely perish. So when they saw that Lu Ming was about to leave, they hurriedly came out and apologized to Lu Ming. Xian Lin and Dongfang Shuiyu stepped forward with pale faces. They clasped their fists and bowed. We were blind before and offended you. Please forgive us and don't stoop to our level. Lu Ming did not comment. He waved his hand casually and walked away without saying anything. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, Dandan, 2E, and Lei followed Lu Ming and disappeared without a trace. However, Lu Ming didn't take the Xian family's matter to heart at all. Now, his enemies in the primordial realm had basically been eliminated by him. He could almost be at ease. Next, Lu Ming still had 2 things to do. The first was to deal with the Death Kingdom. The second was the matter of the Hunyuan sect's inheritors. Back then, he passed the Hunyuan sect's assessment and obtained the position of the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor. At that time, he obtained a list. That list recorded the inheritors of the Hunyuan sect since ancient times, such as the silver inheritors and the bronze inheritors. According to the rules, these inheritors had to obey Lu Ming. However, in the past, Lu Ming didn't dare to rely on his status as a gold inheritor to go and order these people. Because most of these people were now martial emperors. Among them, there were even true emperors and great emperors. With Lu Ming's previous strength, if he went to these people, he would probably be slapped to death by them. But now, Lu Ming planned to subdue all these people first, then get rid of the Death Kingdom. However, to subdue those people, he needed to wait until the news of the Aeon City spread. That way, it would be much more convenient to do it. Lu Ming and the others stayed in the Aeon City. News of the battle in the Aeon City spread like a hurricane. Not only did it spread in the Divine Fate land, but it also spread to other regions. For a time, a magnitude 12 earthquake occurred in the primordial realm. Lu Ming returned with a strong force and destroyed the overlord of the Aeon City, the Mu family, in one fell swoop. He killed all the experts of the Mu family and displayed a terrifying combat strength. But the most shocking thing was that in the end, a heavenly emperor figure wanted to kill Lu Ming, but he was easily killed by Lu Ming's subordinates. Lu Ming's subordinates actually had a terrifying heavenly emperor figure. Everyone who heard this news was violently shocked. They knew that Lu Ming had risen against the heavens. Back then, Lu Ming was asserted by a heavenly emperor that he would never become an emperor in this life. Many people called him trash. But how many years had it been? Lu Ming rose to power. His battle prowess was terrifyingly strong. He killed more than a dozen great emperors from the Mu clan alone. That was more than 10 great emperors. What kind of battle record was that? It was simply frightening. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Ming still had the Celestial Arch as his subordinate. When people heard this, they were dumbfounded and speechless. Everyone knew that an invincible figure had risen with an unstoppable momentum. Time passed quickly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past month, the entire Yuan continent had been talking about Lu Ming. It's time. The first one is the Lu family. They happen to be in Aeon City. In an inn in Aeon City, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. Then, he led Dandan and the others in a certain direction. The Lu family was a powerful force in Aeon City. Their strength was not any weaker than the Xian family. According to the Hunyuan sect's list, the ancestor of the Lu family was the inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. Furthermore, he was a silver inheritor. The Lu family was considered one of the strongest forces among the inheritors of the Hunyuan sect. As soon as Lu Ming moved, those who had been paying attention to Lu Ming immediately knew about it. Immediately, countless people followed Lu Ming. From afar. Where is Lu Ming going? This direction seems to be the direction of the Lu family. Could it be that Lu Ming is going to the Lu family? Many people secretly guessed. Now, it could be said that Lu Ming's every move was affecting people's hearts. The Lu family had also received the news early. The entire upper echelon of the Lu family was alarmed. Some of the Lu family's founding members who were in seclusion came out one after another. The Lu family fell into a tense atmosphere. Lu Ming was coming to the Lu family? What for? Could it be that someone in the Lu family had offended Lu Ming? The upper echelons of the Lu family were extremely anxious. Lu Ming's speed was neither fast nor slow. Soon, he arrived at the Lu family. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a large group of figures flew out of the Lu family. Some of the leaders were white-haired old men. They were all experts of the Lu family, and there were more than a dozen great emperors. Little brother Lu Ming, we're honored by your presence. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The Lu family head stepped forward and cupped his fists repeatedly with a smile on his face. He was very polite. Not to mention other things, Lu Ming's strength alone was worthy of him being polite. Now, no one would treat Lu Ming as a young junior. Instead, they would treat him as a powerful emperor with unfathomable abilities. You're welcome. Lu Ming cupped his fists casually. I wonder what brings little brother Lu Ming to my Lu family. The Lu family head asked tentatively. I want to see Lu Gao. Lu Ming said bluntly. Lu Gao was the ancestor of the Lu family. You want to see the ancestor? The Lu family head's expression changed. Why? I can't. Lu Ming said. Of course you can. However, the ancestor is in seclusion. We can inform him. Little brother Lu Ming can come in and have a seat first. How about it? The Lu family head said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed the Lu family's people into the Lu family's residence. The Lu family head immediately served delicious wine and delicacies. Lu Ming smiled slightly. This was the change brought about by strength. If he didn't have the battle with the Mu family and didn't have the reputation and strength, Lu Ming would probably be slapped to death by the Lu family's experts if he rashly went to the Lu family and asked to see their ancestor. But now, the other party wanted to serve him politely. He just had to wait. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait for too long. The Lu family head and the others followed an old man with a face full of wrinkles. I'm Lu Gao. Greetings, little brother Lu. The old man greeted with a smile as soon as he arrived. This old man was the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Gao. He was also the silver successor of the Hunyuan sect. Obviously, he had heard about Lu Ming, which was why he was so polite. Senior, you're too polite. Lu Ming also smiled slightly. Little brother Lu Ming, why are you looking for me? Lu Gao asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. Senior, do you remember what this is? A token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This token was the gold successor token of the Hunyuan sect. Seeing this token, Lu Gao's expression suddenly changed and he blurted out, the gold successor of the Hunyuan sect. Senior, do you still remember the oath back then? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Lu Gao's expression changed rapidly. With his cultivation, the oath back then couldn't restrain him at all. He could completely break free from the shackles of the oath. However, the person in front of him was Lu Ming, an unparalleled genius who had just annihilated the Mu family. Moreover, behind him stood several terrifying celestial emperors. He had to be cautious. Lu Gao naturally remembers the oath back then. After saying that, Lu Gao moved and a token appeared in his hand. It was the silver successor token of the Hunyuan sect. Lu Ming didn't say anything and waited for Lu Gao to continue. End of chapter 2399. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.